stream on, make certain to grab the hyperlink and share it with your Facebook timeline while you still have one. Then again, that might be the very thing that gets you banned. So let's add that part.
No, I'm not going to share anything on Facebook. I'm getting strikes against me all the time, and I'm not posting anything.
I get it. Yeah, no, I understand.
We don't need it. We've been doing good.
Yeah.
And that's good. I mean, Facebook, sucks.
Yes, it does, and it's becoming more and more, shall we say, passé. It is. It's elderly people who are sharing pictures of their pets and basically.
Wow.
Hi, Aristides. We are streaming. We are live. I'm going to see now how we are connected, and let's check from that point forward. Okay, let's go to live stream and. Okay, T-Tank Barry says loud and clear, Peter and Douglas.
Oh, thanks, T-Tank.
Yes, Goddess bless you. He says, good evening from Redwood City. He's our man. And wonderful human being, of course. And always tempted to go a bit into his personal life simply because he's such a great guy. But I'll leave for that all private for security reasons.
That attention.
Yes, that's true. That's true. He says Aristides clear as well. So thank you. So with that in mind, what we're going to do is kind of turn things over to Peter. I mean, I'll go through my usual admonition just while the numbers build up. Mark H says, T-Tank, you're just too quick. Jesus, loud and clear, team. Thank you, dear Mark. And Tad Ricketts says, love and respect. Love and respect in return, Mr. Ricketts. So to all of you gentlemen, a big hearty welcome. Welcome aboard. Hopefully the ladies will be joining us soon. Numbers will be building up. And while the numbers, of course, are collecting, I want to remind everyone that we are automatically hit as soon as we start transmission with Autobots, or automated bots that hit us with downvotes. And this is done so that we don't appear in searches, because YouTube is totally retarded and works on a popularity aggregate, where the more popular you are, the more disseminated you are, meaning the more distributed you are on searches. So in order for us to keep up with anyone, or to have a chance at all, for me to get enough listeners and thereby contributors to help me pay the rent, I definitely have to ask everyone to hit us with an upvote from as many IP addresses as you've got, meaning your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone. You just hit an upvote on all those items wherever has got a different IP address. And that helps us immensely. It helps put us on searches, and therefore keeps us alive. Keeps so long as I'm able to pay rent, then we're able to host this program. And with that, Tad Ricketts says, waiting to hear Triple D laugh. Thank you, sir. That'll be soon enough, no doubt. There's plenty to laugh about in the world. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. And with that, I want to thank Aristides, our resident engineer, not our sound system engineer, but a material sciences engineer, for joining us. And he's always in the background. He lurks there and kind of is the backup. And
thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for disambiguating, you mean, yes? And
that's it.
Yeah, and with that, we turn it over to the man, the Moon Man, Peter himself.
Well, hello. Thank you, Douglas, and hello to everybody. Tonight is Wednesday, October 18th.
Yes.
And where do we begin tonight? Perhaps we should begin with current events. Douglas, I don't know if you've heard the latest current events, but as regards the situation in Israel, and I had basically said to a friend of mine, I said, who does not follow the news, I said, this is basically, looks like World War III. And she says, this is exactly what her astrologer friend, or actually somebody she was paying to do astrology, says. He, on a separate topic, he was saying, yeah, astrologically World War III. Now,
everybody's getting my hopes up. Go on.
I don't know if this is World War III, but something today, now in the news, tended to make that dissipate. But this is all gonna, fluctuate like a ball game or a boxing match where, you know, one person wins the first 3 rounds and the other person comes back and wins some more rounds. Then it goes back and forth. But what had happened today was that Biden, and these are reports. If we take things at face value from what the narrative is, the narrative is pretty consistent on the major networks, from CNN to Fox, is basically the narrative is Hamas are the bad guys and they are killing people. They seem to have cut back on the rhetoric on cutting babies' heads off or whatever.
Thank God. That was so...
Well, they'll pull it out if they need to. What has dominated the narrative was the bombing of this hospital.
Yes.
With Hamas.
Hey, you're doing better than Trump. Trump calls them hummus, like they're made out of chickpeas.
Hamas had quickly turned the incident against Israel, and the networks had, not only the networks echoed this and said that Israel had bombed the hospital, but that everybody, or there's like massive demonstrations in New York City, according to the news, Palestinians, pro-Palestinian demonstrations.
Yes.
Calling for peace. Now, if we accept, well, and then you'll hear the news people saying, well, we're waiting for a briefing from intelligence. Well, you know, they look at intelligence at face value. They accept what intelligence tells them. And intelligence tells you what they want you to know.
Yes.
Whatever that is, whether it's true or not, it's what they want you to know. So there's no discernment. And you feel, I mean, I feel like when I'm reading it, I'm being told what to think.
You are.
And so it therefore makes you doubt the medium and doubt the data. Nevertheless, just because of the way it's being said. In any case, we accept it at face value, which is now they're saying, well, we've got to turn the narrative against the Palestinian, against Hamas, because all this false information, and they're chiding the news media that allowed this report. So they're trying to turn the narrative around. Mm-hmm. So it's basically all about narrative.
Yes.
It's not about what really happened. And we said we have proof, and they'll show you a shot of some rocket going up and coming down, and it's, of course, the eye can be fooled.
Yes.
So it's not convincing evidence.
Thank you.
It is evidence, but it's not, you know, you'd have 18 more questions before you could accept it.
Yes.
Or accept it, and then with what caveat? What, you know, are you accepting it? So you're not being given this evidence. You're having to trust. Meanwhile, more manipulation behind the scenes can occur, and they can keep changing the narrative. So it's all about controlling the narrative. But if we assume that they're reasonably correct, and they're saying that Hamas errantly shot a rocket that errantly crashed, and they have a recording of 2 Hamas agents that they surveilled and said, oh, this looks like ours, or something. Now, of course, that could be fabricated too.
Of course.
And it took them a few days to show it.
Yes.
Nevertheless, if we accept this, and now what seems to have happened is that there has been such carnage at this hospital. What they're reporting is that the rocket didn't hit the hospital, it hit behind the hospital. Which I don't know why they'd say that. If it hit behind the hospital, did it affect these people? I don't understand the whole logic of it, but there's a lot of things I don't understand.
I'll try and put
basically, this carnage of the hospital has done, regardless of who did it, it's causing this massive protest, and it's making people get out in the streets and saying, we want peace, 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 peace.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Israel's saying this is going to be a long, drawn-out war.
That's right.
And it's going to jack up the oil prices, and you're all going to be screwed. The economy's going to be screwed, and you're all going to be screwed. The Israelis are not saying that, but the news anchors are saying it, preparing you for the long-duration war. But Biden has gone over, and he's talked to, look Netanyahu straight in the eye, and look these people straight in the eye. But whatever Biden has done, now the Israelis are walking back their passion for violence right now because it's politically correct to do so. Saying, okay, we're not going to attack we're not going in right now. So if Hamas did this by accident, first off, if they did it by accident, they're quite astute to blame it on Israel from their own perspective.
Yes.
It's a war of PR.
Yes.
So if it happened by accident and they did that in their own interests, it was very effective. Yes. If they did it on purpose, which nobody seems to be accusing them of, although they accuse them of beheading babies. Careful.
Yeah, why stop there?
If they did it on purpose and they're getting this response, it's still effective. Yes. Ruthless but effective. So the pendulum is swung against Israel for the moment in terms of the public relations thing, even though Hamas has done it, because nobody wants this wholesale devastation of individuals.
Yes.
Because it's not really about who gets hurt. It's that people are getting hurt. And this is not good. War is not good. I heard the former head of Mossad saying, you have an advantage when you're the defense, because when you're the defense, you're holding your position. The attackers, because they're saying attackers could die. So he's basically saying the Israelis are the attackers, rhetorically.
Yes.
We're the attackers, they're the defenders. And you can even roll this back to the beginning of the foundation of Israel, where Israel goes in and displaces Palestinians.
Yes.
With the, what's that word for the...
Nakba.
The Nakba, but what is it? The...
ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And you can look that up, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and see that there's a whole history of the Palestinians being moved out. And I said this was the most important thing that Douglas revealed that I did not know, and it's right on Wikipedia, of all places, where and other places, the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. This is, and it is genocide as well.
Thank you.
So, and it's basically admitted as such. I don't think they said 1 million like you did. I think they say 700,000, but it's still substantial.
They've certainly cut down the numbers, but you already know that this is jacking the narrative. We're well aware of that from the book we wrote.
Well,
yes, go on.
Well, yes. So there's people of course, people want peace. They don't want this. Now, what I would say is that whoever is controlling Hamas, whether it be evil Palestinians, evil Arabs, or evil agents of Israel, whoever it is, they are doing the biddings of the kings of Edom. This is for sure. And they're feeding off of the misery, because all of this misery you're hearing about, somebody's feeding off of it.
Yes.
And this is the real problem. This is the real problem. And I mean, there's all sorts of projections going around of, okay, the Israelis are going to lose soldiers. There's going to be attrition. And this is what he was talking about. The defense has an advantage. And they're talking about going in and torching the tunnels and flooding the tunnels. And then some U.S. general or something says, well, the hostages could be in those tunnels. They better not do the tunnels. So It's like forever. It's just like this huge chess game going on. Of like it's like a chess game being played out theoretically. Well, if you do this, you can do that, but you can't do that if you do this. So that's part of the PR process, and it's part of the war.
Yes.
So this is you've got two sides, and the real issue is the occupation of Palestine. This is the real issue. And until that issue is acknowledged, only then can you begin to have a civil dialogue. And the demons of war would dissipate because there's no longer anything to fight over. They'd have to fight over something else. Yes. So if you acknowledge that, and if they acknowledge to say, we invaded Palestine, and we displaced all these people, and you admit to a wrong, then there becomes a big problem if Israel were to admit to this, because then there would be reparations to pay.
Yes.
And that would be a big problem, because that would put an onus on Israel that Israel is going to be ill prepared to deal with. So this makes it very hard in terms of pragmatically to expect Israel to do that. Even if the factions that are hardcore Zionists were to be displaced by people who didn't believe in Zionism, that were Jewish, they'd still inherit the mantle, and they would still have to pay the reparations.
Yes.
If you wanted true justice. And this is not, I do not see it pragmatically working out. So you have two opposing forces. You have the displaced Palestinians, who will be represented by terrorists because that's their last refuge.
Yes.
They can't go through the world court.
That's right.
The United Nations does not like Israel, but they're going to be ineffectual. Israel's too powerful.
Yes.
And when you have power, like the outer planet, Pluto represents power, that's going to win. Jupiter is justice. Or Libra is justice. But Pluto is, power is going to flex its muscles. So this we can expect. And that suggests a standoff.
Yes.
It also gives Biden, if Biden can effectively, he says he's going to get the hostages back.
Good luck.
Pardon me?
I said good luck. Yeah.
If he can, there was actually a respite in the reporting. It sounded like, like maybe he can do this. Look at, you can say anything you want about Biden, but what is he good at doing in all of his career? Making deals.
Maybe.
He'll switch sides. He'll make deals. He knows how to make deals. He made deals with the Ukrainians. Made some deals with his family.
Yeah. He made some deals, all right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I mean, the whole thing, if he could make a deal to calm down and get the hostages back and to calm down this war, at least for a year. Now, he's given $100 million to aid those who've been hurt in the war, which basically means Palestinians. And they're saying, well, how can he give this $100 million and make sure it doesn't go to Hamas? They're saying, well, he can't. So he's being accused by the Republicans of funding Hamas some more. But be that as it may, if he can pull any sort of a coup, it's going to give him credibility he's never had. But all of this remains to be seen. It's a big circus of events, and they're saying, but all of the human misery that's being experienced is exactly what the Edomites are fostering. So
Yes.
the real core of this war isn't anything other than kings of Edom stirring up conflict that demons, or worse, can feed off of.
Yes.
And this is what current events, as of watching the news, multiple stations, as of tonight.
Yeah.
Comment from the Douglas Gallery.
That's certainly, of course, and I thank you for that. No, that's an excellent introduction, and it very much is necessary to prepare people for the rest of the night. I do want people to understand this much, that when we take a look at the Edom concept, the way that Peter Moon has just articulated it, he's quite right, of course. Basically, whenever someone is engaging in acts that create or generate human suffering on the scale that the original Hamas attack did, even though I will, of course, insist that the Israelis attacked themselves and that their special forces were leading Hamas in that charge, and the targets that were selected by the Israelis themselves, especially the peace concert where all of these kids were promoting coexistence with Palestine. These are considered race traitors to the Netanyahu government. All of this, of course, is something that, for those of you who doubt that and simply want to accept the fantasy that this was some kind of colossal intelligence and operational failure on the part of both the Israeli Defense Forces, who for some reason had no one available in any of these sectors of Israel at the time that these attacks took place, and the security services, who had no one available to protect the population when the IDF barricades were breached. I mean, this is an incredible series of coincidences, that the incursion not only came as a total surprise, but that the border barrier and all other means of sealing off the Gaza Strip collapsed. That's a series of coincidences that is impossible to fathom outside of a go-ahead from the government itself. But it's important to emphasize this before I get to the hospital bombing. Just remember that Israel's elaborate network of signals intelligence and human sources failed to uncover a supermassive plan of attack that involved thousands of militiamen they deemed to be terrorists, and was at the very least months in the making. How could they possibly have missed it? That's a question, of course, that Israel's leaders will have to answer for after the war is over. This is why they keep insisting it's going to be a long war, because they can't afford the war to end. Once the war ends, then the leadership is going to be questioned. So they can't afford the war to end. They have to keep the war going. Now, the dissection of Israel's failure to detect signs of the last Saturday Hamas attack will continue for quite some time, but damningly, video of training efforts prove the terrorists, or some would say freedom fighters, were preparing in public less than a month beforehand with replicas of border gates and reconstructed towns. You can't hide that. And so we all have to ask why their deployment of military resources near Gaza was so insufficient as to not deter the attack, and failing that, inadequate to protect civilian lives all across southern Israel, or defeat the rampaging invaders once they were inside. I mean, this is something that is outrageous, and the Israelis not holding a revolution right now and overthrowing the regime simply on that basis alone. I mean, fuck the war. They can stop prosecuting this goddamn war, or verdammt war, as my biological sire would have said. They can stop prosecuting this verdammt war, and Israel's not going to fall. It's in no threat. It's under no threat. All Israel has to do is stop. and just get rid of this government. And but the fact that the Israelis are not overthrowing this government and just passively paying their taxes and allowing the government to continue with this farce, this charade, renders them all explicitly, or shall we say implicitly, collaborative in this genocidal effort. And that brings us back to the Gaza hospital bombing, which will change the course of this war. So the Biden bird, he landed in the Holy Land, and he had the aim of reinforcing the American commitment to Israel while presumably trying to prevent the war with Hamas plunging the greater Middle East into chaos. But his own trip was thrown into turmoil before he landed, following this explosion at the hospital in Gaza last night that killed hundreds of people, 1,000, which Israel and Hamas have blamed on each other. And upon arrival, while Palestinian authorities and Hamas both blamed Israel for the blast, Biden did something that was unforgivable, and he can never walk this back. And because of this, he will not be able to make any deals. He immediately backed Israel's claim that the hospital bombing was caused by a misfired rocket from Palestinian militants. And that caused all the Arab leaders, including from the Kingdom of Jordan, from Egypt, and the Palestinian Authority, to pull out of a meeting that had been planned for the trip. So his entire trip is blown. It's meaningless now. The whole thing was to meet the Arab leaders, get them together with the Israeli leaders, and do what Peter was suggesting. If he could hold off the war for a year, that would be a miracle. But he fucked it all up by just parroting what the Jews told him to say, and automatically all the Arab leaders canceled. So basically his trip to Tel Aviv, Yafo, the financial capital of Israel, signaled his full backing of Israel, and it completely obstructed, sabotaged, destroyed another goal, rendering it impossible, which was winning over the Arab leaders. He made it plain that the American government will back its 51st state in the Union, unofficially, Israel, in its war with Hamas, promising this new package of unprecedented support. He was also trying to allay concerns about the delayed supplies meant to ease the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, as Israel is continuing to bomb this densely packed strip ahead of an expected ground invasion. But the explosion that killed hundreds in that Gaza hospital deeply complicated any American effort to keep that war from becoming a regional conflict. And while American intelligence officials announced today that their initial assessment of the hospital attack exonerated Israel's military, the fallout from the carnage, on top of the thousands killed on both sides in 11 days of war so far, has sparked fury throughout the Middle East and among all the regional leaders. And Jonathan Panikov, a Middle East expert at the Atlantic Council, he said Arab leaders across the region are worried about their own national security first. They're not going to be willing to contradict public sentiment that's so strongly anti-Israel. So, to reiterate, speaking to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu upon his arrival, Biden reflexively insisted that the hospital explosion appeared to have been, in his master's words, done by the other team. Regardless, the strike on Gaza's Al-Adi hospital, which left 1,000 dead, has changed the climate of this conflict between Israel and Hamas, even as the two sides shift the blame to each other. Calls for a ceasefire have multiplied since Joe Biden arrived in Israel, just like Peter said. So, concurrent to our own ever-pending civil war, the carnage on the ground in Asia, and yes, the so-called Middle East is Asia, is already escalating. And as Biden arrived just hours after the Al-Ali Arab hospital in Gaza was blown up, at this point, just yesterday, really, killing hundreds, the Gaza authorities confirmed an airstrike by Israel, which has killed at least 2,700 Palestinians in the almost dozen days counting today, since Hamas killed 1,400 Israelis in the attack that triggered the war. Now, hundreds more Israelis, including the elderly and children, are being held hostage in Gaza, as Peter has said. In the hospital explosion, the Gaza Health Ministry confirmed that at least 500 people were killed because hundreds of people were seeking shelter at the Al-Ali hospital at the time of the blast. So even as the Pentagon said it didn't immediately have information about who was responsible, Israel said it wasn't responsible for the attack, blaming it on this errant missile fired by Islamic Jihad. And speaking alongside the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, today, Biden is so far up his puppet master's ass that he's gone so far as to insist yesterday's deadly hospital massacre was, to quote his T, done by the other team, not you, parroting the Israeli party line in claiming they have proof of a failed Islamic Jihad rocket launch within Gaza. But irregardless, this is one horror too many, the kind that can change the course of a conflict. Yesterday night's explosion at Gaza City's Ali Hospital has already had a major impact. It's undermined the entire diplomatic initiative of American President Joe Biden, whose trip to Israel had already become highly problematic. It has also, of course, inflamed Arab opinion against Israel and its Western backers. And for many, by this morning, Israel is no longer the victim of the worst terrorist attack in history, but a country put on the defensive, forced to try to prove that it did not commit a war crime. Now, Israel is also trapped by its blockade of Gaza. 17 journalists have been confirmed to have been killed by Israel, with another 8 too critically injured to continue reporting. So there are no independent sources on the ground. Not one single foreign journalist, not one single outside observer left alive to check the facts. Whether it was an Israeli bombardment, as the Palestinians bear witness unto in the hundreds, or a rocket fired by a Hamas ally, Islamic Jihad, that caused the explosion, as Israel so claims, this imposed lack of any independent source ultimately backfires on Israel. The hospital strike comes after several days of relentless bombardment in urban areas. Even if Israel succeeds in proving that it did not cause the explosion, the damage has been done, and calls to stop their war will continue to multiply. So the key to what happens next in the conflict will now be today's visit by Biden, whose trip is now completely different in nature. The U.S. president had conceived his trip in 12 stages. An initial phase of unconditional support for Israel after October 7th, followed by tough diplomacy. That diplomacy would be to convince the Israeli government to allow humanitarian aid into the Gaza, which is still blocked. And secondly, to persuade it to carry out its reprisals in accordance with the rules of war, which the Israelis have never obeyed. They've never followed the laws of war. So Biden was then due to travel to Jordan to meet regional leaders, but that trip was canceled after the hospital explosion in Gaza. So diplomacy, therefore, ergo, has to take a back seat. Biden's exchange with Mahmoud Abbas, the president of the Palestinian Authority, the only possible interlocutor in the Palestinian camp, despite all his vulnerability, will now be by telephone. And the vanishing role of diplomacy is a failure that backfires on Joe Biden. What remains is only the humanitarian aspect, which should become the priority. The impact of the explosion is therefore considerable. It was already perceptible last night. An example of this being the change of tone from the French president, Emmanuel Macron, on his X/Twitter account, who, without assigning blame for the strike, wrote, "Nothing can justify a strike against a hospital. Nothing can justify targeting civilians." And it's worth remembering that demonstrations in the West Bank and neighboring countries often target both the United States and French embassies. Now, King Abdullah of Jordan, whose country has had diplomatic relations with Israel for 30 years, puts the blame squarely on the Jewish state. And I don't blame him. He's speaking of a war crime. So this catastrophe, about which we still don't have all the facts, is changing the international climate. It is reminiscent of the deadly bombing of Qana during the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon or Lebanon. That war ended but a few days later. So the context is different, but the change in climate is similar. A dozen days later, the war in Gaza is different after the night of October 17th took place 10 days in. And so, aside from that, I'll just read what our friend Aristides said. He said there's talk that the hospital strike seemed like a J-dam. Not sure how true that, but Hamas rockets aren't going to hit like that. Also, allegedly, an Israeli mouthpiece tweeted they bombed the hospital, then they deleted it and changed the story. Either way, it makes sense to me. One thing that I will attest to is that when you have guerrilla organizations like I dealt with in the Balkans, in that case, the Muslims would regularly deploy mortars and various artillery pieces, the machine guns. They would deploy them in hospitals and areas like that so they would avoid being hit by counterstrikes. Or if counterstrikes did take place against them, then they'd be counted as war crimes against the enemy. So perhaps something was similar happened here, where a rocket launch was supposed to be launched from behind the hospital as cover behind all of these refugees. And then it went off course, blew during launch. This, of course, I don't believe is what happened. Basically, you've got the Israelis bombing with impunity, and at some point, something like this is going to happen. It's that simple. Either that, or the Israelis knew that Hamas was going to launch rockets from behind the hospital, or presumed it, or saw the launch pad and just said, okay, let's bomb the hospital. And because that's as Israeli as hell thing to do. And then they didn't expect the world to say, hey, we actually see it. They actually, because they had killed all the reporters in the Gaza, literally killed them all, they had figured no one would be alive to actually report this, that no one would care. They've lost track of the fact that everybody has cell phones. They have lived so long in impunity that they operate at an insane level where they believe there's no collateral damage or repercussions to themselves for whatever they do. With that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, it's interesting because right now it's very clear from listening to the rhetoric that it is now a public relations war.
Yes.
And that the two sides are, and that Israel has to account for minimizing, the inhumanity that's taken place. In other words, the onus is on them to show that they're not inhumane.
Yes.
And they're having to answer for it. Even the press that's pro-Israel is having to skirt about this stuff. Because, and then when you lay out this information that I hadn't heard, perspective-wise, they have got a lot to be, got a lot to account for.
Thank you.
It's not an easy position for them to deal with. And if you think of them as lying their ass off when you watch what they're saying, things begin to make sense in a way they wouldn't otherwise. And this is unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. What's everything that's taking place. But I thank you for that clarification of so many things, because we just don't hear this stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
And as I say, I didn't know you were following it that closely. I appreciate that you are. I'm not following it closely, but I turned on just to get the.
Oh, believe me, your understanding was profound.
Well, yeah, but it's just based on, watching a half hour's worth of news, which I'm only semi-interested in.
Yes.
Because I feel like my intelligence is, being insulted.
Yes, whittled down.
So
yes.
It's like I don't take, I certainly don't take anything they say seriously, because it's it's just whatever they can get away with, whatever works. And to say when you're fighting a war, being honest is irrelevant. It's not part of warfare. You want to be effective and you want to win. You don't get brownie points for telling the truth. It's all about lies. So what we shouldn't expect anything else. But with that, I'm wondering about what direction to take it next.
Oh, I think that you had a good idea when you were speaking of Victoria Lauren Hobbs, mentioning Israel as a concept or an abstract.
Yes. When I was listening to Douglas when I woke up in the morning, early in the morning, in the last transmission, I had previously said that the most important thing Douglas had talked about was the Palestinian genocide against the Palestinians, that he brought this out, that it was a displacement, and it's just verifiable history that's not really disputed by anyone. The question is, what does one, that this is a big deal that went back into history. It's inarguable. The difference between the Palestinians and the Native American Indians is the Native American Indians, there was so much country in the United States, and they were just able to sequester them and kind of forget about them.
Right.
And go on about life. Israel's not that big of a place. And whatever Palestinians were killed, there's a lot of them left. I don't know. I think they're the majority of the people that are in Israel, are they not?
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Okay, so this is why they call it an occupation. Just like Germany considers it is occupied as well. The country of Germany considers it is occupied. We had a lot of occupied nations. United States is occupied.
Yes.
Or America, the American continent, I should say, not the United States. The United States is the occupation. It's the extant government, extant ruling party. But you have so many Palestinians that it's like, wow. And this takes me back to L. Ron Hubbard's talk about power. And he says, if you, and this was very highly confidential stuff. And he said that if you ease repression on people, you ease off, like in the French Revolution, you say, okay, we'll throw you some bones. Then they'll want more. And you throw them some more bones. And then they'll want more. And the demand will become enough to tear down the regime. So it's a very artful balancing of, okay, you can have this. You can have this. It's like saying, if you, what is it like? I think they have these private licenses you have to pay to buy if you buy season tickets for a football game. It's very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
You might be, but you also have to buy tickets for the preseason games.
Right.
So nobody wants to go to a preseason game. So you're having to pay. So it's like, okay. And then they had a program, I think it was the Mets, they gave away free Cokes. A medium-sized Coke to the season ticket holders or something, or it was like ridiculous. So, but if you had the audience saying, okay, I got free tickets, and I think if you buy these season tickets at Yankee Stadium behind the home plate, you can eat anything you want. They've got all these fancy restaurants, from Lobsters to Burger King to Taco Bell and nicer restaurants. They're all there. You can eat all you want. Now, how much can you eat? $50 worth of food. You're paying a $300+ ticket. So you say, I want more.
Yeah.
I want, you just give me and more and more and more. I want, you know, meals for my family. And it's like, to the point where you have to be paid to go to the game. This is in other words, it's like dealing with a spoiled child. And the spoiled child wants more, and he wants more, and he wants more. So when you're in a position of power, like the Israelis are, they hold sway over Palestine or Israel, whatever you want to call it. The more they are lenient, the more the Palestinians will want. Because the Palestinians consider that they have been treated unjustly. So it's a very tough situation. Now, I've seen YouTubes of Hasidic Jews complaining about the way the Palestinians have been treated. But they are probably radical.
Right.
And because basically human beings don't like to see other human beings mistreated. And this is what we're dealing with, is the mistreatment of human beings. And apparently Joe Biden is did walk into a snake pit.
Can't say it didn't happen to a more deserving person. Somebody who is...
We'll see how it all plays out. Because all it really matters in the end is how this is spun for American voters and what sticks. So it becomes a war of PR.
Yes.
And who's gonna believe what? This remains to be seen. And there's no reason to be optimistic. And hopefully things won't be too bad. I mean, that's all you can do is hope. So, but what, pardon me, Victoria.
Yes.
Bob.
Yes.
Victoria said in the, when I was off the air in the morning, I was listening, and she said something that was of equal importance to what Douglas said about the Palestinian genocide. She said that this is a battle over territory. And she said the true Israel is not a territory. That true Israel doesn't exist in the physical world. It's in the spiritual realm. And I think this was so beautiful.
Yes.
Because what do we want? It's like fighting for territory. This is why in the New Testament, Christ rejects the devil's offer of the world. He can be king of the physical world, and he doesn't want it. Because it ultimately has no value. It has value. You can charge people money to park on your territory, but it's not it has no ultimate spiritual value. So I thought what she said was just such a deep lesson that everybody could learn from. Of course, those who need to learn it the most are not even going to be in a position to listen to what people like Victoria are going to say.
Thank you.
Because they're too wound up in their war games. So I thought what she said was just very touching and very brilliant, and I thank her for her contribution in that respect.
Bless you. And by the way, she thanks you profoundly. She's in the chat and she's saying thanks to you, and I appreciate that profoundly. So that's Noticer TM, and bless you, honey. I want to reinforce what Peter is saying. There was, of course, an allegory. There was an allegory of the Celtic warrior who was captured by the Romans, and of course the Celts were gradually being driven out of the continent, ultimately to the fringe of Europe, the Isles. And of course, he expressed his desire to destroy Rome, and that's when the centurion, or the head of the legion at that particular garrison, expressed to him that Rome is an ideal and cannot be destroyed. In other words, Rome is not something. Even then, the Romans understood that their Rome, their empire, was functional and extant, but still there was an element to it that was simply an aspiration. Everyone, of course, that is an empire in the West they all want to be Rome. Everyone, the very term Kaiser and Tsar, Kaiser is simply the Germanized Caesar, whereas Tsar is the Slavicized Caesar. And Caesar was originally pronounced Kazar in the Latin. So Kaiser and Khazar, they're both actually far more correct pronunciations of the original Roman title than the English bastardization. But with that being said, because of this, different cultures can lay claim to the Roman Empire. That's why with the fall of Rome in the West and its ascension of a Christianized Rome in the East, and the fall of that leading to Moscow claiming to be the third Rome, I've always said that at some point China could easily make the claim of being the fourth Rome. This is something that even Jerry Anderson was foreseeing when he conceptualized the culture of the Romulans, who were supposed to be Asian, but had the Roman-derived name, Romulan. So when it comes to the idea of Israel, this is what Westerners need to grasp, is what Victoria was expressing, is that you need to redefine Israel as an ideal and understand that the what's on the ground, what's manifest on the Holy Land's territory is ersatz, is illusory. In terms of what it offers. And of course, my own argument would be that while, of course, anyone who might be causing chaos is serving Edom, that certainly it was the Israelis who rendered the situation inevitable by the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, the encamping of them into reservations that are open-air prisons, and ultimately rendering a situation like this not only inevitable, but thriving off it by constantly portraying themselves as the victim, when their quality of life is so much higher than the people that they've driven to attack them. And so this is truly Edomic. So even though people may serve Edom by certain actions, there are true Edomites that are simply by their very nature on the side of these entropic forces. With that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you. And thank you again to Victoria. How well is she familiar with the Edomite concepts on her own? Because I know she's a student of the Bible. Have you talked to her about that in your discussions?
I haven't had a chance to yet, but hopefully we'll have a chance tonight. She does say her throat is feeling scratchy tonight, so we'll find out.
Well then, Victoria, if I don't know if you have any slippery elm or used to be a product, throat coat, which really is good on the throat. If you probably, she's into CBD stuff, so
Yeah.
I'm sure she has a few tricks up her sleeve.
Cool.
But those are really good at relieving a sore throat. And of course, rest, and probably doesn't need to be talking with the likes of you or anybody else, for because it's but whatever. So yeah, this is all laid out very, very succinctly in the book, and the impact that we're working on.
Yes.
And the impact of it, I can't speak for. I mentioned to you earlier today when we were talking that the astrology for April, when the planet Uranus aligns with Jupiter, it's going to bring about, and I think it will be trining, well, it just that is going to bring up some truth that the world hasn't heard. They just can't be overlooked. It's going to bring up some very shocking truths. And I can't think of any more shocking truths than the stuff we've already published in Roswell and what we will be publishing with this book, which will be coming out about that time, if not earlier. Yes. So it's like, okay, here's the shock, and then look at how good people will be at ignoring it.
Hopefully they won't.
Well, sooner or later they won't.
Yes.
But it's like, I'm so used to people being blasé or denial about it.
Right.
But I also noticed this, and I was listening before I came. There was a person of some renown in Scientology who passed away. I don't know the details. And I was listening to people memorialize him. And I knew this guy to be a real scumbag.
Wow.
And totally not in alignment. Let me put it this way. What this guy used to do is he used to take people in rooms and lock them in rooms and not let them out until they cough up their credit cards for Scientology. And when he was like, and when Hubbard found out about this, he was outraged.
Thank goodness.
This is who he was. Now, there were other sides to him that were not so bad. And, he was brought in for correction with a bunch. He wasn't the only person involved in it, but he was actively involved in it. And I hear people lauding, what a wonderful guy he was. And
where does that come from?
I never saw that wonderful guy. I remember him pushing somebody down the stairs who was just lollygagging and wandering his way up. He called him an idiot, and the guy got so upset he left and he quit Scientology.
Jesus.
I was personally witness to that. And it's like, okay, we're going to talk about what a nice guy this guy was. Now, I will not deny for a minute that there were other sides to him I heard that I never heard about. And, oh, yeah, he was so good. He was this. And okay, look, at all sorts of people have different experiences. We don't have all the same experiences. But it's like, this is how life is. So I was thinking today that they've sent over one ship to the Mideast. I don't remember if it's called the Ford or the Eisenhower, but they're sending over the other one. They're called the Ford and the Eisenhower.
Yeah.
They're named after presidents.
Yeah. Carriers.
Who were essentially idiots. They were.
Yes. Yeah.
Complete idiots. They played the game. They were politicians.
Yeah.
But you name this. Why don't they name there is a big tanker, a big oil tanker named the Condoleezza Rice.
Yes. Yes.
Now, what? I mean, how can you evaluate this? Like, okay, if we hear of have we ever heard of a ship called the Lincoln? We got a car named after Lincoln.
Yeah, it's amazing that they haven't named a major ship after Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, we don't hear the Jefferson. We don't hear the maybe there are or the what's his name
Washington or
Jefferson or any of these presidents.
Madison.
You don't hear this, but the whole idea that you're naming, like, who would want that? I mean, what disgust is that? It's like what you know, when you really look at the existential truth of this, you know, being praised in this world is highly suspect.
Yes.
It's like getting the honor at the Kennedy Center. It's like, that's the time. And I think Joe Matheny was the one that once said it to me. He says, you know, when the mainstream accepts you, you're dead. You're essentially dead. You're not physically dead, but you're no longer doing anything. And that's kind of like your gig is up. And that is an aspect that has been presented to me with Montauk. Montauk is kind of accepted now. Kind of. It's got a lot more acceptance than it ever did. So they've tried to lull me into, you know, being Mr. Montauk.
Yes.
And, okay, I don't want that.
Thank God.
I never did want that. That was Preston's thing. And people have often criticized me. Why are you still, Montauk, what are you doing? Well, have to look at where it took me. And people come onto my work, they have no idea what I've done. And it's almost like I have to start writing books about what I've done and why I've done it, which is kind of what I did with the white bat. But it's like it's my own personal journey. It doesn't matter what I think or what I say, it's my journey. And my journey included Montauk. And Montauk led me to Montauk Indians and pharaohs, which led me to Qigong, which led me to Romania, along with the help of David Anderson. And the Qigong led me to Romania because it was only in Qigong that I was able to read Radu's book, which is, that's how it happened, through my interactions and actually having one of my fellow students, repair my car, which made me spend time in Brooklyn. I needed something to do, so I read his manuscript. Well, I'm sitting there in Brooklyn in some virtual closet. It wasn't a closet, it was a very small waiting room. Spent a lot of time there. Had a good time. But my favorite character there was this guy. This guy would come in and do stuff, and he was looking at parts for my car, and his name was Scope. His name was Scope. So he comes in on the computer, and he's going through, instead of Chilton's manuals, which they used to have, he's going through all these computer files to find the right part for my car. And his name is Scope. I mean, he's like he's looking at the scope. You know, it was a perfect name for him, looking at a scope. I said, "That's your name?" "Yeah, that's my name, Scope." But anyway, so this, and then of course, when I look at all of the resistance to my own work and where it was coming from, it was Michael Aquino. This was no great secret to me.
Right.
And so Douglas's whole story matches up completely. And this is where the real censorship is involved of not just my work, but anything. And all of this truth we've learned about. And I've heard people write to me, "Oh yeah, he's the guy that talks about these little midgets." Roswell, you know, it's kind of like, it's almost condescending. "Oh yeah, I heard that story. Oh, it's just another story." You know, it's dismissed. I'm not totally dismissed. They heard the story, but okay, it's a nice story, and that's the end of it. And I could say the same thing about Montauk. I could say the same thing about David Anderson, because a lot of people have heard his story and saw his old website, got very excited about it. And then I like what my friend Roberto Quaglia said, the Italian science fiction author, when I asked him, or was talking about David Anderson, who he met on David's first trip to Romania. He said, David is, very enigmatic and mysterious. He says, but you make him more so. You make him more so. Because I write about him. I guess that's what I do. I put people's attention on things. And so it becomes more of a, it's like etching something in stone. Like whenever Michelangelo made that statue, or any of the statues he made, whether it be David or Moses, he made a lot of statues. It leaves an impression. It leaves an impression. It leaves a mark. And for whatever it's worth. So when I put something into writing, it leaves a mark. And people respond to it in varying ways. So, in any case, this is very important work that Douglas has to offer, and I appreciate all of you who have contributed to him. This is, I see today is the 18th. His birthday's Friday, so we're trying to have birthday money for him so that he'll have an extra happy birthday. So those of you who contribute, thank you. You're invited. Everybody's invited to contribute for his birthday. DouglasDietrich.com. The upper right-hand corner is a yellow button that you can donate to.
Thank you.
So for his birthday, whether it be large or small. So very important work we're doing. Now, where I've gotten, I've been listening to your tape of October 19th, 2019. Mm-hmm. I invite people to listen to that. That some of that information is going to be in the book. It'll be all structured, so when you're reading the narrative, there's something about a book that gives information, I guess what you kind of anchors it.
Yes.
It anchors it and makes it more digestible than it might be otherwise. And in this case, we're talking about, he gives some beautiful examples. It's a very substantial tape broadcast, and I think it was in response to why is Douglas still alive with all of this information. Why don't they kill me? Why don't they kill him? Because if you understand magic is about will and intention. Crowley would call it basically the execution of your intention. And a lot of these characters are agents of magic. Agents, you could even call them puppets of magic. I think that's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes.
And they're afraid of him. They're not only afraid of him, they're kind of, what's the word? Subordinate to him. If that's the right way to say it. It's a little awkward, but it's more true than not true. They're subordinate to the magical device that he possesses, the Vox Arca.
Thank you.
And he was explaining this on two fronts. One front is the people want to say, well, what is this thing? Let me examine it. Let me see what this is.
Right. That's right. You know,
and of course, this is ludicrous because it's outside of the realm of these people's understanding. Number one.
yes.
And it's not something they can physically do anything with
Thank you.
because it's not a physical phenomenon.
Ultimately, no. Ultimately, it's
Yeah,
not.
and this is just the mindset of these people. So then the second aspect is the quantum resonance itself, which Douglas was talking about. The Eastern Airlines flight was it 403?
I believe so. I might have been 411. Give me a
I
second,
think
and I'll
it's
look it up.
403.
Yeah, okay. I'll look it up just to make sure.
It's on that broadcast.
Yeah.
And an Eastern Airlines flight, the military attacked. The U.S. military attacked
Yes.
the Eastern Airlines flight because what they were trying to do was get at Frank Borman.
Yes. That's
Frank
right.
Borman was the president of Eastern Airlines, who I criticized severely for running such a rundown airline. And look, I think it was a crummy airline. Well, this happened in, I think, the 1970 or so. So this happened before I ever got on an Eastern Airlines flight. So maybe this contributed to the decadent state of the airlines.
Right. Flight 401. Flight 401.
Okay. So Frank Borman was he was the son of Martin Borman. I think he
Yes.
spelled his name differently.
Yes. Many of these Germans had to change the spelling of their name in the hope that, connections wouldn't be made. Please continue. I'm sorry, just got that in.
Yeah, well, he didn't have to. He didn't have to do that at all. He could have had a totally different name.
Yes.
But in any case, he was an astronaut, and he orbited the moon. He was first. He was among the crew of Apollo. I think it was 8 that orbited, the first crew to orbit the moon. And I think he read Genesis while he was orbiting the moon on Christmas Day or something like that. Now, I don't know if it was Christmas Day, but I think it was. So, in any case, the United States wanted to get to him because he had contacts with Unterland.
Yes.
Unterland means the land underneath, which is like Antarctica and the inner Earth civilization of the Third Reich. So they were going to crash this airplane, and I don't know if Aquino was involved that early. This is like 1970, 1969, 1970. It's early. I mean, Aquino was in PSYOPs then. Did he say he was personally involved with that?
Well, definitely from the very beginning, Aquino was in PSYOPs. The moment that he was commissioned as an officer, so we're talking about in the year 1968, he was already involved with PSYOPs. He may not have been involved with that particular operation, but
because he might have been in Vietnam then.
Yeah, he was in Vietnam then, but it ultimately came under his purview. They ultimately, because the war with Frank Borman, or the shall we say, the campaign to destroy him was ongoing, and so it was one of these things that ultimately he inherited the operation, so to speak.
Exactly, and the whole purpose was to crash this, and the trauma. I mean, there was a whole passengers that were on that plane, correct?
That's correct. Yes. Yes.
All the trauma is connected to all the metal parts.
Yes.
All the component parts of the airlines, and then now you said they were from the Temple of Set, but the Temple of Set wasn't even created then.
Right, that was something that I should have clarified. Back then, of course, what you had was the precursor to the Temple of Set. It wasn't long before the Temple of Set was created, but it was back then, these were people who were involved with the military. Some of them might have been with the First Church of Satan involved, because he was heavily recruiting, to use the correct term, really. Anton Szandor LaVey heavily recruited from the military in terms of his shall we say, his flock. And he made the news originally by a satanic funeral for a U.S. Navy sailor in San Francisco, was how Anton LaVey first made the news. But there was an ongoing Adomic cult within the military that was, of course, from the days of General Leslie Grove, and before him, from the days of course, forgive me, the name Barlow, General Barlow, the man who, of course, was the father of the gay lover of H.P. Lovecraft. So this was already deeply embedded within the military, the satanic infestation and the Edomite infestation, far worse. The satanic was almost just a trapping to give it an aura of almost comic, shall we say, normalization. It made it seem even less threatening than it really was, or when you put in a lot of the satanic trappings, because most people automatically couldn't take it seriously. They would just say, oh, these are guys who are just, they just have like some adult Dungeons and Dragons fetish going. Yeah, I use the term Temple of Set half the time as a convenience when it comes to these things. And yeah, obviously, thank you for going into, shall we say, the more exactitudes. We need to cover the exactitudes.
Well, that's crucial for the book, that
yes.
we get it exactly right. But so this cult it was like basically they were sending in people to cannibalize the parts.
Yes.
To get the parts so that they could use them for magical quantum resonance. Now, this is a whole operation. Now, I'd be curious. I don't know if you can dig from your memory who this actually was, because was it the Hughes Corporation? Was it, because they were involved in all sorts of funny things?
Yeah. They were involved in, but you mean, so for those who don't know, the Hughes Corporation, was Howard Hughes, and they recovered a sunken Soviet sub that was deemed impossible, that sort of shit. So you're asking about, were they involved with the cannibalization of these parts and the reintegration into the rest of the...
I'm curious as to, because you said the Temple of Set, but it can't be the Temple of Set. It was, I don't know if you can dig that up. It would be very nice to know that.
I think the best way to explain it would be this. When Michael Aquino was explaining it to me, and this is something where I can clarify this quite easily concerning what Peter has brought up, and just again, so that people understand where Peter is coming from, or why he would say something like the Hughes Corporation. The Howard Hughes was this private contractor with the government, a defense contractor. He, of course, had created all kinds of things, planes and the like, for the U.S. government to use during wartime. He himself would test pilot these planes, test fly them, many of them, to the point where he actually crashed one, suffered a brain injury that was almost certainly contributive to his mental decline as he aged. This is one of those things where, as he became increasingly eccentric, he became more and more involved with the occult aspects of the U.S. government's black projects. So it was very bizarre. It was almost like they valued his insanity because they could get his company to do things other companies would never do. And one of the things they did was they recovered a sunken Soviet submarine from the ocean floor that was deemed impossible to do so. But they raised the submarine, and then they trolled the Soviets by burying the crew at sea while playing the Soviet national anthem. I mean, this is what the Americans did just to show, but they kept the submarine. Just bizarre shit like that, that in many ways makes no sense. It's almost like they're desecrating the dead for the sake of, well, you can understand why they want to recover the submarine, but what they did with the bodies, burying them at sea while playing the Soviet national anthem, is something they could have just turned it over to the Soviets. But no, they had to do what they did just to like be even more assholeish. And so he was involved with crap like that all the time. So it makes perfect sense that Peter asked, was this something like the Hughes Corporation might have been subcontracted, where its engineers would, considering the involvement that Howard Hughes had with aviation. He was the designer of the Spruce Goose, after all, which is now like a floating museum piece, but was supposed to be the largest seaplane ever built, was the largest conventionally powered seaplane ever built. And there were supposed to be fleets and fleets of these things that were going to supply America through the war all over the world. But it was had several design flaws, and it was just too big for its time. And so somebody involved with shit like that, yeah, you would think he'd be involved with something like this, where they're cannibalizing airplane parts and trying to infest those cannibalized parts into the rest of the fleet of Eastern Airlines to fuck over Frank Borman. But no, the way Aquino explained it to me, and this is why I use the term Temple of Set, bear in mind that when Michael Aquino was first involved with Anton Szandor LaVey, and this is something I've really never gone into before, because a lot of these things, I just never think of them. They're just these things I never, like, say for instance, this is going to sound like strange and a bit of a tangent, but when I talked to Peter earlier today before the show, before I took a short nap before the show, I neglected to tell him that we had just suffered a major earthquake. And it's one of those things that my mind just compartmentalizes things so habitually, where, as soon as the earthquake happened, I spoke to a few people telephonically, and one of them was my gang brother Beaver, another was my son, and, some other people I called that, just to let them know, oh, yes, I'm okay, I'm fine, and but then, by the time I got to Peter, it was like I just didn't feel the need to tell him that. Not that I was consciously hiding anything, I just didn't think about it. So people can look up the earthquake in San Francisco today, or in the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Really between San Francisco, San Jose, and Sacramento, the capital of the state of California, was where the major earthquake happened. So people can look that up.
4.2
yeah.
Triggers shake alert in the Bay Area. Trying to see where it says. It says San Francisco, but Loma Prieta earthquake. No, that's different.
Yeah, it's so it was, and Brendan Zoget says it was outside of Sacramento. And Brendan probably really felt it. Brendan probably felt it much more than I did.
What location outside of Sacramento, Brendan?
Like I said, it was
in the community of Isleton.
Yeah.
Isleton.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Isleton, and I lived in that area of Sacramento, so Isleton.
He said 5.0 at the epicenter. It was basically between Sacramento and San Francisco and San Jose. Just triangulated right between that triangle is where it was. But
it's in Sacramento County.
Yeah.
So it's got to be.
He says it was the Loma Prieta anniversary too. Yeah, Brendan Zoget emphasizes it was the Loma Prieta anniversary. That's why the Loma Prieta earthquake comes up. It's the Loma Prieta anniversary that the earthquake today happened. So there you go, something eerie there for you, Mother Nature telling us something. And but when it came to what I'm just thinking of now, like I said, the mind compartmentalizes. One of the things that Michael Aquino had shared with me was that you have this situation where he, by the way, Brendan Zoget says Delta region near Antioch.
Okay.
Yeah. And thank you, Brendan. And when it comes to the Aquino thing, so one of the things that he explained to me was that everyone knows the story. He said the story was that basically he had seen the Rosemary's Baby, and he had seen it on the opening night when Anton Szandor LaVey was there personally to review the film, because Anton Szandor LaVey was the consultant for the film. His eyes were used as the baby's eyes in the film. And he, obviously, Aquino approached him after the film, and they became fast friends, and Aquino became an instant convert. And everybody knows the story that was how Aquino became a Satanist right before he was deployed to Vietnam. So then he goes to Vietnam, and all the while that he's in the military, he's converting people to Satanism. And that eventually, due to the schism with Anton LaVey, he establishes the Temple of Set. So that's the story. But what Aquino shared with me was, of course, and nothing is ever quite so simple as it may sound. That sounds logical enough, and it sounds like what it is, but he said nobody ever thought to ask, what was Michael Aquino before he met Anton LaVey. He said nobody ever thought to ask anything about, what were you doing? You just kind of, suddenly see LaVey, you convert. But what Michael Aquino hinted at was that he had been recruited into... this is how he compared himself to Hitler. Basically, he said, it's like your dad. He was talking about my biological father, Hitler. He said, it was like your dad. You know how your dad was basically started his career, his real career, not as a soldier and a volunteer, but as a politician. He started that as a spy for the Reichswehr. And for those of you who don't know, the Reichswehr was the German military between the wars. And this was basically one of the things the Reichswehr was responsible for was the security of the German Weimar Republic. And so the Reichswehr was trying very hard to keep track of all of not just the communists and so many other threats, but also these radical veterans who were unemployed with nothing to do and very rowdy and easily radicalized. And so that's why Adolf Hitler, my biological sire, my genetic father, was basically deployed by the Reichswehr to infiltrate this up-and-coming Nazi party. Well, nascent, a potentially nascent threat of basically 7 men. Hitler's ID card for the Nazi party was member number 7. And the guy who was running it was a guy named Anton Drexler, who nobody ever remembers. But Anton Drexler was the first leader of the Nazi party before Adolf Hitler. And so Anton Drexler welcomed Hitler, and then Hitler basically, effectively jacked the party. He effectively took it over. And as far as the Reichswehr was concerned, it was like mission accomplished. They felt he had contained the threat. They said, oh, okay, so our spy, Hitler, has basically got control of the party. He's contained the threat. And then after that, as they say, the rest is history. But when it comes to our man Aquino, he pointed out to me that he had actually been recruited by the military long before he joined and entered the system to become a commissioned officer. And he had been recruited to infiltrate the Church of Satan. And that he said that what happened was that the military was sponsoring him, financing him, directing him, gave him his instructions, told him whom to infiltrate. And then what they did was they basically watched as he converted and then began to recruit other people in the military towards the Church of Satan. But he said what he had already belonged to was the Sethian cult within the military. That's why I use the term Temple of Set. What happened was that simply later on, Michael Aquino formalized the existence of the cult that already existed in the military. So does that make sense in context?
Yeah, but so what cult did he call it?
He called it the Sethian cult. Setheistic.
Okay, so what he did is he publicized it.
He made it public. He went public with it.
And he added his own.
He made certain that he was in charge, but the majority of his original members of the Temple of Set, I mean, think about it. Honestly, do you think they were all just people who followed him schismatically from the Church of Satan. No, the majority of his people who were in the Temple of Set were military men. These were men already in the military. They were already Setheistic practitioners, but now they were part of an open church. It was their way. Does that make sense? Is that
Makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, I've got a wanker in my eye. I'm going to rinse my eyes. I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute while I handle this pain. Peter, take it from here. I'll be right back. I'll let you know when I'm back.
Okay, we'll carry on. So that's a very important part that I didn't understand. You know, where does Aquino come out of the woodwork? He had joined the military, and it's fascinating because there's a lot, I guess what you'd say, that's obscure about the connection between Leslie Groves and Michael Aquino. Leslie Groves is, of course, the general who built the Pentagon and with I don't know, it was a golden shovel or whatever on 9/11. He broke the ground in front of the Pentagon. That Douglas, that's historical fact. And of course, he was the engineer, architect, I don't know, of the whole atom bomb, the whole Manhattan Project. So he was the one who administered that whole project. So he was very tied to the cult of the kings of Edom, as was Curtis LeMay. Curtis LeMay is a very well-known historical figure who was a big perpetrator of the Vietnam War, and I think he got very angry at his close friend Barry Goldwater, because Barry Goldwater was in the Air Force and he wanted to know about these UFOs, and Curtis LeMay just lambasted him. You know, don't you ever talk to me about that again. Which, you know, Goldwater was a prestigious senator and a former, I believe it was general, or he was very highly ranked in the U.S. Air Force. So when he wanted to know get those questions answered, LeMay just shot him down viciously. And in my opinion, from what I read in Goldwater's account, unnecessarily so. Like why do you have to make such a big deal about it? But, and so what was the legacy? Aquino was born, he just had a birthday, October 16th, 1946 was his birthday, the same day of the Nuremberg hangings, which he believed was part of a ritual to gate him in. He came in, and that was a ritual to kill the Third Reich, the efforts of the Third Reich to overturn the kings of Edom, which was, I guess Aquino followed that up, and that's, I think, the first chapter of the book, the Wewelsburg working, where Wewelsburg is a castle in Westphalia, northern part of Germany, where there is a castle that Heinrich Himmler renovated, and it was the holy of holies of the SS, and they would do rituals there. According to the people I met in Germany in 2007, when I went there on a speaking engagement, they told me that they had 12 places where there would be a crystal skull placed. And this was the crystal skull, and I guess the one in the middle, if I'm not mistaken, would be the crystal skull of Atlantis. And that the skull and crossbones, or maybe it was just a skull you saw on the hats of the SS officers, was for that crystal skull. It wasn't about killing Jews. They were trying to resurrect Atlantis. That was part of and this was all supposed to happen in 2012. Whatever happened in 2012 certainly didn't seem to happen the way they thought it would. But so in any case, you had this whole legacy of the cults of the kings of Edom working through Leslie Groves, carrying forward post-World War II. LeMay was in World War II. Curtis LeMay, who I think he was even in charge of the U-2 stuff. I mean, he was like very important in the military. Curtis LeMay, all the way through the Vietnam War. So he had a decade of at least 3 decades of being very active. And this is the legacy of the Setian temple. And if you study Set at all, you'll find that he's basically the counterpart of Horus. Horus is the god of daylight.
Yes.
And that's where we get the word hours.
Yes.
If you transpose the letters of Horus, you get hours. So it's as it goes across the sun. The Egyptian Book of the Dead was originally called, was it the Book of the Coming Forth by Day?
Right.
And then it was misnamed the Egyptian Book of the Dead by Wallace Budge or whoever. And then Akini wrote his own book, the Book Coming Forth by Night, which is about Set.
Yes.
And we talk about the Armageddon in Israel like it's this is the big showdown. Well, the Egyptians already had this.
Yes.
They had it in Cairo.
That's right.
And that's why Cairo means Mars. It's the god of war. El-Kahira is Egyptian for Mars.
Yes.
And
place of battle. Yes.
Yeah, so that's Cairo. That's the big pyramid in Cairo.
Yes.
So, and that was when they constructed the pyramid. They saw, according to the story, they saw, I think it was a crow or a raven, and that Mars was, prominent. So they named the city Cairo.
That's right.
But this was the scene of the battle of Horus and Set. And of course, Aquino identified with this very, very passionately.
Yes. And just,
so I was just trying to make the connection, or tell people the connection between Leslie Groves and I was using Curtis LeMay as the fall guy. He's the guy in between. Curtis LeMay is a very pivotal character.
Right.
And I don't know that much about his occult.
Right. Well, he's no fall guy in the sense of, and I know you weren't insinuating this, he's no fall guy in the sense of, say, for instance, who's the guy who supposedly shot Lee Harvey Oswald? He's no fall guy in the sense of Lee Harvey Oswald. He was no patsy. He was definitely a willing practitioner.
Oh, no, definitely. But I'm saying he gets a lot of attention for being a warmonger.
As well he should. That's what he was. By the way, our dear Victoria Lauren Hobbs has brilliant information, and I'll just give a little more detail. So this is what I meant by when Aquino was basically, what he traced it back to as, say, for instance, what he knew of. And what he emphasized to me was the fact that when it came to his knowledge of the precursors, he called them the antecessors or precursors to his generation of the Satanists who controlled the military, or rather the Edomites. He was pointing out that a lot was done to cover the tracks of all of the forebearers. So even he did not really know who the forebearers were, but he felt it was logical that it went back to George Washington himself, who is counted as the general of all the armies. By the way, for those of you who do not know, you can look this up. Don't just take my word for it, but look it up. George Washington has an eternal rank where it's the same attitude that the Scientologists under Muscovich have towards L. Ron Hubbard. And Muscovich has exploited L. Ron Hubbard in the sense that Muscovich keeps offices open and running for L. Ron Hubbard, not in the sense that there's active staff, but they'll keep rooms or offices that are considered Hubbard's offices, where there's pen and paper ready for him to walk in at any moment and just pick up a pen and start writing again, or hitting the keys on a typewriter, which is what he would be comfortable with in terms of the technology from his lifetime. But they act like he's going to come back any day. There's this ambience of expectation of the return under Miscavige of L. Ron Hubbard as a divine figure. That's the U.S. Military, which is your effective government. Understand, of course, that your Army, your Navy, and your Marine Corps all existed before there was a United States. Before there was a constitutional republic for them to effectively defend that was born in 1776, you can take a look at the foundation of all three of those branches of service, Army, Navy, and Marine Corps, and they're all established in 1775. They're older than your goddamn government. So they are your real government. So when it comes to these fuckers, George Washington has a rank of general of all the armies in perpetuity, ad infinitum, meaning that they had this expectation that someday he would return. His rank is above that of a 5-star general, which is the highest rank you can attain in the military for the ground forces, which he was a part of. He was not a naval figure. So when it comes to George Washington, he has this mystical occult rank, and there is this expectation in the true inner circle or elites of the U.S. military that he will return to take command. This is why you've had the George Washington prophecies of the future apocalypse in which America would experience, in which he might return in a King Arthurian sense, in an Arthurian sense of a return to Camelot. When England is in its most dire hour, King Arthur will return. This was America's King Arthur. And so there is a kind of feeling that he would come back with this kind of glowing white evanescence or effervescence, and just be this kind of godly or angelic or demi-godly figure that would lead America's armies to victory in the time of apocalypse, or some kind of decisive end battle in America's future. So when it came to this, Aquino felt it sourced back to that, this Edomic cult within the military, but the earliest origins he knew of were with the generation of General Barlow, Colonel Barlow at the least. I don't know if Barlow ever retired at the rank of general. I'd have to look that up. We'd have to do some research on that, but certainly he was a colonel at the time that he was pimping out his son to H.P. Lovecraft to gain control over H.P. Lovecraft and ultimately render Lovecraft vulnerable to assassination. So it was around that time that the Edomites were scoping and scouting and prostituting their children to people of interest. This was at the time. Later it became General Leslie Groves, and of course the warmonger we had just mentioned, to help me out here again with Strategic Air Command. Curtis LeMay. Thank you. I try my best to bleach these people out of my brain. And then by the time we got to Michael Aquino pointed out to me, remember, Douglas, I was born as a direct result of the occult ritual of the hanging at Nuremberg. They knew about me. I was the result of their abortive attempt to usher in the Antichrist. I am the Antichrist's herald, the imperfect Antichrist, but I'll prove to them how perfect I truly am. This was why when he was selected, he had been scoped out since he was born. So Aquino brought it to my attention that he's not some dude who just said, "Hey, I think I'll join the army," and "Hey, I think I'll be deployed to Vietnam, but just before Vietnam, I'll just go see Rosemary's Baby and happen to see Anton LaVey." I mean, honestly, when you look back on it, there's no coincidence there. Everything he said resonated as perfectly reasonable and rang true. It wasn't like he was even mythifying himself. It makes perfect sense that there was no coincidence to him happening to be in that theater, that he was assigned to go to that theater, that they knew Anton LaVey was going to be at that theater, and they wanted him to infiltrate and ultimately take over the church. In other words, they thought it was a potential rival, and they wanted to either take it over or subvert it, which he did. He couldn't take it over because Anton LaVey was too strong a sorcerer for him to combat. They actually held magical duels, which Anton LaVey proved himself to be Aquino's superior, at least in terms of holding him off, to the point where...
Did they do that? Did they fight? I mean, unto each other? They were both... Was LaVey aware of what he was doing?
Absolutely, absolutely. Just to give...
So it was like they were jousting.
Yes, ultimately, at the time that Aquino tried to take over his church. And just so people understand the power of Anton Szandor LaVey Jr., understand this much. Again, this is something anybody can look up themselves, and they can follow up on what I'm saying and find that it's all true. Anton Szandor LaVey he cast a spell upon America's sex bomb at that time, which was, aside from...
Jane Mansfield.
Thank you, Jane Mansfield. Jane Mansfield was like the next Marilyn Monroe. And for those of you who don't know, Jane Mansfield had an enormous IQ. She had a very high IQ. Her IQ
She was actually degreed physicist.
Thank you.
And she married... and she was married to a physicist, and then she married this Haggerty guy who was Hungarian. Yeah. And then she used to hang around with Theodore von Karman, who was Jack Parsons' mentor.
Thank you. Peter's got it all down. He knows the score here. And what happened with Jane Mansfield was she fell under the sway of Anton Szandor LaVey, and also she ran for president. For those of you who don't know, she ran for president of the United States, and secretly she was running on the satanic ticket. So when she fell under the sway of LaVey, at one point she had this ex-boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend from hell turned stalker, which is pretty ironic and a bit of a pun when you think about she's already hanging out with the head of the Church of Satan, and she's got the ex-boyfriend from hell who's still giving her hell. And so Szandor LaVey, he cast a spell on this guy, and he told Jane Mansfield, okay, stop hanging out with him. Don't let him seduce or intimidate you or coerce you or cajole you into being in his company, because he's gonna buy it. He's gonna basically check out very soon, and if you're anywhere in area, you'll be taken out as collateral damage. So in other words, he was warning her, look, these spells have a range, and it's like a bomb, and stay out of range of this guy or you're gonna blow up with him. And unfortunately, she ignored him, and she wound up being cajoled by this asshole into an automobile. And in those days, we had a lot of open convertibles. They don't make convertibles anymore. And in those days, convertibles were a big thing. Of course, we had real cars in those days. Cars that, had actual fucking bumpers, like shock absorbers and all this other good shit, because they were made of metal, and you could, they were fucking tanks. You could, drive them through walls and shit. They were, real vehicles, land yachts. These days, cars crumple in your fucking finger. They're meant to crumple. So I guess everybody can die immediately when they crash. But what happened was that she was in this open-air convertible, this land yacht, with this asshole, and they were going uphill in San Francisco behind a truck that was...
No, it wasn't San Francisco.
It wasn't?
It was in the south somewhere.
Was it? Okay, but they were going uphill, and the car, the truck that was uphill, in front of them, was carrying panes of glass, large panes of glass, and the fastenings came loose, and huge sheets of glass came flying downhill at them and beheaded her. Awful, just awful way to die. Oh, holy shit! Just if you can imagine that, and so. This is what, this was the power of Anton Szandor LaVey. This guy could make things happen. So when him and Aquino got into a duel, they were both powerful enough where neither one of them died. But they certainly realized at that point it was time to sever. And when Aquino went his own way, obviously the Church of Satan was left standing. So it wasn't like the churchgoers or the followers, the flock of LaVey left.
Churchgoers is pretty funny.
Yeah, it is. It is. Night church. Yeah, night church, like Night Court. Except, you imagine who would replace the cast of Night Court if they were all, LaVeyan cultists. That'd actually be a very funny situation comedy. I hate to say it. LaVey's actual cult rituals were in their own way morbidly funny enough. It's like, one of them, you can see footage of this. It's probably on YouTube where you got this guy saying, it's a guy. And so he's obviously gay. He says, I want to fuck this, clerk over at the bank or something. And that's when LaVey says, and he casts a spell so that this clerk at the bank will be overcome with homo lust. And I'm sorry, there's something intrinsically funny about that. This is the stuff of comedy. So when it comes to the big severance, basically, Aquino already had all these guys in the military who then helped to form the Temple of Set, the rival Temple of Set. And so these were actually Sethians. They were Setheistic cultists who were military men who were raiding the plane that crashed in the Everglades, Flight 401, and cannibalized all these parts and ultimately transferred them into the fleet of Frank Borman's Eastern Airlines. They were ostensibly working for Frank Borman, working for Eastern Airlines, and obviously his engineers would be taking apart the wreck of the plane, but at the same time, many of them were government employees working with the I forget, it wouldn't be air traffic control. What would be the federal safety inspection organization that would be investigating the forensics of that plane? They were involved with that organization as well.
The transport, whatever you call them, Transportation Safety Bureau,
something like that. Yeah,
TSB, I think.
These days, probably in those days, probably TSB still exists, and then they created TSA after the 9/11 attack. But when it came to many of these individuals, they were Defense Intelligence Agency spies who were inserted into the TSB and also inserted into the Eastern Airlines. And together, they were cannibalizing all these parts into the Eastern Airlines fleet of planes. So it was, in this sense, they were all Sethians, but there was not yet a Temple of Set officially. But when Aquino formed that Temple of Set, he was basically emulating my biological father, Adolf Hitler. He was aping him because he, at that point, was showing to the army, I'm going to take these men and make them part of my own church. And beyond that, he claimed himself to be Ra and Set, the speaker of Set. In other words, Seth speaks through me. In other words, he was conducting a power play in which he was now the mouth of Seth, the mouthpiece of Seth. And the military at that point felt that, in a sense, he had manifested what they had.
He had impressed them to high hell and back because with what he had done in Vietnam.
Yes, and also at Roswell, where he had helped propagandize Roswell.
No, this wasn't. Roswell wasn't.
That was later.
This was early.
Yeah, true.
Later. That's much later. Yeah,
that's true. That's much later. Thank you for keeping track of the chronology. Bear in mind, when I would hear Aquino tell these stories, they weren't in chronological order. So to me, sometimes the chronology gets garbled in my mind. You
got to remember the chronology is very important to me as a writer. I've got to get it right.
Absolutely. And
so that's why I pay attention to these things, so that these engineers won't come up and say, "Well, it couldn't be because it's the wrong date."
No, it's important. No, it's very important because
not accounting for, the human factor, which they don't account for anyway.
Right. No, because
the human mind is prone to error, and I was listening to the Scientology video, and I was hearing wrong information after wrong information. Yeah. Now, it wasn't critical wrong information, it's kind of like saying he slid into second base instead of third base.
Right.
It didn't change the outcome of the game.
Right.
But I hear this, like, people's memories are just wrong. But that happens,
Thank you. No, I mean, thank you.
So and then what is left behind is a recording.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck on trying to figure out what really happened, because short of a time machine, you'll never find out.
Yes.
And even then, why would you want to know? But
thank you. It's like, just remember, everybody, that the way I absorb this information that I'm relating now, which, by the way, thanks to Mark H in live stream, says this is incredible background information. I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that people appreciate this. And
well, I too, because I was kind of filling time, and I went in to talk about this to give some background, and I'm glad to know that people are getting, they're benefiting from it, because it's critical, and it'll be in the book in context. And I'm gonna give the audience to encourage them again to go back and listen, particularly from about 5 hours going to the 5th hour of that tape, October. Here it is, 10/20/19. If you want to do a search, it says 10/20/19 solar return, Douglas Dietrich, critical omissions. And you go in about 5 hours and you'll hear him talking about May Brussels, getting Eastern Airlines, all the stuff we're talking about, and he'll go deep into the Vox Arca too. Yeah. And I encourage you to listen to that. And then if you want to have some fun, and I say this in quotes because I normally don't direct people like this, because I certainly hope people don't go down the wrong rabbit hole. Where I had it here. When we're talking about ridiculous things that are done with magic, if you want to look up a guy called Poke Runyon, Poke, I think that's his actual name, and he lives up to that name, Poke. And he's doing like Enochian. There's one, I couldn't find it, but he's doing this Enochian ritual, which is highly secret. And he says, now I taught this to some people, and they misused it. They're doing it wrong. So now I'm going to, for the record, I'm going to do it right. And, it's kind of like it's forbidden knowledge. He shouldn't be doing it, and he's doing it. And it's like he's a naughty little boy, but he was naughty for teaching these people. It's all, you can't take this stuff too seriously if you can see the humor in it. Yet at the same time, it's deadly serious ritual. And from what I've been told, this guy, well, I think he had born into some wealth, so he had a lot of entrapments of theater for his occult stuff, which is really good if you're going to do occult work, to have theatrical props and talismans and all this. So he could put on a good show. And I was told that he'd literally poke all the women that would come into his order. But he was really more interested in men.
Of course.
So I heard. I have no experience with him. Just that his whole presentation is, to me, it's high comedy. I'd like to watch this with you sometime, Douglas. I once talked with my friend in Hollywood about watching 2001 with him together, and watching it from a director standpoint, production.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'd love to do that with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I said, Douglas, I'd like to watch Poke on doing some of this Enochian stuff. And then if you go down into Lon Milo Duquette, well, that's Lon Milo Duquette's on the same feed. He's a lot more serious, a lot more knowledgeable, and but you have to look at this stuff with a spark in your eye, because uh, uh, it's it, it if it can be very powerful.
Yes.
And so
definitely, it's good that you provide that caveat, and just so people understand, there's all of these memories that we have, and this includes so-called flashbulb memories, which are these memories that form when learning about dramatic events for the first time, such as September 11th or the death of Princess Diana. The reality is every memory we have is prone to change, forgetting, errors, and minor details, even when it refers to an important event. But the capacity for error is because of the way memory works. When we encode a memory, we typically recall the broad gist of the event and some detail. And when we retrieve the event, we reconstruct it. And this means piecing back together the gist, the core, and the fragments of detail as best as we can, and filling in the gaps for any detail we might have forgotten. And every time we recall the event, we have the potential to change details, introduce new emotion, reinterpret an event's meaning. So at any rate, if you could consider the joyful memory you might have after becoming engaged, and if that relationship were to fail, the reconstructive memory process allows new negative emotions to be introduced into the memory itself. So when it comes to the relationship I had with Michael Aquino, which everybody should understand is extremely ambivalent, very tinged with extraordinary negativity, with a degree of respect for the danger that this man represented. And again, he did not consider himself any more human than I do. You're talking about a man who was born dead. He considered himself to be an entity that simply was taking advantage of manifesting corporeally in what was a dead baby's body. So he did not consider himself human at all, and therefore did not really have any sense of human empathy. Or this was his, at least if you were to consider him human but psychotic, this would be his rationalization for his lack of empathy and his lack of any need to relate to humanity at the level that normal humans would relate to each other. So when it came to what he was saying about the military and its Edomite lineage, he was scoped out as a child. He was identified as the one, the failed Antichrist, therefore the Antichrist's herald, And then what had happened was that because he was selected, he was destined to go into the military, basically recruited as a child. So this was something that he didn't decide at some point to enter the military. He was this is what he was destined for. And so with that predestined fate, he then asserted his own power, and then asserted himself as essentially becoming their god. By becoming Seth, he became, now of course they have the anti-gods, the entropic entities known as the kings of Edom, but because there was a center focus or a specific cult around the temple of Set in much of the military as kind of like a baseline, then he became the god of that element of the military by becoming the mouthpiece, kind of like the Christ of that of their ilk. By that I mean he became the person who was Set incarnate, or presented himself as such. And so, okay, hopefully that puts everything into some context.
It does. He had determined and justified his positioning very well.
Yes.
It's unusual that any human being or incarnated entity is that good at identifying oneself.
Thank you. And by the way, just to add further context, Sammy Romero just asked me, Hi, Doug. Out of curiosity, was the 1991 East Bay Hill fire on October 19th, my birthday eve night, through October 20th, have to do with you exposing the Presidio? It most certainly did. I've actually gone into this in the past, and so I do want people to know that basically this was something that Aquino himself taunted myself with. And said, we set those fires just for you, Douglas. He actually gave me a phone call that day to wish me happy birthday and tell me just that. So people died in those fires, and they were enormous. It was a true firestorm, and it was something that was just Oakland in some ways never recovered. That was basically the best part of Oakland. That was the most livable place, the residential area of Oakland.
Most affluent part.
Thank you. And by the way, Brendan Zoget brings up the FAA. The FAA was the flight inspectors, the people responsible for the safety of planes and who investigate the forensics of these attacks. I mean, and that was an attack on Flight 401. It was actually a bomb that forced it to crash into the Everglades. So with that, we turn it back to Peter. Yes.
All right. So I want to ask you a question, and it had to do with, I think, when I was digging up President Ford, or this whole thing with the ship named after Gerald Ford, who was not regarded as even particularly a good president. He wasn't even an elected president. He was just, when Nixon resigned, he took over. And when he was kind of forced on Nixon as the vice president, because what happened, Nixon was elected with Spiro Agnew as his running mate.
That's right.
And Spiro Agnew was a convicted felon.
I didn't know that.
Or he became convicted. He had to step down. I think he was convicted.
That's right.
And he was a criminal. And of course he was when we were in school and they'd have moratoriums for the Vietnam War, he hated the youth of America. He called them an effete corps of impudent snobs. The people who were against the war, which was practically every youth in America. Not every single one, but practically. The Christians probably would have been hand over your heart for the war. The Christians would have been for the war.
Yeah.
But most people were not. And so when Agnew resigned, I think he had to resign, Nixon was forced to pick a vice president. And it took a long time, and he picked, they wanted to pick Nelson Rockefeller. No, that's not what happened. They picked Gerald Ford. I think he wanted to pick Rockefeller, but it didn't work. I'm not sure. But then they picked Gerald Ford, and then when Gerald Ford took over, he had to pick a vice president. He picked Rockefeller. Nelson Rockefeller, the former governor of New York. Nelson, as soon as he picks Nelson Rockefeller, there are 2 assassination attempts on Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
One in San Francisco, I think it was at the St. Francis Hotel. It was in Union Square, Hotel in Union Square, and the other one was at a park in Sacramento where he was speaking by Squeaky Fromm, the Manson.
Yes, the Mansonite.
One of the Manson girls. Now, what I wanted to ask you, this was in 1976 or 4 or 5. No, he around then, when Aquino was at the Presidio.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you, did he ever mention this is like the Zodiac Killer was at large, which was an Aquino up. Did he ever mention being involved or say anything about the Gerald Ford assassination attempts and Squeaky Fromm or whoever the other assassin was?
No, he never did. It other than perhaps, if I remember, a kind of amusement. That there was amusement, of course. Even my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, found it incredibly entertaining. This is kind of strange for people listening, but at the time, Gerald Ford was looked on as this bumbling buffoon. Everywhere he went, he tripped.
Because he fell off of airplanes several times, and they'd show it on the air, and Chevy Chase on Saturday Night Live would make fun of him by falling down.
Yes.
He used to pretend to be Gerald Ford, and it was quite a comical thing. He was a bumbling president.
Yes, and by the way, I know that Peter Moon never watched or liked the Pink Panther series, but the Pink Panther series of films with Inspector Clouseau.
I saw them, but I couldn't follow them.
Yeah. There's one in which they portray Gerald Ford throughout the film, and they keep showing him tripping throughout the film. It's actually quite funny, and they portray Kissinger in that film as well. So they portray Kissinger, with his monotonous voice. It's actually quite funny. But when it comes to all of that nonsense, I think that because of Ford being who he was, even attempts to kill him seemed funny. Because, for instance, when Squeaky Fromm tried to kill him, he fell down, and this is a fact. I know at the time they didn't make a big deal of it, but it was reported rather nonchalantly. Some young boy was in the crowd. Everybody was waving their flags because it was public. It was a public, processional, so to speak. He was, going by when this attempt happened. He wound up tripping or falling, or maybe actually falling from concussion based on maybe she, I don't even remember what she was using. I presume it was a firearm, something like Hinckley or something. Probably both of them were using these bottle cap type guns that were never meant to do any damage or something like that. But when it came to what happened when he fell down was some young boy hit him on the head with an American flag he was waving. Or maybe it was accidental. Maybe the boy just brought his arm down at that time. But it's like there's nothing that could happen to this guy that didn't turn into some kind of stupid routine, some kind of slapstick. So other than that kind of amusement that both my father and Aquino had towards this sort of thing happening, now there was nothing that seemed to stand out about it to Aquino, or at least nothing he shared with me. I know one thing, like Peter Moon has brought up. It seems more like it was Rockefeller arranging for these attacks to try and become president himself.
Well, there's definitely the fact that it was in California is what motivated me to ask you.
Yeah,
because that's right where Kino was situated, and even in San Francisco, and Sacramento is just an hour and a half away at the most. Yeah. So.
But I think Aquino viewed it as just like Darwinian selection. It's just like Ford was, naive to take this horrible individual as his vice president, and this individual was going to try and kill him and try to take over. It just seemed like something that was obviously funny to Aquino, amusing even to my father, who would be at the opposite end of the personality spectrum. So it's more was just that. This is why probably based on what I could see or what Aquino never shared, meaning I'm presuming he didn't share anything with me on this. We could presume a lot. In this case, I presume is that he had nothing to share, that he really didn't participate in any of that because it was basically Rockefeller as a private individual trying to make this happen, is what that whole incident seems to be to me. But back to Peter.
Well, thank you. I was going to say about. Gerald Ford was a star athlete at University of Michigan. He was like a big man on campus before he became a crooked politician.
Or a bumbling public fool, yes.
Exactly. So he was, for him to turn into a bumbler was like a complete sort of change of identity for him. Yes. To be he was an actual athlete, football star, and he became a bumbling president. What can I say?
Sad.
So yeah, that was very curious to me about, an assassination squad, assassination happening without Aquino's help.
Right. Right.
He wasn't involved in every psyop. Um, but so to get back, so we gave some background here on the Eastern Airlines and using this mechanical objects of the airplane, which were connected to trauma.
Yes.
Traumatic. Now, when we talk about, it's very interesting. When we talk about artifacts, I think the one that stands out when I think of artifacts is the Ark of the Covenant and all the hosts that come out of the Ark and turn from pleasant looking to demonic, scary forces.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you talk about these component parts of Eastern Airlines, there's trauma connected to the parts. And these parts would be used by Aquino to be put in other parts of the planes and basically haunt Eastern Airlines.
Yes.
And this was using an occult force to basically bring Frank Borman to his knees. That was the intention.
Yes.
And we won't get into, Douglas warning him to get those parts taken out and whatnot. But the point here is that when these, and then he used the same thing on Mae Brussel.
Yes.
The parts that were in the accident of the car that her two daughters were in, he used those parts to traumatize Mae.
Yes.
Through occult magic. So let me put it this way. Like, for example, my parents were killed in a car crash, and if those parts had been of the car, somebody had them, was trying to traumatize, my brother or my sister, it might traumatize them.
Right.
My brother, I went to the gravesite with him, with Paula, a few years ago, and I want to place a crystal, and my brother did not want to go to the gravesite. He was very bothered being there.
Interesting.
I was not. Of course, he was in the accident with him. He survived.
Oh.
I was not bothered at all. My mind was clear on it. I don't think I could have been traumatized, but those parts of the car could, which connected to the trauma, yeah. So what I'm saying here is this, I'm taking this on a different tangent than the story of how these parts were used to traumatize it, when this gets into the Vox Arca. But if you had, let's use that grand example of the Ark of the Covenant as is portrayed in the movie, and this is the power of God. And the power of God in the Bible, the Ark of the Covenant kills entire armies.
Yes.
So it's going to have trauma connected to this great, powerful ark. As the archaeologist says this, he says to the archaeologist, the Nazi says, "I am not comfortable with this Jewish ritual." But of course, the Ark of the Covenant was used to wipe out whole armies, according to the Bible. So there's going to be trauma connected to that ark. The Temple of Solomon was over the Well of Souls. This is covered in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. What's it called? The name of the mosque?
Al-Aqsa, I forget. Yeah. Al-Aqsa Mosque, isn't it?
That mosque is the third holiest site in Islam.
Yes.
Mecca is the first one. I don't remember the second one. I think it's Medina.
Medina, yes.
Yeah, and then over that, underneath is the Well of Souls. Now, there's a Well of Souls in Rome, which is a different Well of Souls, which they used to have. That's where the word mania comes from, mania. Mm-hmm. And this well of souls was all basically the ancestral memories. Now, we can also take this back to this location, Mount Moriah was where Adam was, where the first stone of the stone that Jacob slept on when he wrestled an angel named Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Israel is named after an angel in the Bible named Israel.
Yes.
And he wrestles Jacob. I think Jacob wins. But
or at least holds him off all night. Something like that is how I remember it. Yeah.
And of course, there's the concept of Jacob's ladder to heaven. And then there's the Well of Souls is where Muhammad rode a steed named Al-Barak to heaven. And Al-Barak is called a steed. He's part peacock. He's an amalgamation of different creatures. He's surrealistic.
Yes.
And Barak is where we get the word Baroque from. Oh, it's very Baroque. Baroque. It's where the word comes from, Baroque, which is Baroque architecture. It means it's kind of bizarre. And this Well of Souls idea is the collective consciousness of everybody who's ever lived. So when you think of the Ark of the Covenant being built, well, the Ark of the Covenant was built, according to the Bible, prior to the Temple of Solomon. It was built very specifically by Aaron, the brother of Moses, who was the great craftsman. I think the information was channeled, for lack of a better word, from Moses to Aaron, told very specifically how to build it. And it had these magical powers. But my statement here, that is like the ultimate relic. It's got trauma connected to it.
Yes.
And I suppose we could even say all the trauma of the Jews. The trauma. The Jews carry trauma with them. The Germans in particular that are Christian would tell you that it's because of the guilt. They can get very indignant about the Jews killing Christ and all that. In fact, throughout Europe, traditionally, might be changing now with modern times, but traditionally the Europeans have blamed the Jews for killing Christ, and they hold great resentment for this. It's this old paradigm that they still live with. Something happened thousands and thousands of years ago. They still have this resentment. And you even think of 1,000 years ago with the Crusades, they're crusading to take back the Holy Land. Hear it again, they're misunderstanding. You get a piece of real estate. And they never really did get it. And even to this day, with all the power Israel has, it does not hold the territory of where the Temple of Solomon is believed to have stood. They don't hold it. That's a mosque. Think about that. With all their power, all of their possession, occupation of Palestine, they do not own that territory. And they haven't stolen it. Originally, if you go back into the Bible, there's a big real estate transaction, which is basically King David acquired the land. It's presumed that he stole it or just took it, but he makes a big deal about acquiring it correctly. That's been done in modern times. Montauk land deed.
Yeah.
it's a quitclaim deed. They don't really acquire it legally. They make it look like they did. So this is what happens. So, but isn't it curious, with all of Israel's power, which is considerable, influence, they have not taken the Dome of the Rock and confiscated it. That, why not? It's the third most holiest site in Islam. I can't compare it to Christendom or Catholicism, where they would have the Vatican, I would imagine that the Holy Sepulchre is considered a site. I think it's more of a tourist site than a religious. I mean, it is a religious site. I don't know how accurate it is, but it's a holy site. But nobody bothers that. Nobody wants to bother. The Jews wouldn't want to bother with it because it's not their religion, but what they believe to be the temple. I've also read theories that the temple isn't where they say it is.
Right.
But I don't know. What I'm saying is, underneath the Dome of the Rock is the Well of Souls. And the point I'm saying here is, if you have reliquary and it's connected to trauma, that trauma carries forth, as Douglas has explained, with the Eastern Airlines fiasco and with the traumatization of Mae Brussel. It's using an element, a familiar to the trauma. And trauma is how people are subjugated and spooked. So mankind is loaded with trauma. That particular area of the planet is loaded with trauma. So if you were to get a magical instrument and use it against somebody, the key thing you'd want to do is get a piece of that into their space, a piece of the ark, so to speak. The ark had traumatized their ancestors. Now, the ark was very interesting with the ark, because my adventures in the Choclavina area, Choclavina cave area of Romania, where I was this last summer, what comes up is this concentrated energy that's like the ark, that has, they call the aura flame, that appears in the ground. Very concentrated energy that appears on holy days, but it also appears on other days. It's concentrated energy. This came to me in a dream. It's how I discovered it. And that the whole idea was presented to me. And it's so the energy of the Ark of the Covenant, or what it represents, the energy of the highest concentrated energy. From a Qigong perspective, this would be like a mega bolt of Qi, life force. This comes up in, the energy I'm working with over there, whether I like it or not. And then I even have a book of the Ark of the Covenant by David Childress that I haven't had time to read. I wanted to read it, and what I realized, this energy is so powerful that it doesn't really do you any good. It has to be respected and dealt with. It's not something you want to, it's like carrying around a Magnum gun in your pocket.
Yes.
I had a friend who used to carry a gun around with him. And he stopped doing it because he said it made him feel very powerful. And he said it wasn't healthy.
Of course not.
So that's the idea. What do you want to be walking around with a jetpack on your, for a backpack, so you can fly away if somebody bothers you? It's like it becomes a bit much. Nevertheless, that energy is potent and powerful. And I think all you really need in terms of that sort of divine energy is whatever energy you need to get through life.
Yes.
Of course, people are focused on their next rent payment, their next bill to pay, or their next check, their next vacation, whatever they're focused on in the next TV show. Whatever it is, it's whatever it is to get you through life. To get you through life. People in a rest home, where maybe it's not too bad, we're not in the bed, well, maybe they can. I remember my grandmother had an apartment, and she, would eat in a cafeteria, and this is before she, was in. It was a rest home, but it wasn't like she was in bed all the time. That later happened.
Okay.
And it's like living in an apartment with other old people, and she probably had about 6 months or a year there before she went into, bed or whatever. And that's to get through life. She couldn't live at home anymore, where she was living with us, and she became senile. It was offensive.
Yeah.
And when my father put her in a home, she didn't act senile anymore.
Wow.
She didn't act senile. She acted with respect because she had a friend she talked to. She couldn't play that game anymore. I think it was hardest on my mother.
Wow.
And then after she does enough stupid things or disrespectful things, that everybody tended to ignore her.
Wow.
So finally, it's like, what are we going to do with her? And my father, put her in a rest home, at which point she acted coherent.
That's so neurotic.
What? Well, I'm just thinking about it now because it kind of like fades from my memory.
Right.
It's like, and I go down, I take every opportunity to go down and visit her in Glendale because I wanted to just go and get into LA for a while. I didn't like being up in the, in the desert. I just go down and I go down to the corner store and, buy comic books.
Cool.
And I'd use it. There was a good comic books, or drugstore had good comic books down there. I go buy some comic books and, spend the evening with my dad and see my grandmother. She was fine. But in other words, whatever it is to get you through life is what you need to get through life. Because at some point you're going to be at the end. In the end, how much money you have in the bank isn't that important.
Right.
How much money did you spend? Whatever it takes to get you through life. And now, being at the age of 70, it's a lot more clear. I think I realized that, after my divorce 23 years ago, and I said, man, it's like being leveled financially. I was in substantial debt, and not anymore. But it was like, okay, the only money I need is whatever it takes to get me through life. It's good. Okay?
Yes.
I don't need a vast empire. But back to this concentrated energy.
Yes.
In the Jewish religion, you have the Holy of Holies, and I will say this too, for those of you who haven't heard me say this before, the dimensions of the Holy of Holies are such that the capstone of the Great Pyramid would fit in precisely. So essentially, the Holy of Holies is activated. It's going to have the energy of the pyramid. The energy of the pyramid generates chi. When in Qigong, and not too many people understand this, I understood it because my teacher was an expert on pyramids, something he didn't talk about. And he knew I understood the pyramid. And basically, and this is like your qua in martial arts, which is the area around your groin, is an upside down pyramid. That's where you generate your chi energy from, the qua. And so the idea of the Holy of Holies is holding an energy field of the Great Pyramid. Whether you believe in Judaism or not, this is the theory of the Holy of Holies. And structured within that pyramid is a flame called the Shekinah glory. The Shekinah is the dwelling, means dwelling. And between the two cherubs or cherubs, is there
cherubs? Yeah. Go on.
Cherubs, we pronounce them cherubs. Cherubs is that this flame, this spark will emit once a year on the high holy days. The priest will go in. The same holy day when the Palestinians attacked Israel.
Yes.
This is the power of God being reversed. That's what I call evil. Live backwards. Evil spelled live backwards.
Yes.
So you have this energy field in the Holy of Holies, this Shekinah glory. Now, the Shekinah glory is identified in occult Christianity as Jesus, Christ. The Shekinah glory, the glory of the Shekinah, being the glory of the female energy. The Shekinah is the female energy, the dwelling, the space. This is in esoteric Christianity. The glory is Christ. So it's like the ultimate energy. And I have comically likened the Jewish the priests of Zadok, which gets transliterated into Zadok. They go in and are able to witness this spark. And okay, they get to see it. They're the observer. But I've likened it to a Pez dispenser. Because they'll come out and then they'll distribute this wisdom, whatever it is. They are the holders of the power. And this is not necessarily something that should be held. It's something that should be distributed on an individual level and on a collective level. How do you distribute the energy? You see what Christians do. They preach Christianity without even judging what they're doing. This is what they're trying to distribute energy. And if you study distribution, you'll go into the whole theory of economics and packaging and design and branding and consumer. It's kind of like it all of a sudden becomes a marketing game because the reason you market is to get something into the hands of an end user. Money becomes a factor, not necessarily a motivation. It's often a motivation, but it becomes a factor because you're involved in pentacles or coins in the tarot, because it's all related to materiality and getting this information out, and that's what the game turns into for all of this great insight. But in the case of an individual life, you want to have enough commodity and enough life force to get through life, which might include raising a family. It might include whatever functions you're going to carry out. So, and then of course, in some people's life, it becomes a big deal. In Donald Trump's life, it becomes this big real estate empire. And right now, would you rather be Donald Trump, or would you rather be somebody who has a good life, a good retirement account, and a good job, a relatively happy family life? But everybody has a different motivation. But when we get back to this idea of trauma and occult trauma, the Ark of the Covenant is either lost or it's in Ethiopia. What's your opinion on the Ethiopian Ark of the Covenant? They say it's a replica. They say it's the real thing. It certainly is, at very least, good enough to be called a replica.
Right. It's
but
certainly
nobody can see it.
Right. Well, it certainly has an effect on the people around it. Basically, the priests or monks rather who stand guard over it, maintain it. They die fairly quickly, as if they're exposed to radiation. So I don't mean like they die in days, but they die. Their lifespans are shortened by a good 10 years or something like that. And it starts off with like certain symptoms that are somewhat similar to radiation illness. So something's there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And it seems to be relatively undisturbed, but I didn't know these people had short lives. If it's truly life-giving, like as chi, it should lengthen their lives.
I know, it's a weapon of death and mass destruction, dude. It's like there's no chi there other than a kind of reverse chi. It's something that, of course, is going to be overwhelmingly negative in its effect. It's like that was always the intent. The Jews are death worshippers. And
look, I've never heard this before. What you said about Ethiopia, about the Ethiopian Ark, that bears more now. Which the Jews could argue, correctly or not, that it's not the real Ark. And those Jews are Christians. Those Ethiopians are Christians, are they not?
Yeah, Ethiopian Orthodox. Yes, they're some of the original Christians. They're up there with the Armenians as some of the oldest Christians in the world.
Because the Ethiopians were also part of the Jewish enclave at one point.
Yes, they intermarried with, of course, Solomon and Sheba, and that entire, that's where their dynasty stretches back to for the royal family. And hopefully the royal family will be reinstated someday after all the chaos is over. That's certainly something, of course, we used to have a man who followed us in the chat room a lot more who was Ethiopian, and who mentioned, of course, Japan and Germany were very much on the side of Ethiopia against Italy for a period of time. It was only the circumstances of pragmatism that they had to align with Italy in that conflict between Italy and Ethiopia. Both Germany and Japan, their sympathies were with the Ethiopians originally. But it's at the time, of course, unfortunately, it just wasn't practical to ally with Ethiopia. Italy, of course, had more to offer at that period of time in history towards the practical needs of both empires of Japan and Germany. But I do want people to understand that the Japanese and Ethiopian dynasties almost intermarried at that period. That was a time when, of course, they were the oldest living royal families in the world. Of course, Japan's is still in power, whereas Ethiopia's abdicated. But they're still around, just like the Kaiser's family and other royal families are still around. It just takes someone to reinstate them, at least constitutionally. And then that tends to stabilize societies immensely when they have a constitutional monarchy. Ethiopia doesn't have that, which is why it's in a state of constant warfare right now. It's engaged in another war, and it's not that it's an expansionist or aggressor nation. It's simply many of the subject peoples are trying to break away, and they have, of course, attacks from Islamic insurgency. It's a terrible situation, or at least precarious. So as for the Ark of the Covenant, I'm convinced, of course, that there's a relic there. As for whether it's the original Ark, I tend to think it is because of the description of the original Ark as a weapon of war, and the fact that it has a deleterious effect ultimately on the health of the monks that maintain and guard it at the temple in Ethiopia, where it's.
Well, that certainly says it's powerful.
Yeah, definitely.
And it may not be. You say they have symptoms of radiation.
Its symptoms are similar to radiation cancer. I think that what happens is after a period of time, they tend to develop cataracts, and it could be simply from. I don't believe anyone dares stare at the Ark for very long, but simply the fact that sometimes they can see it seems to increase the incidence or development of cataracts very, very early in their lives, and then ultimately a kind of enervation, similar to the leaching of the bone marrow from radiation sickness. Yeah, and then so the lifespans are shortened by about maybe 10 to 15 years. But this is what they dedicated their lives to. So it's not that, it's not like a ripoff or something. And, it's considered a great honor to maintain the Ark. So the interesting thing is that with all the war that has gone on in and around Ethiopia, that no one ever tries to take the Ark. I mean, that's...
Well, that says a lot, too. Just like yeah, it's but it's either respected or it protects itself.
Something like that.
And
yes.
And this is a deeper, for me, it's a discovery and a deeper existential question.
Yes.
As to what is this device? Because what I'm sort of fishing around here trying to arrive at this conclusion. Mm-hmm. And the conclusion I'm stabbing at is this idea that if you were to take a part of the Eastern Airlines flight and then with all this trauma and then put it in somebody's house, particularly if they were connected to that person who was killed, that would make it all the much stronger.
Yes.
It wouldn't have to be. If you were to take this Ark and with all of this trauma connected to it,
yes,
this is apocalyptic stuff.
Yes.
It's apocalyptic. And so in other words, that Ark of the Covenant could be used to be an excellent tool of the kings of Edom, although per the Bible, it's not there. It's not the kings of Edom. It's the actual Jewish people. It's their holy relic of protection.
Yes.
And connected to the Most High. And the Most High is the most powerful. So, of course, then if you study Taoism, you'll learn that the most powerful force in the world is the Tao, which accomplishes things not through big shows of power, but through subtle inaction.
Yes.
Subtle inaction. So this is it just changes my whole view of the paradigm of this whole thing. So thank you for that information.
Thank you.
It's going to require some more deep thinking, and then it's like, it would seem to me that the Ark would be, if they're going to, there's all this talk about rebuilding the temple.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even seem to be close to doing that. It's like mankind can't rebuild the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not that they couldn't do it. I think they could. You hear all these things, they couldn't possibly do this. That they could. Donald Trump could probably build it. He's a contractor. You get all the people to do it, raise the money.
It's a thought.
Might be kind of gaudy.
Yeah, it'd be more like a Las Vegas pyramid. By the way, Brendan sent us a link, which I will in turn send to you. And it's about the Ark, and it may well be endangered by the conflict around it. Let me see if I can get this transferred over to you, and I'll put it in our chat room as well. But he's asking if the term Ark and Vox Arca are connected, and of course they are. I mean, Arca simply means box. Vox simply means voice, so Vox Arca means the voice box. So when it comes to, yes, it's definitely connected to the term of Ark, like the Ark of the Covenant, which is, of course, a box. And yes, back to Peter with that. Well, I get these.
Yeah, and this is where it's all headed, is the Vox Arca is a device that is made of different, what would you say, ingredients, different elements.
Yes.
That have trauma connected to them.
Yes.
Yes. Animal skin, animal teeth, human teeth that have trauma connected to them, so that when this grimoire or grammar is iterated,
yes,
it exudes the trauma.
Yes.
And this is why this is part of the modus operandi for basically
chaos. Basically, this entire war is wrought with historical trauma for both the Israelis and the Palestinians. The past 11 days have evoked memories of their worst suffering. So we're dealing with the technology of trauma, as our man Aquino, and I use that term our man very, shall we say, yeah, thank you, ironically, he would call it trauma tech. That's the term they used in the military, trauma tech. But yeah, go on, by all means, dear Peter. Yes.
Well, I was saying the Vox Arca, this is the ultimate weapon of war, at least from Aquino's perspective, where everything he could put his magical mind to was to create this device that would not only be able to iterate grammar, words, whatever you want to call them, sounds that the human voice cannot iterate. And then that would be accompanied by the traumatic resonance of what he had to iterate. And that is the basically premise of the Vox Arca.
Yes.
So that's about where I end up for tonight.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, this was a wonderful 3 hours, and you did well with helping everybody understand very complicated subjects, and you helped make them accessible. This is, of course, your talent and why we're doing what we're doing with the book, so that we can render these incredibly obtuse and generally inaccessible subjects accessible. And through that, we're going to we're going to change the world.
Well, what's important about the getting people to understand this is that right now, what's going on in the world, which is indeed traumatic, all of this stuff that we're talking about has an impact on the world, because these people are fooling around with very base motivations, whatever. And it's not even necessarily an insult to say base motivations. They're concerned about their lives, their families, especially the families who are involved in the trauma of suffering from the warfare that's taking place. You have generations that have been displaced and have suffered. We hear of the suffering of the Jews because our community is Jewish-centric. We don't hear of the trauma of the Palestinians.
Right.
We're starting to hear them from the, left guard or whatever you want to call it. We're starting to hear a little bit about it, but still, they don't get into these issues deep enough.
Yeah.
Because they don't understand them and they don't have access to them. But all of the stuff, we're talking about the kernel of truth here between the whole arc. And now I can go back and I can read David Childress's book, or even go back and read the Bible and see, what the hell are they really talking about? What are they really saying? People, like, say, for example, you can take the story of the New Testament and the crucifixion, and you can study that from the perspective of sadomasochism.
Yeah.
It's sadism and there's masochism involved, which puts a whole different psychological perspective on who's perpetrating what on who. This is, like, for example, one of my friends who plays high school football, he's talking about his dad. I'd watch the games with his dad, and his dad was like a real loudmouth ass kicker. And he says, yeah, well, we're both amused by his dad. I'm highly amused by him. But he says, he just, with his generation, just, that stuff doesn't fly. The kids will just, tune him out. You can't talk to young kids that way. You can't be a steamroller like an old football coach from 1965. You can't talk like that to them because they'll just tune you out. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So we just tune him out. So it would have worked, but because these kids aren't punished in the same way. So we're living in a world where we don't live under the scepter or scepter of the church. The church is not telling us, ruling our lives and putting us in abject fear like it has in times past. So we're living in a new paradigm, and what does this great and powerful, whatever power that ark has in it, it seems to be a very in dormancy right now.
Yes.
And the real power or real unfortunate stuff is all of this war and violence. And if you track it back and say, what's the problem here? There were people living on this land. They were displaced from it. It's caused a lot of social problems. Whether they should have adjusted or not is not the question. They haven't adjusted. They have more social than religious issues, I think. Mm-hmm. Economic issues. I should look more into the actual formal grievances of these people. Mm-hmm. And then you have a righteous imperative to take back what one considers their homeland.
Yes.
But if it's your homeland and it's your right, why haven't you taken back the most important part of your homeland, which is the Temple of Solomon? This is kind of, to me, doesn't make any sense. You understand the logic here? You have a right to Israel. You have a right to go back and take back Israel. But why haven't you taken back the most important part? Is it because, I think they've won every war they've had. Do I make sense?
Yes, certainly the Christians who are evangelical would ask that. Yes, and
Yeah, and I'm not saying they should,
right, right.
but my question becomes, why haven't they? Why haven't they? If they have a right to move the Palestinians off their land because it's their land, their holy land,
Well,
why haven't they taken?
yeah, I would say,
Because-
yeah,
Go
fear
ahead.
of. Oh, I would say fear of repercussions.
Yeah,
This
but
would,
repercussions, they've had enough repercussions, and they've survived them all. And would the Arab world jump up and down like crazy? Would the whole Islamic world come after them? Perhaps they would.
I think it would be the mother of all jihads, yes. That's what they're afraid of, and so therefore also don't forget that the majority of Israelis, the overwhelming majority, now this is changing a little bit as more and more crazy extremist cultists come into play. And by the way, I want people to understand that just because people look and behave like Hasidic Jews, and Hasidic Jews are, of course, very specific, and they're mostly in New York, and you see them and they look like the ZZ Top rock band. There's other types of Jews that more have these like weird little curls that I have no idea what the name for their hairstyle is, but, they're tying little pigtails on the sides of their ears and shit, the men do, and, and they've got the little goatees, and a lot of these who have migrated to Israel and taken advantage of Israel's extreme encouragement of religious extremism. They've radicalized to the point where they're nothing but militant cults that demand that the IDF do exactly what Peter is suggesting. The problem is, of course, the IDF, because Israel, being super fucked up, allows only the irreligious to serve, and the religious can serve, but they're given exemption. So the majority of religious Jews never serve in the military. So the majority of religious Jews sit back and demand that the atheistic military do something religious for them. This is why it doesn't happen. So the problem is that Israel was founded by a bunch of atheistic socialists. These were all communists. These were people who had no belief in any of this shit. So then when the religious people started migrating in and began radicalizing in the name of God, they turned the settlements, which were originally a bunch of communist communes, the kibbutzim, into something else entirely. And so it's gotten uglier and uglier and become more of a religious ethnic cleansing, whereas before it was a secular ethnic cleansing. That doesn't mean one type of ethnic cleansing is better than the other, but the original ethnic cleansing, as bad as it was, did not have the religious bite to it that these extremists are trying to promulgate, but they're still very much the minority. They're still the minority in Israel. The average Israeli spits on God and thinks that religion is pure shit. They think it's all hogwash. They don't believe any of it. The average Israeli is the most atheistic person. You would never meet a more atheistic person on earth than your average Israeli. Your average Israeli, if you told him you were a believer in God or Buddha, they'd call you an idiot. It's the most atheistic nation on earth. So, but you've got these religious extremists that all the evangelicals in America support, and they get all the attention. And so the state of Israel encourages their growth because it brings in more American money. And the Americans go there and they want to see these people. They want to see the freaks. And the Israelis just sit in their cafes and sip their lattes and laugh. Look at the American freaks going to see our freaks. And that's the attitude in Israel. In terms of how freaky it can get, before Peter retreats into the gentle night, I will present him with a little kind of bite of how bad it's gotten here to a degree. And I'll also put this clip into our text box and into the chat room. But of course, what is it that the Jews really want? The Jews really want you to fight their wars for them. They want you to kill their enemies for them. This is exactly why you had the dancing Israelis at 9/11 because they were dancing because they had participated in an operation successfully that ultimately would lead to the American invasion of Iraq, which of course at that time was Israel's Iran. Iraq at that time under Saddam Hussein was considered the great enemy of Israel. It was Israel's great Satan at the time. And by the way, Clarice Claudette says that in terms of the land with the Ark, she was saying that, yes, the land is also caverns under the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And she says the Palestinians were also offered their own state with the Balfour Declaration, and they said no and turned it down. Maybe she got that from her Israeli husband, but I think there's an element of fact to that, that basically they were trying to say that that they weren't going to take their own state because the entire land of Palestine was theirs. That was their point at the time, was that you can't just come here, invade, ethnically cleanse us, and then say we give you a state. It's like giving the Native Americans a reservation and saying, look, we're giving you a nation, when the Native Americans had the whole North American continent. So they knew that if they accepted that, it would effectively be surrendering for eternity the right to reclaim the original land. So that's why the Palestinians did what they did. And had every right to do what they did, once you understand their logic, if they had acquiesced to it. But anyhow, so what I'm pointing out is that basically in suburban Plainfield of Chicago, after regularly listening to conservative hate talk radio and becoming, quote-unquote, heavily interested, it is obsessed, in the ever-escalating conflict between Israel and Hamas, the 71-year-old Plainfield Township landlord Joseph Chuba paid a visit to his Muslim tenants subsisting on the ground floor apartment, and according to Will County prosecutors, the 32-year-old single mother, Hanan Shaheen, answered the knock on the door when Chuba barged in and told her he was angry at her for what was happening in Jerusalem. Now, he used that term, and of course it's asinine because there's nothing happening in fucking Jerusalem. Everything's happening elsewhere, but not in fucking Jerusalem. And she said, let's pray for peace. And in response, authorities confirmed that Chuba screamed, "You Muslims have to die!" Thereafter shouting, "You are killing our kids in Israel! You Palestinians don't deserve to live!" while attacking her and her 6-year-old son with a large knife, stabbing the mother a dozen times while she was trying to protect her son and call for help, leaving Shaheen bleeding profusely from the face. The boy, Wadia al-Fayoume, was stabbed 26 times and found lying in bed with multiple stab wounds to his chest. He was pronounced dead soon afterwards. Now, on Monday opening this work week, while Chuba himself was ordered detained on first-degree murder and hate crime felony counts, even as the boy's mother was still recovering at the hospital, thousands of mourners turned out and gathered for her son's funeral at the Mosque Foundation in suburban Bridgeview, including the governor, J.B. Pritzker. But this is exactly what the Jews want. The Jews want this to happen. They want every American to go out and kill a Palestinian for them. That's the idea of why they keep promoting the propaganda that they do. This is one of their soldiers who they recruited just by sounds over the radio. And he was a guy who, believe it or not, had built a treehouse for this boy. When he started shouting at the mother, the boy ran up to him to hug him to calm him down. Neither he nor the mother ever dreaming this guy who had built the treehouse for this boy would be converted just like that by listening to a bunch of Jews on the radio and their minions screaming hatred for Hamas and rendering it hatred for Palestinians as an ethnos. But this is what we're going to see a lot more of. This is what's going to be the norm. And this is exactly what the Jews want. This is exactly what Israel wants. So they want the war on this front. America is just another front for their war. And ultimately, when our man, and I use this term ironically, Biden, went to Israel, he had thousands of United States Marines there ahead of him, plus 2 carrier strike groups. Now, what are 2 carrier strike groups going to do in this conflict? You're talking about the capacity to unleash enormous amounts of devastation, and all of this is to prevent Hezbollah from joining in a two-front war with Israel, which Israel probably couldn't withstand a two-front war. So the Americans are there to basically fight Israel's war. This is obscene. So either Israel needs to be formally recognized as the 51st state in the Union, or America admits that we live under a Zionist occupation government. As I said, Biden shamefully just regurgitated everything Netanyahu told him to say as soon as Biden landed on the ground. Back to Peter with this. Any thoughts, any kind of, reflection on all of this? It's part of the Adamic chaos we're descending into, of course.
Well, I'd like to think we're not going to descend into it. You make some excellent points that basically require further observation and discussion. You've given us all something to think about, and that's what's important, is that people do think about, because right now we have a lot of insanity running rampant, and it's easy to be dismissive, because the media, whatever the media does, it's not giving us, it's just giving us simple sound bites. So I don't really have anything more to add than what you said. They just encourage people to keep looking and thinking and using their brain.
Thank you.
Instead of their response.
Thank you.
These are not people. The general person doesn't look into stuff like this. They just don't, because they're too busy eking out their lives.
Yes.
Whatever, for better or for worse.
Yes.
So thank you. And I will say good night, and I will be back. I'll continue working on the book. I got a lot going on.
Excellent.
And it's very exciting to work on the book.
Yes.
Douglas and I are going to be going over some of the chapters I've done so that we can, just edit them and improve them and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So with that, I'll say good night to everybody. And if I get up in the morning, I'll...
Oh, yes. And if you ever get up in the morning and are confronted with us having been knocked off the call like you were with our latest transmission, just call and I can merge the call in.
Yeah, but I would only have been on there for a few minutes, and I got to say what I wanted to say anyway, so it wasn't critical.
Understood. Well, you have a blessed night.
Yeah, I knew that I could have, got back on by writing to you, but as I say, it wasn't necessary.
Understood. Well, we love you dearly, and I'll certainly be speaking to you at the latest after my birthday. You might be able to join us in the morning before then. Either way, yes, we all love you dearly.
Remember to donate for Douglas's birthday if you can.
Thank you. Oh, we already have 100 United States dollars. As a matter of fact, let me credit this wonderful individual who was able to send that. I'm going to see if he wants to be credited. He says, wishing a blessed solar return unto thee, Douglas Dietrich. Your illustrations are always impressive, like all of your work. Thank you. Please use this contribution as you like. Goddess bless this individual. He hasn't asked to be maintained in anonymity, so I will say it's Todd McDonald. And God bless him. And that's thanks to encouragement, of course, from men like Peter Moon. And so Moon, thank you for mobilizing our listening public, and thanks to Todd McDonald for responding. Among others, hopefully we'll keep checking throughout the night. And so blessings, dear Peter. Blessed be your slumber and sweet be thy dreams.
Okay, good night, and good night to everybody. Bye-bye.
Yes, bye for now. Okay, and with that, we're going to proceed to call a number of other people to participate until I pull my head out of my ass and I'm ready to go deeply into the how do I say it, monologue. And of course, I will have to go to monologue. There's obviously a lot that needs to be covered tonight. Let's check our dear friend Aristides' audio. Check in, say hello, dear Aristides. And
hello, I'm still here, and that was a fascinating bunch of information.
Yes, and my shout out to Clarice Claudette. I really am going to try to give her a phone call sometime soon. Certainly, hopefully before I go leave on my birthday. And honestly, she's given such wonderful supportive care packages in the past. I can't say enough good about her, and she suffered so much throughout her life. I mean, obviously marrying an Israeli husband can tend to exacerbate all such woes. That's what happened to her. He took her for everything she had, basically. So now she's back in the States and trying to get her life together. So let's see now. I press this add button and we'll add the people, well, everybody I can think of, and some that I can't. Let's start pressing buttons here and see who shows up on my list. In the interim, with our dear Aristides, he was pointing out, did you find out any more information about the rocket that they're sharing? Or
nothing confirmed. I mean, a lot of unconfirmed reports might be worth keeping in mind, but half the stuff out there is just faked or it's so hard to know. But it's, I don't know.
Yeah, maddening. It can be maddening. And
yeah.
What was your impression of the link I shared about the individual killing the lad?
Oh, I saw it a couple of days ago. I mean, it's of course very unfortunate. I mean, these people, I don't know, they just latch onto this and they just go nuts. I mean,
Thank you.
What good does that do?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, honest to God, just the idea of being so obsessed with a faraway conflict as to kill people, for God's sake.
Were the victims Palestinian, or they were just Muslims?
I think they were actual ethnic Palestinians, believe it or not. And he knew that as their landlord. Apparently, this had been specified. Brendan Zoget joins us. He's going to describe to us the seriousness, the gravity of what has happened with this particular mosque. And personally, I hate to say it, I'm rather excited by it.
I was wondering why you were putting
hearts on it. Yeah, it's because it's like, bring it on. Jesus Christ, we've been waiting for it long enough. I mean, it's about time that we get the war going.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
not everyone has nothing to lose like us. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, bear in mind, of course, so everybody knows, there's an element of me, of course, that in my saner moments understands I do have something to lose, some bit of stability in my life, but at some point I realize, however, that if I'm ever to do anything that's really constructive for humanity, it needs to be from a degree of secular. I need to have a degree of secular power to do that, and the only way to attain that is for basically a revolution to sweep our present situation. And what's going to bring that about is this series of wars, or the war in general that seems so inevitable. I do want to welcome both Nemo Albano and Troy Bellamy. Both these fine gentlemen have joined us for tonight, and I'm sure they both have their own observations. And Brendan obviously can go very deeply into this. So before Brendan gets started, Nemo, say hello. Let's test your audio since you're off mute, and then we'll check with Troy, who's still on mute. Nemo. Say hello. Yes. He says sorry. Something wrong with his tech. Okay.
Gentlemen.
Yes. So his mic's not on default with Nemo. And Troy, welcome aboard, and tell us about your observations. How do you talk to your students about such an incredibly difficult subject.
And I'm just chiming in. So what are we talking about?
Oh,
World War Three.
the fact that I'm trying to think of something absolutely ridiculous since he hasn't heard what went on before, like my pending sex change or something. It's just it's like the war, Troy. What else? Come on.
I know. But speaking on that, real quick, just a funny thing. You're the gayest guy I've ever met in my life.
Thank you. Yes.
I love it, Doug. I love it. You're such an incredible person. But anyway, yeah, the war. Okay.
And you're incredible too, Troy. Too as well, Troy. I'm slurring all over the place. By the way, I do want to say
incredible
that,
is the word.
Yes, you reminded me of something. You reminded me of our dear friend Stephen Myers, who the African American who's half Chinese, who was on the other night. Did you hear him?
Yes, I did. I listened to you guys quite a bit.
Yes, and what was
that was good.
Yeah, what was interesting was that his father was essentially gay. And I still haven't had the courage yet. I'm trying to call him now, but I'm trying to summon up the courage to ask him what on earth was on his father's mind when he produced him and his brother. I mean, like, was his father just trying to go straight? I mean, it's just weird. It was just odd. But then his father was bringing him to all these places almost as if he were trying to prostitute him out to the older white guy who he was introducing him to. It was like, there's something going on there. But at any rate, Troy, back to whatever observations you might have on anything you wish to speak of, but obviously the war comes to mind.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a sad turn of events, but it's a turn of events that was precipitated by the advent of the Tea Party, which their main goal was to do little things that were provocations to the Palestinian people. Again, I don't condone any sort of violence, but when you have people who are hell-bent on creating an atmosphere where basically an apartheid atmosphere, where these people you got 2 million people that have no rights, they have nothing to look forward to, and all they're asking for is an opportunity for a diplomatic process to sit down and see if we can get some rights. They want to recognize Israel as a country, but they want to be recognized as a country. But after the advent of the Tea Party, which one of their platform items was to move the embassy from Tel Aviv back to Jerusalem. And of course, again, when you hear Jim Jordan, these other Tea Party extremists talk about how Donald Trump did promises made, promises kept, that's low-hanging fruit. To just move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem goes against 75 years of diplomacy that we had. But in order to pander to the far right,
I'm getting bossed on by security over here. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah. In order to pander to the far right Christians, they went ahead and did it. Now, here's the interesting juxtaposition. You talk to any of these far right Christians or these Christian conservatives, and they love Israel. They're taught, and you hear them talk about that, and they preach end time prophecy, and they're going to rebuild the third temple. But they hate Jews. They think that Jews are some sort of cabal that is running the country, and they're the ones who are the pedophiles. That is the most interesting, and I've been saying this for years. There are a lot of conservative Christians who love Israel because they're so-called, the Bible tells them to do that, but they hate Jews because they think that they're running some sort of, satanic, devil worship, pedophilia sort of thing. And when they talk about the globalists and the bankers, those are euphemisms for Jews. Let's not get that confused. I'm a black man in America. I know what a dog whistle is.
Yes. Yeah. No. I mean, that's very important. I had never really thought of it that way. I kind of look at the majority of Americans as Jew worshippers, so to speak. But
well, they again, like I said, you listen to Christian conservatives. That's why they love Donald Trump, because they think Donald Trump is trying to help the Zionist Jews usher the the return of Jesus Christ by helping build the third temple and returning the embassy back to Jerusalem instead of leaving it in Tel Aviv, which again on the Temple Mount site is the third holiest site in all of Islam, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So that's a provocation of itself. I'm surprised this thing hadn't kicked off when Trump did what he did 4 or 5 years ago when he moved the embassy, and, to Jerusalem.
Yeah, no,
those are the things that if you listen to these conservative Christian preachers, John Hagee, Jim Baker, and all these guys, that's why they love Trump, because they think he's helping to fulfill Bible prophecy. And Trump doesn't know a thing about the Bible, but he's pandering to these conservative Christians because those are the little things that they want that lets them know that he is a so-called man of God.
Actually, they don't give a shit whether he's a man of God or not, so long as he does what they want.
Exactly.
But it was what I think has happened, and tell me what your thoughts are on this, is that the way I see it, I mean, I understand what you're saying, is that the Tea Party, as kind of like a defining moment, that was a defining moment when things began to gel. Of course, you could say that the moral majority was their precursor, right? So it's been around since, and then we go back to Barry Goldwater and the crazies, and it's basically, obviously there's a thread here, there's a trend, but this entire radicalization of the Republicans has been going on for generations, more and more towards the right, more and more extreme. And the way I perceive it is, certainly Troy is right in that there was always this kind of anti-globalism, anti-cabal, some kind of behind-the-scenes conspiracy of people who normally in the past, all of these tropes, these stereotypes would be attributed to Jews. And but then what's happened by the time of Donald Trump was that you had the worst of all worlds. We have to remember that when it came to what got Trump into the White House, aside from Russian hacking, was, of course, the propaganda of men like Steve Bannon, who started off with these unashamedly, in their own words, they referred to unashamedly pro-Israel websites and the like. So when you had these Israeli propagandists who were very much promoting Trump, for all the reasons you articulated, at that point, and like I pointed out just the other day, and I'll go over it again tonight later in more detail, Henry Kissinger, when he was asked about what do you think about the Trump White House, he said, I think it's a case of Jews versus non-Jews. When this was bandied about, his quote to Jewish people in public life, they responded by saying, what non-Jews? There's nothing but Jews in the Trump White House. So basically, you're in a situation where Trump ushered in an even more extremist Zionist occupation government as all of his advisors. And at that point, what we saw, something that had been developing for a long time, but what ultimately gelled, what we saw at that point was a defining change in who the cabal was of satanic, baby-raping, sacrificial Satanists. It became the Democrats. At that point, they no longer said it was the Jews. At that point, all of the right-wing Republicans said that it was Hillary Clinton and the Democrats were at Comet Ping Pong Pizza buying children out of the basement. And so it's no longer... So what we have now is this extremely radicalized right-wing population base that constitutes about a third of America, that would be basically truly at this point worshiping the Jews as the master race and transposing all of those tropes onto the Democratic Party of satanic sacrificial Satanism. So
no doubt about it, because again, like I said, it's still steeped in this deep conservative Christian movement ideal that you must support Israel.
Right.
Now again, and I go back to even there are a lot of concessions that have been made by the Christian right, because 30 years ago, had Trump brought his son-in-law Jared Kushner that close in the White House and then bucked the advice of the Department of Justice to not give him secret clearance and still give him the clearance, they would have been up in arms. But they didn't care because Trump was doing what they wanted him to do, which was support Israel. And the only people who won from the Trump presidency is Israel and Russia. Jared Kushner got all kinds of secrets. His daughter got all kinds of secrets and inside information. And I mean, he could, to be honest with you, Jared Kushner literally could be a double agent.
Yeah. Well,
he was that close to the White House and getting secrets and all kinds of information. I'm going to put this out here too. If you remember, when COVID first hit, let me show you how this thing works. When COVID first hit, it hit the New York Jewish community first.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes. Yeah, because they refused. It was the Orthodox Jews who refused to vaccinate. Yeah, go on.
That's right. And it quickly got twisted to a place where they started saying it was the Wuhan lab leak and all that kind of stuff. So they always find a way to make somebody else the boogeyman.
Yes.
Everybody else gets to be the boogeyman except for them. You better not say nothing about them too much. But again, like I said, the real thrust of this thing is based in Zionism, not Judaism, Zionism, which is two different things.
Yes. Yes.
Essentially, they're two different things, because there's a group of Zionist Israelis who would love to see Israel for Israelis only. Right now, Israel's like Jerusalem's like New York City.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Africans there. There are people of all faiths, people of all colors. And Benjamin Netanyahu, when Obama was president, was okay. He had to be okay with it. As soon as Obama left White House or became a lame duck, that's when they started passing laws to get rid of the Nigerians and the other Africans out of Jerusalem.
Yes.
Remember that? They passed those.
How could I forget? I mean, it was obscene, it was offensive, and it was egregious. It was outrageous. It's they still insist they're not in apartheid state. And if you challenge them, they'll say you're quote unquote anti-Semitic. You know, they're always the victim.
They get a pass on all these human rights issues, even to the point today. Look, think about how stupid this is. They blame some far-off faction of Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, for bombing their own hospital.
Yes.
Who would do that? Who would do that? So the rocket started out going towards Israel and turned back around and just hit the hospital with all the Islamic kids, the Palestinian kids, and everything in it. That's not, I mean, listen, I'm for peace. And people just need to admit, hey, man, we got a problem. But the only way it's going to be solved is if they sit down and they discuss the two-state solution. It can't be that hard. It cannot be that hard. But they want to make it that way. And so now they want to play war games and go over there and start killing people or something like that. You know, and I was listening to a report from MSNBC today, and they're talking about, there are a bunch of Palestinian people who are disputing and protesting against Israeli president. They're throwing rocks at tanks. They're throwing rocks. These guys are in flip-flops with throwback jerseys from Walmart that were shipped over there, throwing rocks. They can't hurt anyone. They cannot do, these 2 million people that are just in the desert, they cannot hurt anyone.
Thank you.
There needs to be a diplomatic solution, and there won't be one until Benjamin Netanyahu is out of office and until the Speaker of the House is picked here in the United States, which needs to be Hakeem Jeffrey. I'm going off in a whole nother area now. But that's the only way things are going to get done.
Yes. I mean, I'm not arguing with any of that. I would say it's a start. certainly it's a start, but obviously, I would say that there's going to have to be radical systemic changes for some real just and lasting peace to be accomplished. There's just obviously. America needs a Speaker of the House. I'll go with whom Troy is choosing, because I can't think of any better alternative. So it may as well be the individual Troy is recommending. But in terms of the Speaker of the House, that's a whole other situation. That we'll get to that. I mean, you could address that as well. I mean, go wild with it. But as for Israel, it's going to take more than just obviously getting rid of Netanyahu is a good start, and certainly that's something that should be done. I would recommend it to the point of assassination myself. I would say, fucking kill Netanyahu. I can say that because thankfully we don't live there. If anyone deserves to die, it's fucking Netanyahu. But in terms of the situation, whether or not the government of Israel could put out anyone after that would do any better. Of course, I have my own recommendations. I stated in the last episode. Benny Gantz comes to mind, and some other people. But honestly, it's still going to be a fucked up situation until the basically Israel is radically changed, and it's just. Yeah, but back to Troy with that. Yeah, take it from here for a bit.
Yeah, great point. I wouldn't go as far as recommending assassination for anyone, but again, this is a diplomacy issue. It's a simple issue of human rights, and for all of the simpatico that American Jews have with African Americans, we know we experienced similar things. I just what I'm saying? For them not to see that these, and if you notice the original coverage of the whole event from October 6th was all the Palestinians have done this horrible thing, and now everyone is starting to get the other side, because there's always two sides of the coin. And you got people now, they're interviewing Palestinians who are saying, yeah, we believe that was wrong, whoever did this in Hamas, but wait a minute, we've been trying for years to try and get a diplomatic solution, and nobody wants to talk to us, nobody wants to help us out. They just took our land in 1933, and we've lived in peace for hundreds of years until then, and that nobody's listening to that rhetoric. They're just saying, hey, defamation against the Jews is horrible. It is. But you got to look at the other side. They cannot, what's this guy's name? There's an author named Black. His last name is Black.
Frank Black? I'm thinking of Ian West had that name, Frank Black.
He's a Jewish guy, and he did a book on how the transfer of money and.
You're talking about the Havara agreement, the transfer agreement.
Right, the transfer agreement.
That's right. It was he changed his name to. That's actually a pseudonym. He had to change his name to that because he became, of course, the subject of death threats from all his fellow Jews. Yeah. So I'll just look up the transfer agreement author, and we'll find out who we're talking about. Yeah. This way people can look it up. And so the transfer agreement was, let's see now, the dramatic subtitle, the dramatic story of the pact between the Third Reich and Jewish Palestine. Edwin Black. Edwin
Black.
Yes, there we are.
Edwin Black.
Yeah.
I mean, some really, really interesting facts and things that came out that, again, you won't get in a history book, or a history class. You really have to do some work and find out what happened that led to that. But suffice it to say that the first group of refugees from Europe who went into Palestine basically were the original terrorists. That's where they learned terrorism from.
Yes.
Dropping bombs on people and kicking them off their land and other things like that. Those people were, the Palestinians weren't doing anything that was harmful to anyone. They're just fighting back because they're helpless, and I don't agree with terrorism and other things like that. And I think a lot of that stuff is false flag and other things like that. But it's really difficult to see how Benjamin Netanyahu went from somebody who promised, okay, well, we'll sit down and talk about a two-state solution. Yeah, we'll do it. And as soon as President Obama was out of office and Trump came in, all of a sudden he switched gears. And then Trump aided him right along with moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And he touts that. And every one of his rallies, anytime you see him, we moved the temple. We moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to a beautiful new building. And it's like, come on, man. You're provoking the Palestinian people.
Of course, the finger in their eye.
The reason why they didn't do that was to maintain the balance of peace, in the holiest part of Jerusalem, of Israel, for all religions. They're Catholics, they're Muslims, there are people of all different faiths that go to Jerusalem to worship at the temple, to worship at the Wailing Wall. They enjoy each other. There's no crime. There's no violence until you hear about, some guy ran around stabbing people, or just a one-off stuff that is some sort of thing to provoke one side versus the other. And it's sad, because in 2023 we should be able to sit down and say, hey man, you know what? We mistreated you in the past, but here, let's do this. And I'm just blown.
Yes.
I'm just blown.
Yes, but as I said, how do you discuss these convoluted and very sensitive and controversial topics with your students?
It's these kids have heard that there's something going on in the Middle East. They have no idea. They don't even care, and that's the worst part. I literally just have to. It's touchy to discuss those kinds of things, but I just try and get their perspective and see if there's at least 2 or 3 kids that have paid attention to the news or anything like. They don't even watch the news. They have no idea. They have no idea who people are in politics, who their vice president is. They have no earthly idea. I'm being serious. It's scary to me.
Yes.
Because those are the kinds of things that we need to focus on. Now, I agree with our flawed governor that, we need to focus on civics. But you can't focus on civics by taking out critical or things about civil rights and other things like that.
Right.
That shape law, that shape policy, that kind of built our politics, not only in the state, but across the nation. Yeah. It's crazy. But, yes. We just keep fighting the battle, and I just try to slow drip them little things about, what happened in Israel and when these things happen, and, see if somebody will latch on and become interested in researching how Israel became a country, when they became a country. I talked about with my students the other day a little bit about 1947, how Israel came about at the end of World War II, and then I even tried to make it interesting by saying what else happened in 1947. The Roswell incident happened at the same time. There's a lot of
That's when you start passing out copies of my book.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. Like I said, I think about you every day. I listen to you twice a week, but I think about you because all these things. Yeah. And a lot of these things are things that I learned or piqued my interest from listening to you, and going back and looking at old clips on YouTube that you had, before the gang stalkers really started.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And well, hopefully they die down a bit now. Of course,
Yeah.
you can't expect. You always prepare for the worst, but
Yeah,
hope for the
exactly.
best. But they certainly got. Brooke Gibson really did kick their ass. That's for sure. That they really kept calling her, and I mean literally calling her, and.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah, they were calling her, and so she really pointed out what liars they all were, and it shocked them. It hurt them deeply because they're just used to people falling in line and obeying them like automatons. Because most of the people that they call are pre-programmed. There's no other word for it.
One.
No one else other than a pre-programmed lunatic would fall for their crap. Because what do they have to offer? I mean, what do you get if you join them? I mean, you spend the rest of your life shitting and pissing on Douglas Dietrich and reading a bunch of Richard K. Cole Jr. articles, which, I mean, it's just crazy. So it's like, so she just, confronted Richard K. Cole Jr. and told him what an idiot he was. And of course, he ran away pissing and moaning with his tail between his legs. He's got no dick, so all he's got is that tail. But at any rate, so there you go with that. Then Jambo the Reese Monkey started calling her and trying to seduce her. Waving his literally waving his schlong, and that was I mean, this is what they're left with, and so there you go with that. But I think that when you say before the gang stalkers really started, it's an important demarcation. But I'd like to think that they haven't that other than forcing me to constantly address their challenges, which I try to take as an opportunity to educate people further. I'd like to think that they haven't impacted my narrative too much.
Not at all. As a matter of fact, I think you've become more technically savvy, and I think also too there are a lot of people that you've carried in the past that were albatrosses to you that you just cast them off.
Thank you.
What's the other guy? J-Mo Reese.
Yes.
At one point when I'm listening to him, I'm like, okay, they have a good relationship. Then I flicked on one night and you were like talking about, I was like, well, he must have done something to Doug. And then I was like, okay, I heard you talk more. I say, okay, yeah, he had to get rid of him. So you're doing what you need to do, man. And I'll keep hanging in the fight, doing what you're doing, because the truth will always win out.
Thank you, and bless you for that, and certainly, hopefully, that's the case with your students. I know you do your best by them, and obviously, of course, the subject that you're dealing with is math, mostly, I think, but certainly under the governor that you have, this Ron DeSantis, with his delusional aspirations of becoming president, it's like, what can you tell us about the latest concerning scandals around him, or whatever conspiracies, whatever he might be conspiring or up to? He's always up to something, and it's never any good.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, his campaign is fizzling out quickly. I think it would take a real Hail Mary for him to stay in there, although he is the second leading, or close to the second leading person behind Trump. But, I'm going to be honest with you, if he wasn't so drunken with the power and the adulation of the conservative Christians, he'd actually be pretty decent governor. He's done a lot for teachers. He raised our salaries. Next year, I think we're getting like a $10,000 salary bump.
Okay.
And he's implementing other benefits and other things that are helping the teachers and trying to help the kids, other than the banning of books and other stuff. I mean, if he leaves all that other crap aside, he wouldn't be a bad governor. But now he's shot himself in the foot by trying to run for president, or thinking he's going to be president or get some kind of post in the cabinet if Trump would happen to win, which God forbid. We all have to be falling asleep at the wheel to let that monkey back in the White House.
Oh God, yeah, that would be a nightmare. I mean, we don't need him again. Yeah, we don't need him again. It's By the way, I'm happy to report that Nemo says he's fixed his mic. Let's test him and Brendan. Brendan, did security finally leave you alone? Let's have you join in along with Nemo if that's the case. Otherwise, Nemo, let's hear your voice.
Yeah, hello. How's it going, everyone?
Oh, much the better for hearing you. Good to hear your voice again. Thank you, and
Yes.
deeply appreciate it. Of course, always be very selective in what you say out loud.
Yeah.
But other than that, glad to have you with us, and how are things going in general in Australia? Anything in particular regionally that bears mentioning?
Well, that big voting thing on whether the Aboriginal should have a political voice in the system, most Australians voted no against it.
You're
That's
kidding.
one
Oh
big
my
thing.
god.
You're
Yeah,
kidding. Oh my
My
god.
grandmother
Talking about
voted yes
apartheid.
for it. I was talking to my grandmother about it, and she said she voted as yes, but she was upset how most people voted no, even though they deserve to have a voice
That's
in politics.
that's outrageous. That's a
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
What was the caveat? Why were they against it?
Oh, it's just a lot of propaganda and, just...
Well, what was the propaganda saying?
Well, part of the reason is the public acknowledge most Aboriginals as troublemakers, so they don't care for them. And the others is, well, what's the point? Some people voted against it because they thought, oh, what's the point of allowing a voice to speak on behalf of Aboriginal community because they're not going to be listened to anyway by the other political leaders. It's just a big mix of different reasons why, but yeah, most of them voted against this. So
Basically, white supremacy.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's
Pretty much.
I mean, we all know that. We all
Yeah.
know that, but I was just wondering what was the rationale? What was the shall we say, the explanation they presented to the rest of the world so that
They don't have a good explanation overall.
Right. It sounds like they
It's
don't even need one. It's just kind of like, not right now. We're not feeling it.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Again.
My opinion is Aboriginal should have just been left alone and not have their land taken and try to coexist peacefully somehow, but that couldn't happen.
Well, my own opinion is that all white Americans should be relocated to the original 13 colonies, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah.
It's
Only in a perfect world.
yeah. I say that ironically, just so people understand that's not an actual policy objective of mine, but it's
Because
so.
then you have to deal with the idea of the republics, like Texas and California, and
Yes, that's right.
they're like their own entities.
Yes. By the way, Troy, do come on and say goodnight to everyone before you retreat into the gentle night, please. This is Troy, do you say goodnight?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Good night, everybody. I got to try and get ready for the morning, but I'm be listening with my headset. I love you guys, and I love hearing all the perspectives that you have on all the different topics, man. Keep doing your thing, guys.
Yes, blessed be.
Have a good night.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us.
Blessings.
Yes. And thank you.
So I got bossed on by the security guard.
What the fuck was going on with that? Tell us what happened.
So the site I'm at is like part of it's undergoing construction. So I guess the construction company hired this dude, and it's like his first night or something.
Yeah.
So he like blocks my car in,
Oh,
and with
shit.
his lights on and shit, and like trying to boss on me. So I like jumped out of the car.
Yeah.
And I like showed him my badge, and I was like, "Yo, I work here." And then he dips out. He's like, "Oh, okay," and then like didn't even give me a chance to explain, or I was trying to like see if this guy was legit, or I was about to have to like blast him into fucking next oblivion,
Yeah.
the next life and shit.
Yeah.
Because nowadays you can't even trust like, is this even a security guard?
Thank
like,
you!
Like,
Thank you.
like, am I about to get robbed?
Oh yeah, and of course, if you're female, it's worse. I mean, this
for sure.
this is how they stop ladies and rape them and shit. It's
Right. And it's like I inherently knew that it was from the construction site because I'd seen his lights earlier. But like, if it was just some random encounter, like I definitely would not. I would be armed. Let's say armed quickly.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Right.
So
there has been, like situations like that. Maybe not in my area, but just in, I mean, even definitely in the Bay Area, where they'll pull up, like you said, especially to women, they'll say, "Oh, I'm a security," or "I'm a cop," and then basically rob you or worse.
Yeah.
So.
And if he had been more friendly to you and hung out to just chat with you, you could have warned him the place is fucking haunted. Now he doesn't know what he's in for. Right. Yeah.
Exactly. So good for him.
Yeah. And so, like, where are you now? Still at the site, or are you home?
Yeah, well, I'm still at the site, but I have to get going soon. So, but I wanted to cover.
Yeah, tell us about the mosque and the flag. Come on, tell us about this stuff. Explain it to our listeners.
Oh yeah, that's all important. Very important.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I wasn't even planning on coming on because it's actually Navratri, and I have to go watch a premiere, like a Navratri premiere, and like get into the zone and light some, dayas and stuff. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah.
But so, anyways, I gotta scroll through Nemo's situation here.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever he's got going. Okay. And then I go back to your Harding World War III.
Yeah. So, yes.
So the headline reads: Flash, Black Flag is risen on the Razavi Shrine. Islam goes to all-out war. With the bombing of the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital.
Oh, they glitched you. They're glitching you. Yeah, well, they got him. So, yeah, and poor guy. He must have like stepped into the wrong cell area, and so we'll let him know. Let's get this to him. You dropped out. You dropped out. Bren. There we are. Oh fuck! I know what to do. Yeah, I gotta make that edit that, and add in the @ symbol so that it actually becomes noticeable to him. Fuck! I've got so many people on the call. There we are. Okay, there we go. He dropped out at Brendan. So hopefully he sees that. Hopefully that'll get his attention. George Knight says he'll try and join us shortly. Happy birthday for tomorrow, he says. So I thank him for that. And then we're he really dropped out.
Wi-Fi sucks.
Yes, it does indeed. So Aristides, yes, tell us about how's your life been going lately? Just whatever you're willing to share. Nothing too invasive. I mean, people don't know much about you, so you might share a little.
It's it gets hectic at times, but I'm managing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, I mean, when you're awesome, a lot of people depend on you. So
How long have I been censored? I just got straight censored for
dude. Oh man, they fucking, the moment that you started in just saying like, I really need to watch that premiere. You said I need to watch a premiere, and the moment you said that, they knocked you off bandwidth, and then he went mute again. That he's deferring to you, Aristides, so that you could round off your thoughts.
Oh. I don't know. I didn't really have any, but I did find some video of this hospital thing. I can drop it in a thing, but you won't want to play it with sound, when we're trying to have the call. But,
thank you.
But
thank you for the forewarning. I might have done something stupid and turned it on. Yeah. And then we would have heard all kinds of stuff that would get me like marked on the channel or something. Oh my god!
Yeah, there's no words, but there's just there's sound with the video that you would come on.
Understand.
Yeah, so bring that up.
And so let me ask Brendan. Brendan, here we are. You know you are on mute, right? You are mute. You are mute, yes. There we are. See if he responds to that. Hopefully the guy's not, pontificating into a closed mic.
How old are you turning this month, Aristides?
Yeah, Aristides, how old are you turning this month?
49.
Your birthday's this month?
Yeah,
it's after your birthday.
Yeah. It's the three of us. 3 days in a row.
It's my birthday today, yours tomorrow, and his after that.
Oh, you're kidding. Happy birthday, Nemo. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell us?
It's not a big deal.
Well, it is, in a way. I mean, and so your birthday's today. Mine is the
20th.
Okay, am I audible?
Yeah, you are now, finally. Yes. Oh, my God.
Okay, because that was... So when did I leave off? Because
like
I
you
was
said,
in the
you
middle
said you said that it's an Asian Indian holiday. You were going to watch a premiere, and that's the moment they cut you off. And since then, you haven't been able to talk at all, essentially.
I gave the whole story of the mosque and everything. Damn it.
yeah, shit. And
why would they cut me off like that?
Well, you know goddamn well why, because you give it the story of the mosque. Yeah,
story of the mosque. And then also I gave a shout out to Navratri. It's the 9 nights of the goddess. It's currently the 5th night. Yes. So I have to go, like I said, light my dayas and, do my thing for divine. That's why I was trying to like go through the story, and then they cut me.
Yeah. Oh,
and I was going off on a spiel, so I mean.
Yeah, so just recapture the spirit, and we heard nothing, so don't worry about saying everything exactly the way you said it. In the meantime, I do want you to know, Troy Bellamy says his mother's birthday is today. She's 83. Oh, we love your mother. happy birthday to your mother, and happy birthday to Aristides, whose birthday is, when did you say it was? Tomorrow. Yeah. Right.
What's with all these October birthdays?
Yeah. Nemo's is today. Yeah, Nemo's is today. And before Brendan gets talking, how old are you, Nemo?
30.
30. Congratulations. And Aristides, he turns.
Wow, you hit a century or a decade.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. He hit a decade. Yeah. And,
one of the decades.
Yeah, and Aristides turns 49. Great. Cool. I think
he sounds younger than that.
Yeah, you sound a lot younger. Looks a lot younger too. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Got no hair to turn gray. Yeah. And
the beard could turn gray.
Yeah, that's true too. True too. So Brendan, lay everything to us. Lay it all on us.
Yeah. Let me retrieve my notes here.
Sure.
Because I read the whole article. God damn it. Okay. So.
Well, they didn't want the truth getting out, that's for sure.
Wait, was this something? It was something about. Was this the black flag?
Yeah.
I saw something about that, and it was part of some prophecy or something. What?
Yeah. Okay. Spoiler alert. That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know any details. You'll have to tell.
So, in a historic, unprecedented move, a black flag has been hoisted above the Razavi Dome of the Imam Reza Mosque complex in Iran, which is a stark departure from its tradition, as it is outside the holy week of Muhammadah, the month of mourning of the Islamic calendar. The Imam Reza complex in the Masjid of Iran is home to the mausoleum of Imam Reza, also known as Ali al-Reza, and is an iconic religious complex, as it is the largest mosque by area in the world. It holds immense significance of the 12 Shia Muslims, and it's a focal point for many religious. It's the holiest site outside of Mecca and Al-Madinah, so, by the way. And so just yesterday, they raised a black flag above the dome, one of the biggest, largest domes in, all of Islam. And this article is there's a bit of an echo. Can you guys still hear?
Yeah.
There's like a gnarly echo.
Yeah, it is a gnarly echo. Why did that start? Of course, it started because of what you're talking about. They got him again.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, so for some reason they really don't want anyone to know about this.
They really don't.
And I'll tell you why, anyways.
Yeah.
The important part here. See. And I'm driving in Mad Max territory, so this just gotta bear with me here.
Understood.
Let's see. Yeah, so in other words, they raised the flag. And this black flag, so not only does it represent mourning, so they originally some of these people, I don't know what you would call them, spin doctors, like the spin doctors on the Islamic side, they said, oh, it's actually not a war call. It has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do with jihad. It's just a mourning, like blah, blah, blah. But this is the first time in history they've raised the flag outside of Al-Masjid, which is the mourning month. And this is the biggest mosque in all of Sunni Islam. It's the holiest site outside of Mecca itself.
Yeah.
And this is another article headline here, if it actually loads. Newsflash, black flag is risen on the Razavi shrine in Islam. And Islam is going to all-out war.
All right. They got him. They got him again.
God damn.
Oh, man. Oh.
Just when he's trying to get into something good, they gotta.
Yes. At Brendan. Got you again. There we go. Oh man. He should just wait till he gets home. But I'm not quite sure if that'll help.
Does he have a laptop and Ethernet cable?
I think so. He's got at least a laptop at home, which I don't know if that's much of an improvement, but it's got to be better than this. And it's, all is what it is. And
like the intelligence agencies and whatnot, they don't want the true facts being addressed on these topics. My Twitter account got permanently suspended a while ago just for going on about how Hamas was funded and orchestrated by Israel, and I kept posting stuff about that in the links that even you provided, proving that Hamas was funded by Israel via cryptocurrency and all that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Twitter is just filled with people idolizing
Dude, they
Israel.
cut me off again.
You did, dude. They got you again.
What was the last thing I said?
You were talking about Islam's going to war, and then I said, all right.
They won't let me get the quote from the hadith out.
So,
are you sure no one's just dropping me or something?
It's not me, man. It ain't me or anybody here. Right? Yeah, we're on your side.
No one here. So.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying you're against it.
Yeah.
It could be a mistake or something.
Fuck, you know me. As soon as you said that, I said, all right.
Yeah, of course. That's why I was like, wait a minute, no one said anything, because I know you were waiting for it.
Yeah, we're waiting for the follow-up. And Nemo said just when you were getting to the good shit, then they blasted you off bandwidth. So, yeah.
This is like the third time in a row.
Yeah, fourth or fifth, but come on.
It's too many to count.
Yeah.
Anyways, let me... trying to get back to the quote from the hadith is the most important, and that's what they don't want said.
Yes.
And
oh my god,
I was like talking to myself for fucking 5 minutes.
Yes,
again.
Yes. Oh my god, it's maddening.
Yeah, this is serious. Like in context to Islam.
Yes,
this is a very serious situation.
Yes,
this is the quote from Abdul al-Alim al-Mahdi al-Manzar, one of the the subsequent writers in Islam.
Cool.
One of the, I believe.
They got you again. They got him again.
What the hell?
The moment that he was going to translate that shit. Yeah.
Just keep trying.
Oh God. Got you again. Here. You there, Bren? Bren? Shit. Poor bastard. He's probably talking to himself. He's probably pontificating a mile a minute. Trying to get it out before they cut him off. But doesn't know they already cut him off. So it is what it is. I'll have to go grab a liquid Coke at some point soon. Right now, I'll just wait till...
I'm back. God damn it.
Yeah, they got you just as you were going to give the translation. You said all that cool Arabic, and it sounded, that was cool.
I took a screenshot of this so it wouldn't... So they don't keep dropping me if it's something to do with the browser, but I doubt it highly. Anyways, what I just said, who Abdim al-Alim al-Mahdi al-Munzar, he's the person that's quoting this quote from the Hadith, or he wrote it. Yeah. He basically knew Muhammad, in other words. Yeah. When the black flag comes from Khorasan, go to them, even if you have to crawl through snow. For amongst them is the Caliph from Allah, al-Mahdi. Did you guys get that?
Yes, the Messiah.
Yeah, so the Mahdi, it's a sign that the Mahdi is here. Yes. And now all of Islam has to fight under his flag, which is apocalyptic, to say the least.
Yes.
So... the fact that the largest mosque in the world, outside by area, the holiest site in all of Shia, which is the Iranian version of, I mean, it's just another sect in Islam, but it's mainly practiced in Iran.
That's right.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, they would unite in a second, in a drop of a hat, under the black flag, because it's the flag of the Prophet himself.
Right.
So...
theoretically, at least, but go on. Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
After the attack on the hospital, they hoisted the black flag, which they claimed was for mourning, quote unquote.
Yes.
But it's clearly a call to arms.
Yes.
For one of the largest jihads we'll ever have seen in our lifetime, if it all continues.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's already not looking good with whatever. I don't even want to name this creature, whatever that guy.
Netanyahu.
All of them, the whole lot of them.
Yes.
Biden.
Yes, Biden. That's right.
With his lack of, it's not even diplomacy. His just, like when you guys were talking about, was it Gerald Ford or someone?
Yeah. Gerald.
It was
Ford.
It was like Biden makes him look competent. Like,
yeah. Thank you. Yes, They just keep getting worse. Yeah. It's you heard what I said. I couldn't, Peter was trying to be kind to him too. Peter was saying, Biden, he can do a deal. I said, no.
There's no way. I mean, there's
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way.
Yeah, he's too incompetent to.
So this is their shtick on this one. This one site says, the black flag holds a distinct place in Islamic history and tradition. Contrary to its misrepresented claims on social media, it does not represent a call to arms or conflict. The shift to black indicates a solemn expression of grief, mourning, and solidarity. Well, the people out front of it don't agree with that, because there's people like calling for, death to the West, death to the Zionists. They use this term. They don't say Jews and they don't say Israel.
Yeah.
They say Zionist specifically.
Yes.
So, and then it talks about the hospital attack, which, I mean, we all know that it just, the second I saw it, I knew it was basically it's the spark,
Thank you. Yes.
There's no way, I mean, like, they'd attack their own thing like that.
Yes. Just the insinuation that they would is offensive. Like
I know that's crazy. I mean, once I saw that, and then they said, "Oh, Biden said he's agreeing with them." I mean, I knew it was over. It's game fucking over.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean,
we lost all credibility or whatever we had left.
Thank you. There never was any, but yeah, we went from that to something worse. Yes, go on. They got him again. I know they got him again, because otherwise he would have responded to what I said. So Aristides is showing Biden here with somebody behind him.
That's Blinken. He's keeping the reins close there. While he's talking.
Blinken is just so alarmed. Yes.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, something to do with this site.
Yeah. And thank you, Aristides. So because the echo is driving me mad. please go mute.
Please go mute.
He's got speakers on. Yeah. So Brendan, do me a favor. Get back to where you were. I knew that you would. I know that you would respond to what I said. Yes. We had no credibility, and we've gone someplace worse now, where we look basically like Zionist puppets, which is what we are under Biden. And So yes, I mean,
and he's saying things that like, well, we're gonna forever stand with Israel in quotes.
Yes.
I mean, like this is, this is bad.
Thank you. That is bad. Yeah, it's the absolute worst thing to say.
And then I like this part where they lump it in together. They say Biden admin drafts $100 billion Ukraine/Israel foreign aid package. So now we're just gonna start, we're just gonna lump it all together. Might as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, fuck it, right? So crazy. And then on top of that, the Turkish army is mobilizing, and then the U.S. is sending troops through one of their bases in Turkey as well, because they're part of NATO, so they're able to have like open borders or whatever.
Well, they can coerce the Turks into that for now. Go on. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
But this black flag business is not a good sign at all. And
I mean, it is, but it depends on which perspective you have. Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't want to see World War. I mean, like, I don't, like, shit's already expensive as it is. Like, like, why would I want this to go down like this? But we're basically running out of time. Like, Divine, has warned us. Like, we just had that earthquake earlier. And, like, I mean, there's so many warnings the last 20, 30 years since 2012, since even before, since 2001, whatever metric you want to use. Beings here have had so many warnings from Divine, and that the system we're under is like pure just shenanigans, and like it's basically the clock is ticking.
Yes.
Like the sands of time are dropping. And it's like I don't think people realize how dire of a situation.
But this is the nadir
yes.
of the Iron Age before we enter the Golden Age. So we have to go through this.
It has to in a sense, but it also, at the same time, people should be illumined. This is like an inversion of that. Like they want people to fall. Like this is how these beings see it. Like the Patalis and the beings from the lower realms.
Yes.
They want everyone in hell with them.
Yes.
instead of like maybe some people getting out, or maybe some people getting enlightenment, or whatever you want to call it, at least knowledge, to like live peacefully. Instead of that, they want everyone to go to hell with them, or worse.
Yes.
In like some, some end game kind of bullshit.
Yes.
Better rule in hell. That's the line from the Bible. Better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven. That's their mentality. I mean, that's their fucking mentality. You could see it.
Yes.
That's what they want.
Yeah.
That's why everyone's becoming more depraved, and they're pushing. Which they've always done, but now it's like they're just pushing it. They deliberately want people to crash and burn with them. So. It is really at the nadir of the age. The Iron Age is the age of iron and tears is here. It's the end of it.
Yes, and so knowing that, we need to roll with it. You just roll with it. This is
right.
this is
well, the point. Yeah, absolutely. The point of it is that it's actually already ended, because the light has been shown. That's the point. That's how you know. Like the fact that we even have internet, the fact that we even have all these technologies, that we have some knowledge, like GNO, like real knowledge, on how the world works, like how technology works, like that's just a sign that the Aquarian Age is here. And so it's not only, I've mentioned this before, it's not only an ending of a Yug cycle.
Explain the Yuga.
Which is a time cycle.
Yes.
So the Yugas are the grand cycle. So that's like the Golden Age, the Bronze Age, the Copper Age, the Iron Age, and then back to gold and silver. The Satya Yug would be the highest. Then you have Dwarpara, you have Treta Yug, which is like a silver, like you have a little less knowledge. Then you have the Dwarpara, which is like the second leg, which means two, the dual age, which we're entering. So it's like that's like a bronze, copper age. And then you have the Kali Yug, the age of where there's only one pillar of righteousness left, And that's the age we're exiting now.
Yes.
And then on top of that, you have the precessional ages of the zodiac. So that's when you hear people saying, oh, we're going in the age of Aquarius, and that's why we have all this technology and stuff. Like, so we're entering that region of the energy field that we call the cosmos. So that's why we're getting all this technology and all this enlightenment, and how we're able to even talk right now through this technology.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, the age is changing. So it's like, this is like one of those pivotal points in time, in the timeline,
Mm-hmm.
which is why all this stuff has gone down for the last 10, 15 years. The beings that have knowledge from, like, you know, from the realms below that are interfering with our situation, they all know about this stuff. And that's why they use it against people, this knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's why they all use cosmic cycles and astrology, you know.
Yes.
To rule over us. I mean, that's how they do it. So, yeah.
It's incredibly important points. And so what do you recommend that people do individually? What is a person to do to center themselves in times like these?
I mean, connect to nature. I mean, it's really simple. It sounds too simple almost, like it's almost comical, but like you just touch your feet on the ground, you go out to nature, you connect with it, you look at it, you see a sunset, you say, oh, that's a beautiful sunset. You see a flower, you say, that's a really nice flower. You see some natural, like, you know, whatever, something in nature that you like, you just say it. And then slowly you'll connect with nature and connect with the elements. So once you connect with the elements and nature, then it's like a staircase. You just keep going up, like, you know, and like the real stairway of heaven is the stairway of facts. So like the more facts you speak, the more pure principles you speak, the higher you'll go and the easier things become for a being like that. So it's like
more people need to acknowledge the laws of nature and abide the laws of nature, which a lot of people don't do anymore. Yeah.
Yes. You have to.
We're abiding by the laws of man and this fucked up, corrupt society.
Yeah, man-made laws are out the door right now. Like, you can see how crazy they are. They don't work. Like you just said with the Aboriginal thing. I mean, like the man-made laws are so nonsense. Like, why would they? Yeah. Why would you even decide on like a fate of a whole race? I mean, that's just like that's almost offensive in and of itself to create a law like that. You know, like shouldn't they be just part of like humanity in general? Right? But that's the thing. Like nature's law applies to everyone equally. That's what a pure principle is. It's like no one, like even the controllers are not outside of karma. Like they know that.
No one's exempt from it.
No one's exempt. Reality. That's why they trick. And even those, like you were talking earlier, Douglas, about like the Satanists, and they all know about karmic retribution. They all use it. That's why it's always tacit consent.
Yes.
Like Aquino and all these guys, like they never forced pretty much on things on beings. It was always by choice.
Yes.
Or coercion or something.
No, it's quite true. It's like what they say about the old myth about the vampire is you have to invite them in. It's a literary myth, but in the case of the Satanists, it's quite real. Go on. Yes, by all means. But by the way, just so people remember, in the movie The Exorcist, not that she's responsible for this, but Reagan, the young girl who gets possessed, invites Pazuzu in as Captain Howdy through the Ouija board. By saying hello, Captain Howdy. So she invites it. She's not responsible for that, but she provided an opening in her innocence. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
the being took advantage of that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Yes. So go on with what you're saying, please. And what you say people should let in is positive nature. Is essentially what you're saying, or tell us more.
Or you could do it that way, but connecting with nature. And connecting with higher and divine forces, because that's really like the only protection in a true sense of protection, because then you ascend your being higher, and then you can eventually reach a state where you're powerful enough to affect change to your being, to be able to get out of, like, whether it's reincarnation cycle or you just get to better states. Even here on earth you can get to better states by connecting with nature, by connecting with divine. And then you get more knowledge. That's how the rishis of ancient times did it. You know, the more knowledge they got, the more bliss and the more pleasure you get, and the more higher states you reach. Therefore, living becomes easier on any plane, And all of that requires behavior, you know. So the word behavior means be space have. So the more behavior you have, the more you can have from divine. So the divine protects you in that way. So that's why I'm saying the only way to do that is you have to start with basics, connect with nature, say your appreciation, say your praise. Why, you know, you can just even eating food, like you just say, I appreciate the earth for giving me this food. Like it's super, super simple. But until you do it, you don't know how something that simple can really affect you positively and actually create this like ascending charge.
Is that in your area, that wonderful bird? Is that nature kind of speaking with you simultaneously?
Yeah, it's like a whole flock of birds that flew by.
That's amazing.
That's a good sign. That means the bird tribe is listening. Yeah.
Yes, and they're overcoming these people trying to shut you down. Go on.
Yes, they're very supportive. They're sweet. Yeah. So that's the point, is that the more you connect with nature, the more things like that happen, the more real magic happens. So it's like, you know, it's like beyond like white, black, or gray magic. It's like real magic. It's like ascending the spiral of creation instead of getting stuck, where these beings want being stuck or to fall with them. You know, that's their trick. That's the trick here, is like either you fall with them or you're stuck in this kind of system that they want people stuck in. So the only way out of that is to basically completely remove yourself from the matrix system. And the only way to do that is to observe nature, follow the laws of divine, follow the multiversal laws, and then ascend and evolve. And then that's the way out. Which it's very clear if you look at like Vedic texts, or even the occult has all that, you know, the Hermetic laws, as above, so below, as inside, so outside. You can even just read the Hermetica and it's like pretty clear for Westerners too. So the closer you get to pure principles, like the easier things become. That's how I would put it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What was that word? Hermetica, or what? How
the
was that
Hermetica.
spelled? Sorry?
The Hermetica. Like Hermes, like Hermetica.
Okay.
Hermetica. It's like, I mean, it's the one that everyone quotes, like, you know, as above, so below. That's where that actually comes from. It's from the Hermetica.
Right.
Yeah. But that's just like a frame of reference for Western people. I use the Vedic system myself. But ultimately, it's all the ancient systems boil down, if you were to like distill it, like whether you call it alchemy, whether you call it magic, whether you call it druidism, it all like distills into this realm of pure principles and evolution. Even the Egyptian beings, the so-called even pre-dynastic, dynastic, whatever, they knew that the soul, you have to live your life so that your soul can escape the reincarnation cycle and ascend to the heaven, the Elysian fields and beyond. Like, that was the point. That's why they have all the symbolism and the pyramids and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So each reincarnation's like an attempt and a test to try and get yourself out of the cycle. You have to keep trying. Like,
yes. Yeah, like it's called transmigration of soul, of the spirit, not the soul, spirit. Transmigration, you know, it's like a video game. Like you're at level 1, like you get a human body. Like you can even see it in that kind of term. Like if you can't handle this body and you can't behave, then like, you know, problems here. Like you get
once
disease.
you're out of the cycle, is it permanent? Like
No, like even the gods have karma and stuff. Like there's a story of Indra, like the king of heaven, the king of the elements, the elementals. Like there's a story of Indra, like he goes and disrespects a rishi, and then even he gets in trouble for that. Like, so it's always about behavior and refining. Like you have to refine the senses, refine the elements within yourself, and it's like it's perpetual, and it's a discipline. But it comes, the more you do it, like the better, the more bliss you get. So it's like this self-perpetuating spiral that helps you ascend. You know, the more you do it, the better it feels, and the more bliss you get. And it's called Anand in Sanskrit. They call it Anand, meaning bliss or pleasure. You know.
Excellent.
So the closer you get to divine.
Yeah, and we're welcoming George Knight aboard as well. And so, George Knight, how much time do we have with you tonight, dear George?
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, and happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes. I've got I'd say about half an hour or so, or 45 minutes at the most.
Okay.
But but by all means, if Brendan wants to continue, I don't want to come and interrupt anything.
I think both of you have much to offer. Brendan, so is there anything else you want to share? Yeah, by all means.
I mean, that was a pretty big knowledge dump there.
I think it was. But the
birds responded, so that's nice.
Yes, I think it was profound. That was profound. And I do want people to understand that the only reason I'm somewhat excited by the potential for a third world war is simply because of the fact that we're stuck. We're basically we need to move on, and this is the one thing that would force that. And right now I will attempt to integrate.
Knowing your
go on.
Your chart and your genetic background, I don't see. That's not a mystery that you'd be excited by such
things. Thank you. Yes.
Which by the way, the moon is like approximately near your biosire's like signage, and yours as well for that matter.
Excellent. And that's a sign of good things.
It's between Scorpio and Sagittarius. Yes. It's called Mula. It's like a very charged point. Yes. It's actually like one of the most occult points too, as far as knowledge. Like it's about Mula means root in Sanskrit, so it's about getting to the root, getting to the crux of knowledge, getting to the depths.
Yes.
So it's a very
wonderful,
important part. Yeah.
Thank you. And so, Jennifer Hawkins, I want you to know I'm calling you. Hopefully you can hear the call. I'm Skype calling you, trying to bring you on the call.
Was that the person you sent the photos? Or someone else? Or not a photo, but it was like a
link? Her channel?
Yeah, was that the same person?
It might be. If that's the Arcane Observer, she's the Arcane Observer, yes.
Oh, yeah, this person. Yeah.
Yes,
that's what right. I was asking.
Yeah.
I wasn't asking, like, who this is, as in, who are you? I was asking who that was. I don't know if you read the text.
Well, I'll have to, check into what text you sent about that. But in the meantime, George, catch us up on what's been going on with yourself and what you think of current events ongoing right now. Please, by all means.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. I do have something I believe is quite relevant to address to the listenership. I believe it's to do with current affairs. It's about the YouTuber wars that are currently going on. It's regarding the Israel and Hamas conflict that's proceeding at this moment in time. But I've just checked at my location. I'm at work at this moment. I've arrived early at my site. I've just checked. I haven't parked underneath a tree because we've got such bad weather at the moment. Trees do come down, and I'll just make sure I wasn't parked underneath one so a tree doesn't fall on top of my head. Last year we had several deaths where falling down on top of vans. Yeah, so I just made sure I'm not parked underneath a tree because that's the last thing I want to happen. I won't know about it, but I don't want that to happen.
No, I understand. Sure. Holy shit! And
it's pitch black.
Wait, definitely be cautious because it's an eclipse corridor. So any kind of thing you could avoid. That
absolutely, because we've got such bad weather. We've got torrential rain and storms that are occurring at this moment. I think the name is Babbitt. They've named the storm Babbitt in the north at this moment in time. It's currently going on. We're just receiving the end result of it at the tether of it. So it's quite horrendous at this moment. But I would like to address, Douglas, if I may, about Jordan Peterson's daughter, Michaela, if that's all right, please.
By all means.
At this moment,
By the way, Brendan, tell him about how she's on carnivore diet. Yeah. And Jennifer Hawkins, welcome aboard, honey. Well, let me introduce you.
How are you?
Oh, much the better for speaking with you. Let me introduce you to George Knight. Oh, you already met the two of you. Brendan Zogit. Let me introduce you to Brendan Zogit and Aristides and Nemo Albano. Troy Bellamy is presumably asleep.
Hello, Jennifer.
Greetings.
Yes.
Good evening.
Yes. And that was Aristides, the human echo.
Is it still doing it?
Yeah.
Fuck. All right.
He's not a sound engineer. As can be ascertained. Okay, thank God. Yes, otherwise that would drive me to madness. So Jennifer, do us a favor. Let George introduce what he was going to say about Jordan Peterson, because, you know, Jordan Peterson's a favorite punching bag of mine. And actually, before George goes into it all the way, Brendan, was it not Jordan Peterson's daughter that was on the carnivore diet, or was that someone else I'm thinking of? Brendan.
No, that is correct, Douglas. Yeah.
It is.
It's both of them. It's both of them.
Okay.
They claim that.
First, I want to check. Is my sound all right?
It is.
Just to check. Okay.
You're doing
Then
great.
I'm listening then.
What? Oh, because we're going to have you participate soon enough. I mean, we're trying to make it a bit of a round table. You know, there's a bit of a kind of, you know, we only have a limited amount of time with George. So that's why we want him to get his stuff out. And then
I want to hear it.
Yeah, there we are. So, take it away, George.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so for about 6 years, she's proclaimed that she's been on this carnivore diet, as well as Jordan Peterson. They've explained like it's to do with neurological reasons, benefits. But anyway, what I wanted to go into is something that people cannot find this out online. Well, it's very esoteric. The Michaela Peterson is actually married to another man, otherwise known as Jordan himself. So she's married to a man named Jordan Fuller, which is something I wasn't aware of. But what she has done, instead of taking the Fuller name, she has kept her father's name, Peterson. So she's still known as Michaela Peterson. And if you take a look online with the wedding footage of obviously her father walked her down the aisle, but the man who instead of getting a reverend or a father to announce the vows, it was Jordan Peterson who was reading out the vows on the wedding day. And he goes, in the first statement was, "Oh, how awkward. I, Jordan, give you away." So
Talk about some Freudian slip. These people don't even hide it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, so she's married to a man named Jordan Fuller, which she's kept her father's name because obviously he's told her we want to keep the family name legacy going. So she's always known as just a YouTuber. She has nothing else to offer. And what's been going around online, circulating online,
she hooked up with Andrew Tate too.
This is what I'm getting into. Yeah, thank you, Brendan. So she hooked up with Andrew Tate 3 years ago. She was she visited Germany, and he invited her because he was residing in Romania, and so he said, "All right, come to Romania. I'll buy you tickets to fly over to or to drive over to Romania, and I'll pick you up, and we can hook up, and I can take you around in my 27 super fast cars, in my Lamborghini and my Bugatti Veyron, and we could go around watching castles. We could go visit castles, go sightseeing." Wow. And so what's going on at this moment is Michaela Peterson. She's come out online and said that this rumor circulating online that we hooked up and that we had sex with each other. And it's no doubt that they did hook up to have sex, because there's nothing that she offers Andrew Tate. So the reason why Andrew Tate invited her to go to Romania is because he hates Jordan Peterson. And the way they can get at him or get back at him is to have sex with his daughter. And so
we know it's true. We know it's true that they hooked up because Jordan's like gone on the attack and is talking against Tate now.
Exactly.
So it's like, so that's the only reason he would do that, is if he, you know.
Interesting. Go on.
But now Michaela has come out and said, and she's repeated this time and time again, and even with the latest interview that she's done with her own father, he said she's come out and adamantly said, "Oh, we never had sex. We just hooked up. I visited him because it was a business proposition. I went there for business reasons only. He was very nice to me. We hooked up. We went to cigar bars, and he took me around, and we drove around and saw these castles. Whilst really they weren't."
And then
really
she went home. That was her quote. She was like, "Then I went home."
Yes, and then I went home. Yes, I went home, and of course, if you watch Andrew Tate's response to this, is he gives off the guilt trip. He gives off the signs that they did have sex with each other. But of course, she's told him, "Well, we can't reveal that we had sex because otherwise my father's going to kill me. He's going to disown me if he finds out that we have had sex with each other. So we have to come out online and say that nothing ever happened." And so, yeah, so this is the situation. You have this man, Jordan Peterson, who has told his daughter, who gave her away on her wedding day, that you have to keep my last name. You can't become now a Fuller. You have to keep the name going. Because their whole legacy is based upon YouTube videos that go viral. There's nothing else that they offer. And so, yeah, obviously she hooked up with Andrew Tate. There was nothing that she offered Andrew Tate other than Andrew Tate hates Jordan Peterson, and I'm going to have sex with Jordan Peterson's daughter. And so that's what I just wanted to bring to the table. I only realized that last night, Douglas, because there has been this dispute online going about the Israeli-Hamas conflict, and you've got Piers Morgan interviewing Ben Shapiro, and then you've got Andrew Tate responding because now he's a claimed Muslim and he's all for the Palestinian side, and then you've got all these like Jordan Peterson tweeting about Benjamin Netanyahu, go give him hell, Netanyahu.
Oh, God.
And so there's this conflict that's going on.
Right.
Morally.
Yep. Good. This is part of the judgment. This is part of the judgment. It's like all these idiots now they have to put their fucking money where their mouth is and see, are you guys really all on the same red pill team, or what?
Yes, they're all cannibalizing each other. Yeah.
Yeah, because Shapiro, I mean, obviously he's gonna go pure Israel, and then all the rest of them have to sort themselves out because he's like the highest rated one. Yeah. So it's like they're gonna have to pick sides. It's kind of part of the whole deal.
Yes, excellent. Yes, so we get to see them dance and skirmish and play musical chairs. Wonderful. So yes, thank you, Brendan. Go on, George. Yes, by all means.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. So yeah, when she was saying that, yeah, we were going around. You know, all we did, Dad, we went around, we saw these castles, yeah, and all I saw was spires, but no, the only spire you were seeing was Antique Palace.
Yes, oh my God.
Yes, all they did was talking business. So yeah, no, it's so blatantly obvious what the whole point is because Andrew Tate hates because what is she going to offer? Because all he was doing, his business was all to do with
basically human trafficking, trafficking human females, and then trying to indoctrinate other young men to do the same thing he was doing. That's basically it. Yes, go on.
Yes. And she's not going to redeem herself in that way, but she's already done it with sleeping with Andrew Tate. And she said, "I can't reveal this to my dad because he's going to disown me. He'll kill me." If so, that's why she's had to come out and repeatedly repeat that lie that nothing ever happened.
By the way, if her dad disowns her, that would be the best thing that ever happened to her. She could finally grow up. She could finally be her own human being. But go on. Yes.
He's a full-on creep because he didn't upvote a picture of her posting an image of herself with a bra on, like he's sexually attracted to his own daughter.
Well, Trump said the same thing. That seems
like
to
Trump.
be.
Yeah, Jordan doesn't want anyone sticking their dick in his daughter except him. What I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, I agree. I mean, this is basically him, Trump, this whole crowd of people. They're no longer hiding it. They're just what they are, and they're just upfront with it. And this is what emboldens all the other creeps. They're the creep party. It's a new movement of creep empowerment. But yes, by all means. So Jennifer, in hearing what these gentlemen have to say, and my own chuckles from the Doug Dietrich Peanut Gallery, what do you feel? Do you feel that this is a spot-on analysis, or if you have any insights or opinions on this, by all means, please share them.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Yeah. No, I think that I wasn't really aware that there's this weird, that he's passing down, that Jordan Peterson is passing down his lineage via his daughter. I didn't realize that was going on, that he had put her in that kind of position, and I hadn't realized either. I mean, any of these interrelations really that were going on with Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson's daughter, I didn't realize that. I do think there was a big, awkward thing with Trump and Ivanka that everybody was kind of aware of. I wasn't sure if there was much meat to it, so to say. I didn't really think so. I thought that it was just like these rich, these families, not just rich families, but I mean like families in general. There's like these weird dynamics that are hard to understand. It's hard to say if he just relates that way or not. So I can't say for certain. I'm not going to assume. I I kind of came in too. You guys were talking about The Exorcist, and I was kind of cued into that because I thought that was really fascinating. Yeah, but as far as the interrelations between these people with their family members and the speculation from the, the outside, it's hard for me to get into it. I have to really pay attention and see what I thought about it. That's my honest thoughts, But I think that your analysis of it makes, if it is as it comes across, it makes sense. It seems like there's something, especially the human trafficking thing. I had never heard anything about that with the Andrew Tate thing.
George and Brendan, please explain this to Jennifer. to George, Brendan,
complete news to me.
Cut loose here, guys.
Him and his brother basically started the whole cam girl thing. Let me
shuffle up over here to listen to some kind of news.
No, you can speak. That was it.
Yes.
No, she wants to hear this. She wants to hear this. So cut loose.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know anything about.
Just remember, basically, I'll go a little sexist here. Her problem is she's a lady, and women don't gossip as much as us guys. See, men gossip more than women.
That's very true.
Yeah. So
is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know.
It's true. No, it's very true. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just veiled. A lot of the dudes veil it in this kind of like macho fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Where they're like,
Yeah.
It changes context, but it's the same shit basically.
I mean, seriously, Jennifer, what do you think all this is? All we're doing right now is really gossip at the core. We're really just gossiping. But by all means,
the human trafficking thing.
Yeah. Cut loose.
Right down to the bare bones of it.
Yeah. Cut loose, Brendan and George. Both of you, give her the skinny on this. Give her
basically, him and his brother would travel from London to Eastern Europe. And they've admitted this because I've watched like pretty much tons of their interviews. They would go to Eastern Europe, like Moldova and all these like back town cities, and different villages in Eastern Europe, like Moldova, Romania and stuff like that. And then they would find the hottest chick in the town. Then they would convince her to move back to London with them, thinking that they were rich kickboxers. He's admitted this exact strategy. Yeah. Then they would go back to the apartment in London or wherever, Luton, like North London, north of London. And then basically they would have these girls work for them. It would be like 6 different chicks from 6 different countries. And they would have them do like cam girl, like stripping on camera, but they would be behind the keyboard talking to the dudes.
Yes.
I see.
So every time the chicks would quit, they would just go find another chick. And then they would get other chicks to recruit more chicks.
Okay.
In their native tongue
now,
or whatever.
What is that? But how does that tie into Jordan Peterson's daughter? Was there something that...
Because she went to visit him.
Yeah, because he invited her, so he paid for I believe it was a plane ticket. You can quote me on this, because Germany is within driving distance of Romania. So I don't know if she got the train or a flight, but she travelled. He paid for the ticket for her to fly. I believe it was to fly over to visit him. And she said she went there for the proposition of talking business, for the just strictly nothing, no strings tied, nothing like that, just to talk business, because she saw he's a very upcoming ascending YouTuber online.
Yeah, somewhat famous, I suppose.
Yeah, but there was nothing.
At the time, he was a lot less famous, so I think she miscalculated.
He hooked up with her, so he invited her. Private messaged her to invite her over. Of course, the reason why he wanted to have her over is because he wanted to have sex with her, because he hates Jordan Peterson. And this whole conflict has been going on for years between these YouTubers. And he was doing that with all these YouTuber boxers. He's been doing the same thing with Logan Paul and
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all right, thank you. So no, when she said she went over there, so now the story's come out, so she's revealed in their latest interview with her father, is that we hooked up, we went to these cigar bars, or these clubs where they smoke cigars, and we went round in his super fast cars. He's got about 27 of them, this is back in 2019, to look at castles, to go sightseeing. And she said that was all it was. That was all it entailed. And so she's had to come out and repeatedly say this, because the rumors speculating online that they had sex with one another. Because Andrew Tate has come out with all these interviews saying that to literally just give the hint that they did have sex with each other. And so that is true. And so she has told Andrew Tate, well, we can't reveal this because my dad's going to kill me. And in that interview with her father, he was saying that, did you have any regrets with that experience? And he's been saying, and he literally just goes off on Andrew Tate with the whole exploitation of using these cam girls. And what they were doing with these cam girls was they were even doing pre-recording. So recording these chicks from Eastern Europe. And then what they were doing was republishing the same video again and again and paying these girls for it. But then they were taking the guy's money by talking online. It was the brother Tristan.
Catfishing, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. So it was Tristan, and they've come out openly and publicly stated and admitted that Tristan has come out and he said that it was him behind the keyboard telling the guys what they want to hear whilst taking all their money. He was rinsing them of all their money, and it wasn't even him. It was a recording of a girl stripping in front of the camera. It was,
right,
it was the brothers. It was Tristan doing all the typing. And so this is what Jordan Peterson interview is exposing also. But then you've got the response from Tristan and Andrew Tate recently. They've come out and they have heavily bombarded Jordan Peterson. And what I'm saying is there was nothing that Michaela offered Andrew Tate at all, other than, well, we're going to hook up, we're going to have sex. So this is what Andrew Tate's been doing, what he's admitted to. When he hooks up with girls, he has sex with them. He has sex with girls on a daily basis.
Because to him, that's all they're good for. To him, that's in his mind. That's how he expresses it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's egotistical, misogynistic behavior, as well as Jordan Peterson's egotistical behavior of controlling his own daughter.
No, do you notice how gentlemanly George Knight is about this, rather than saying these are a bunch of creepy fucks who are slimy and sleazy? Did you see how he phrased that? I mean, that was so academic.
It's incredible that they find their ways into these positions of influence. People are literally looking up to these people for guidance. Like Jordan Peterson being the voice, that so many people are just like, oh my gosh, like he's helping me to guide my life.
Oh my God.
It's crazy.
They've all got their own cult following of the ignorant human cattle stock.
Yes, and
I remember the first time my friend showed me. Oh, go ahead, Douglas.
Yo, go ahead. Tell him.
The first time my friend showed me the 12 laws of whatever decency or whatever bullshit he made.
Bullshit, yeah, the 12 laws of bullshit.
The Jordan Peterson book.
Yeah.
And then I was like looking through him. I was like, dude, like, who does this guy work for? Like, this is all just drivel. And then he's like, no, he's like, read the last one. And I was like, okay. And it said, if you see a kid skateboarding, let him skateboard. So then all these kids my age at the time, when we were like 18, 20, they all saw that and they said, this guy's okay with skateboarding. He's the only adult that's ever been cool with skateboarding. So now they were all hyped on him, and then they listened to everything he said after that.
Pathetic.
So that was the only reason. It had nothing to do with what he was saying or if it was real.
Pathetic.
And then when I looked up, like, okay, back in his college days, I was like, this was like 5, 6, like a while ago, before he was super famous. I was like looking at his lectures. And just his body language, I was like, ugh. I was like, this dude don't know shit.
Thank you.
Because, like, you could tell by body language, like, how evolved the being is.
Well, he keeps bursting out into tears. What does that tell us?
Yeah, he's, like, totally a wreck. And he was addicted to Klonopin, which goes against every psychiatric everything.
Not to mention that he went to Moscow, went to Russia for treatment, of all places to go.
Also, Douglas, thanks for bringing that up. Also, he's the largest Soviet art collector in Canada by his own admission.
There you go.
There's a bunch of pictures of him with Soviet Union memorabilia glorifying
his
communism.
Whole house is coated in it. He literally said this. That
he's a communist sympathizer.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be allegedly against the communism in Canada, right?
Right. All he ever talks about is the left-wing French philosophers and their decadence that brought about socialism.
Exactly. So he has this, like...
He's totally schizo. He's totally fucking schizo.
Freudian complex.
Well, it makes me wonder where these people even come from. You hear about those children that do get... I mean, if the thing is, like... If some of these kids are picked up or they're bred for these purposes, or some of these people who make their ways into like being reporters or journalists or these certain positions, a lot of them adopted too, I may say. Interestingly enough, I've heard about the orphan trains and things like that.
Yes.
Have you heard about that?
Well, I haven't, but enlighten us on that. But before you go there, Brendan, give this young lady a little bit about the nanoplasma treatment that I had as a kid. You can summarize it in a sense and say that this is what happened to basically the Tate brothers' father.
Yes.
And these people have grown up thinking that they're naturally born demigods and supermen when they're really the products of experiment.
Maybe of the kind.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead. I want to hear what you're going to say.
So Douglas has he was the first basically survivor of this experiment of the nanoplasma, which gave him heightened memory, heightened healing ability, etc., and propensity to alcohol in women.
Yeah, that added effect.
This
Collateral
is
damage.
This isn't a joke.
Yeah,
collateral damage. This is not a part of a joke.
Well, that's the important part. Anyway.
This isn't a bit. This is literally just part of the whole story. So, Andrew Tate's father was in the Air Force, and then he did a lateral transfer to the CIA and learned Russian in less than 2 weeks. The fastest the Air Force. He's the fastest in the Air Force history. As far as language learning
Russian
goes.
in 2 weeks. That's insane.
He learned Russian in 2 weeks, which is impossible. I mean, it's impossible.
I think that is.
Yeah, it is one of the most difficult languages in the world, after all.
It's impossible to learn it in 2 weeks. I mean,
yeah.
So whatever they did to him in the Air Force, they loaded him full of nanoplasma. Somehow he survived. It deranged him to the point where he was non-functional, but the best black chess player, quote unquote, in history, according to Andrew Tate, not according to me. And then after that, he started becoming like a boozer and a gambler, and just drove around in his Pontiac Sunbird. This is all Andrew Tate's testimony, or what is it?
Basically his life story as he relates it. Go on.
As he relates it.
Yes.
So he was saying he drove around a Pontiac Sunbird, boozing up, gambling on chess tournaments, and then sleeping with a bunch of women, and that's why his mom left. And the Tate's brother's mom went back to England because then she could get on the dole and not have to deal with a crazy boozing husband and stuff. And so they think they're gifted from God or something, that they're both 6 foot tall. They're taller than both their parents, which is statistically very difficult to happen. And then on top of that, they're like muscly, just without steroids. Like, he's done tests where like his testosterone's like 500, 800, 900, whatever it is. And I believe that they're not on steroids. You can tell they're more natural. So they think that they just were gifted. He says, I'm God's favorite. He says shit like that. But he doesn't realize that his dad was experimented on in the military.
Yes.
And then got transferred to the CIA, which is basically impossible, even if you do speak Russian and are the best chess player.
That's right.
Like, because the Russians don't like black people, or especially back in the KGB times.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They would not put up with that normally.
Yes.
So he had some reason to infiltrate because he had like this crazy intelligence. He like memorized the dictionary and shit. Literally, this is what they said. So my conjecture was, I asked Douglas, I said, do you think his dad got the nanoplasma?
Yes. Yeah.
That's what made him super smart, but it also fucked him up.
Yeah.
To the point where he abandoned his family and was just boozing and drinking because apparently it's a side effect.
Yes.
And I kind of said it as a joke, but I mean, it's kind of valid. I mean,
yeah. No, it
seems like everyone that survives that treatment ends up like...
Yeah, and the few survivors that there are basically train wrecks, and which is obviously what this guy is, and his sons are just collateral damage. One of the tests that they wanted was to see if this could transfer via the sperm, and this is why at the age of 14. When they told my parents I was bleeding out from a bleeding duodenal ulcer to the point where I was going to die, and at that point the blood market had crashed because of all the infections in blood through AIDS and various other elements that had gotten in from taking donations from homeless people and winos and shit and prostitutes back in the day, they basically said, we've got no plasma, no blood available for your son. He's going to die, but we have an experimental plasma, but you'll have to sign off on it. No one survived the transfusion yet, but your son's much younger than anyone we've tried it on. He has a greater chance because children are pliable and physiologically they can adapt. And I did survive it. There's all kinds of details I can provide, but one of the things that happened immediately afterwards was I was given a wing of the hospital all to myself, and they kept sending in a girl to have sex with me. And this was because they wanted to see if what was inside me would transfer via the semen. And later on, when I was almost homeless, when both of my parents were dead and I had finished taking care of them for a little over a decade, and they both died off, and I was left with nothing, and just on the verge of being on the streets and applying for various social programs, then one of the social workers, he said, "Well, what about your daughter?" And I said, "What daughter?" And he then looked into the records and said, "Oh, never mind. You would have been only 14 years old when she was born. You're not, or when you fathered her, you're not legally responsible for her." And then after that, he refused to say anything more about it. He just shut down that file and just wouldn't speak about it anymore. Literally refused to answer questions. So obviously they wanted to see if it would pass on to a child, and apparently I have a child. There's some speculation as to who this child might be. When in the past we thought we identified the person who might possibly, very likely is my child, but I can't really reestablish any relationship with her, and there's reasons for that. If I can go into that later. I've been public about it before, and I can be public about it again. It's just I don't want to take up too much time right now. So that being said, Jennifer, you were going to say something about please continue back to the train of thought you were on about the orphan trains and the like,
Okay.
and then George and I can take it from there. Go on, Jennifer.
Okay, so it was in the early, I guess in the 1920s thereabouts, maybe, 1920s, right around the Depression or prior to the Depression, throughout the entire Depression in the United States, you had they took this, I think it was something like 200,000 children out of the East Coast around New York City, and you'll have to look up like the orphan trains if you want to fact check it, if anybody wants to look into it. And what they did was they moved these orphan children. A lot of times they were not orphans, though. They were the children of people in poverty or people in tight spots. Sometimes they would even actually just steal these children. Like if you look into it a little bit further with all that orphan moving, adoption, underground adoption and all of that, it was coming out of even like in the Midwestern, well, more in the Appalachians and like the Smoky Mountain region, they were pulling children, kind of stealing children and selling them on the black market adoption agency market. And you'll find that many of the people, like even like the World Wrestling Federation and people in acting and many of the Mommy Dearest, story, and all these different actors and actresses, a lot of them were orphans and purchased children. And it goes a lot into that many of these people were unable naturally to have children, and so they would adopt, but they didn't want to adopt through the legal means, and they take these children from these underground adoption agencies. But the orphan train itself was literally a train that carried over something like 200,000 children and kind of sold them off throughout the American breadbasket, usually to farmers but these were wealthy families that would buy these children, and they would literally get up on platforms with like their numbers around their necks and be bought and would be adopted, 8-9 years old. And you have a huge population of orphans that were basically coming into influence in the Midwest and on the West Coast and the Chicago region. And it was all through this underground adoption thing. And it was all like a type of black market influence with the mafia. So you have like a weird tie-in to where you have there's several different types of mafia. You have the Sicilian mafia, the Jewish mafia. You have mafia actually, all through the Irish mafia. These ruling classes that are tied into like these ruling groups. Like in the case of the mafia, it's not what people think it is. They are the descendants out of old rulership, like an oligarchy, of kind of like a secret society, but they have like a religious background with it. Like they have their own familial codes and things like that, and they have like if you've ever heard about some of these mafia, they actually have a type of indoctrination that happens, like a baptism of sorts, where they, a lot of times it involves oaths and things like this. So it's very serious. It goes beyond death, like these bonds that they make. But anyway, they are behind a lot of this child trade and guns trade and drug trafficking. But the children human trafficking in the United States, and how a lot of those children take up roles of influence, not only as like journalists or actors or, just positions of influence in that way, where they are completely brainwashed from childhood, because you have a blank slate is what they believe, but it's not a blank slate. They have to splinter them up, and they take these children about 6 years old, maybe younger than that, and they basically wash their past away with certain, however it might be, I guess, but they reprogram even though the person still knows who they were. A lot of times it doesn't even take, but that's why you have these types of schisms. Like, that was a big thing with the Johnny Gosch thing. That's exactly what the whole Johnny Gosch interviewing Bush, if anybody saw those clips, where there was a man who was a male, he basically ran like a male burlesque for the White House.
Yes.
But it kind of came out that, that was Johnny Gosch, who was a child that was abducted from his home as newspaper route.
Yes.
And was sold off not sold off, but eventually found his way and took to the lifestyle and became, an influencer himself. And that ties into a lot of, but I wonder if some of these individuals, even some of these big influencers, the influencers on Instagram or YouTube that are having way too much sway with the public. Yeah. It makes you wonder if they even know who they are, or if they are.
Thank you. Thank you. No, they're products of mind control. So many of them, and you are aware Johnny Gosch was bought and sold by Michael Aquino. You know this, right?
I did not know that.
Okay.
No, I did not know that.
Okay.
I knew that. I thought there was something.
Yeah. Well,
tell me why you think so.
Oh, well, we can certainly we can go into that later during an interview or the like. I mean, it's I've gone into this heavily before.
No, that's interesting though. But that's enough. Actually, you said enough right there.
Yeah.
So,
and by all means. So George. So that being said, obviously this is something that's the opposite of the Underground Railroad, where they're freeing slaves. This is like a above ground railroad where they're selling them, and now you see what life is like here in America, and aren't you glad that you live across the Atlantic? Max Prana says we're blowing his soul here, and he says and I'm sure he means that positively, but go on, George, and tell us what else comes to your mind to respond to all this, other things you want to bring to our awareness, because you've done a lot for us tonight, obviously, in what little time you have. So what time you have remaining, of course, by all means, emphasize what you feel important.
Thank you, Douglas. Appreciate it, and profound. So thank you. And what I wanted to mention to Jennifer was to do with the Tate brothers, and to talk about the human trafficking, the circumstantial evidence for that. If you take a look at after the Tate brothers were released from the Romanian prison, when the police authorities released them for the last time, they started conducting a series of interviews, and the first was conducted with the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company television program. They were conducting these series of interviews, and I do not know the names of the individuals. People can look it up online. I believe it's an affiliation, but it's definitely certainly Russian Federation sympathized, affiliated. I believe it's the Young Turks YouTube channel, or it's an affiliation of that, or a subsidiary group to that group, or
those guys are so slimy.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the individual, but if you take a look at this video that is online, you can reference and look this up and cite it, validate everything I'm saying is true. The video is behind the scenes shots of that interview conducted with that. I will have to find his name so you know what to look up and how to reference it. But he was given a tour guide of the household that they have in Romania, and they have a storage facility or storage room with what is, he described it as women and children's clothing care packages with rations of food. And what the Tate brothers were doing was, because Romania is within a drive distance, within a few hours of the Ukrainian border, they were driving to the edge of the Ukrainian border and then giving these care packages to the asylum or the asylum seeking or migration of the civilian women and children of Ukraine during the Ukrainian, illegal invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. So they were the borders of Ukraine and supplying women and children. What they were doing was they were proclaiming it as a humanitarian crisis, giving an offering.
They claimed they were doing charity. They were doing charity or something.
It was a charity cause. Yeah, exactly, Brendan. So
because he said it in a video. He's like, "What are you guys doing? I'm a millionaire and I'm going to help the Ukrainian orphans, all that shit."
Yeah, and so no, this is the reality is because
he was scouting. In other words, he was scouting. They were scouting or something.
They were scouting for the obviously these women and children are fleeing obviously what is colloquially termed war-torn nation or war-torn state. So these women are very vulnerable, and so they were taking them in, and this is how they conduct human trafficking. And this is all secluded, all completely hidden, eclipsed from the public eye, and even said this is not publicly announced because obviously the authorities would know that this is not a humanitarian procedure or operation that you could conduct. It's illegal. And you look at this storage facility, it's in the garage, it looks like. It's just mountains of these care packages. And it's like they're offering women and children clothing and food and, oh, well, I'll give you this if you come with me. And that's the...
It sounds nice on paper, but it's like...
Yeah.
It is so creepy. That, because people are like, in situations like that, they're looking for... they're trying to think of they're hoping for the best in humanity. And they're like, oh, I think this person's actually just trying to be nice. And
someone pulls up in a supercar. It's like, you're going to... definitely jump on the opportunity if you are in some kind of distress.
They won't do it on their own either. It's an entire network.
They have people working for them, and they had vans too. I mean, I watched one of their videos where they had like a van, and they have one of the Romanian chicks that works for them go out with them.
Well, it makes you wonder about there's so many different industries like this. Like you have well, they're trying to make money off of it somehow. I mean, this is not, they're not just doing it because they're just, I mean, of course they're doing it because they're evil, but there's also this these are like drones, like they're doing it for the prerogative of somebody that is sending them out to do so. Like they wouldn't do it, maybe they're doing it of their own accord, which would make them like a kingpin of sorts, but I don't think that's the case. I think that there's people above them, that are,
I mean, according
inspiring
to Tate,
them
he's like a he's like a hyper individualist, where like he is doing it all alone, which is almost believable because of the nanoplasma. It gives him enough intelligence to do that.
Oh, well, see, that's a different angle. I didn't know.
But at the same time, I agree with what you're saying. It's like the network is too big. Like too many people have joined up with them that it's like, who knows what's really going on. Yeah. And the fact that he got that famous that quick, I mean, all of it's a suspect as can be.
It's hard to imagine somebody masterminding that, but I mean, he could have.
Well, there's an organic element to it as well, which I went into in past transmissions when I talked about Andrew Tate and basically was going into, say, for instance, why do I keep getting notifications for these misogynist assholes, whether it's Andrew Tate in particular or any other kinds, during the day before, of course, they started clamping down on him in Romania, thank the gods of my ancestors, with the help of course, oh my God, she just got arrested again, Greta Thunberg. Who helped set him up for his fall.
She got arrested?
Yeah. Oh, well, it's just protesting. Just protesting. Just protesting.
Yeah.
It's just part. For her, it's like, that's a good thing. For her, that's a good thing. I mean, the cops taking her away are smiling. She's smiling. There's nothing negative going on there. Okay. But in terms of, it's kind of like that's just what she does. But when it comes to what was going on before she helped to set him up and take him down, set him up for a fall, he basically was someone who kept appearing on my searches. And I was pointing out that when it came to Andrew Tate, is that he was being promoted by all of these YouTube monitors and the people who manage YouTube. That these are all a bunch of sexually frustrated nerds and geeks and misogynists and assholes and involuntary celibates and all these insults.
Reddit mods.
Thank you. Yeah, they were
kind of people.
Yeah, they were all promoting his bullshit, and so they're the ones who actually put him on everyone's searches. Because the searches are supposed to operate on an aggregate, and but everyone, and I mean everyone, was getting the Liver King and Andrew Tate and all these fuckers that basically were part of the same philosophical school, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so it's because YouTube is literally promoting this, and it's not necessarily a conspiracy so much as an organic development of all these people who work at Google are sexless fucking drones that have no dicks, and so this is how they respond in their hatred of females that they can never access. They watch videos of them all day.
It's like the MGTOW people.
Thank you. That's the MGTOW. By the way, in case
that's just like one manifestation, but it's like the whole mentality is the same.
Thank you. And if you don't know the MGTOW acronym, Jennifer, or for our listeners who don't, it's MGTOW. Men going their own way. That's what they call themselves. But they're really a bunch of just shit eaters. Like Nemo says, Google workers are filled with kissless virgins. There we are.
I just saw that.
Yes. So, and so that's an organic element to it.
All the Indian ones are married, though.
Yeah. And basically...
By force.
Yeah.
And money.
I was about to say their wives are basically their slaves.
That's terrible.
Yes, it is. So, George, before you go, say good night to Our Lady Jennifer and all our listeners, please.
Hopefully, I'll be able to return in a short while, Douglas.
Okay.
Hopefully,
Great.
So I will return back if I can.
Okay.
But, I wanted to say I looked him up. His name is Patrick Brett David. Is the individual who interviewed Andrew Tate and Tristan. Tate.
Patrick Brett. Yeah, he's another one.
Yes, that's the individual I was thinking of.
It's like it's like funny because they can be normal dudes, and then once they make millions, they're all of a sudden like. They know everything about everything. It's so cheesy. I mean,
yes, it's pathetic. Yeah. Honestly.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. George.
Thank you, Douglas. And hopefully I'll join you shortly to continue. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, we all love you dearly, George. Take care of yourself.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Stay safe and be well.
Yes. Take care, Brendan. Take care, Jennifer. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
Okay, wonderful. And so what I'm going to ask Brendan and Jennifer to do is hold the stage while I grab a liquid Coke so I can get my voice back. But one of the things I did want to bring up is Jennifer was kind of drawn in by my bringing up The Exorcist. So there's any number of points to be made about The Exorcist. The Exorcist is one of these films that deserves volumes of analysis. But one of the things that I do want to point out that is in resonance with what we've been discussing is that The Exorcist is also, without at all canceling out or dismissing the demonic aspect of The Exorcist, which is a vital and important part of the film, without saying that that's illusory or delusional. It's not. It's the film is presenting it as metaphysical reality, that this is a greater reality. So if we were to say that that's somehow part of a psychological phenomenon, it's preposterous, because everybody is interacting with it and everybody is feeling the effects of a real force. So, but that being said, one thing that renders Reagan, the little girl, vulnerable to Pazuzu when she's playing the Ouija board and she's speaking with this entity called Captain Howdy, the reason she's rendered vulnerable is because of the missing father who was guilty of extreme sexual abuse. So the whole point is that Reagan is.
Wait, did they edit this out of the film?
That was never put in the film.
The Ouija board.
I don't even
remember the Ouija board.
That was never put in the film. The Ouija board was. The Ouija board's actually an integral part of the film, but a lot of people forget.
I can talk a little bit longer, but then I can't stay long.
Okay, I'm just going to grab a Coke out of the fridge.
This, but this is news. It's new to me.
Understood.
Trying to put this into because this is very awesome.
Well, just so you know, the author of The Exorcist was a psychological warfare expert. Did you know that?
Yeah.
So you knew that?
William Peter Blatty.
Yes.
I did not
Oh,
know
okay.
that.
Yeah,
No.
he was an officer in the Psychological Operations Warfare Department, and so he was basically a contemporary and a work partner of Michael Aquino's. I've never brought this up before because I never wanted to.
So it was an allegory. It was basically like a biography or something.
Kind of, yes, but there's a difference. He to emphasize this, I want people to know he was not a co-religionist with Michael Aquino. He's an actual practicing Catholic. So William Peter Blatty wrote what he did to kind of expose certain evils that he could not otherwise. But he was an enemy of Michael Aquino's, but they were in the same department, basically. And so there was some
interesting. I didn't know they were so libertine.
Yeah, there you go. That they would actually have a difference in opinions in these. It was actually because their apartment was a bit different. They were a bit different because Aquino was special forces. See, so Aquino was actually elite, whereas he was more main army. William Peter Blatty. So just that.
So it was like more like a marathon.
No, you should go get your drink. Like you
I'll
said,
get my drink.
And we'll talk about it briefly, and then.
Yeah, so I'll be back in a few moments. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Let me go grab that, and both of you take it from here and hold the stage. Thank you so much.
Of course. No, so like the book, The Exorcist. I don't know about you, but like I remember reading the book, and it had a huge influence on me. And I read the book first, and then from there, I went on to, to watching the movie, and but because the movie was the first thing I remember. I watched the movie pretty young, like probably too young to watch it. It was like traumatic for me when I watched it, and it stood out in my mind as being the most, incredible thing. I don't know, the most shocking thing I had ever seen. And I was very little when I watched it. I can't remember how old I was, but the whole thing, when thinking back, and the book itself, and I've read the book a couple of times. I couldn't watch the movie actually more than a couple of times either, because it always has this, they're trying to do remakes of it, and I think it's impossible. It's impossible to encapsulate like the type of the cinema, like the way that the filming was done and everything. But when it comes down to the possession itself and how it came about and the slow build and the fact that there was something about that film that it seemed like there was actually, I don't want to drift off where he may be wanting to, what guiding the conversation into a certain way, but the actual, the cinema itself, I've heard that Aleister Crowley was more so than a magician, that he was actually involved in theater, and that a lot of the theater crafting that they do was based off of a lot of these rituals that come out of like Islamic, a lot of Eastern magic.
Yes.
To have to do with stagecraft, and that you're trying to involve the to put the viewers into a participatory state. So it's almost like it's a ritual in a way, not much different than going to like to church or something. That's the people watching are becoming a part of the ritual by viewing it. Yeah. And so it's interesting when you think about what that did, the effect that the film had, and that they even sacrificed the well-being of some of the actresses and actors in the film to get the type of reaction that was necessary.
I think someone died. One of them died, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I don't know. I have heard that the main actress, the mother, that portrays the mother, that she like permanently hurt her back or something like that in one scene. And anyway, what do you think?
Yeah, no, that's spot on. I mean, even recently they've come to realize that everyone that gathers in a theater or movie theater or whatever, their heart rhythm begins to synchronize in that experience of being in the theater or watching a play or whatever. So there's this ritual aspect to it, for sure, big time. And it goes back to the Grecian times, of course. Yes. And they were invoking beings. I mean, the gods, whatever, spirits, other beings to come in. Just like in Japan, they have the No mask, the No theater. Yeah. Where the mask itself was its own actor. It had like
that's crazy.
A certain spirit in it. And that's why it would be like this expressionless face. It was very eerie. Right. And but also kabuki too. So the actors would embody whatever the character.
That's strange. I was thinking of that just yesterday, the kabuki theater thing.
Yes.
It's weird too, because there's this whole thing that there was a big people don't realize it, but in the philosophy, like in the world of like the philosophers like Aristotle and Virgil and all, they were having these arguments about, was art imitating the whole idea that art imitates life, life imitates art.
Yes.
There was a huge issue there where they were saying that it was like the lowest class of life was to create art. That like somehow the creation of art, which is strange, but that it was because it was just like a mirror image of real life. It was like illusory. It was it was some type, it was deception in a way. And there was a big argument in the philosophical circles about whether or not, was theater, was art, was it a low thing? Because it was the farthest thing from the truth. It was the farthest thing. Like art, for example, putting on a play to try to express emotions. For example, like in this case, it was a young girl getting possessed by Pazuzu, which is like a... Right. I think it's important, too, to point out, I don't know why they picked that specific demon. It's very interesting. That demon is used as a type of... It's a demon that is conjured up in Sumeria in Babylonian times as a protector of women during childbirth. It was like this big dog demon that would scare away the other demons. It was like this wind god. But it was strange that they picked that. But I don't mean to like carry. I hope that he can make it. I actually, never mind. I'll just. But it's strange that the way that we started pursuing in theatrics in the movies, that there was a lull in a way, and then when they brought out The Exorcist, it was like it cracked the egg open basically into the human psyche, and I think that people were affected on such a level that they couldn't have even anticipated at all, and I think it changed them. I think it changed society by the concept that you could become possessed by an alien force, and the idea didn't exist before that. For a lot of people.
Outside of esoteric, it became mainstream, Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And going back to the whole play, the playwrights and the dramatis personae and all these things. So the persona was actually a mask that was worn over the face of the actors. So when they wrote the play, it would, if you see like a Shakespeare play, it says dramatis personae. That means the masks that were painted for the play. It didn't mean an actor. So it's like the actor would grab a mask for that particular character and put it over his face. And the mask itself had this kind of like phonograph kind of, like a megaphone kind of shape. And it would project out the sound further to the audience. So that's where we get the word persona. So when you say...
Are you kidding? I didn't know that.
No, this is true, yeah. This is the etymology of that word.
It's true. That's incredible.
Yeah, so the word persona. So when someone tells you you should be more of a real person, it's actually saying you're becoming more of a genuine fake than actually becoming the real person, the psyche within. That's
crazy.
Yes, I just got back.
It's a totally topsy-turvy.
Douglas is back.
Thank you.
Mr. Dietrich.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet. That's adorable. That's wonderful. So, dear lady, both
I'm
of you...
going to head off. I'll say goodbye.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm getting sleepy.
Oh, you poor dear. Well, have a blessed night. We all love
Isn't
you,
it like 5 p.m. over there? What?
Yeah, I wake up early though.
Okay, understood.
Yes,
no worries. I was just curious.
He's on a different biorhythm. Yeah. I'm sorry. Do go on, Nebo.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody. Have a good day, night, morning. Remember to download and upload Douglas's content, send donations to him via PayPal, and buy his books on Amazon.
Thank you so much.
Bye, Nemo.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Yes.
Take it easy. Have a good birthday, Doug.
Thank
and
you.
Aristides.
Yes.
Bye.
You take care.
So,
and you have a wonderful birthday.
Can't...
Sleep well.
Doug,
yes. He just turned 30.
I want to call you Mr. Dietrich, if that's okay.
Whatever you're comfortable with, honey. Yes. Go on.
Mr. Dietrich, I'd just like to say that this has been like amazing, and you are all amazing, and it's been an honor, truly. I have to get off here because I have to work in the morning. I live in a small town.
Understood.
And I'm a head chef of our little fine dining restaurant, so I have to be up early.
Wow.
And truly, been an honor, though, and a pleasure to be invited and to chat with you all.
The honor is ours. Go on.
And I wanted to say happy birthday to you too, Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you so much, dear Jennifer. And you have a blessed night.
Thank you so much again.
Yeah, thank you. The pleasure was ours, and blessed be thy
Carry
dreams.
on, Godspeed.
Yes, and we look forward. Yeah, go on.
Okay, awesome. Okay, well, have a great night, you guys. Thank you for having me on, and I enjoyed this.
Oh, great.
Well, I'm going to look all this stuff up. Like I'm learning like all these things.
Yeah, and we look forward to your feedback, hopefully with the next episode.
And thank you to Brendan. Have a good night, and Mr. Dietrich and everybody else. Thank you.
Good evening.
Yeah, take care, Jennifer. Bye for now. And so that was
anyone else on the call, Douglas?
Just you and I, effectively, right? Yeah.
Because I have my tube amps have finally cooked up, and I gotta pretty much wrap it soon as well. But is there anything we can finish off with? Or?
Oh, I think it'd be great if so when your tube amps have wrapped up. What is this? Some dish, or is this something stereo?
No, a tube, like a tube. Yeah, my stereo's warming up, so I have to like cook it up. Yeah, it's like cooking.
Yeah, and so you gotta like before you play it, you're gonna get into your musical mood. Is that for your premiere?
Because it's it's the 9 Nights of the Goddess, so I get my sonics going, and then I already have my incense flowing, and I have to do my praises for Dodogai before I go to sleep.
Understood. Well, do me a favor and hang with us for a few more minutes, just so I can finish this Coke, and then rinse the taste out of my mouth, and then go into monologue.
I still haven't. I don't know why every time you bring up Coke, I think of cop, but I still haven't gone. When I get paid next, I'm gonna go to the Ethiopians and see if I can get some hooked up.
That would be great. Well, they should be able to direct you somewhere.
Right. And I don't look like a Fed, obviously. So.
Yeah, that's right. You've got that going for you, thank God. And besides, the Fed's got other things to do than chase down Cot, but they'll probably.
I thought that too. But when I looked it up, there was some guy in Texas that was like, he was a Kata edgeless like defense lawyer. I'm not joking. So like I guess the Texans take it seriously because it's like black people selling like a powdery substance in a bag.
Dude, the Texans, they're all fucked up. They take everything seriously. It's like
they're going Walker Texas Ranger on some poor Ethiopian guy that's just trying to like have it's basically like coffee to him. But then you can walk into a store and buy like a freaking fully auto,
of course,
quadruple mag.
Yeah, of course. That's the Texas logic. That's the Texas logic.
Yep.
And
sounds very likely.
Yeah, it's like for people who don't know, Texas is like a foreign nation. They were a republic once. So what happens is in Texas, technically, you are guilty until you're proven innocent. I don't know if you know that. And so it's one of those states that some people might want to completely avoid for that reason. They also extended the the killing of horse thieves to auto thieves. So anybody who tries to jack a car, people have a right to kill you, and the courts will not punish them for it because it's like killing a horse thief. Anybody who steals a horse was deemed worthy of death, and anybody who steals a car is worthy of death in the Texas mindset. That's the way it was for the longest time. I'm certain nothing has really been done to change that either. So you can imagine trying to be a repo man in Texas.
That's one place I've never seen a Repo Man video because they all get blasted.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no one's gonna do repo in Texas. Yeah, that's no, it's all fucked up. But our love for Crystal River, who lives in Texas, and I owe her an email, so I'll get that to her after my birthday at the latest, just in case she's listening.
Yeah. So something that she brought up. What was her name?
Jennifer Hawkins.
Yes. So she brought up something that I wanted to ask you quickly. It's not a big thing.
Yeah.
But she was mentioning that Pazuzu in the mythology is actually called upon in Mesopotamian and Akkadian times. He was actually
protector of women and children. He protected pregnant women and childbirth. Yeah, Lilith. He warded off.
Ward off.
Yeah, the real demons. Lamasu. The Lamasu.
Yeah, the Lamatsu, which is Lamashtu is pretty gnarly, by the way.
Yes.
And so is Lilu. Yeah. So what was
the
point of making him the villain is my question. Is it kind of like the Anubis where they're inverting it, or was it just kind of a...
No, it's everything in the film was not inaccurate. It's basically that the woman called upon him for protection because he's one badass son of a bitch. That's why they called on him.
Right.
He's one mean son of a bitch. I mean, so
Exactly.
it's basically calling on one badass to drive off somebody who's another evil person. It's sometimes, bear in mind that back in the old days...
Wait, but wasn't it the spirit that did harm to the little child? Like, I don't understand the logic there.
The point you're talking about Reagan,
like in the
child
Exorcist
in the film.
context.
Yes, in the Exorcist context. Basically, here's the dynamic, is basically, so people understand it, in those days there was no real concept, say for instance in the Babylonian days and these original city-states from the area of the world where Brendan Zogin is from, or at least his genealogy. In the really old days, they had no real concept of heaven or hell. It was kind of like the afterlife was this shadow of life, and that people had this subterranean existence in death that was kind of like an underground shade of what life was above in the surface world. And that therefore it's not really a heaven or hell situation. You're just living this murky shadow of existence compared to what you used to be. And when it came to the elements of the desert, you're talking about everyone is basically harsh. There's no real sense of somebody's generous and being kind or good. It's just basically you're dealing with different levels of badass and calling on one badass to ward off another. So when it came to Pazuzu, he would protect woman in childbirthing, woman in delivery. That doesn't make him a protector of children.
Yes.
I mean,
good point.
so, bear in mind that Reagan is already delivered. She's out of the womb. And basically, he is also impacted. This is what's called the observer effect. Basically, the observer effect is that Pazuzu and all of these ancient gods, we will use that term ancient to disambiguate from the term elder gods, which has become forever tainted and polluted by the Edomite mythos. And by Edomite,
The
of course,
Lovecraftian.
yeah, people think in those terms, Cthulhuid or Lovecraftian, and it's sickening, because then they'll say who's the great old ones and who's the elder gods, and the elder sign obviously holds away the anti-gods, but they don't even use the term anti-gods in the Lovecraft writ. So it's and just to emphasize for the 10,000th time, for those who don't know, the Lovecraft mythos is not the term that Lovecraft ever invented, or the Cthulhu mythos. Lovecraft never used the term Cthulhu mythos. That was August Derleth, who was an Edomite, who used that term. Lovecraft would talk about his portrayal of the anti-gods, his communication, his literature. He referred to as Yog-Sothoth. Yog-Sothoth is the portals entity that represents the Kabbalah, and the all-in-one and one-in-all, the God that goes to different dimensions. So his idea of the concept of what he was portraying centered around an entity that was far greater than some squid-like being coming out of the sea, which was, what Derleth focused on.
And apparently there was no, in the actual script itself, there was no actual description of Cthulhu. This was like something that was added later with the squid head, and he was just described as this like menacing form and like as big as a mountain with like wings. They didn't really... Lovecraft didn't give like a detailed description at all, apparently.
I mean, originally, he did write it into the short story later, but
I see.
Yeah, and but when it comes into the originally, Lovecraft was just trying to make the vagary what was frightening, because he's not describing it, and then your mind goes anywhere. That was the original thought.
Yeah, I see.
But also bear in mind that the Pazuzu is got an enormous erect phallus with a snake wrapped around it. That's seen in the excavation site. Yeah, the scene in the excavation site in Iraq. And so...
And a scorpion tail in that one.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, thank you. And so what is going on is that when all of these ancient gods, again to disambiguate them from people confusing them with Edomite or anti-godly entities, literally the so-called Lovecraft mythos, which I'll use to avoid the Cthulhu word, not because I'm afraid of Cthulhu, but because it's basically something that was put forth by August Derleth, who I despise. But when it comes to these ancient gods, they all were looked on as diabolic by the church. When the church evolved, then the church said these ancient gods are all diabolic. And therefore, observer effect, then the quantum mechanics impacts these gods. And so these gods, bear in mind, don't go with the myth that the gods will die without their worshippers. Because there's this old canard. There's a canard that if the gods have no worshippers, the gods will die off. But the Greeks themselves would say that the gods existed before man, and therefore they created man. Therefore, they don't need man. They're independent of man. They don't need the worshippers. But what does happen with the observer effect is that if man sees an entity as demonic, the entity will reflect that, because that's the observer effect. But bear in mind, the entity's already not a nice entity. This is a guy with a big snake cock who goes around driving off the Lamashtu and the Lamu and all, the Lilu and all these other badass bitches. You know,
this is the description of it: body of a canine, scaled yet not furred, bird's talons, 2 pairs of wings, a scorpion tail, a serpentine penis, holds a right hand up, left hand down, which is the Baphomet kind of up, as above, so below kind of vibe.
Yeah.
His face is striking with gazelle horns, human ears, a dog muzzle, bulging eyes, and wrinkles on the cheeks.
Yeah. I mean, imagine running into that in a dark alley. I mean...
Right. It's not something you want to come across, even, like, in your house or wherever you're at.
Yeah. And, so this bad boy with the taloned feet and, all this scary looking enough, you see that at one point when Reagan is on the bed and she's screaming, and then you see the image of the demon with his big erect cock, coming out. But you see, the reason that the demon is attracted to her is because her father had repeatedly raped her and forced her into all kinds of degrading sexual activity, which she had blocked out of her mind. And so when she's playing with the Ouija board, which is in the film, and starts talking to this Captain Howdy, the demon comes in through that gate of vulnerability, the pain point, as Jojo would call it, Jojo Mikolajczyk, who was a guest on this show a number of times.
I thought you were talking about Jojo Joestar, Jonathan Joestar.
You're talking about like JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, which of course I brought up to JoJo. I don't know if she ever really got that. I'd have to talk to her.
That's why it messes me up every time. I'm like, what is he? I was like, is he talking about something? Because the villain in that's a vampire, but let's not get into that.
Yeah, Mexican though. They're Aztec family.
Yeah, exactly, Aztec. Yeah.
Yes. And then they have the black character named Smokey who helps the Nazis.
Yes, exactly. That was another point. Yeah, about the Nazi anime, quote unquote.
Yeah, no, they had they would often cooperate with the natives, and so the black kid is helping out the Nazis in that. It's a great. It's one of the seminal anime. It's one of the most important anime ever produced.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay. So what I'm going to do is I finished the liquid Coke. I'm going to spit the taste out of my mouth, rinse my mouth out so I don't stain my enamel of my teeth. And, the last dentist I had was this Asian chick, and she got kind of interested in, what's this you do? How do you earn your living? And, dentists talk just like barbers and shit. And, so I said, I do this show, and so later on, because she'd been kind to me and helped arrange for something that I had wanted, I brought her a copy of the book, and one for her, instructor as well, because I go to UCSF, the dental school, and gave them both an autographed copy of my book, and, that was 3-4 months ago. And then when I came back for my scheduled cleaning, she had stricken me completely from the schedule.
Damn.
And so then the woman at the desk had to call, and so she arranged for some woman who had a cancellation to take my teeth, named Kanari, Asian Indian chick. And so this Asian Indian chick, her name, she said, meant something like the song of a bird. It's the song that a certain bird makes, and she never met anyone else with her name, but her parents named her this very special name, Kanari, but it sounds like canary. And so it's very fitting. Okay, so she did a better job with my teeth anyway. So I told her I'd bring her a copy of the book.
That word canary is like, obviously it came from Sanskrit, even in
the
other language.
Yeah, thank you. So can you hold this for the next few minutes? I'll be right back in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm getting some bulletins here.
Okay.
The Jordanian foreign minister says that forcing Gazans to leave is an act of war, pretty much a second intifada, 6 days war type situation. Vladimir Putin authorized fighter jets to put U.S. aircraft carriers into the Mediterranean that enter the Eastern Mediterranean within firing range. So somehow he's, I don't know, authorizing force, which I doubt highly. That sounds conjecture a bit too much there. The entire Muslim world is against Israel, which is, I think we all know that at this point, with the black flag that I mentioned earlier.
By the way, Jennifer says, thanks again, Mr. Dietrich, Brendan, and George. So that's from the Arcane Observer, our dear Jennifer. Okay, just want to relay that to you.
Gratitude.
So these bulletin points, do you want me to sit through these bulletin points so I can hear what you're saying, or this says how you're holding the stage while I go?
Oh, no, you can go.
Oh, okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Thank you, I'll be right back.
Israel has requested that all Israeli citizens leave Turkey, Egypt, and Lebanon immediately. So, as you can tell, we're in some serious situations here worldwide. And, this is like the end game playing out. Whether it's going to take a couple days or a couple years, we're about to find out, basically, to see how far we can get with this. But so in that way, we're in trouble in that sense. I'm more upset about if the gas prices go back up, for most of the people, it's like, it doesn't affect them as, let's put it this way. It would affect people more in the short term as far as money, because everything's tight, as everyone knows. Money's losing its value. Goods are more expensive than they were. So if this war spreads, then it will definitely increase prices more. And I think everyone in Europe is very weary of wars. Because of that reason, they're already stretched to the maximum as far as their ability to pay for things. Like places like Sweden, England. That's going into winter time. So the heating costs are already so much, it's breaking people into poverty. Basically the middle class, so-called, is now entering like this poverty state because things have gotten so expensive so quickly. So everyone's weary for war, but these beings are fine with thrusting the world into this kind of madness. Clearly, So there's that. And let's see what else I was thinking of. I lost track of it here. So, and then meanwhile, this is all happening in between two eclipses. So we're in an eclipse corridor. So for it all to start on this time, in this kind of time frame when the lunar nodes are switching signs, as well as other grahas and celestial players. But the eclipse happened on Saturday, and literally within days we're in like a full-blown war scenario. So that kind of tells you why the Babylonians, the ancient beings, considered eclipses to be negative, because they're very heavy energies, clearly. And then just the whole fact that there were 6 eclipses in 2020, and we know what happened then. So, they're not easy events. And the Babylonians considered them like super malefic. Like they wouldn't even go outside. They would stay in their house for like a couple weeks before and after, which, I kind of see where they're coming from. Just people driving around crazy. it definitely disturbs uncentered beings. And on top of that, there's so the eclipse corridor, meaning there's a solar eclipse now, and then 15 days later there's the closure eclipse, which is this time it's a lunar.
I'm back.
So
go on.
Yeah, so we're inside of this 2-week 15-day cycle of the eclipse corridor. So it's clear that things are heating up with this celestial event. As we can see, like a war started within seconds of it happening. So it was last Saturday, was when this eclipse happened. So you could tell that some shit came through. The Babylonians actually considered them as portals where negative entities could enter. So they're not wrong in that sense.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely appreciate that. And by the way, Diane Hillis Buchberger in Canada, God bless her. Love you, dear lady. She says The Exorcist was loosely based on Shirley MacLaine and her daughter, which tells us a bit about what her daughter must have suffered. Wow. Jennifer Hawkins, the Arcane Observer, who was on with us, says, I so greatly appreciate you having me on. You all rock. And she says, laugh out loud, a demon savior with a big snake cock in an alley. It might not be the hero we asked for, but might be the hero we deserve. There we are. Yes.
I don't know if I'm joining forces that quickly.
So Max Prana was saying, so stealing children and army flew at the same time, very busy and very dark. Okay, so you guys must have been talking about something. Todd McDonald, God bless him, says, great show tonight and awesome teamwork. I will listen to more of the recording this week. Thanks again to you all. All good night. God bless Todd McDonald. So he was the contributor, of course. And with that, what else? Anything else you want to wrap up with before you go into the gentle night? Of course, if I have my choice, you could stay as long as you wish. But like you said, you yourself have religious dedication to your.
Right.
Yes.
It's not so much religious. It's like I'm averse to that term.
Okay. What would you prefer, spiritual or?
I don't know what an easy that's good enough for convenience. I think that religious obligation sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because spiritual sounds, we're starting to get a new age kind of like.
Thank you. I dislike that myself for that reason.
Yeah. Yes. Like everything spiritual. That's another thing about this schizophrenia is like you can't have spiritual can't be separate from material. Like that's where people get all this crazy stuff in their brains. Like material is spiritual. Like your spirit's connected.
It's so true. It's so true. Yes. Yeah.
It's like an escapism where they say, oh, no, we're just going to float away. And whether it's rapture or whether it's new age, like higher, they think like my higher self is somewhere else while I'm languishing and shit out here. Like, that's not how it works.
Thank you.
You either ascend as a whole or you descend as a whole. I mean, that's when people learn what hell is. It's like, pain and torture here is the same as afterlife hell. It's just people can't see it like that.
They refuse to see it like that, is what you mean to say.
Yes.
Yeah. It's basically the kind of pathological denial that comes with other subjects, that we bring up in this,
It's like there needs to be a new word, like cognitive dissonance doesn't do it justice.
Thank you. Help us think of a new word before you go off into the gentle night, or speak of some other topics that you feel need to be brought up. I'm being an asshole here and trying to seduce you into staying longer, but your tubes are.
Well, no, I can wrap up. The good news is, this is the 9 nights of the goddess. It's called Navratri. So, it's when the elements in nature are at their balance points. When Divine Mother, the goddess of the universe, can actually come in and, operate in the worldly. But, I mean, she's always there. It's like the concept of Shakti. Shakti is like the background of the universe, the energy that is I don't want to call it unactivated, but it's like the background cosmic energy that our material universe and all universes manifest from. So it's a time when you reflect on that Shakti, that goddess energy, the Devi it's called, which the word Devi actually in English gets turned into devil.
Interesting.
So it's funny how they demonize the goddess there.
Yes, of course they would, wouldn't they?
Right. Of course they would, yeah. So, but the goddess itself the word is Devi, like it's a soft D, like Devi. But they take it and they make devil out of Devi, which is the inherent energy of the universe where we get all life from, where all the elements come from. Mm-hmm. Like she is the ultimate force. It's called Durga, in the Sanskrit. There's a goddess called Durga. So that's what this time is to celebrate. It's the 9 transformations, and she becomes more powerful in each form, or has different attributes, different aspects that evolve as time goes on. And then on the 9th day, she's her fullest form, when the moon and when the elements of nature are at perfect balance. And then the 10th day in this the fall Navratri, the full one, the 10th day is called Vijay Dashmi, which is the victory of divine. So it's she's powering up, manifesting through the balance of nature, and then she at the end is victorious against all things against well-being, and all things against divine itself. So that's why this time is important. It's called Navratri, and that's the real meaning of that I gave, not the Hindu meaning.
Yes.
Like the Hindu meaning's totally whack. It's totally different.
And could you give that in a summary?
Oh, you saying the Hindu version?
Yeah.
Well, so they have like the backbone of the Vedic, but they spin it where like they do fasting, or they'll like pin a color, they'll wear like certain colors, they'll eat sweets, they'll have parties. They won't reflect inward, they won't respect. The whole point is to connect with nature as much as you can, which right now I can't do much, but what little bit I do, it means a lot. You do your praises. For example, you say, I want well-being. Like you can say very simple things like that. Like show Divine Mother that you're respecting her gift of her allowing you to stand on earth. So you can go stand on the earth and say all the things you're appreciative of. Like touch your feet to the ground and say, I appreciate all the food. I appreciate the beautiful flowers. I appreciate the sky. I appreciate the fresh air. I appreciate you for allowing me to stand on you, because earth is a being, and you're standing on this being. It's not just free. People, especially Western people, get that idea. It's almost like I'm owed the earth, right? Like, what is the word? Entitled. I'm entitled to all this because I'm here, just because I'm born. Like, this is all, I get whatever I want. This kind of entitled mentality has come in. But all the ancient beings, like whether it's Egyptian or Celtic or whoever, Druids, they knew that like once you're manifest here, you're born here, you owe a debt to the system, the real matrix, which is like the divine matrix, like nature and the earth itself and the biosphere. You owe a debt to the appreciation of it. You have to appreciate it back. Because when you eat food, the energy goes in through your mouth, creates energy. Then you can do all the things you do to survive. And then the energy has to come back out through the mouth by speaking praises of divine. And the easiest way to do that is to thank the earth and what she gives you, and all the things that sustain you, and you're allowed a place to stand. Like, because if you're falling, if you're just like a floating spirit somewhere, like you can't do anything, you're just like lost, right?
Yeah.
So the earth grounds you, and she gives you this place to stand where you can evolve and do things, and learn, and get better and evolve. So that's the point of this thing, is you want to appreciate those gifts that divine gives, especially the goddess.
Yes.
But in the Hindu context, it's a festival that's dedicated to the worship of goddess Durga and her 9 divine avatars for a period of 9 days. There are 4 Navratri in a year, but 2 of them are Chaitra and Sharad, which are like the bigger ones. But it's an auspicious festival celebrated all over India for different reasons. Culturally dedicated to goddess Durga, as she's the exemplar of Shakti, or the cosmic energy, and is believed to accord spiritual and worldly fulfillment. So the fall one is considered the most important. And then they do pujas, mantras, chanting, bhajans, which are like, it's like a hymn or a song. And they do that for 9 days straight. And then each day has a color. So Pratmi is yellow, Dwaiti is green, Tritiya is gray, Chaturthi is orange, Panchami is white, Shashti is red. So they go as per the cosmic cycles. Like whatever day it is, they'll put a color, or whatever deity they're worshiping is a color, goddess. So that's how the Hindus do that.
Great.
And then they
they
have certain rituals when it has to do with the food. Like if you fry something, you don't fill your pan very much. If it starts to smoke, you turn off the pan. Like it gets very strange things, Yeah.
I can imagine. Yeah. So it's but thank you for putting all that into perspective. Well, we love you dearly and enjoy your would you call this a holiday, or what would you call it?
It's a holy day, WHOLY. That's what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
but yeah, it's a holiday.
Okay. And
right.
Okay, you've done great, and we look forward again to your being with us, hopefully on, the next time we're on, and stay safe and be well. And when you find any moments of time, try to reach out to Brooke Gibson. She could really use your input in her life. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. I'll stay positive and not,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
You don't poke the beehive.
Yeah.
You see a hornet's nest, you walk the other way. That's all I gotta say about that.
Oh my God.
All right, Douglas. Okay. I appreciate it. Everyone have a good night, and let's hope we don't go into World War III immediately. I need a little more time. It's happening a bit too fast,
well, it's been a long time coming, so
right.
It is what it is.
All right. I didn't think I was gonna wake up today and see the beginning of the Mahdi coming, but I guess it's happening.
Yeah. Well,
can't do anything now.
Yeah. And
okay, so.
Hey, we love you for it. You're
okay.
You're the messenger yourself by relaying that. You know that, right?
Yes, of course. I mean, the Kalki energy is strong, so yeah. It has to be done.
Yes.
So I'm grateful for the ability to do that.
Yes. Okay.
And Allah, as the Muslims would say, I'm not Muslim, but Allah khair. It means God's will.
Yes.
May God's will be done. So. All right. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you. They need it. We love you, dearly. Take care, Brendan. Okay. Yes. All right. I'm gonna go into we're gonna go into it. We're gonna go into the monologue. So everybody, brace up. You're in for a ride. As long as I can maintain the rhythm, I get into the zone. Suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies. Bob Goodman says, cool kid. Yes, Brendan Zogit, the Vedic vegan. Cool kid indeed. Max Prano says, nothing you said tonight, just reflecting. Followed DD back in the days before he disappeared. 2011, found him again a week ago by accident. Now you kept me awake all night for some strange reason. I'm not tired at all. Feeling fresh, ready for a nice day. Yesterday was magic. Thank you so much, Max Prana. That's delightful. Hearts out to you as well. And, definitely appreciate your being here with us. And welcome aboard to Bob Goodman and everybody with us. Certainly all of those who are supportive. Your support is reciprocated. With that, just dive right into it. There's no point in holding off anymore. I'll do the best that I can. Obviously, we covered already the horror of what happened in Chicago, and people pretty much know what I said about that. A few initial points, of course, what we all know, but that needs to be reemphasized anyway. Israel is at war. Tens of thousands of reservists are being called up now. There is a real danger Hezbollah may join the war and that would turn this into one of Israel's greatest wars. And this was, of course, as I said, meant to be perceived as some kind of intelligence failure. I've explained in the opening hours of tonight's transmission why that's impossible. This was an Israeli coordinated attack against itself to save a corrupt regime and install it permanently in a state of perpetual wartime. Israel will have to conquer large parts of Gaza, both to restore its deterrence, otherwise Hezbollah will be tempted to attack Israel in a similar fashion in the future, and as leverage for the release of Israeli hostages. This is the reckoning by which they are operating, albeit that may change with the way they fucked up with the hospital, which we went into in the opening hours and in some depth. Another point being that the international public opinion, initially sympathetic to Israel, will sour soon, with days or a week or two, especially as Israel deepens its operation in Gaza. Jewish communities abroad should be prepared for an onslaught of hate in the coming months. Because, of course, what you perpetuate does come back to you. There is such a thing as fucking blowback. This is something that a lot of people just don't get. They think they can operate with impunity, and they believe that they are our man Brendan is sending me something. Is the I really need to talk to this guy privately now. I'm trying to, is the channel in some way disturbing to you?
Yes, it's a private. Sorry, it's private. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll speak of this privately. Yes. I look forward to that.
It didn't translate well in the reply. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what I'll do
Apologies.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try and talk to you after transmission. Are you still going to be awake?
I'll be up early, so just maybe
we'll
if you have a
chance. We'll catch as catch can. We'll see if I catch you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood.
Thank you. So that'll be fun. Something to look forward to for a few minutes chat. At any rate, as I said, you go pumping out hatred as your modus operandi. You live by the club, you die by the club. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's essentially what's going to happen. Is you're going to see a lot of Judeophobia, a formidable wave in response to their attempts to dehumanize all Palestinians, Muslims in general, Arabs in particular. The disunity in Israel itself, created by the legislative overhaul, weakened Israel's deterrence and likely played a role in Hamas's calculation to attack. Separately, talks of peace with Saudi Arabia may also have put pressure on Hamas, and the Synaxis of evil, led by the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, Red China, and the revisionist Russian Empire, to launch war via their cooperation with Israel itself, attacking itself, so that the Israelis could justify a war against ultimately Iran, who they've been trying to pin the blame for Hamas's attack on, of all places, to launch war in an effort to torpedo normalization that would have left them isolated, the Palestinians isolated in the Arab and Muslim world. So the Palestinians would have, in Hamas, fallen prey to the Israeli manipulators who ultimately led them to attack Israel. They would have been left completely abandoned in a normalized world between the Arabs and the Israelis. And they were already thrown under the bus. This would have peripheralized them to the point of being completely exterminated. And so they had to act the way they did to basically blow back into Israel, because Israel responded the way we all knew they would, with the thought that they would have total immunity and impunity and that they could kill anyone they wanted. And that blew back on them, and now they'll have to basically temporize their efforts, restrain themselves to a degree. This while, of course, everyone else in the evangelical world is calling on them to go all the way and go all out. The evangelicals will want the Israelis to rebuild the temple, and the Israelis, of course, have no desire to do that. And in the meantime, as our man Brendan mentioned about the mosque, the call for a Mahdi, or to rally round the Mahdi, that will leave us all wide open for something portentous happening. These words, bracketh now, will soon become stale. The region will change after this war in ways we cannot know. There will be many dead, but the Gaza hospital bombing has changed the course of this war in ways that I've explained in the opening hour. And before we go all in onto the Middle East, which of course demands our attention obligatorily, I will bring up the world scene so that people understand the context in which the Middle East conflict is taking place. Basically, there is a wider world and a wider world war. The Russian autocrat Vladimir Putin met with the communist Chinese absolutist Xi Jinping yesterday by now on the sidelines of a summit in Beijing. Putin's exceptionally rare overseas trip was an effort to underscore the Trois tyrants' shared vision for a new international order, no longer dominated by the American empire and our democratic allies. During the talks, Red China's state broadcaster, CCTV, or Communist Chinese Television, reported that Supremo Xi hailed the deepening of political trust between the Trois tyrannies and their close, effective, strategic coordination. This comes as Russian forces are intensifying their strikes in Ukraine, where, according to Ukrainian officials, several people were killed yesterday following a missile strike on the city of Zaporizhzhia. Ukraine confirmed at least 5 civilians had been killed in an overnight Russian attack in the city of Kharkiv. Meanwhile, President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Ukraine had used United States-supplied long-range missiles known as ATACMS, acronym ATACMS for Army Tactical Missile Systems. For the first time, the weapons have reportedly destroyed 9 helicopters at Russian bases, but Russia's military has not commented. Now, the clear statement from Red China is that it's all about Russia. Unlike most of the time we say, it's all about China. And so during yesterday's meeting with the Pravitel, the Russian word for ruler of Russia, in Beijing, Communist Chinese Supremo Xi Jinping emphasized that Red China and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire maintain strong ties and close cooperation. He noted that trust between the Trois powers is continuously growing and mutual trade exchange is reaching record levels. I'm sorry, my voice. Xi Jinping called for tightening cooperation between Russia, the Russian and Chinese empires, in order to maintain, as he put it himself, equality and justice on the international stage. He's really just a regular Robin Hood. I'm saying that facetiously, I hope you understand. Putin's visit to Beijing is the second official overseas trip of the Russian dictator since the ICC, the International Criminal Court, issued a warrant for him in relation to the deportations of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children conducted by Russia, particularly in the month of March. Putin's first official foreign visit after the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for him was a meeting with the leaders of Kyrgyzstan. Currently, Putin is participating in the Belt and Road Forum, which is taking place in the capital of Communist China on the mainland. According to information provided by Vietnamese media, the president of Vietnam, Vo Van Thuong, met with Putin on the sidelines of a forum in Beijing. Thuong invited the Russian dictator to visit Vietnam, and Putin accepted the invitation with pleasure. It's worth noting that Vietnam, like Kyrgyzstan, is not a member of the ICC. It has not signed the Roma Statute, which is the basis for the establishment of the court. But of course, this is all where imperialism goes to die. Lessons that need to be learned from Afghanistan to Ukraine. Of course, preceding them all, or the mother of all the graveyards of empires, Vietnam. Well, that's on an equal footing with Afghanistan as a graveyard of empires. With multilateral diplomacy in tatters, the fighting gumption of weaker states against aggression by bigger powers is helping to end the old age of empires. Just a century agone, imperialism was alive and kicking. Today, the nasty habit of marching into other countries is moribund or headed for death, as can be seen from the plains of Ukraine. The invasion was part of President Vladimir Putin's decades-long dream of restoring the Russian Empire or the Greater Soviet Union, for which he would resort to genocide if need be, like his communist predecessors. Only this time, the targeted victim turned out to be too big a mouthful. When Putin leaves, sooner or later, with his tail between his legs, this will have been a sorry end to one of the last illusions of empire, unless, of course, Red China tries a similar maneuver down the line. This isn't the only imperialist endeavor to have failed in recent decades, and it has when you think Putin thought his armies would sweep into Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, within days. Afghanistan resisted 2 invasions. Iraq was the setting of another imperialist disaster, as was Kuwait, with a bit of help from the Yankee sheriff on that occasion. In fact, besides some rather targeted interventions, one would have to move back several more decades to find an example of victorious imperialism, for want of better words, which is very good news in some regards. The 21st century world has been a stable makeup then. Its constituents, for better or worse, are as they are. Certainly there are some despicable regimes here and there which may fall within the next 20 years or so, though we may be sure their successors will be local, not imposed from outside, or at least that's what would appear to be the case if one were to trend, which is always, by the way, not the way that a person should work when predicting the future, but what people naturally do. Why is all this happening? Well, firstly, invading a country is now more difficult and costly, especially when most people are against it, in spite of attempts to distract them with propaganda. Also, a century ago, colonial authorities enjoyed a measure of stability, at least until a revolt broke out. But from the early 19th century onwards, occupied nations made use of intermittent crises or the imperial power's weakness to end its occupation for good. That gradually reduced the number of colonial states. The process has accelerated today so that from the very start, the invaders rarely get a break. They face sabotage, violence, and terrorism, however you might interpret those words. The pushback sounds like this: it's our land, and we'll pray, govern, and organize the economy as we see fit. However, while this slogan is good for fighting invaders, it could also easily be weaponized by a homebred dictator who will tell you the exact same thing. Nihil nationalism, as in nihilism, nihil nationalism, that is what is crucial to the spread of dictatorships. Of course, imperialism is more than just marching your armies into another state. There are many ways of pressuring a country to act in one way or another. However, setting up a client regime has become a rarity, and I have a feeling that this tactic of cajoling countries to do your bidding is set to fade even further for the contemporary scene. We have yet to move too far into the future, which will be, shall we say, well, we'll be repeating some cycles, and we will also be progressing ahead. That's the nature of humanity. That's the nature of progress. It's a spiral. It's a spiral, meaning that it's something that might be going forward, upward, but is still repeating cycles. So I'm just saying the trend right now. Consider all the states, like Venezuela, that owe China a lot of money. What will happen in a few years? The debtor governments refuse to pay or demand a partial cancellation of their debts, arguing there were irregularities in the first place. A century ago, the great powers would send their warships, in what was termed gunboat diplomacy, to threaten and squeeze the debtor country. Try it these days and see how that works out. Many of the world's debts were initially incurred in questionable conditions and with draconian terms, so frankly, a lot of that money may be as good as gone, and the world is, momentarily, the better for it. Of course, I'll give you a short Ukrainian frontline update before jumping completely into the morass of the Middle East. Russia has suffered catastrophic losses in the ill-fated attacks that I'm most keenly aware of from the most recent times that I bothered to look. Besides, in these dark days, who doesn't love a heartwarming story of a massive Russian battlefield loss? Every day, Ukraine releases a list of claimed Russian kills. Now, recently, we marveled at the large number of artillery kills, seemingly confirmed by a large number of drone videos of targeted Russian artillery guns, and by Russian sources themselves lamenting the artillery genocide they face. But the latest update that I'm aware of was so ridiculous, it seemed way too good to be true. 34 tanks, 91 armored personnel vehicles, and just 18 artillery guns when 30 to 40 had been the norm. There was no way that Ukraine actually destroyed 125 armored vehicles plus artillery. Could it be? Had Ukraine's Ministry of Defense succumbed to the same unrealistic propaganda claims that we see daily from the Russian side? Well, then the videos began to emerge. You see, over the past 2 to 3 weeks by now, Russian forces launched 2 massive attacks in the east. This is what our dear friend from Nederland, Mr. Dan van der Meulen, was attesting to, saying that the Russians are on the attack again, and basically, shall we say, reading the Russian party line. Well, one attack was directed toward Avdiivka, on the outskirts of the city of Donetsk, in an area where Russia has been unable to meaningfully maneuver or move the front line since 2014, despite really trying. The other attack happened outside of Kremina. Given Russia's efforts to use the war in Israel to its own dastardly benefit, perhaps they wanted to couple their propaganda efforts with a tangible victory on the ground. Instead, given the videos that are now emerging, we are seeing the worst Russian disaster since the Battle of Volodar, when Russia lost over 100 pieces of armor over several months of fruitless charges over open mined terrain. So for Avdiivka, basically, maybe the day before yesterday, Ukrainian open source intelligence outlet Deep State reported on Telegram on the Russian operation. This is what they said. Today was one of the most difficult days at the Avdiivka direction. The enemy went on the attack with several columns filled with infantry. The attack was accompanied by artillery, aviation, and missile strikes. Columns advanced from Krasnohorivka, Novoselivka Druha, Vodiany, Prisky, and Vizeliye. Russians managed to capture certain positions, but considering the number of personnel and equipment that was involved, the results are simply deplorable for the enemy. Russians hoped for a blitzkrieg. Losses of equipment are colossal. Analysts will soon be counting. Hundreds of Russian infantrymen were engaged, and they are still roaming the no man's land. The fighting continues. Indeed, everything could have been much worse, but the coordinated work of the defense forces of Ukraine produced results. Of course, it was not without losses. Now, I am reading this from the original Ukrainian. Ukrainian is just like Russian, though there are different languages. Someone who can read Russian can read Ukrainian, and someone who can read Ukrainian can read Russian. So it may not be the best translation in the world, but I think I'm doing pretty fucking well. At any rate, the emerging video, it backs up this assessment. All the evidence does. This video shows over 12 dozen armored vehicles approaching down a road as they begin to take incoming Ukrainian fire. I have no idea how to upload this video. This is not something that I can do. I can't provide you a link because this is not something that's going to link. So you can look up what I'm talking about, Russian losses over the past few weeks. You'll find pretty much everything that I'm saying to be true. What I'm seeing on this video, there's another mechanized column, could be the same one I saw at first. I can't really tell. Ukrainian sources claim there were 3 separate ones. The lead vehicle in that column literally falls into a lake before the whole column ends up in a kill zone. There are more photos and videos of destroyed vehicles from what I'm seeing. Here, and here. And there are likely more I've missed. I'm basically reviewing what I can. This is something that was provided to me through the estates. I don't know how to upload any of this shit, but I can tell you that it is out there online for people who look for Russian losses over the past several weeks, reports from the front line in the Ukraine, and you've got to, of course, maintain discernment and critical thinking. We may not have explicit video evidence of 125 destroyed armored vehicles, but new videos are being released regularly, and the numbers are certainly significant. Ukraine's claims no longer seem so ludicrous or laughably ridiculous. The Russian Telegram war blogger Mertz claimed the whole operation was designed to relieve pressure around Bakhmut, where Ukraine is slowly and methodically advancing, and reminded his readers that Russia is attempting to regain positions it lost in recent weeks, and even at that, Russia has failed. For all the destruction, Russia did manage to retake a trashdom. I'm not kidding. This is a pro-Russian source that has proven itself trustworthy. I'm reading therefrom. There's something fitting about Garbage Hill being the extent of Russia's accomplishments on such a disastrous day for them. Okay, so that was the Battle of effectively Avdiivka. Look up AVDIIVKA, 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 and then you'll find what I say to be true. I'll move on to Kremina. That's spelled Kremina, Kremina. And further north, around Kremina and Lyman, the Russians decided to throw away more lives and equipment. Now, do note that not all those destroyed vehicles are necessarily from a period of 48 hours or a battle of 12 days. There is a tally of those videos that's verified the following. There's Ukrainian claims that I will, shall I say, parenthesize for you. Let's use the OSINT acronym. OSINT is an acronym for Open Source Intelligence. OSINT, O-S-I-N-T. It's the practice of collecting information from published or otherwise publicly available sources. The collection and analysis of data gathered from open sources to produce actionable intelligence. This is something similar to the fact that the Germans, before they invaded Poland, worked off of tourist maps. You can do wonders with any information that's available. And so that's what we're doing here. Basically, the Ukrainians at Kremina claimed 34 tanks. It was at least 16 by video evidence. They claimed 91 armored infantry vehicles. At least 26 is self-evident via the video footage. But more videos have been emerging ever since I last checked into this. So I'm really hoping that Ukraine's claims are eventually substantiated by the visual evidence. Ukraine's summer offensive appears spent, with Ukraine happy to use its new artillery advantages to degrade Russian forces and defenses from afar, making small tactical advances when it is relatively safe to do so, and rather than continue its effective defense, working to freeze the conflict in place while hoping and waiting for Donald Trump to regain the White House, Russia is amping up its offensive operations, helping Ukraine better degrade its enemy's manpower and equipment. At least one Ukrainian soldier on Telegram was happy at the turn of events, and I myself did not see any NATO equipment sourced from Ukraine. It was interesting seeing North Korea among the sources. There is most definitely a China, Russia, Israel triaxis of evil emerging. Republicans need to understand that Ukraine's fight is the same as my Taiwan's, but Israel's is not. But this is what brings us to the unprecedented support and escalating carnage on the verge of the abyss. I'm putting together a number of terms that have been bandied about. Recent events in Gaza risk sparking a much wider, all-embracing, interregional conflict. Israel's defense minister told the United States to brace for a long war against Hamas, just as Secretary of State Antony Blinken returned to Israel for further talks amid a global push to prevent the conflict from spreading as the State of Israel works to eliminate the Gazan populace. President Joe Biden, who has ordered 12 carrier strike groups to the eastern Mediterranean along with other forces, has traveled to Israel yesterday in an extraordinary wartime visit to Israel in a dramatic show of solidarity and support for his Zionist masters who effectively run America's Judeo-occupation government. Aides said Biden had expressed a strong interest in making the journey after being invited over the weekend by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, whom Biden has known for 4 decades. Simultaneously, the United States sent an amphibious task force, including thousands of Marines, to the region. They are joined by 12 United States naval aircraft carrier strike groups bound for or already in the eastern Mediterranean. The massive show of force is an effort to dissuade escalation of the Israel-Hamas war by other nations or parties, and perhaps to prepare for any American intervention should such signaling fail to have the desired effect. American officials are worried about a regional escalation by Hezbollah or its patron state, Iran, should Israel invade the Gaza. And with good reason. Iran said Monday that an expansion of the war between Israel and Hamas was increasingly becoming unavoidable. More than 600,000 Palestinians have left northern Gaza on warnings from Israel amid a bombing campaign that's killed thousands. The October 7th attacks by Hamas killed at least 1,400 Israelis, with many others having been taken hostage. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned that the Middle East is on the verge of the abyss. And the diplomatic fallout has been swift. Biden will not visit the Kingdom of Jordan after the country canceled plans for a summit with Egyptian and Palestinian leaders, a blow to diplomatic efforts to contain the war at all. The White House said the decision was made after consulting with King Abdullah II of Jordan and in light of the days of mourning Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas announced following the destruction of the Gaza hospital. Biden is considering a supplemental request to Congress of approximately 100 billion United States dollars that would include a defense assistance for Israel and Ukraine alongside border security funding and aid to nations in the Indo-Pacific, including my Taiwan. Biden has pledged support for Israel in the wake of the deadly attack by Hamas. Aid for Israel enjoys broad bipartisan support in the United States Congress, but Republicans have balked at further assistance to Ukraine in its effort to defend against a Russian invasion that's estimated to have killed at least 120,000 Ukrainians. Of course, on the Russian side, there must be 500,000 dead by now. News of this aid package came on the same day that House Republicans almost selected far-right member Jim Jordan, who has opposed Ukrainian aid, to be Speaker of the House. Jim Jordan is deep in his flop era. Jordan, a confidant of Donald Trump who supported his effort to overturn the 2020 election, lost as 20 Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent holdouts withheld support on an initial ballot Tuesday. He is the face of the far-right faction taking over American politics. He was endorsed by Don Trump, and the party's so-called problem children refused to stand in his way. Still, it seems that Ohio Republican Jim Jordan's bid for House Speaker is all but doomed. On Tuesday, 20 Republicans blocked his nomination during a floor vote. Republicans later postponed any more Speaker votes till, well, yesterday, a possible sign that Jordan wasn't able to demonstrate momentum. And that number has been likely to increase by the vote that was held today at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, which he also lost. So how did we get here? You see, the House has been paralyzed since the October 3rd ouster of Speaker Kevin McCarthy and unable to address an impending government shutdown. He does not have the votes, people. Let me check live stream, make certain everything's holding as well as it can. And everybody do participate in chat. And with that, understand that Jordan on Tuesday fell short of the votes to secure the speakership, continuing the uncertainty that followed the historic ouster of Representative Kevin McCarthy this month. 20 Republicans voted against Jordan, including Representative Doug LaMalfa of Richvale. Electing a speaker is crucial. House votes on other legislative matters are at a standstill, including an American response to the violence in Israel, the war in Ukraine, and another impending government shutdown deadline on November 17th. Can anyone in the Republican Party get 217 votes to win? I would say it seems not. But a possible solution is for Republicans to cut a deal with Democrats and temporarily empower North Carolina Representative Patrick McHenry, who is currently serving as Speaker pro tempore. The House mess is what the Russell collaborationist Red Republican voters wanted. The ongoing drama over electing a Speaker of the House is not about governance. It's about giving Republican voters the drama-filled reality show they voted for and wanted to see, even at the expense of the country. Like many Americans, I have been both fascinated and horrified by the inability of the Republican majority to elect a new Speaker of the House. I admit to watching the votes like I'm rubbernecking at a car wreck, but perhaps that's not a good analogy because I at least feel pity for the victims of a traffic accident. What's happening in the House is more like watching a group of obnoxious and not very bright hot rodders playing chicken and smashing their cars into one another over and over. As I watch all of this Republican infighting, I wonder, as I often do, about Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent voters. What is it that they think will happen if Jim Jordan becomes Speaker? Jordan has been in Congress for 16 years and he has almost nothing to show for it. He's never originated any successful legislation, never whipped votes, never accomplished anything except for appearing on Fox and serving up rancid red meat to his Ohio constituents and MAGA allies. And therefore, as Speaker, he would, well, what? Order up more impeachments, perhaps, of Biden administration officials? Shut down the government? Pound the gavel and prattle on for hours in his never-take-a-breath style? Jordan's the kind of guy who probably would have interrupted the Sermon on the Mount. He makes me look like I'm out of breath. Perhaps from a position of greater power, he could more effectively assist Donald Trump in undermining yet another election in 2024. Maybe that's why Trump endorsed him for Speaker. Is that what Republican voters really want? Apparently so, as Sarah Longwell, the founder of the anti-Trump Republican Accountability Project, told the Atlantic magazine columnist Ronald Brownstein. Even if he doesn't make it, because the majorities are so slim, you can't argue that Jim Jordan doesn't represent the median Republican today. And that is the part we tend to overlook when we're focused on the drama inside the Capitol. The disorder in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent caucus is not some accident or glitch triggered by a handful of reprobates, but rather a direct result of choices by voters. The House is a mess because enough Republican voters want it to be a mess. This accusation might seem unfair. It's not so much an accusation as an observation, really. Jordan is just one member from a super red and blatantly gerrymandered district, and many of his Republican colleagues are furious about this humiliating bungle. But right-wing voters have shown no inclination to punish people such as Matt Gaetz and other political vandals. Indeed, Gaetz and his like-minded colleagues are rapidly becoming folk heroes in the Republican Party. It's not much consolation to recognize that the Republicans are now the party their voters want them to be. Their antics endanger us all, especially during multiple international crises, when the American empire needs to be unified and effective both at home and abroad. But to treat the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency as merely dysfunctional is worse than a distraction. It is a fundamental error that offers the false hope that a mature and governing majority is somehow within reach. If only Jordan or Gaetz would get out of the fucking way. The real problem is that many Republican voters have now completely internalized the cynicism of Donald Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent opportunists around him, and they draw no connection between national politics and the ongoing health and security of the greater United States, id est America as an empire. These voters rely on everyone else, including those Americans they deride as the deep state, to keep the country functioning. They vote for masters of performative nonsense, such as Jordan and Gaetz, who do nothing for the forgotten working families in the places that the MAGA movement claims to have been left behind by the rest of us. The twists and turns of the Trump years, in which many elected Republicans became big spenders, critics of law enforcement, and apologists for the Kremlin, illustrated that MAGA voters have almost no interest in anything like conservatism or even in coherent policy. Instead, they want to indulge resentments and grievances that have little to do with government and everything to do with boredom and dissatisfaction in their own lives. A few years ago, I read a book about how such voters project that anger and sourness onto everything around them. Their ennui spurs their desire to see chaos, so they argue that the existing order needs to be shaken up, or burned down, or defunded. They think this way because they have never had to live under a government that has actually been shaken up, burned down, or defunded. Jordan and his colleagues, who have made entire careers out of encouraging such nihilism, are poor leaders but good politicians. They deliver what their voters really want: show trials and passion plays, and, mostly, to see other people unsettled and angry. These citizens vote not for determined legislators with complicated plans. That stuff is just so boring. But for entertaining rogues who can liven up the Fox primetime hours. Years ago, I myself thought that Republican voters would demand changes from the party if the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency lost enough elections. But even losses don't seem to matter in a party that is clearly more comfortable with performance art centered on imaginary grievances than with actual governing. The shenanigans of the past 12 weeks might even cost the Republicans control of the House in the next election. That's one reason Jordan's colleagues are trying to stop him. But that political collapse might not matter to right-wing voters. They'll get another episode of their favorite show, and for them, maybe that's enough. It's impossible for right-wing governments to handle a crisis. Over at the New York Times, but the day before yesterday, Jerusalem-based reporter Isabel Kirshner wrote about the horrors of the past 14 nights or 12 weeks, and the worries Israelis have for how the ongoing war against Hamas may go. In that article's third paragraph, she notes, and here I read therefrom, all this is happening amid a total breakdown of trust between the citizens and the State of Israel, and a collapse of everything Israelis believed in and relied on. She then quotes a Tel Aviv author, Dorit Rabinyan, who speaks of the sobering reality Israelis are facing because they'd chosen Benjamin Netanyahu as their prime minister. To quote his tea, "We have woken to a terrible sobriety about whose hands we put our fate in. We thought we had military superiority, but there's a feeling that someone up there forgot why he is there." So what happened? Instead of taking seriously now confirmed warnings about a coming Hamas attack shared by Egyptian and apparently American intelligence, the Prime Minister was instead occupied by months of political and social turmoil over the divisive plans of Mr. Netanyahu's ultra-nationalist government to curb the judiciary and undermine the country's liberal democracy. And even now, she notes, one of the great frustrations of Israeli citizens, well, the frustrations of Israeli citizens, if I can get that word out pronounceably, is Mr. Netanyahu's refusal so far to openly accept any responsibility for the October 7th disaster. Netanyahu's authoritarianism and corruption are making it more difficult for Israel to deal with the horrific crises Hamas has inflicted upon them. To deal with the crisis, he had to surrender some power to form a coalition/crisis government. I mean, imagine that. So, in time remaining, here in these United States, we had a similar experience, although, unfortunately, nobody moderated the corruption and incompetence of the Bush administration. President George W. Bush and his Vice President, Dick Cheney, were repeatedly warned that Osama bin Laden was, quote unquote, determined to strike inside the U.S. Bush, however, was busy trying to get Congress to pass a $1 trillion tax cut for billionaires. And Cheney was in secret meetings drawing up maps of the Iraqi oil fields that he and George would pass out to crony companies if they could find an excuse for a war. Bush got his final and most alarmed warning from the CIA on August 6, 2001, a full month before the attack. Instead of putting the FBI and airport security on full alert, Bush decided to leave the District of Columbia entirely, physically, and take the longest vacation in presidential history, keeping him out of town until after the attack. And this was all just 1 month after Bush had attended a G8 summit in Genoa, Italy, where the Italian government had mobilized a battery of anti-aircraft missiles to protect the venue because of credible threats that Osama bin Laden was planning to have his men hijack passenger jets to crash into Bush's hotel, a threat that was well known to Bush and Condoleezza Rice, his erstwhile lover, quite seriously. She referred to him as her husband multiple times during the administration. Similarly, Donald Trump was warned by both Red China and his own scientists in December of 2019 and again in January of 2020 about how deadly and contagious COVID was and how it would potentially kill over 1 million Americans. He largely ignored the warnings, other than telling Bob Woodward about it, instead attending rallies and doing right-wing media hits nonstop, until hospitals in New York and Connecticut were having to use refrigerated trucks as morgues. Only after 1 month, the month of March, of paying attention to his scientists and locking down the country, when the April 7th, 2020 New York Times front page headline proclaimed that the majority of non-geriatric COVID victims were black people in blue states, Jared Kushner came up with the bright idea that letting people die and blaming it on Democratic governors would be an effective political strategy. Thus, that was the week Trump ended the lockdowns and began pushing people back to work, leading Americans to suffer the highest COVID mortality rate in the world, with at least 500 million to 700,000 unnecessary deaths. People who believe Trump continue to get sick and die to this day because of his lies about COVID. Citizens today in red states, well, red counties, are twice as likely to die of the disease as are Americans living in blue counties. The common denominator between Bush, Netanyahu, and Donald Trump, and all the unnecessary deaths on all their watches, is that all three are corrupt, far-right, demagogic politicians who put their own personal wealth and power above the good of their nation. That is, by and large, the norm for right-wing governments worldwide. Because they generally rule against the will of large parts of their populations, they instead spend their time figuring out ways to raid the public treasury or exploit their position in government to hang on to power. Examples include Bush's attempt to hand the $2.6 trillion Social Security Trust Fund over to New York banks, Cheney's massive military bailout of the company he'd nearly bankrupted as chief executive officer, and his desire to seize Iraq's oil fields on its behalf. Netanyahu's multiple corrupt deals for which he's now under indictment. Trump's hustling Saudi Arabia, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar for billions to be paid out via his son-in-law, and the LIV Gulf Tour, his kids hustling Trump properties from the White House, his relentless lies while in office, etc. It turns out that philosophies of governance matter hugely. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of the greatest supervillains in history, famously said, "Better the occasional faults of a government that lives in a spirit of charity than the consistent omissions of a government frozen in the ice of its own indifference." And Democratic administrations have taken it to heart ever since that 1933 speech, which of course was a good speech and nothing he ever followed in practice, but Democrats ever since then have tried to put into practical effect. When Democrats have control of Congress and the White House, they pass all sorts of legislation to advance the public good. Aid workers, care for the poor and disabled, strengthen public education, and provide for the needs of ordinary people. Occasionally they overreach, or their programs don't work or even backfire. They then fix them or try something different. When right-wingers run our government, though, they pass laws like Taft-Hartley that gut at union rights, rip up voting rights, make it easier for fossil fuel companies to pollute and timber companies to clear-cut, and dial back people's access to welfare and healthcare programs. And, of course, start wars. Grenada, Iraq/Kuwait, Afghanistan, Iraq again, and pass tax cuts for their multi-billionaire patrons. Well, Roosevelt, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson, Clinton, Obama, and Biden all proposed and put into law sweeping programs to build America and enhance the public good, ranging from Social Security, the right to unionize, the minimum wage, Medicare, food stamps, Medicaid, and greater funding for education. Nixon, Reagan, Bush, and Trump all went for tax cuts for billionaires and worked to gut or privatize the agencies, infrastructure, and programs Democrats had set up. There's a reason for this. Well, several. Left-wing governments believe in democracy, and so try to accomplish what's best for the majority of people while protecting the rights of the minority. Right-wing governments practice autocracy on behalf of the morbidly rich. Sometimes, like the old Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or modern Venezuela, repressive and authoritarian right-wing governments pretend to be left-wing, but the police state aspects of their governance give us the game away. Right-wingers don't see democracy as a benefit or even an ideal. They see it as an impediment to further comforting the already comfortable while enriching themselves in the process. Instead of building up disaster preparedness through strengthening, for example, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, they work to redirect those government dollars back to their friends through things like 600 billion United States dollars a year in oil industry subsidies and over 20 trillion United States dollars cumulatively in Republican tax cuts to multi-billionaires since 1981. The result, when right-wingers are in charge, is government that's not paying attention to real threats. When they come, responds with profound incompetence or cynical exploitation. Bush and heck of a job Brownie, and Netanyahu and Gaza. Trump and COVID, or his cynically tossing paper towels at hurricane victims. Bush was not only incompetent in allowing 9/11 to happen, despite multiple warnings that he refused to respond to, but when it did happen, he deigned to exploit it to his own political advantage and that of his vice president by lying us into trois unnecessary and illegal wars. After all, way back in 1999, as he was still planning his run for the White House, he told his biographer, Mickey Hershkovitz, yeah, nothing better on earth than having a Jewish guy write about you. You know it'll get published at least. To quotist Mickey Hershkovitz, quoting Bush the Jr., one of the keys to being seen as a great leader is to be seen as commander-in-chief. My father had all this political capital built up when he drove the Iraqis out of Kuwait, and he wasted it. If I have a chance to invade, if I had that much capital, I'm not going to waste it. I am going to get everything passed that I want to get passed. And I'm going to have a successful presidency. Now, right-wing governments rarely put the good of the people of a nation first. Instead, it's axiomatic that they achieve and wield power by scapegoating minority groups, usually racial or religious, and suppressing both voting rights and the rights of women to full participation in society. While there have been a few self-declared left-wing authoritarian kleptocracies in history, most notably the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, the vast majority have been right-wing in their origin and nature, and over time, as their corruption becomes evident, their citizens grow to hate them. In fact, over the past few years in España, Spain, Brazil, and most recently Poland, have rejected right-wing, bigoted, kleptocratic governments in favor of a return to normalcy and a progressive democracy. Israel could be next. The United States took a big step in that direction 3 years ago when we overwhelmingly rejected Donald Trump. Nonetheless, the hard right here in America has funding from multiple libertarian billionaires, social media oligarchs, and a bought-off and corrupt Supreme Court that has legalized political bribery, making it much harder to dislodge authoritarian Republicans. In fact, here in America, Jim Jordan is about to reboot Donald Trump's attempt to damage America's readiness and defense of democracies around the world if he achieves the speakership. One of the most important positions in American politics, literally the speaker translated into the Latin, is dictator. It is America's dictatorship. A popular meme today, predictive of the dysfunction of the Trump administration and the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent-run House of Representatives, is elect a clown, expect a circus. But a much wider and internationalized perspective could rewrite it as elect a right-winger, expect a poorly handled crisis, and an explosion of great wealth at the top. Now, as I've said before, concurrent our own ever-pending civil war, The carnage on the ground in Asia, and yes, the so-called Middle East is Asia, is already escalating, with Biden arriving in time to make it worse. Basically sucking Israeli Prime Minister's ass and spitting out his turds, saying that the hospital massacre of 500,000 people was done by the other team, not you Jews. Yes, of course. The Jews are always the victims. Meanwhile, in the south of Gaza, as residents continued to flee the expected invasion in the north, trucks carrying aid from Egypt were unable to cross into Gaza to supply Palestinians who have already run out of water, medicine, and food supplies. That brings us to the Gaza evacuation order, with Blinken in Amman, no less. Israel's military told the United Nations that everyone living north of the Wadi Gaza Nature Reserve should relocate southwards within the next 24 hours, a demand that the United Nations had judged impossible. Just hours later, Hamas authorities told people in Gaza to stay right where they are. Simultaneously, the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, met His Royal Highness, the King of Jordan, and the head of the Palestinian Authority to continue efforts to defuse the mounting war in the Middle East. Israel's recent call for mass evacuation echoes catastrophic 1948 Palestinian exodus. In Israel's call for the evacuation of half of Gaza's population, many Palestinians fear a repeat of the most traumatic event in their tortured history, their mass exodus from what is now Israel during the 1948 war surrounding its creation. Palestinians refer to it as Al-Nakba, or the catastrophe. An estimated 1 million Palestinians, a majority of the pre-war population, fled or were expelled from what is now Israel in the months before and during the war, in which Jewish fighters fended off an attack by several Arab states. The Palestinians packed their belongings, piling into cars, trucks, and donkey carts. Many locked their doors and took their keys with them, expecting to return when the war ended. 75 years later, 3/4 of a century anon, they have never been allowed back. Emptied towns were renamed. Villages were demolished. Homes reclaimed by forests in Israeli nature preserves, where over 1 million Palestinian bodies are buried, fertilizing the trees that grow above. Israel has refused to allow the Palestinians to return because it would threaten the Jewish majority within the country's borders. So the refugees and their descendants, who now number nearly 6 million, settled into camps in the West Bank, Lebanon or Lebanon, Syria or Syria, and Jordan. Those camps eventually grew into built-up neighborhoods. In Gaza, the vast majority of the population are Palestinian refugees, many of whose relatives fled from the same areas that Hamas attacked the weekend before last by now. The Palestinians insist they have the right to return, something Israel still adamantly rejects. Their fate was among the thorniest issues in the peace process, which ground to a halt more than a decade ago. Now Palestinians know the most painful moment from their history is repeating itself. To quote the political analyst Talal Al-Qal, who has decided to stay in Gaza City because he doesn't think the South will be any safer, "You look at those pictures of people without cars, on donkeys, hungry and barefoot, getting out any way they can to go to the South. It is a catastrophe for Palestinians. It is a Nakba. They are displacing an entire population from its homeland." Israel has vowed to crush Hamas after its bloody incursion last weekend, in which militants killed over 1,400 Israelis, many in brutal fashion, and captured around 150, including soldiers, men, women, children, and older adults. Israel has launched blistering waves of aerostrikes on Gaza in response that have already killed over 3,600 Palestinians, and the war appears set to escalate farther. On Friday into this weekend, Israel called on all Palestinians living in northern Gaza, including Gaza City, to head south. The evacuation orders apply to more than 1 million people, about half the population of the narrow 40-kilometer, that would be 25 miles for you Americans, coastal strip. Americans still use imperial measurement. It always boggles my fucking mind. The British should go back to imperial measurement. Well, that way we'd have one other asshole on the surface of the earth who uses something stupid like we do. The foot, the actual foot, in case you didn't know it, the unit of measurement, the foot, that's based on the size of the foot of the fucking crazy English king who used his own feet to measure, his property, I guess. That's how fucked up our measurement system is. That's why it's called imperial measurement. Yeah, it was, royal and shit. Okay, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. I can't believe we've got 5 fucking hours left. 5 fucking hours. It's like, we'll see if my voice holds out. If it doesn't, I've got you all here to help me out. I'll start calling people onto the show. At any rate, with Israel having sealed Gaza's borders, the only direction to flee is south, toward Egypt, but Israel is still carrying out airstrikes across the Gaza, and Egypt has rushed to secure its border against any mass influx of Palestinians. It too fears another Nakba. Israeli officials say the evacuation is aimed at sparing civilians and denying Hamas the ability to use them as human shields. On Friday, into this weekend, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, "The camouflage of the terrorists is the civil population. We need to separate them. So those who want to save their life, please go south." The military has said those who leave can return when hostilities end, but many Palestinians are understandably deeply suspicious, as per Israeli perfidy in the past. Israel's far-right government has empowered extremists who support the idea of deporting Palestinians, and in the wake of the Hamas attack, some have openly called for mass expulsion. Some are West Bank settlers, still angry over Israel's unilateral pullout from the Gaza in 2005. After the Israeli-sponsored Hamas attack of self-infliction, Ariel Kalner, a member of parliament from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud, wrote on social media, and here I read therefrom, "Right now, one goal, Nakba! A Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 48. Nakba in Gaza, and Nakba to anyone who dares to join." There's your Jewish policy of genocide right fucking there. This guy is a representative of the Jewish people. He is saying what many of them want. So don't be giving me any shit that the Jews as a people are good people. They know what this fucker's saying. They put him in power because, well, the majority of them are a bunch of fucking assholes. So Hamas, meanwhile, has told people to remain in their homes, dismissing the Israeli orders as the ploy that they are. Because Israel has been blowing up convoys and killing mostly women and children. This is a fact. I mean, this is like, just look at the fucking pictures. You can see the photographs. The 87-year-old Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, who heads the internationally recognized Palestinian Authority in the occupied West Bank, also rejected these evacuation orders, saying they would lead to a new Nakba, which is, guess what? What the fucking Jews want. Now, Abbas himself is a refugee from Safed, in what is now northern Israel. Significantly, he wore a key-shaped lapel pin when he addressed the United Nations Yestermenses last month, noting the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. So the Jews planned all this on the 75th anniversary of the Nakba as a finishing of the job, a final genocide. The key shape represents, of course, the name Dietrich. The very name Dietrich means skeleton key in the German. And, of course, that's what the key shape always is, the skeleton key, which is universally recognizable. It was the banner of Sepp Dietrich, Hitler's bodyguard. Hitler's gladiator would be one of the biographies about Joseph Sepp Dietrich, the man who, of course, led the Leibstandarte, the lifeguard of Adolf Hitler, the SS mechanized division that saw, endless action in World War II. And, of course, the key-shaped lapel is, that's Abbas's tribute to one of my relations, distantly, Sepp Dietrich. Palestinians have heard their relatives' stories and have been raised on the idea that the only hope for the decades-long struggle for self-determination is steadfastness on the land. But many in Gaza may be too frightened, exhausted, and desperate to make a stand. For nearly a week, they have been seeking safety under a barrage of Israeli aerostrikes that have demolished entire city blocks, always hitting without warning. There's a territory-wide electricity blackout, and, the supplies of food are no longer extant, nor is fuel and medicine. The south isn't safe, but if Israel launches a ground offensive in the north, as seems increasingly likely, it might be their best hope for survival, even if they never return. Hadir Dibs, who lives in the crowded Shwafat refugee camp on the outskirts of Jerusalem, he was quoted as saying, "The experience that happened with our families in 1948 taught us that if you leave, you will never return. The Palestinian people are dying, and the Gaza Strip is being wiped out." Now, the United Nations Human Rights Office attests that the Israeli evacuation order may be an illegal, forcible transfer of civilians that could be in breach of international law. After the 9/11 assault, George W. Bush said that there were no rules. It did not end well. See, this is what I want to get into based on the question from this wonderful young lady earlier in chat. And let me see if I can scroll up to find this young lady and what she said. I did respond to her. And it was, of course, someone who, Aloma Alber. She says, "Hey, Douglas, you have a history mind. If I recall, didn't it used to be bad to hit a hospital, art site, or church? I guess we are in an era of no ethics at all." Comments. And I did respond to her at the time at Aloma Alber. I will address that tonight, my dear Aloma. I am addressing it now, honey. I hope you review this. This is with you in mind. As I said, after 9/11, George Bush said, "No rules." And that ended in a mountain of shit. Let's go first for the geopolitical market risks. The dollar is flat. U.S. stock futures are lower, and treasuries and gold are rising amid a risk-off mood. Oil has gained on increased fears around Israel-Hamas and extended its rise after Iran's foreign minister called for an oil embargo against Israel. United Airlines shares are falling in pre-market trading after its profit missed expectations, and it flagged the impact from flights suspended due to the conflict in Israel. Goldman Sachs strategists said that geopolitical uncertainty could put any equity market rally at risk. And JP Morgan chief Jamie Dimon says, "Now may be the most dangerous time the world has seen in decades." Yes, there's a quote by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, the first leader of the Greater Soviet Union. The quotation thereafter later appropriated in credit to Joseph Stalin, who said, "The capitalists will sell us the very rope with which we will hang them." Now on Sunday, as dated the 9th of July in 2017, one of the most powerful financial executives in the country, J.P. Morgan Chase & Company's outspoken CEO, Jamie Dimon, of the nation's largest bank, went locker room halftime rant on the government. Cathartic during the company's earnings conference call as recorded on the Friday into that weekend, what fell upon the 7th day of the 7th month that year, lashing out at the United States federal government and expressing frustration at DC's dysfunction in particular, begging questions over who and what institutions truly run things anyway when Jamie Dimon himself needed approximately 100 billion United States dollars in bailout funds and took 95 million United States dollars between 2005 to 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, was murdered. Yes, J.P. Morgan Chase was one of the big banks that got bailed out by TARP after the big banks contributed largely to causing the Great Recession. Bold talk indeed for someone who should have been locked away for life. Quite literally, if you don't have any money, it's because this bastard stole it all. But you can still access video of this macro welfare recipient venting with audio via YouTube. Be forewarned, of course, that Dimon's rant is spiced with as many salty words as a Douglas Dietrich transmission. Key difference, the arrogant, entitled asshole named Jamie Dimon is long on criticism, but short on solutions. Jamie Dimon said he's tired of listening to the stupid shits. That stupid shit in DC has hurt the economy. Says bad policies are hurting the average American. Says we need infrastructure and regulatory reform. He specifically said the U.S. economy is being held in check by a lack of policy momentum in Washington, D.C., and criticized American corporate tax rates and our empire's lack of modernized roads, bridges, airports, and other transportation infrastructure. In response to an analyst's question, saith Jamie, "It's almost an embarrassment being an American citizen traveling around the world and listening to the stupid shit we have to deal with in this country." All this from a lifelong Democrat, right? But as for Donald Trump, no comment, because President Trump offered him the post of Secretary of the Treasury. He could have played a large role in shaping the policy that he claims needs reforming. He could have assumed a substantial role in bringing his sick and twisted vision of America to fruition. He turned it all down because the duplicitous fiend was deeply concerned, quite unnecessarily so, it would seem, that the masses whom he fleeced could never possibly forget he and his banks' role in the original crises a decade before. Of course, he didn't say anything for the preceding 11 years, much less the last, the foregoing 9, while more small businesses were falling than being started, including the small banks that compete with him. Dimon should shut the fuck up forever. His stupid shit costs the taxpayers billions through gambling with depositors' money. You broke it, you bought it. So, similarly, I'm tired of listening to this guy's stupid shit. He complains about stupid shit he has to deal with. He is the stupid shit that the entire world has been forced to deal with. He says he's ashamed to be an American because Congress hasn't passed the tax cuts he was expecting. I'm ashamed to live in a country whose politics are dominated by sanctimonious plutocrats like Jamie Dimon. Yet, SWTOPS's, that stupid white trash pieces of shit, and their colored coon cadres, the house niggers, have been indoctrinated, ironically enough, by hostile Russian propaganda masquerading as alt-right ideology into believing, in disambiguation from thinking, Republicans and independents don't think, they believe. This financial rapist, the solution! Caused twas deregulation of the banks and other financial institutions that factored getting us into the recession of 2008 through 2009, right? Regulating banks and business stabilizes the economy. Deregulating banks and business ensures boom and bust cycles of growth and recession. We know this even before the devastating Roaring '20s Great Depression cycle. Nevertheless, Diamond, like generations of his predecessors, wants those crashes so his firm can short stocks and profit on the way down too. That doesn't make him a financial genius. It makes him a leech. Metaphorically, Alan Greenspan is the devil, but Jamie Dimon and Lloyd Blankfein are twa of his head demons. Dimon is worth 1.17 billion United States dollars. That's what we know. Who knows how much wealth he hides through his family members and secret offshore accounts? The only positive thing I'll say about this son of a bitch is that at least he acknowledges that the Great Recession has been going on for the preceding 8 years before he said what he said when he did. My biggest beef with Obama was his refusal to acknowledge that the recession never ended and that this 4.7% unemployment number is an absolute bullshit number. In the past, the preceding 8 years, before Diamond went ballistic, the top 5% made out like bandits, with the top bracket of that group doing even better than those in the lower bracket of financial rapists. But the bottom 95% of us all have experienced stagnation, or deterioration, or complete descent into poverty. Childhood abject poverty grew 25% in the preceding 8 years before Jamie Dimon spoke his mind, while the rich saw their net worths double in the same time frame because the stock market doubled. I wish I could find the video, but it seems to be scrubbed from the net now that I'm scanning. But Dimon once testified before Congress shortly after the crash and literally said people need to stop whining that things are tough. And the banks got bailed out because, all things considered, we're living in the best period of history ever. His words. Regardless, just astonishing how the very people that burned down the house have the hubris to say the government is the real culprit, when Dimon and Blankfein buy all these politicians to start with. How the hell do you complain about the government when you, through campaign contributions, determined who would get into office in the first? This guy should be behind bars with Bernie Madoff, but is so untouchable that he has no fear of that ever happening and feels fine openly calling the government idiots, when he should be thankful they be idiots, because if they weren't, he'd be arrested. Speaking of shit, Jamie, your corporation won't pay taxes. You, your management, and cronies don't want to pay personal taxes. Who's left? The working class. That's right, you make the billions, we pay the goddamn bills. Off with your fucking head. Jamie Dimon, I think the head of your dick should be cut off so you never reproduce, and we do that before we cut off the head between your shoulders. Okay, it is a guilty pleasure to hear how absolutely unhinged Jamie Dimon sounded into that weekend. Make it your new phone ringtone, because this is the most dangerous moment in decades, and it's only going to get worse. Like giant waves breaking on the shoreline, external shocks to the world economy just keep on rolling in. First the pandemic, then Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and now a war in the Middle East, possibly sparking a much wider, all-embracing interregional conflict. At this stage, it is very hard to assess what the economic impact of the Hamas atrocities might be, yet the uncertainty alone is bound to cast a further dark shadow over an already fragile world economy. Depending on how events pan out, it could prove the final nail in the coffin. We just don't know, but the description already applied to the outrage, that of Israel's 9/11, should send the loudest alarm bells ringing. The attack on New York's Twin Towers 22 years ago comprehensively ended what Mervyn King, former governor of the Bank of New England, has called the NICE decade. NICE, that's an acronym for an economy defined by NICE, non-inflationary, consistently expansionary growth. There followed a crippling series of wars and an age of growing economic and financial instability, the consequences of which we are still living with today. The Yom Kippur War, a half a hundred years ago this month, was equally impactful, presaging a decade of soaring inflation and unemployment. Yom Kippur brought the relative stability of the post-war period to an abrupt end. Jamie Dimon, the world's most powerful banker, has gone on record to declare that, in his words, "Now may be the most dangerous time the world has seen in decades." For once, it is possible to agree with the hyperbole of the J.P. Morgan chief. Virtually all today's major challenges, from climate change to mass migration, debt relief in the developing world to economic stagnation among richer nations, require global cooperation and solutions. Yet events conspire to bring about the reverse. At the IMF, the International Monetary Fund annual meeting in Marrakesh, Morocco, last week, policymakers were filled with foreboding. The IMF's latest economic forecasts, prepared before the Hamas assault, had pointed, almost incredibly, given the speed and size of the monetary tightening of the last year and a half, to a soft landing in the global economy. International trade was picking up. Sino-American relations seemed to be improving. And in an American brokered deal, Saudi Arabia appeared minded, finally, to recognize Israel's right to exist, an extraordinary milestone in a region racked by conflict and seething resentments. Not even the bond market route of recent months was able to puncture this supremely complacent view of the future. The route was more about market rates simply coming into line with official policy rates than about anything more sinister, or at least IMF officials so insisted. Events in the Middle East have once again rendered their predictions entirely meaningless. It was perhaps just as well that a reluctant but by no means yet done and dusted agreement was reached in Marrakesh to substantially increase the IMF's resources. Another tsunami of painful sovereign debt defaults in the developing world and beyond looms large. The IMF will need all the firepower it can get. Yet, in a world ever more defined by fragmenting centrifugal forces, the breakthrough of resources was about the best that could be said for this one-time standard bearer of the multilateral principle. The IMF must feel like it's swimming against the tide. It is admittedly possible to take a more sanguine view of the fallout from the Hamas pogrom. Looked at objectively, the Middle East is no longer of vital economic and strategic importance. Its profile far outweighs its real-world significance. The region is still a major hydrocarbon swing producer, but in a world awash with rival suppliers, it has lost its power to hold the global economy to ransom. Now largely self-sufficient in terms of its energy needs, the American empire has freed itself of its economic dependency on the Middle East. Any role it has to play in policing the region is therefore dictated more by moral, strategic, and domestic political concerns these days than economic self-interest, a blow to the Jews. In this sense, the situation is very different from the circumstances surrounding the Yom Kippur War, where, as a result of the oil embargo, the economic fallout was profound. This time around, there has so far been virtually no effect on oil and gas prices. The worry is instead one of contagion, forcing the rest of the region to pick a side and drawing a Russian-backed Iran into direct conflict with a Western-backed Israel. In such circumstances, things could admittedly easily spiral out of control. The Strait of Hormuz could be blockaded by the Iranians, cutting the world off from Saudi crude supplies. Iran's friends in Yemen, the Houthis, could try to destroy Saudi refineries, and so on. The effect on the oil price, and indeed the wider economy, would then be much bigger. But these are all what financial market operatives call tail risks. Until they actually happen, they are impossible to price, and therefore tend to be ignored altogether. To bet on them is just rolling the dice. All the same, you have to wonder how much longer markets can keep shrugging their shoulders at everything the world has to throw at them, and keep declaring that it doesn't matter, that in the end all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. At ruinous cost, we somehow got through the pandemic without tipping the economy into a depression. We also survived the energy price shock caused by Vlad Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. And, miraculously, the economy is still growing. Even more puzzling, well, to me at least, we've survived the higher for longer surge in interest rates without the whole system keeling over. So maybe it's not so surprising that markets keep ignoring the shocks. The view at last week's IMF annual meeting was that it is still too early to tell how big a risk the Hamas atrocities pose to the world economy. And the Jewish atrocities that have been taken so gleefully by Israel as, shall we say, their right. Yet it seems to me an inordinate and substantially unjustified amount of faith is being placed in President Joe Biden's ability to calm the waters and prevent the situation sliding out of control, when he's obviously such a shitbird as to parrot Netanyahu and blame the Palestinians for blowing up their own hospital and killing 1,000 of their own people. After the 9/11 assault, obeying the age-old human instinct that when someone goest for the jugular, you strike back regardless of the consequences and the niceties of international law, George W. Bush said, "There are no rules." It did not end well. What is genocide, and who is committing it in the Middle East? Hamas's October 7th attacks against Israel have provoked accusations of genocide. The massive scale, complexity, and lethality of the attacks are unprecedented. In The Atlantic, terrorism expert Bruce Hoffman has recently parsed Hamas's founding covenant, arguing that it documents a long-term plan and intent for the destruction of the Jewish people in a way comparable to my biological sire, Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. The Israeli government's increasingly brutal military response to the attacks have generated similar accusations, often from unsurprising sources. On October 10th, the Palestinian envoy to the United Nations described Israel's bombardment of Gaza as nothing less than genocidal. Iran's foreign minister, Hossein Amir-Abdollahian, or Amir Abdollahian, I think, he's got one of the longest last names on earth, declared that Israel's total siege created conditions where the Zionists are seeking a genocide of all people in Gaza. Quite so. More accusations employing the word genocide followed from the Turkish foreign minister and Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro. Previously, charges of genocide had followed upon both Israel's 2014 Operation Protective Edge, conducted in coordination with Russia's invasion of the Crimea, and its attacks on Gaza in May of 2021. Both had included indiscriminate bombing of civilian targets, including, if not aiming specifically at schools, mosques, and hospitals. Mutual accusations of genocide are bound to generate attention, whether upon the accused, the accuser, or both, but they tend to generate much more heat than light. Genocide is a term that famously carries both a narrow legal meaning and a broad political, cultural, and historical resonance. The relation between these trois registers has never been easy to negotiate. After October 7th, many genocide accusers, whether toward Hamas or Israel or both, used the term because of its emotional and political power, evoking an ultimate, unsurpassable crime. In the case of accusations against Israel, this power is considerable. Unlike the other international crimes of atrocity, war crimes and crimes against humanity, genocide encapsulates a near century of human tragedy and mourning, a shocking failure of the international world order, and the foundational story of the Jewish state. Identifying genocide as the ultimate evil, again an association rarely made with the other trois atrocity crimes, suggests that genocide is qualitatively different, transcending our comprehension. No wonder that, in its 80-year history, the word has been employed so often, by so many, in such different contexts. The legal definition of the crime of genocide was codified in the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the first international treaty of the post-World War II United Nations, as the world was made to understand the situation, not as the war was ongoing prosecution under conditions of ceasefire as it really was. That convention was created in the shadow of the Holocaust and the opening of the so-called Cold War, a Third World War in effect, and it shows the influence of both. The convention prohibits certain acts committed with a specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. The forbidden acts themselves include killing, causing serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, as the Jews are doing in the Gaza, imposing measures to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring their children to another group, as the Russians have been doing with Ukrainian children. So, in order to commit genocide, one must commit one of those specific acts, and do so with the special intent outlined already, as already articulated, which of course shows that the Russians and the Jews are collaborating in a combined effort to exterminate their target, well, the populations so targeted by each one, respectively. The Ukrainians by the Russians, and the Gazans by the Jews. Oh, by the day, here we are. Max Prana says modern power is 80% info, 15% finance, and only 5% kinetic warfare. You are on fire today. Thank you, sir. Hugs. And our lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs says, phone died, but I feel awful, probably because I fell asleep with my phone on. I hate electromagnetic fucking radiation. EMF. I can't help it but interpret that acronym for electromagnetic fuckery. So let me give her the medic heart, and of course my prayers for her to feel better. And hopefully that helps for what little it may be worth. Okay. There we go, honey. Love you, dear lady. If you want to come on, just call and I'll merge your call. I called you already, so you could actually jump on the call should you wish to expose yourself to a bit more EMF. At any rate, to see if I can recapture train of thought, At any rate, the intent requirement lies at the heart of the legal definition of genocide and distinguishes it most sharply from the adjacent international crimes. In practice, intent can be difficult or nearly impossible to prove beyond reasonable doubt, especially when perpetrators deny, destroy, or conceal implicating evidence, which is exactly what the Israelis had intended to do by killing all the journalists in the Gaza. Atrocity acts such as forced displacement and ethnic cleansing, for example, may be parts of policies intended to physically expel an ethnic or national group from a perpetrator's territory, but not to destroy the group as such. Does this mean the definition is too stringent? Some have indeed speculated that the intent requirement is an artifact of the opening of the Cold War, with both the Greater Soviet Union and the American Empire worried over their own exposure to charges of treaty violations, demanding a clause that would make genocide so difficult to prove as to make the convention toothless. In both cases of Hamas's anti-Zionist foundations, as well as the case of Israel's ongoing siege and assault on Gaza, there is, well, it could be argued that there be little compelling evidence that the crime of genocide is taking place as the convention defines it. The Islamist rhetoric of Hamas's founding charter, as violent as it is, does not really amount to a definitive plan for physical extermination. Israel's forced displacement of 1 million Gazans from North to South Gaza in the midst of a siege that leaves them without food, water, electricity, or shelter, on the other hand, appears in every respect to be just the deliberate infliction on the group conditions calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Thus, the pointer clearly points to the Jews as the murderers. Absent more substantial evidence or a stronger inference of an intent to physically destroy the Palestinian people, however, the case that these acts are deliberate and calculated in just the way the convention requires will be argued by Jewish attorneys as not strong, because they monopolize the law. And all this is, of course, their legal hair splitting. They're a culture of mass murderers who present themselves the victims. Yet, for the legal determination of the crime of genocide in international law, these distinctions have been made to matter so that Jews could get away with mass murder. It is intent, not just evil or even horrific actions, that constitute the crime of genocide distinct in law, as manipulated by Jewish attorneys. Nor is there any hierarchy of atrocity crimes. Genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes are not ranked on any scale of gravity, whether legal, moral, or metaphysical. They are distinguished by the material nature of the acts, the mental state of the perpetrators, the context of armed conflict, and a myriad of other factors. Nor is this just the domain of international attorneys. For the global community of atrocity prevention practitioners as well, abandoning the view that genocide is the crime of crimes can make a significant practical difference. The recognition that crimes against humanity and war crimes are no less grave, no less a matter of international attention and condemnation than genocide would be a significant gain. For in the past, institutional findings that did not support a determination of genocide have been interpreted to imply less urgency or gravity, even where they found compelling evidence of crimes against humanity or war crimes. The absence of genocide wrongly results in a loss of global attention and political will. While there is not, as of yet, what would be considered substantial enough evidence by definition that either Hamas or Israel has committed or is contemplating genocide, there is growing evidence that both of them have committed or are preparing to commit both crimes against humanity and war crimes. Hamas's status as a political authority in Gaza renders it fully liable to charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity for its slaughter and kidnapping of innocent people, clear violations of both the law of war and crimes against humanity. Israel's attacks on civilian targets in the Gaza appear routinely indiscriminate. Its ongoing siege and the forced displacement of 1 million defenseless people under current conditions are looking more and more like, at the very least, egregious failures to meet its legal and moral duties to protect civilians during armed conflict. These are war crimes, and any impending ground offensive in Gaza, where civilians will have still less protection, would threaten to multiply them. In the immediate wake of horrific violence, and with more violence on the horizon, accusations of genocide rarely focus on the legal questions. The broad, resonant conception of genocide often elbows legal questions to the sidelines. But that broad conception is too broad to be of any help in understanding what is at stake in the coming days and weeks. Reciprocal charges of genocide in this context serve as much as distractions as they do as interventions. Hamas has lost whatever credibility it may have enjoyed as a representative of Palestinians who deserve far better. Palestinians deserve a state despite Hamas, not because of it. Conversely, reeling from its numerically lesser losses, Israel must now decide whether it will commit war crimes against civilians under the banner of national security, or to live up to its international obligations to protect the dignity, security, and human rights of all persons. Every state has the right to self-defense and the responsibility to protect its citizens. No state may do so by committing atrocities, whether or not they legally constitute genocide. So, the mask is off. Gaza has exposed the hypocrisy of international law. The mask that has long obscured the true nature and purpose of international law, the supposed foundation of the current global order, is finally off. As Palestinian cries for help from Gaza remain completely unanswered, the sinister truth is now undeniably out in the open. International justice, more often than not, is used, rather abused, as a tool to advance imperial interests, and not justice. The new form of imperialism. This was, of course, long known by anyone who has ever examined, even superficially, the history of imperialism, from the European scramble for Africa to more recent United States interventions in Latin America, and traced how that dark past has helped shape the world, well, the way the world functions, or rather dysfunctions, at present. Sure, at first glance, international law appears to be a noble concept, promoting peace, universal application of human rights, cooperation and justice among the nations. However, scratch beneath the surface, and, well, a different narrative emerges, shaped by the ghosts of imperialism past. Just look at how international law was eagerly abused and is still being abused to defend, heal, and deliver justice to the Ukrainian people in the face of Russian aggression. Now compare that with how the same laws, norms, and principles were reduced to mere footnotes and suggestions in the West's response to the ongoing Israeli assault on the Palestinians. The West, led by these United States, clearly only champions adherence to international law and the rules-based global order when it suits its agenda. So how did we get here? Well, for centuries, colonial expansion and exploitation, driven by a thirst for resources and geopolitical dominance, defined Western history. A handful of European states carved the world up between themselves, conquering lands, stealing resources, and brutally subjugating and enslaving entire peoples. Throughout this period of colonial dominance, Western states acted as if sovereignty and self-determination were their natural right and privilege, and no one else's. The Trois World Wars, which devastated European powers and sped up the deterioration of their control over most of their colonial territories, disturbed this unjust and untenable status quo. In the late 1940s, with European states struggling to rebuild and national independence movements in Africa and beyond gaining pace, a new rules-based international order began to take shape, and concepts like human rights and right to self-determination of nations started to be codified in law. With the formation of the United Nations and establishment of bodies like the International Court of Justice and the United Nations Security Council, an illusion was created that these new set of rules applied to everyone, both the powerful Western states and their former colonies, equally and permanently. While promoting the idea of national sovereignty and human rights on the surface, however, Western powers continued their habit of controlling, stealing from, and exploiting other nations. They started to use this newly crafted rules-based order to covertly further their colonial policies and hinder similar efforts by their rivals. An initial test of international law and the institutions established to preserve it came in the Anglo-Iranian oil company case before the International Court of Justice in the early 1950s. When the results did not serve imperial interests, the United States and United Kingdom initiated Operation Ajax, which most of you, well, I don't think any of you out there as listeners would probably remember that one. Essentially, if I myself can remember even the most, the few details, the Iranian coup d'etat of 1953, that was known as Project Ajax, Operation Ajax, actually. It was known as Tudeh Party Project. Basically, it was British and American instigated. The Iranian army led overthrow of the democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in favor of strengthening the monarchical rule of the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, that took place on August 19th in 1953. Well, that's something that everyone should be made aware of to a degree. Just don't buy into most of the communist propaganda that has recolored the entire affair. That's what led ultimately to the mentally retarded clerics taking over Iran and, shall we say, making everybody's life a living hell in that nation ever since. Let me check into the live stream here. Mox Prana says, very dark link. Thank you, sir. Okay. Getting back into the train of thought that I was in, and hopefully our dear Victoria Lauren Hobbs is feeling better. Let's see if we can, get back into the groove, so to speak. Get me back into the zone. Because the United States also wreaked havoc in Latin America throughout the latter half of the 20th century, toppling democratically elected governments, arming murderous militias and propping up dictators favorable to its agenda. Not only did we never face any sanction for these actions that blatantly broke international law, ridiculed the concept of national sovereignty, and violated the basic human rights of millions as embodied in Operation Condor. And for those of you who might not remember that, I'll do my best to recall some details if possible. These are various operations whose files I ran across, of course, as the Department of Defense research librarian. So you might think they sound like James Bond novels. But Operation Condor was a formal system to coordinate repression among the countries of the Southern Cone that operated from the mid-1970s until the early 80s. It aimed to prosecute and eliminate the political, social, trade union, and student activists from Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Paraguay, Bolivia, and Brazil. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective for you. It was just basically a United States-backed campaign of political repression and state terrorism, involving intelligence operations, CIA-backed coups d'etat, as well as assassinations of left-wing and socialist leaders in South America from 1968 through to 1989. The bloody hand of Uncle Sam, if you will, lay heavy on South America. Now, back into live stream. Everybody join in participation here, and we'll take it from there. What otherwise comes to mind would be the ongoing siege of Gaza under the umbrella of Operation Iron Swords, and the Western world's support for it is the latest and perhaps the most obvious example of the hypocrisy at the core of international law. For those of you who don't know, Operation Iron Swords was the Israeli declaration of war against Hamas on October 11th. And this was, of course, their quote-unquote 9/11, only it's 10/11. Even though the attack happened on October 7th, the Operation Iron Swords was put into effect on the 11th. And this is, of course, Israel's declaration of war on Hamas, their mobilization of reservists, and their preparation for an all-out invasion of, the outlying Israeli territory, because it's ultimately Israeli territory, the way that it's dysfunctioning right now, Gaza Strip. Okay, so having gone through that and putting that into perspective, hopefully now you have the context. Israel, which has been illegally occupying Palestinian land and subjecting Palestinians to apartheid for decades, is now keeping over 12 million Palestinians, half of them children, under total blockade in Gaza and indiscriminately bombing them. In the face of such blatant violations of international law and the declared intent to commit many more, how did the Western leaders of the international community, the self-assigned defenders of human rights across the world, respond? They announced their unwavering support for Israel. Why is this? The strategic location of the region, rich in oil and gas reserves, has always served as a magnet, attracting the attention of those who seek to secure their energy interests and historically influenced Western policies in region. Prior to 1948, it was oil interests in the Iraq Petroleum Company spanning from Kirkuk, Iraq to Haifa, Palestine. Today, it is the developing Mediterranean natural gas interests of Chevron and BP, British Petroleum, infamous for, killing our Gulf of Mexico, this side of the Atlantic. These may not be the sole reasons, but important variables for consideration in making sense of current geopolitical positions. The parallels between historical events and contemporary events are striking. The Palestinian question has long served as a wrench in these imperial ambitions, and now they see an opportunity to dictate their own final solution. So, now, the mask is off. The Western powers can no longer claim that international law is supreme and applies equally to everyone, as they shamelessly greenlight an unlawful and inhumane assault on the Gaza. They cannot stop the conscientious citizens of the globe from questioning the integrity of the international legal system and challenging the notion that it is any impartial arbiter of justice. They can no longer hide the fact that international law is a tool created to serve imperial interests, a tool that allows them to act with impunity. The Palestinian struggle is not just a struggle against occupation, apartheid, and colonialism. It is a struggle against imperialism. We need and deserve a new, just, and equitable international order, one that truly upholds the principles of fairness, equality, and respect for the rights of all nations, regardless of their size or geopolitical significance. Only by acknowledging the true nature of international law and its utter uselessness in delivering any sort of justice to people trying to resist imperial dominance can we hope to dismantle the current global order and start building a world where justice prevails over power and humanity triumphs over politics. It is a daunting task, but one that is essential if we are to create a future where the rights and dignity of every individual, regardless of their nationality, are respected and protected. A future where international law applies to everyone and is not weaponized by powerful states against their rivals. Are we forever to ignore the uncertainty that hangs over world affairs? When driving in thick fog, eventually and inevitably, there will be a multiple pileup. The likelihood of just such a crash rises by the day. So, as a historian, I seek the source of how we got to this point of almost no return. The point where we will likely settle this by force majeure, right of force. In other words, a world war. And of course, I can rightly say that America is a root cause of Israel and Palestine's latest war. As Israelis and Palestinians mourn the dead and fearfully await news of those now missing, the tendency to look for someone to blame is impossible for many to resist. Israelis and their supporters want to pin all the blame upon Hamas, whose direct responsibility for the horrific attack on Israeli civilians is beyond question. Only people don't understand its manipulation and instigation by the Zionists upon their own people. The cynicism behind Zionism is what makes it such a toxic ideology, and of course the perfect ideology for genocide. Those more sympathetic to the Palestinian cause see the tragedy as the inevitable result of decades of occupation and Israel's harsh and prolonged treatment of its Palestinian subjects. Others insist there be plenty of blame to go around, and that anyone who sees one side as wholly innocent and the other as solely responsible has lost any capacity for fair-minded judgment. Inevitably, arguing over which of the immediate protagonists is most at fault obscures other important causes that are only loosely related to the long conflict between Zionist Israelis and Palestinian Arabs. We should not lose sight of these other factions even during the present crisis, however, because their effects may continue to echo long after the current fighting stops, which this hospital massacre may indeed help to bring about, which would be miraculous in and of itself. Where one begins to trace causes is inherently arbitrary. Think about Theodor Herzl's 1896 book titled The Jewish State? With a question mark. The 1917 Balfour Declaration? The Arab Revolt of 1936? The 1947 United Nations Partition Plan? The 1948 Arab-Israeli War, or the 1967 Six-Day War. But I'll start, myself, in 1991, when the American empire emerged as the unchallenged external power in Middle East affairs and began trying to construct a regional order that served its own interests. Within that broader context, there are at least 5 key episodes or elements that helped bring us to the tragic events of the past Fiotwenit, or fortnight, 14 nights or 12 weeks. The first moment was the 1991 Gulf War, which I served in, and its aftermath. For those who doubt my service based on, of course, the gang stalkers and their nonstop campaign of defamation, slander, and lies, and forged documents, understand I've got all the combat injuries to prove it. 7 chest tube sites where my lungs collapsed in, 7 years in a row. Once every year, I experienced a spontaneous pneumothorax until I was told that I would spend the rest of my life on a chest tube, maintaining my lungs as semi-inflated. It took highly experimental surgery in which my lower jawbone was unhinged and my lungs were scraped clean of the blisters caused by the nerve gas and ultimately stapled to my rib cage that saved my life. This is something the nanites, our little nanobots in my plasma, could never do. They don't have that capacity to mechanically repair at a macro level. They can only heal cuts, bruises, internal bleeding to a degree, a lot of really heavy stuff, but they can't reinflate busted lungs. And so I survive. Theoretically, with maybe 10 to 15 years taken out of my life, but for a vampire, that's not going to be much. That means that my lifespan will still probably be longer than yours. At any rate, when it comes to my life, obviously, the physical evidence is there that I survived the Gulf War. It's medically diagnosed. I was exposed to war gas. And it was in that conflict that we had the Madrid Peace Conference in aftermath. The Gulf War was a stunning display of American military power and diplomatic artistry that removed the threat that Saddam Hussein was purported to have posed on the regional balance of power. With the Greater Soviet Union nearing collapse, the American empire was now firmly in the driver's seat. Then President George H.W. Bush the Sr., Secretary of State James Baker, and an experienced Middle East team seized upon this opportunity to convene a peace conference in October of 1991, which included representatives from Israel, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, Israel, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, and the European Economic Community at that time, no union yet extant, and a joint Jordanian/Palestinian delegation. Although the conference did not produce any tangible results, let alone a final peace agreement, it laid the groundwork for a serious effort to construct a peaceful regional order. It is actually tantalizing to contemplate what might have been achieved if Bush had been re-elected in 1992 and his team had been given the opportunity to continue their work. Yet Madrid also contained a fateful flaw, one that sowed the seeds of much future trouble. Iran was not invited to participate in the conference, and it responded to being excluded by organizing a meeting of rejectionist forces and reaching out to Palestinian groups, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, that it had previously ignored. As Trita Parsi observes in his book titled Treacherous Alliance, Iran viewed itself as a major regional power and expected a seat at the table, because Madrid was not seen as just a conference on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but as the defining moment in forming the new Middle East order. The capital of Iran is Tehran. Tehran's response to Madrid, the capital of España, or Spain, was primarily strategic rather than ideological. It sought to demonstrate to the American empire and others that it could derail their efforts to create a new regional order if its interests were not taken into account. And that is precisely what happened, as suicide bombings and other acts of extremist violence disrupted the Oslo Accords negotiation process and undermined Israeli support for any negotiated settlement. Over time, as peace remained elusive and relations between Iran and the West deteriorated further, the ties between Hamas and Iran grew stronger. The second critical event was the fateful combination of the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks and the subsequent American invasion of Iraq in 2003. The decision to invade Iraq was only tangentially related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, even though Ba'athist Iraq, that was their single-party state, was a Ba'athist party, had backed the Palestinian cause in several ways. The George W. Bush administration believed that toppling Saddam would eliminate the supposed threat of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction, remind adversaries of American power, strike a blow against terrorism more broadly, and pave the way for a radical transformation of the entire Middle East along democratic lines. What they got, alas, was a costly quagmire in Iraq and a dramatic improvement in Iran's strategic position instead. This shift in the balance of power in the Gulf alarmed Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states, and perceptions of a shared threat from Iran began to reshape regional relationships in important ways, including by altering some Arab states' relations with Eretz Israel, or Greater Israel. Fears of U.S.-led regime change also encouraged Iran to pursue a latent nuclear weapons capability, leading to a steady increase in its enrichment capacity and ever tighter American and United Nations sanctions. With hindsight, a third key event was then U.S. President Donald Trump's fateful abandonment of the 2015 JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, with Iran and his adoption of a policy of maximum pressure instead. This foolish decision had several unfortunate effects. Leaving the JCPOA allowed Iran to restart its nuclear program and move much closer to an actual weapons capability, and the maximum pressure campaign led Iran to attack oil shipments and facilities in the Persian Gulf and Saudi Arabia to show the United States that its attempt to compel or overthrow them was not without costs and risks. As one would expect, these developments heightened the concerns of the Saudis and increased their interest in acquiring nuclear infrastructure of their own. And as realist theory predicts, perceptions of a growing threat from Iran encouraged quiet but significant forms of security cooperation between Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, and several Gulf states. The fourth development was the so-called Abraham Accords, in some ways a logical extension of Trump's decision to leave the JCPOA. The brainchild of amateur strategist and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, the Accords were a series of bilateral agreements normalizing relations between Israel and Morocco, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, and the Sudan. Critics noted that the Accords did relatively little to advance the cause of peace because none of the participating Arab governments were actively hostile to Israel or capable of harming it. Others warned that regional peace would remain elusive as long as the fate of the 7 million Palestinians living under Israeli control were unresolved. The Biden administration continued along much the same path. It took no meaningful steps to stop Israel's increasingly far-right government from backing violent actions by extremist settlers, which led to a surge in Palestinian deaths and displacements over the past 2 years. After failing to fulfill a campaign promise to immediately rejoin the JCPOA, Biden and company focused their main efforts on persuading Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel in exchange for some sort of American security guarantee and perhaps access to advanced nuclear technology. The motivation for this effort had little to do with Israel-Palestine, however, and was mostly intended to keep Saudi Arabia from moving closer to communist China. Linking a security commitment to Saudi Arabia with normalization was primarily a way to overcome American congressional reluctance to a sweetheart deal with Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. Like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his cabinet, top American officials appear to have assumed that there was nothing that any Palestinian group could do to derail or slow this process or draw attention back to their plight. Unfortunately, the rumored deal gave Hamas a powerful incentive to show just how wrong this assumption was. Recognizing this, in fact, no way justifies what Hamas did, and especially the intentional brutality of the attacks, it is simply to acknowledge that Hamas's decision to do something, and especially its timing, was a response to regional developments that were driven, to a considerable extent, by other concerns. As I noted in my last transmission, the fifth factor is not a single event, but rather the United States' enduring failure to bring the so-called peace process to any successful end. Washington had monopolized stewardship of the peace process ever since the Oslo Accords, which, as the name implies, came about due to Norwegian mediation. And its various efforts over the years ultimately led nowhere. Former American presidents Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama repeatedly declared that the United States, the world's most powerful country in the full flush of its so-called unipolar moment, was committed to achieving a trois-state solution, but that outcome is now farther away than ever and probably impossible. These background elements are important because the nature of the future global order is up for grabs now, and several influential states are challenging the intermittently liberal and inconsistently followed rules-based order that these United States has championed for decades. China, or should I say the Communist Chinese Empire, the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire, the Empire of Asian India, South Africa, Brazil, Iran and others openly call for a more multipolar order where power is more evenly shared. They want to see a world where the American empire no longer acts as the so-called indispensable power, as one that expects others to follow our rules while reserving the right to disregard them whenever they prove inconvenient. Unfortunately for our American empire, the 5 elements I just described and their impact on the region provide potent ammunition for the revisionist position. As the Russian Pravitol, or ruler in the Russian language, Vladimir Putin was quick to point out last week. Just look at the Middle East, they might say. The United States has been managing the region by itself for more than 3 decades, and what has its leadership produced? We see devastating wars in Iraq, Syria, Sudan, and Yemen. Lebanon is on life support. There is anarchy in Libya, and Egypt is lurching toward collapse. Terrorist groups have morphed and mutated and sown fear on Israel, sown fear on several continents. And Iran keeps edging closer to the bomb. There is no security for Greater Israel, and neither security nor justice for the Palestinians. This is what you get when you let Washington run everything. My friends, whatever their intentions may have been, U.S. leaders have repeatedly shown us that they lack the wisdom and objectivity to deliver positive results, not even for themselves. When their noses are so far up Jewish asses that they're high on Israeli fumes, or should I say, so far up Israeli asses that they're high on Jewish fumes. Now, one can easily imagine a communist Chinese, a Chi-Com official adding, "May I point out that we have good relations with everyone in the region, and our only vital interest there is reliable access to energy. We are therefore committed to keeping the region quiet and peaceful, which is why we helped Iran and Saudi Arabia re-establish ties last year. Isn't it obvious that the world would benefit if the American role there declined and ours increased?" If you don't think a message like these would resonate outside the comfortable confines of the transatlantic community, then you have not been paying any attention. And if you are also someone who thinks that addressing the challenge of a rising red China is a top priority, you may want to reflect on how the United States' past actions contributed to the present crisis, and how the shadow of the past will continue to undermine the American empire's standing in the world in the future. Now, to their credit, over the past week, Biden and his foreign policy team have been doing what they do best, namely managing a crisis that was at least partly of their own making to the point where he fucked up. They are still working overtime to limit the damage, or rather control the damage that they themselves did, prevent the conflict from spreading, contain the domestic political fallout, and, fingers crossed, bring the violence to an end. We should all hope that their efforts succeed, even though I know they won't. But as I noted more than a year ago, the Biden misadministration's foreign policy team are best seen as skilled mechanics, but not architects. And in an era where the institutional architecture of world politics is increasingly an issue and new blueprints are needed, only I can come in to save the day. I am the architect of geopolitics. They are adept at using the tools of American power and the machinery of government to address short-term problems. But they are stuck in an outdated vision of America's global role, to include how it's handling of its various Middle East clients. It is obvious that they badly misread where the Middle East was headed, and applying band-aids today, even if it is being done with energy and skill, will still leave the underlying injuries untreated. And these are critical injuries indeed, which only my transmission critical omissions can address. Okay, I'm being told that YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, and as such, all my viewers are experiencing buffering. Let me know if that is the case, okay? I need to know if you've been hearing everything I've said, or whether I've been glitching over the past several minutes. Okay, need some feedback. Anyone out there in the chat, respond, please. Because what's the point of going on if I don't get a response? If the end result of Biden and Secretary of State Antony Blinken's current ministrations is merely a return to the pre-October 7th status quo, I fear that the rest of the world will look on, shake its head in dismay and disapproval, and conclude that it's time for a different approach. Of course, as a historian, Alexia Goldsmith says, heard every word, dear. Oh, God bless you, honey. I love you. Love you, baby. Okay, let me see if I can scroll up and down a bit in the comments section and get myself a proper response there. Yes, okay. Big beating and burning heart and kissy lips for you. All right, there you go, honey. Okay, let's go back to the last war. Every general, every leader fights the last war. It can't be helped. And it's my responsibility to refight the last war to make certain we don't refight it on the battlefield. We need to refight it in theory. Rather, we need to refight it in history. The world is focused on the Hamas-Israel war that is raging now. But this war has its psychological antecedents in a war that occurred 100 years before, in 1973, when Suraya and Egyptus, Syria and Egypt, simultaneously attacked Eretz Israel, Greater Israel. In retrospect, neither intended to occupy Israel, nor could they, but it was believed that a massive 12-front war could force Israel into a negotiation in which it would have to cede some territory, and, even more importantly, Israel would have to shed its reputation as the dominant force in the Middle East. Now, the 1973 war analogy is deeper than you think. The parallels from 100 years ago will shape the region's battle today. It has by now become as commonplace to note that the unprecedented Hamas assault on Israel last weekend came as 50 years and a single day after the Egyptian and Syrian assaults that began the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, again rendering it impossible to believe that this was any surprise to the Israelis. But the similarities and differences between these wars go well beyond mere timing. It's the more fine-grained comparisons that offer insight into how this war may develop, for better and for worse. The deeper you go into the tactical military aspects of the Trois assaults set 100 years apart, the more you can see the echoes of the one within the other. And the more obvious it is that Hamas mimicked the Egyptians deliberately to replicate Egypt's success. That should also tell us something about what comes next. Egypt mounted a complex, ingenious assault to cross the Suez Canal and secure a bridgehead on its east bank. But the Egyptians understood that Israel would respond quickly and ferociously with its powerful armored and aero forces. So Cairo being place of battle and the capital of Egypt, Cairo's war plan included an equally sophisticated defensive scheme, employing vast numbers of early generation surface-to-air missiles, or SAMs, anti-tank missiles, rocket-generated or rocket-powered grenades, artillery support, and tanks and infantry that were dug in to interlocking fields of fire to enable its forces to withstand the blizzard of Israeli counterattacks that the Egyptians knew they would face. Part of Egypt's early victories came from the success of these defenses in beating back the first waves of Israeli jets and tanks. Just as Hamas mounted a complex, diabolical assault to break through Israel's border defenses and slaughter hundreds of Israeli citizens, the Israel Defense Forces have to assume that Hamas learned this second lesson of Egyptian tactical military success from 1973 as well, and has established a similarly formidable set of defenses in the Gaza. Hamas has been fighting Israel since 1987, and, like the Egyptians, its members know what to expect. Hamas has a vast maze of tunnels under Gaza to enable its forces to hide and move without being exposed to Israeli attack. And that same network is doubtless the backbone of a complex defensive system. But as similar as the Twa Wars are militarily, that's where the resemblance largely ends. Politically and strategically, they could not be more different. In 1973, then Egyptian President Anwar Sadat ultimately sought peace with Israel. Soon after becoming president in 1970, he made secret overtures to Israel proposing peace in return for Israeli withdrawal from the Sinai Peninsula. When the Israeli government of Golda Meir rejected his offer, Sadat concluded that he had to employ the military option. But Sadat's strategy was to shock Israel with the limited victory of the canal crossing and then have Egyptian troops shift to the defensive and hang on against the Israeli counterattack to change Israel's thinking about peace. His hope was to convince Israel that as long as it held Sinai, Egypt would never stop trying to take it back, so Israel would never live in peace. Yet Sadat understood that he could not threaten Israel's civilian population in this war, because doing so would terrify Israel, and could cause it to respond so ferociously that peace would be impossible. That was an important reason why Sadat wanted to keep the fighting localized to the Canal Zone, where only Israeli soldiers were present, and made little effort to strike targets within Israel, which Egypt had some capability to do. The tactics of the 2023 Hamas attack tell a very different story. They are completely unlike those of the 1973 Egyptian offensive, but are entirely consistent with the group's own ideology. Hamas's objective was certainly to shock Israel and convince the Israelis that they would never be able to live in peace, but its operations were not circumscribed as Egypt's were to preserve the option of any transition to meaningful peace. It was entirely the opposite. Hamas fighters breached Israel's defenses in as many places as they could and then immediately struck out for Israeli population centers with the objective of killing and capturing as many civilians as possible. As we have already seen, and as Sadat understood, that strategy has terrified and infuriated the Israeli people and their leadership. It has made a compromise peace, such as the one that Sadat secured, pretty much unimaginable between Israel and Hamas, and possibly even between Israel and the Palestinians more generally. And that was almost certainly Hamas's objective. Sadly, these tactics are entirely consistent with Hamas's long-standing aim of destroying Israel, not making peace with it. Hamas is not a state seeking peace, not for itself or for the Palestinian people more broadly. It is a militant organization looking, well, primarily to cause pain, anguish, and mayhem, in part to preclude a compromise peace. That drives home another lesson from 1973, which is that Israel must win a decisive military victory. Back then, Israel needed to be the unequivocal winner because it needed to restore its strategic deterrent. The Israeli people would not have had the confidence to make peace with Egypt had they felt that the Arabs believed they could attack Israel and win. Even before that war, Sadat knew that Egypt could not defeat Israel militarily, not even with Syrian help, as did a handful of his most senior generals. But the vast majority of Egyptian soldiers, officers, and political leaders did not. Plus, the Egyptian and Syrian tactical victories in the first days of the war stoked that fantasy that war was the solution to the Arab states' problems with Israel. Only Israel's decisive military victory by the end of the war convinced all of them, and all of the other Arab leaders, except Saddam Hussein and Muammar al-Gaddafi, that the Arab states could not hope to fight Israel and win. That is what made peace between Israel and Egyptus possible. It is what preserved that peace even after Sadat's assassination by Islamist fanatics, and it is what ensured that no other Arab army would try to attack Israel for the next 100 years, right up to this past weekend. The difference in objectives between Egyptus in 1973 and Hamas in 2023 only reinforces that same necessity. Hamas has once again demonstrated that it is a bloodthirsty, militant group uninterested in peace or even in bettering the lives of the Palestinian people. Instead, it is single-mindedly determined to inflict as much pain on the Israeli people as it can to ultimately destroy the state altogether. There is no basis for compromise. Under these circumstances, all that Israel perceives it can do is to try to do as much damage to Hamas as possible to reduce its ability to attack Israel and deter it from trying another such attack for as long as possible, perhaps another 100 years. And, hopefully, in their minds, forever. Of course, that's what brings us to the genocidal nature of their operations. The only way to do that is to kill all Palestinians. Get it? The ultimate logic speaks for itself. This is why we can logically conclude the Israelis are on a genocidal path. The 1973 war was one of the great wars of the 20th century because of Sadat's vision. His objective was to use a limited war that was purposely devised to inflict shocking but limited damage to Israel in order to convince Israel's leaders to negotiate a peace in which both sides would make critical, difficult compromises. As history has demonstrated time and again, wars are very unpredictable, and the fact that Sadat made all of that work is simply remarkable. But so too was the former Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, crucial to that wondrous outcome. Begin, the rabid hardliner who took over as Prime Minister in 1977, learned to trust Sadat and to see the virtue of a negotiated peace, albeit only because Israel's military victory 4 years earlier had restored its deterrent posture. We can wonder if Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu can follow in Begin's footsteps. Like Begin, Netanyahu has shown little but distrust for the Palestinians and has evinced no interest in real peace. Perhaps if the United States plays the same intermediary role as it did after 1973, he could be coaxed into taking the same journey as Begin. Or perhaps, as was the case after 1973, Netanyahu's government will fall for its mistakes at the start of the war, and another Israeli leader who is more interested in making peace will take the office. We can hope. Checking in with live stream again, and Max Prana says, fine in Stockholm. Thank you so much, Max Prana, and thank you for telling us where you are. Incredible. A man in Sweden. Very much appreciate it. And All right, now we know that. And Alexia Goldsmith says, love you too. And DJ says, no glitching. Thank you so much, DJ. Vicky Johnson says, heard everything, not glitching. Wonderful, dear lady. So at DJ and Vicky, both of whom I believe are ladies, let's get this out there at DJ and Vicky. Okay. Jesus, I've got to learn to spell. And of course, just so wonderful that these people are supportive in the chat. Thank you for your participation. And here we are. Let's put this out there. And okay, this is for those small ladies. And back to my train of thought, getting back into the zone again. Either way, the world will then confront an even greater problem: the abyss of leadership on the Palestinian side. Hamas rules in Gaza and does not want peace with Israel, seeming to seek only war until the Jewish state is destroyed. And one cannot blame them. It is certainly true that you make peace with your enemies, not your friends, but you can only make peace if your enemies are willing to stop fighting. By the appalling conduct of its latest attack, Hamas signaled that it has not changed at all, that it has no such interest in peace. But then, who will? Certainly not Mahmoud Abbas, who has uselessly monopolized the presidency of the Palestinian Authority since his only election 18 years ago. Abbas has rejected every Israeli peace proposal that has been proffered, from the ridiculous, such as former U.S. President Donald Trump and Netanyahu's 2020 fiasco, to the profound, including former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert's 2007 through 2008 proposal, which was likely the most generous and realistic that the Palestinians will ever see. Yet Abbas also blocks any new leaders from emerging in the West Bank, such that when he finally dies, it is impossible to predict who will succeed him, under what circumstances, and if there will even still be a Palestinian Authority left to rule, let alone negotiate on behalf of Palestinians. Perhaps the Arab states will use their influence and their new interest in peace with Israel to find and anoint a genuine leader of the Palestinians, one who could play the role of Sadat and turn the tragedy of the Hamas attack into a genuine peace between Israelis and Palestinians. Or perhaps this war will end as tragically as it began. We can hope for the former, but in light of the differences between 1973 and 2023, we should not be surprised by the latter. Now I'm going to bring it all home to the real ugly. To, oh, by the way, Elizabeth Beam says, amazing, listen. Hey, love you, honey. Let me give her a nice big, there we are. Love you, Liz. Okay. And honestly, all you people are angelic to me. Angels over my shoulder. Without you, why, I wouldn't be what I am, whatever that may be. And, okay, there we go. Okay, now I'll see if I can recover my train of thought with all these ladies about, it is very distracting. Basically, the Israel-Hamas war is a test for X. That's Twitter. And it's already failed. Elon Musk has crossed a line. Elon Musk is now endorsing Deutschen, or German, neo-Nazis, and Jews are still excusing him, while Elon Musk is shitposting his way through the Israel-Hamas war. I mean, from white nationalists and Judeo-phobic conspiracy theorists. Amy Como says, you are okay, but when you need a break, I'm here. Oh, God bless you, honey. Oh, thanks so much. Well, I did call you earlier, so you can jump on the call whenever you wish and just kind of sit there, and then that way you can give me a back whenever I need to take a breather. So that'd be wonderful, because since now you're here, I know we can open our gift together. Amy Como sent me a gift. I intend on opening that before tonight's transmission is over, and she says, "Open it." But that's like from yesterday, I think, right? We're gonna open this later tonight, towards the end of transmission. So jump on bandwidth and say hi if you like, Amy, and then just kind of sit there and look pretty.
You know what I'm good at.
Yes.
You know how good I am at just being quiet.
Yes.
And then popping up when I need to. No, you're doing really good. I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm definitely here, and you know you have some time. So I'll just, if you don't get me, I'm just, running around, but I'll get back. I've got the phone on. I'm listening.
Well, while you're here, let's open this gift before I start shitting and pissing all over our man Elon Musk. And I use that term "our man" ironically, of course, the same way I would use it.
He doesn't need more attention.
Yes, that's right. Well, he's going to get it regardless, because he needs to be raked over the coals. I certainly am trying to provide some solutions to the troubles he's caused. So I'm opening this wonderful care package here. This arrived while I was gone for a few days and was stuffed under my doormats, which of course are covered with hair that I'm always wondering where that hair sources from. It's like a Yeti or Sasquatch sat on my doormats. I don't have any pets, so there's all this white hair that makes it look like an animal when it's hunched up. So when the packages are stuck under my doormats, everybody's afraid to go near it because they think it's some kind of weird porcupine or mammal that's parked itself in front of my door, and nobody wants to go near it. Okay, inside this package, we have a card. Happy birthday, it says. Let's take a look and open this envelope up. And what I should do is get a blade here, but I'm just too anxious, so I'm just going to kind of inch it open. And this is sealed with Amy Como spit, I presume. And so this envelope...
it is. And my spit's not addictive.
Okay, cool. There we are. And, this wonderful piece of art. This is like art from, one of the classical guys, I presume. Or Amy painted this herself. It says, haunted by memories? Tormented by things to come? This is what it says on the card. Amy didn't write this.
I was like, I don't think that's in the card. I'm like, he's now ad-libbing.
Really. It's the card on the back.
Is that what it says on it?
Yeah.
I just grabbed it. I was just like, I need to send him something, but it's probably going to get stolen. So I want to make sure whoever steals it feels really bad when they open it.
That's funny. That's cute. So this is apparently painted by a lady named Karen Dawson. And she's an American born in 1955. I like how they emphasize her nationality. That's adorable. And it's titled Pink Sky, Island, and Boat. So on the back of the card it says, haunted by memories, tormented by things to come. I mean, that's so apropos for tonight's show. Languishing? Yes, it says languishing or flourishing in solitude. If only a boat could talk. I mean, really, all this about a boat. Really, I mean...
That's why I picked it for you, is because it had a freaking boat on it.
Interesting. What do you feel that the boat symbolizes for me?
I feel like it's the crypt.
Okay,
I feel like one day you're going to walk away from the crypt.
Yes.
And forget all about your boathouse.
I love you. Yes, we will make that happen. Now,
I know.
This one says...
Don't read it. You're fine. Go on. Just tell everybody what else you got.
Okay, interesting. Save this card to remember that I had it right. Okay, I love you, honey. Big kiss on the card.
I love you too.
Yes, kiss on this card. I'm going to, of course, treasure this forever, but for this reason, like you said. Now,
because I know you're a hoarder.
Yes, of course,
I know you don't throw anything away.
Right now, there's a nice little heart she put on the address, the priority mailing address, and it says liquid. It says liquid, so that alone is interesting. That's intriguing. Now I'm pulling what we have out here is, maple cotton candy, a taste of gold. Oh my goodness, this is, delightful. Partially produced with genetic engineering ingredients. You selected it for that reason, right? That's so cool. That's so cute.
Well, no, I selected it because it's maple.
Cute.
I live in the land of maple.
Cute.
Like all the shops have a little tourist section full of maple stuff.
There you go. Sugar, pure maple sugar. I like how it says that. There's 2 ingredients in here. Sugar and pure maple sugar. I like that. So there's 2
it's
types
your
of
birthday.
sugar. Yes. That's hybrid like myself. Made in Vermont, approximately an ounce. That's so adorable. That's wonderful. Okay, I'll keep this as far away from my electric blanket as possible so it doesn't melt. Okay, and then we have something here. It's wrapped in newspapers, which there's this chick who looks just like Amy Como who's got a gun on one of these newspapers here. It says stuck in Vermont. It says stuck in Vermont. Watch 7 days, VT.com. Eva Solberger. Do you know this chick? She looks like she could be your twin sister.
Oh my word. How did I know that you would take the frickin' newspaper and be like, this is the best part of my gift?
Oh, I love newspapers.
It's a free newspaper.
Yes.
It's a free newspaper that everybody picks up to burn in their fireplace.
Oh my God, yes. And here we are. Oh my God, 100% pure Vermont maple syrup grating sampler. Oh, this is so delightful. Now I'm going to have to get pancakes. Oh my God. Butternut Mountain Farm, Vermont. Family, passion, pure maple. There we are. 3 bottles. One is golden color, delicate taste. The other is amber color, rich taste. And finally, darker color, robust taste. Oh my God, I'm going to have to get waffles or something. And
just bring it with you for your birthday.
Yes, yes, I will.
It's to share. You don't have to eat all that sugar yourself, but you probably will want to eat all the syrup yourself, and then you'll be hooked. I need a package.
Oh my!
Put it in the 7 days. Wrap it up in the 7 days so it don't break.
Yes. Oh my God. That's fabulous. I love you, honey. So this is beautiful. You are incredible. And I love these newspapers. I will be reading through them because they are so cool. This is newspapers bring back memories for me. Back in the days when we had zebra print, they make me feel young again, and especially love these comics. So, yes. I mean, do you still get newspapers where you're at? I mean, do they come to your door?
Oh, no. Actually, we have this one, the County Courier. They just went all digital. Now behind a paywall, you have to pay to get the.
Oh, so sad.
Yeah, they were printing, and then they got smaller. The newspaper
thinner.
Became less
smaller, thinner. I mean, these comics look microscopic. I mean, I need a magnifying glass to read these comics. That is so fucking sad.
Well, that one is the free rag. That's the 7 days is what everybody picks. It comes and it's in the bins and everybody grabs it, so they have fire starter.
Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. And
well, it's terrible. I mean, the whole newspaper is just garbage.
Well, hey, it's got comics. They're okay. They can't be garbage.
They're not that funny though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Did this, and how much are they getting paid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's true. Oh my God, I wish we could talk about some of the private things you shared with me. I'm so sorry. I was exhausted the other day when I talked to Amy, and she was catching me up. Of course, Amy's come out in the open now. She's had surgery. This is a problem that's been bothering her for a very long time. She basically suffered, just so people understand, from what's called a stone baby, basically a calcified cadaver or corpse of a fetus, which had basically was parasitizing off of her body all this time for many years, causing indescribable pain and agony. And of course, she was going all over the place trying to find a ride to the surgery, and of course could find no one. No one came to her rescue. No one was there for her. No one was there. She lives in a community of the it's like the final end of the runway. Like these people are at it's like the boulevard of broken dreams in a major city that has somehow been transported via teleportation to the countryside, and everyone is at the end of their rope. And in fact, forget the rope. They've lost the rope. They're in the ravine. They're in the ravine. And
it's pretty rough. I'm not going to discount what you're saying. It is pretty rough. You do tend to exaggerate, but it was pretty rough. And I did get a ride from the Medicaid driver. The thing is, they didn't tell me until the day of the surgery that I had a ride.
Yes.
So it was like, and the driver knew for a week. Like, she was like, they told me last week I was picking you up. I was like, that's ridiculous. How come they didn't tell me?
It's
like, why did I have to go through this anxiety of not knowing?
It's like they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. And she finally. So how did you know when they were coming? By the way, I want to read Elizabeth Beam says, let Elon have his troubles. Happy birthday, DDD. Thank you, Elizabeth. Love you, honey. She says, happy birthday to the best historian out there. Best being all capitalized. And Max Piranha says, about Elon, someone must told him about radiation in space, and like 50% of his satellites blew up by a CME. When did he talk about Mars recently? He's not so public anymore, and he's fat now. That's so cute. But but back for the moment to on the ground. Now, our lovely Amy has just said here, well, you exaggerate a little bit. Well, I would call it I poetically embellish, but there's no exaggeration. This is like a ravine in which all of these people are at the bottom and they're looking up at that crack in the sky wondering if they're not even wondering if they'll ever get out. They're where they find themselves now, and that's it. And,
pretty rough.
And so how did you know when they arrived to pick you up? How did you even know?
I called him because my friend was coming over and he was going to just throw me some cash so that I could drive myself.
How's that supposed to work? What's the cash supposed to do? You're supposed to like find a rent-a-car?
I didn't have money for the vehicle to drive down there.
You mean a rent-a-car?
No, I have a vehicle that I just had to pay to get fixed because it was broken.
Did he expect you to get this fixed on the day you were going to have your surgery?
No, you're missing it. I got the vehicle fixed.
Uh-huh.
He came over the day of the surgery to give me some money because it's a V8. Okay. So it just sucks gas up. So it was going to be like really expensive to take this truck. And I wasn't really allowed to do that. I wasn't allowed to go to the hospital alone. I was supposed to have a driver wait.
That's right. The
procedure.
Yeah, that's right. That's how these things work. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so he showed up that day, but I called when they opened the driving center that schedules all the rides. I'd called them and they said, she's coming. Her name is Gail. And I was like, oh, well, that's great. That's awesome because now I don't have to drive myself.
So, but if you had driven yourself, technically, they're not supposed to operate on you because you don't have someone to drive you home.
Right. Yeah. That is the rule. But
you were hoping they wouldn't follow that. You were hoping that. What were you hoping for? That you would drive home all drugged up on.
They could have told me that I had a ride. Like that would have been the smart thing to do.
That would have made too. No, that would imply that they cared. That would imply that they fucking cared, and that they.
Well, when I called for the, you have to talk to your primary, and because I had that blood clot, they wanted me to do to get some blood work done afterwards to make sure that I'm not clotting. So I was calling my primary, and she said, "Oh, I got the form for your driver the day of your surgery, so I didn't know what to do." And I was like, "That sounds about right." Like. Just like just completely throw me off the rails, like anxiety out the window. Like, the doctor didn't even approve of it until the day of the surgery. Like it was just dumb. Like it's just, everything's it's all paperwork terrorism.
Yeah,
it's all not going to approve you for this right now, but when this happens, then you can apply again. Why would I apply again for housing when I'm homeless? Like, just, why do I have to keep applying? Like, that's what I don't understand.
But by the way, Elizabeth Beam says, girl, move! All uppercase, get out of Hokieville. I'm giving her the thumbs up on this. And it does beg the question, okay, you are homeless, technically. You're technically homeless. You've been literally homeless. And you're still legally homeless. But you're in a place where it's not conducive to, not that any place is conducive to homelessness, but you're in a place that's particularly inconvenient and almost.
It's just, like I have this vehicle that I don't own.
Yeah.
That's huge, and I was living in it.
Yeah. But
I need to give that back to my parents, and then I won't have a vehicle.
Wait a second. Why do you need to give that back to your parents? You don't owe your parents shit. So
okay, I don't want to be driving around in a vehicle I don't own just so I can go to jail.
Okay, there's that. But they're not going to put. You can only go to jail if somebody puts out a like a charge that the car was stolen. Your parents, I know they
haven't done.
Well, I know they're assholes. But I don't think, do they have the energy to actually do that? I mean, that requires some investment of some time, so they've done this.
Make a complaint for domestic violence. So there is that. So if they do try to say I stole their vehicle, there is an incident report saying, that's not how it went.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue at this point is the water went out yesterday, so she needs a whole new water pump.
Oh my God! Oh my God! All over you're living the Palestinian experience now.
I am in northern Vermont. It's just like the war goes on.
You said that I'm sorry. We can use her first name. I'm sure that's not going to hurt her. Kala, right?
Yep.
Yeah, she said that it's leaking everywhere. Are you flooded?
Oh, I saw it. I was here. She was in New York, and I was here watching the dogs. And then yesterday, I had done a bunch of laundry, did a bunch of vacuuming, and then I was on the phone making phone calls, and I went to go check the water's off. So this happens sometimes because it's spring fed. And so I went down, I unplugged and replugged in the pump to see if it would start up again. It didn't. But then she came home and she was looking around because she's used to this. Like, she was trying to figure out what to do. And all of a sudden, she was turning knobs and the water pipe was just squirting water everywhere.
Oh my God, she made it ejaculate. She made it come. Yeah, so it's now continually spurting after she stroked it. She stimulated it just right. You said she knew how to do this. I mean, she's handled pipes with her hands before, and she took those pipes and got them. Yeah, she's got a talent.
Made it work. Yeah, no, it's going to be probably an insurance thing because it's too big to get somebody to just come in and patch it at this point.
Really? Well, you've got to get someone to come in and patch it, and then approach the insurance about it. Isn't that the way to handle it, or no?
I don't know. That sounds like a good idea. I really didn't know. I was exhausted from chasing those dogs all day. They are a handful.
I thought Mr. Pegleg was there to help with that.
Shh. No, they're in New York. That's what I just said.
Are they on some kind of honeymoon?
No, he lives in New York.
How did he wind up there again? Wait a second. He came all the way to help with whoa! Ow! What the fuck?
Weeks at a time.
What's that?
He comes for weeks at a time. It's fine. We like him. We want him to stay here. It's nice when he's here. The lawn got mowed.
Yeah. He
does shit.
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah.
We like him.
Yeah, he rides that lawnmower basically like it's a motorized shopping cart. Yeah, that's how he gets across the street with the dogs. Yeah.
It's really funny to watch him squirrel around on that thing just covered in grass because we don't mow and there's freaking hay on the lawn. Oh but anyway, yeah, he was here for a couple weeks while I had my surgery. Yeah. But he has kids, so he lives in New York.
With the kids?
Otherwise, he wouldn't get to see his kids. He can't take them out of state, so...
Jesus Christ, and these kids are not yet legal age or something? Like they need him? Like they need a father figure? What?
Yeah, they're young. The one kid just turned 15, so he's about to get his license.
Oh, wow. Jesus
16.
Christ.
He just turned 16, actually.
Jesus.
He was 15, but now he's 16. And then the younger one's not old enough for any of that.
Oh, geez, with a dad like that. Good
Well,
God.
he lives with his dad. His dad was an architect. They live in a boob house. It's like two circles hooked together.
Oh.
House.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, nothing like living inside of basically a giant bra.
Yep.
Oh my fucking God. So his dad is an architect. And he's,
Yep.
This is incredible. I remember what you told me about, he doesn't like the wooden leg because it makes him feel dizzy. Well, yeah, maybe it's all the drinking he does beforehand. And then if I was standing on a wooden peg, I'd be feeling dizzy too. I'm sorry.
Only because it's your birthday, I'm going to allow you to say that. That's not nice. Only because it's your birthday. No, we like him. People struggle with stuff. You need to be more gentle.
Yes, honey. You're right. I do need to be more gentle.
It's not their fault. Like, people have problems. It's fine.
Yes.
But
yes.
Yeah, so that's my newest rendition last night was we don't have any water anymore, so I gotta wait. That's why I'm up early, because I gotta get in the car and go fetch water, just like I was doing when I lived on the lake. Couldn't drink the water there. I had to run up to the spring and grab water.
Oh my God. I mean, honey, this fucking sucks. I mean, this is like, and this, you said this has happened before?
Oh, well, yeah, but not this bad. Like, not like we need to deal with it, like, immediately. Like, usually she can reset it because it's like a gravity feed.
Yeah.
So there's like a process to get the pump to work again.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, these are all reasons why she just can't have like an Airbnb here. Like, just rent it out. Like, no.
Whoa, wait a second. I don't get it. Even though the Airbnb idea is kind of absurd, what I can't understand is you're just telling me that things just keep breaking down. It's like, but yeah. Both of you cleaned the place up so well, and it's not like the place is like certainly.
We have 3 giant dogs.
Okay.
Like, you could do that every day and it wouldn't be enough. Like,
no, right. But the dogs aren't sabotaging the machinery unless they're more intelligent than I can give them credit.
They are pretty smart. They could have done this. This could have been that. They don't go in the basement. Are you kidding me? They're babies. Yeah. They sit right on the couch. Yeah. That's all. They don't care. Yeah. They sit right on the couch. They don't go down there. But it was something that needed to be done anyway. But, there's always something else you could do too. So she's going to get it fixed. It's fine. She was just having a panic because, it's shitty. There's no fucking water.
Of course. No, it's fucking shitty.
So glad I did laundry before it broke.
Yes. No, I mean, oh my God, that's just.
It's washed. I did a load of laundry for myself.
Oh my God. This is incredible. I'm impressed. I mean, So like, but I mean, it's like, yeah. So what happened was, yes, just to further describe to our listeners, you had them pick you up for surgery. They drove you there, and then I presume the same young lady drove you back, Grace.
Oh, Grace is wonderful, and she's 83. She's been volunteer driving for 15 years. Jeez. She's wonderful.
Jeez.
She's probably the only old person that I would want to drive. Like, she was really good.
Wow.
Like, she's super smart, super intelligent.
Wow.
Just really just on it. Like, she lost her granddaughter to drugs. They poisoned her with fentanyl. Like, she had.
When did this happen?
In the last year. Hasn't been a year yet since she lost her granddaughter who had a son. So her great grandson is now without a mom.
Oh my God. I'm just appalled.
Yeah, I hadn't had a ride from her in years, but I remembered her. I did remember.
You had a ride from her before?
I've been going to the doctor for 8 years. I've been in Vermont doing nothing but going to the hospital. If it's not me, then it was my parents.
Oh my God.
That's it. That's all I've been doing. Like, I keep trying to tell people, like, I have this business. I'm ready to, like, solicit for funding so that I could do more work in the real world instead of doing this caregiving stuff that's really not working out. So
caregiving, but you're caring for the dogs, not Calla.
no, I mean, when I was living at the camp, it was more like I was taking care of my parents because they were coming over all the time with like stupid shit that they couldn't figure out. That was really like they should be in a home. Like this is nonsense.
Yeah, no,
you know,
I
don't know why I have to do this, right?
No,
like,
you're absolutely right. No, you're yeah. I mean, these are like they're not sympathetic people. Yeah, if anyone belongs in a home, it would be them, or anyone deserves that such a fate. By the way, Max Prana in Sweden says at Elizabeth, if the pump only leaking, put 2 eggs in the radiator when cool and returnera the car. Old Finnish trick. Okay, thank you.
That's pretty interesting. It's not that kind of a setup though.
Okay.
Like it's just like if you saw it, you would be like, I'm so happy I live where I live.
What is it? It's
a giant cistern. It's got like all kinds of pipes coming in, and then it's got the pump which stopped working, and that apparently is what caused the backup that caused the pipes to burst.
Oh my God! I
don't know. We don't have anybody looking at it yet because it was late when she got back, and we really thought maybe we could just get the pump started and it would be fine and we'd have water again.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out like that, and maybe it still will. I don't.
I'm just I'm just so that being said, and you how's the rest of the neighborhood doing? You there? They took her down too. It's her internet. Her internet sucks. I mean, oh my God, this is why I wanted to open the package first, and also speak with her a bit, because I figured that her internet ain't worth shit, and that she just would not be available to later in the show when it came to it. So I'm glad I did what I did. That is incredible. What she sent, delightful. By the way, I've got this hideous photograph here of Jordan Peterson, provided by Nemo Albano, of him and his communist propaganda art that he has all over his home. Amy has dropped off, and it says her call ended. At any rate, let me send her a message. She says, internet. Yes, there we are. She got that through. Okay. I love you, baby. I love you, dear. Dear Amy. So, there. She back? Yeah. There.
Just does that. I was just gonna move around. I'll leave it sitting.
Okay. Oh.
Yep.
So, what happened with the internet this time? It's just of course, this happens all the time.
Yeah. I think I got it sorted out the other day, though, while she was gone. I think, I think like if you leave it on all night, that it gets backlogged. Like I think if you just shut down the modem for a couple hours, it works better.
It's digital. How does something like that work? You talk about it as if it's like Legos piling up, or ball bearings inside of a plastic container, or marbles in a fishbowl. I don't think it's supposed to work like that.
Well, I don't know. I just shut it off at night and it seemed to work fine.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. What about the guy who came over and fixed it and then it fucked up? What was that about?
Well, yeah, I don't know. He didn't really fix it because it still does this stuff, like where you can't like move your phone around or else it'll cut off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's again, just incredible that you've adapted to all these malfunctions in your environment. Your environment is nothing but a series of malfunctions that you adapt to and subsist in. You subsist in
I'm a Vermonter. It's the maple syrup.
Nothing is worth that.
No, it's just how we are here. Like the shit falls apart all the time. You have to know how to get stuff running again, how to adjust, like you say. Like,
this is post-apocalyptic shit. Nobody needs to live like this. This is like what you see in Bartertown. This is Bartertown bullshit. Right. So how's the rest of the neighborhood? How's the rest of the neighborhood doing? Your neighbors, like, how are they?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I've been laid up. I haven't really done anything. I went to this fitness facility and told them I need a job, and hopefully they're going to give me some hours so that I have access to their swimming pool,
teaching yoga,
and a yoga studio. And they have a fitness center and a physical therapy in the building also.
Uh-huh.
So I was just going to do like front desk work so that I'd get a free membership.
Okay.
And be able, and then once I feel better and I can do classes,
then teach yoga.
Yeah, I'll go back to that. But for now, I'm just like front desk.
Right.
Like, I'll sell memberships.
Does it look like there's any chance of that? Does it look like any?
I don't know. I have no idea. Like they don't have enough people to even keep the hours. So it seems like as long as I can get there, that they're able to give me something to do. But we'll find out.
Okay. And you'd get there in that stolen car.
Yeah, probably. No. If I had a job offer, I could go get a car.
Oh, okay.
Like I know enough people with, I know enough mechanics with cars almost ready for the road that if I had some, money coming in, I'd be able to just get another car.
Okay.
There's there's lots of people who have lots of like half running cars that just need like one or two things, and then you have a vehicle that runs.
Incredible.
Whereas,
yes, like I said, you live in fucking Bartertown. This is Mad Max shit. Yep. It's like
pretty much.
Oh my god. Cars are like shells that human hermit crabs are changing their shells. That's what you make it sound like. This.
It is like that here. Like then you have like the people who moved from like San Francisco, and like they don't understand how you take a job for less than $200,000 a year,
Yeah. How do you?
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, why would you? But it just is a different place. Like, it's a different market, and the thing is, nothing changes here. Like, it's all like they had this meeting the other day. I was trying to call you to say, sorry I couldn't get on. The internet was out, but I was at the library and there was no parking. Like, and this is like a huge parking lot, like a Walmart parking lot, no parking. And I went into the store, which is where I was able to get on and call you for a minute before they cut that off.
Oh, shit.
But the woman in the store, I was like, what is going on at the town clerk's office? Like, there's no parking up there. And she's like, they didn't tell me. And that's just how it is. Like, there's like these town meetings and everybody shows up, or at least people with money show up. And then the rest of us are like, what the hell are they doing? Like, it's like there's this huge gap between people who move here and have some kind of affluence and people who are from here who are just fighting with their family about like the state of the world.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's just, it's so sad. And so when, describe to us how things are going with your painkillers.
You're funny. I ate all those right away. Yum, yum, yum. Ate them all up. Yum, yum, yum. I didn't really
at once, no less.
No, I did. They gave me 5. I never had them before. And like Brendan said, I should have cut them in half, and I didn't even think of that. But I don't like those. Like, I'll ask for something else.
You use them all. You don't like them, but you use them all?
No, they weren't that. I didn't like it. No, I didn't like them because they made me really constipated. Like, I had like a really bad time afterwards, which was all pills. Like, I knew, like, I could have like taken Tylenol and not had the constipation and the vomiting, you know? Like, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like, there's no, and the thing is, like, when I had that terrible car wreck back in 2000, I took all kinds of pain meds. Like, I just was taking pain meds so that I could go and babysit for this doctor who'd given me the car that I got hit in.
Yeah.
And so
the pain meds, right? And the pain meds.
Yeah, I was hobbling around on pain meds, chasing after his kids. And then they're like, "Oh, you don't need any pain meds anymore." I'm like, "Fuck you, I don't."
How did?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Yeah. So I know like how hard it is. Like, once you get used to like being able to do stuff on the pain meds, like, took about 5 years to get my digestion back after about 8 months of just nonstop. Vicodin was my favorite.
Of course.
Apparently I'm allergic to the oxycodone, so couldn't take that. But then I was taking Darvocet also just to switch it up.
Man,
like, yeah.
You're as bad as Brooke Gibson. Shit.
Well, no, this was in 2000. Yeah. This was like fucking 23 years ago. So, and I had broken my leg. Like, my foot fell off and they put it back on. So I had a good reason to need them, but it was just, like, I wasn't actually repairing. I was just like using the meds.
Say this again? Your foot basically fell off and they had to put it back on. Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, I thought I told you that.
No.
No. You don't remember. I was in a car wreck, and I didn't have a belt on. And the thing that flashed through my mind was we had this friend who'd gone through the windshield and died of internal bleeding.
Oh, God.
And so that's what I was thinking while this guy hit me. And so I wrapped my foot around the brake to keep it from going through the windshield. Uh-huh. And so my ankle broke off.
Oh!
And then I had all kinds of lacerations in my face, but I didn't go through the windshield and die.
Oh, I remember now.
You're welcome. Isn't this more fun than talking about Elon Musk?
Yes. Oh, my God.
More fun.
Oh, my fucking God. Oh, my fucking God. And how did they get you out? Was it the jaws of life they used to remove you from the car, or what?
They did. Yeah. It was really bad. It was just... I was maybe 10 minutes away from my parents' house. I was going to work at the television station where I ran the newscast, the big studio camera.
Yeah.
I was in production there and I ran the studio camera for the newscast, and they were pissed that I didn't show up for work. I'm like, well, just check your footage, because they were there freaking taking photos of everything. But, yeah, it was bad. It was really, they had to get, I don't even remember. All I know is they tried to move me and my foot wasn't connected. So I was screaming every time they tried to move me. I know. I've just lived through so much. Like, just the silliest things aren't that big a deal. It's just not that big a deal. Yeah. So that's what happened when I was 24, year of the dragon.
Oh my God. 24 years of age. Your fucking years. It's like...
I know. I missed out on a lot. I'm kind of a late bloomer.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
It's all right. You got some maple syrup, Douglas. It's your birthday.
Yes. Oh my God. Let me put your birthday on the calendar so I don't forget. When is your birthday?
Oh. The 26th of April.
26th of April. Let me put that on for next year. Oh my fucking God. I mean, this is like April 26th, Syria. Amy Como. Amy... let me try and spell it. COMAEU, right?
EAU.
EAU, sorry.
Water. In French, EAU is water.
Thank you. Oh my God. And yes, everybody remember that. So let's pray she makes it there. Let's pray she makes it to her next birthday.
I'll probably just get married, Douglas. I'll get married, and then I won't ever have to spell my name again.
Yes,
It'll be
yes,
something easy.
yes, yes.
That's the only qualification I have is you just have to have a really simple, easy last name.
Yes, yes. Oh my fucking god. I'm like just left aghast. I am and in terms of so this accident and the painkillers, then you obviously had a high tolerance for painkillers in general at one point, other than a few specific brands or types. But this time you weren't on much. You weren't on many painkillers this time, right? You were just like you said.
Well, and I didn't even I didn't like them, but you really shouldn't move around for the first bit. You should just let it all knit back together.
You said you were standing in front of some guy saying how good you felt before you collapsed, right?
That was after I'd taken all the taken all the dilaudits, and I had
dilaudits. Really... Oh my god, the good shit. Oh my god, it's fucking Brendan Zogin's dream drug and shit. Along with Brooke Gibson's, yeah, they would be fighting over that shit. Yeah,
I had them before, and I don't like them. They're not my favorite. But yeah, I hadn't really done anything yet because I'd just been taking pain meds.
Yeah.
And so he came over and we smoked a cigarette, and that was what really did it.
Yeah.
Like if I hadn't smoked that cigarette with him,
this is peg leg. Or lawnmower man. Lawn.
No. It is it's my friend who was in the 82nd Airborne.
Oh, him. Yeah, fat fucker. The guy. The guy who you found. He rolled some big fat bitch in dough and stuck his dick in the wet spot. That was how he was able to find it.
That's pretty much how it went. Yep. But no, he came over. He's been taking care of me. He's been doing what he can to help. So that's good.
Oh my god. Doesn't he need adult supervision?
Well, does he need adult supervision? Not anymore. He did for a long time, but then he had a kid. He had a daughter. He'd had 2 sons when he was super young.
Yeah, just before he went to jail.
He did. He knocked up this woman before he went to jail, and he got out and had a daughter. And he's been going to AA. Like, he hasn't been doing anything. His dad passed away. That was really hard.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's awful. And why? But I don't. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go on.
His dad and him, like in our town when we were kids, he used to come around with his dad with the glass bottles of fresh milk from the farmers and deliver it to people.
Wow.
Like I know that's what him and his dad did. That's how I met him.
Right. And so this is like, goddamn, this is like you live in fucking Rip Van Winkle territory and shit.
We should go back to that. I'm saying fuck all these industrial dairy farms. Like, we just need 2 or 3 cows to just send somebody around with bottles of milk to everyone. Could be a really expensive service. I know people will pay for it because nobody wants these cow shit spreading farms as their neighbors.
Yeah.
But, I think they should go back to that. I think that was.
Don't they have that in Vermont? Like some self-sustaining small farmers at all?
Yeah, but they're really, it's very bureaucratic, and they're really they get caught. The problem is they're not sustainable. Like, they don't survive because they can't charge enough to cover the costs of keeping up with the regulations to maintain their standard as organic. That's the issue, is that to be organic, to put the label on to say you're organic, it's going to cost you extra. Whereas the big dairy farmers who just pump their cows full of medicine and drugs and leave them standing in formaldehyde so they don't get the hoof rot. Like, those guys don't have to do any labeling. They don't have to conform to any kind of standards the way that organic farms do.
Outrageous.
So a lot of times it's like people will just do it and they don't tell anybody.
Yes.
Be like, we got eggs. Don't worry. Don't tell anybody.
Yes. Oh my God. This is an underground economy. This is Barter Town, so it's all post-apocalyptic already, even before the apocalypse. So I guess that's the.
I remember a time when it wasn't like that, but
yeah.
I'm not that old. I'm not quite 50, so maybe there's some people who remember when things used to work. Like you could have a job and the job would pay for things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the world your parents were in. Your parents were in that world. Why did they become such fucking assholes?
If I had an answer to that, I'd probably forgive them, and I don't know that they need to be forgiven anymore.
They don't. Your dad was brain injured at a young age, like you said, and so that was.
And he was never abusive, but he took that vaccine, and he's not the same.
When was this vaccine? When was this administered?
He did it right away. Like, it was so strange because he and my mom were always like anti everything. Like, they sell this stuff, but they don't take it.
Yeah. Just so people understand, her mother and her father are like pharmacists, or were pharmacists, and I can't remember. Did they inherit that business?
No. My dad worked for somebody for years who paid him nothing, and then they tried to sell that business. My dad tried to buy it from them, and they refused to sell it to my dad, who'd worked for them for like 30 years. Uh-huh. And then actually it was the same year. It happened at the same time as my car wreck. They sold that business, and dad had to start his own business. So he basically took out a $15,000 startup loan and had nothing on the shelves for a long time. There was just a business that ran pills, and that was it. But then he grew it. It became a real shop with all kinds of stuff in it. But by that time, he wasn't very well. He was really sick, and people were calling me and saying, your dad's not doing well. What are you doing about this? And I'm like, I don't live near them. I'm not, right. They don't listen to me, first of all. Yeah. But I came back with a friend of mine in 2012 after he was on the television after being held up at gunpoint.
Your dad.
For drugs.
Your dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a drugstore cowboy raided your father's pharmacy, which your father owned and managed, and this security camera footage, I presume, of the man holding your father up made it onto television, and at that point. Yeah. You came over with a friend to do what?
Just find out what they were doing. What do you got? You can't keep doing this. This was not the first robbery. Mm-hmm. There was many robberies. Uh-huh. So yeah, we just I had been with this guy for 3 years. We'd never met each other's families, so we didn't really have a place to stay because we were staying, in a place where we had work. And when that work dried up, we didn't really have a place to stay either. Mm-hmm. So we decided that we would, because his mom was selling the house he grew up in Michigan. So we decided we would just drive back for the holidays and then return, in the new year, which we did. We were really blessed. His aunt was willing to help us do that. She gave us some money, and she was so great. I've never had any family member just look at me and be like, how much money do you need? It was really his aunt was so fantastic like that. She was just
when you were living in that vehicle that wasn't yours, that's not the same one that you're using now.
No. I'm talking about 2012.
Yeah, but I just thought about that because I remember you talked about some aunt. You were living in a vehicle, maybe a mobile home or something, and then the guy you were living next to or somebody you knew who was in that same kind of situation, his aunt kept sending him a brand new widescreen TV.
Yeah, no, this is recent. That one, the TV, the guy who was in his Mercedes and driving around because he'd gotten a divorce and didn't have anywhere to live. His auntie was sending him TVs. Yeah. That was last summer. That was somebody I met recently.
Jesus.
But this was 2012 when I had a different boyfriend who again, we agreed to marry, but we didn't want to tell anybody else about it. So.
And what happened to him?
He's in Winnipeg. I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
He ran away.
But, what's that?
He ran away? Is that what happened?
No, we split up. He found somebody else that he wanted to be with, and I was pissed off about it.
I don't blame you. Oh my God, that is. Oh my God.
You know, like, I still tried to talk to him because we had a lot of like time that we spent together. We put a lot of hours in with each other.
Right. And so does he respond when you try to call him?
I don't know what happened when he called me when he got to Winnipeg, but then the last time I talked to him, he was like, my phone's going to get shut off. I don't have any money. Send me money. And I'm like, okay, but how do I get a hold?
Oh my God, he's asking you to send money? Look, that's just sleazy. That is so fucking sleazy. I hope you didn't.
Well, here's the thing is he wouldn't have asked if he didn't need it. That's the way I feel about it.
So
like,
you sent him money. You sent him money. Oh.
I didn't send him any money. I didn't have any money.
Oh,
and he lost his phone. So I didn't have a way to get a hold of him. And I did try. He was there visiting his daughter. And I did try to get a hold of his daughter to find out what was going on with him. But I haven't talked to him. It's fine.
I take it his daughter was a quote-unquote adult, that the two of you were getting married, and this was not like it wasn't like you were going to raise this young lady. She was on her own already, I presume.
Oh, he had 2 adult children.
Okay.
Like he didn't, like he had kids really young. And this daughter had 2 kids of her own. So he had grandsons that he'd never met. So that's why he went to Winnipeg.
Okay.
Which I completely felt like that was what he should do. Like you should spend some time with your daughter and your son and your grandsons. Like that's what you should do.
Oh my God.
But, I've been having nothing but surgeries for reproductive health problems. So I didn't really want to get involved with him and, have to do all the explaining.
Well, this is all, those surgeries are all finished now. I mean, that's.
Thank goodness. Only 8 weeks. Only 8 weeks with nothing in my vagina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
I feel like I'm hijacking your show. It's been a half an hour. We were just going to open your package.
No, it's fine. Honey, I was on, monologue forever, and, it burns out. I mean, going into the zone, it consumes energy. So believe me, I'm nothing but grateful for the, for this. And I definitely want to take advantage of it while I can to provide myself, kind of the break that I need. I mean, we got 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Theoretically, I've got 2 hours left. I mean, holy shit. 2.5 hours theoretically. I mean, it's like, I'm tempted to
You can go on about Amy's personal war.
Yeah,
just
I mean, let's
bring it home to the American soil.
Well,
on what I have to endure and how the history behind it, like what what really happened.
Clarice Claudette was very impressed with you and felt that you had sort of demonstrated a capacity for research that she appreciated. How did you get so involved with trying to trace your family's genealogy? Was this an attempt to find out how your dad in particular became so fucked up, or what? What was the?
Sure. The fact that I kept needing medical care, it kept me here. And there's one thing about being sick is you don't socialize. Like you're not doing things that other people do that they take for granted. Like a lot of people, when you say to them, like, I haven't had a job in 8 years, that scares the hell out of them because that's everything to them. Like if they can't go to the office and chit chat with their friends every day, they lose their minds.
When you say you haven't had a job in 8 years, has it been 8 years? What were you doing 8 years ago? I forget.
So when I left Spokane, I had just basically taken up substitute teaching, and I was spending a lot of time in special ed rooms. But that was because I was so sick that there was no way I could like show up somewhere every day. Like I needed to be able to say no a lot of the time. And so if I was a substitute, I could just pick a job or not pick a job. So I'd done that for about a year. And then I lost my housing because there was no way that I could get surgery without, the way that it was set up, I could only work so much and keep my Medicaid in order to get the endometriosis removed, which was the problem. But, you have to go through these stages of visiting with doctors, listening to them lie to you, and then finding a new doctor. So, you do all this and the problem was like I was teaching yoga, right? Like I was doing really well, just working 10 hours a week, getting paid a commission off of the classes that I was teaching. But I was having really a lot of trouble just holding it together. Like I was having a lot of incontinence, which you can't really stand in front of people and then not hold your stuff in.
That presents. It makes it awkward.
Right. Yeah. Like I had to do something different. So I did the substitute teaching for about a year. My friend and I split up because he was with somebody too young for him. And I just couldn't it's really hard to get excited about having a partner in your life when they do stupid shit, when they're cheating on you and lying about it.
This is Catman, the man who had the cat that got the tail cut off.
No, this is my friend who's in Winnipeg.
Okay. Oh, right.
I was living in Washington State. I was living in Spokane, Washington.
Right. Okay.
And that's what
at the time. Okay, so that wasn't too long ago. That was 8 years ago?
Yep, 2015. Okay. And then my friend here, the one who so I had this one friend who had quit doing drugs, he'd gone to rehab. He'd quit doing drugs and drinking, and he didn't feel like he could talk to anybody because he didn't know how to negotiate if you don't have drugs involved. And so he had contacted me and said, "Hey, what you doing?" And I was like, "I'm living out west. I got somebody over right now. Can I talk to you later?" And so we were going back and forth. And he suggested that I just come back. And then I said, "I don't really think that's a good idea." And he was like, "Well, just stay with me. You're just going to have this surgery. You're going to need somewhere to stay. You can't stay with your parents. So just stay with me." And I thought, oh my gosh, that's the only person who's offered to do anything, and I hadn't talked to him in 20 years. We hadn't even had a conversation since high school. But he'd quit doing drugs. So that was why I felt like it was okay. And so he helped me because he was a mechanic. He helped me get into a vehicle. He helped me say no to vehicles that weren't going to run. That he really didn't tell me what to get. He just said, "Don't get that." And that was more helpful than nothing. So I got a giant Chevy, and it still took 8 trips back and forth to Montana to unload stuff that I couldn't just dump.
Holy shit.
With giant Chevy Suburban, I still had all kinds of stuff.
Now, the way I vaguely remember it is you've been all over the United States, but I wouldn't say, it wasn't like you've been in every state in the United States, but you've been kind of across America, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that I lived in every state, but I definitely running around and doing stuff. I've made a point to check out as much as I could.
Right, but wasn't there something with your parents moving a lot when you were young? Do I remember that correctly? That somehow you wound up with
No, my parents have never done anything but live
in Vermont with that pharmacy, right?
Yeah, but Dad was in college in Boston, and my mom went down there. They got married, and then 3 years later, they had me. So, then they came back up to Vermont and he took that job with the pharmacist that didn't pay him for 30 years.
What? What did he live off of? And why would his wife tolerate that? How did they survive? How did they sustain themselves?
I mean, my mom had work. Like, my parents were never home. Like, my mom was always working somewhere. Mm-hmm. For a long time, she worked as an LPN, and then she got my dad to pay for her to go to UVM, and she got a nursing degree, and then she got paid a little bit more. But I mean, they were never happy. That was the main issue, was like they were never home, but they were also never really happy. Mm-hmm. And so all of that, whatever, was always I'm the oldest, so like I was the one that received a lot of their negative emotions.
Well, and this is the woman who basically manipulates him, convinced him to physically attack you or threaten to attack, basically try to attack you.
It's really interesting how you were able to perceive that. When I told you what happened, you immediately came back with, was the mom pushing him?
Yeah. And
I thought, how, like, because the only other person who figured that out was somebody who was in the middle of it, my friend with the cat.
Right.
He knew how the whole dynamic went down because he had seen it, and he'd been, trying to stand between me and them for years, and they just took him out. They sent him to the crazy bin.
Right. Somehow convincing his father to do that, right?
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't because I wasn't involved with him when all of that happened. Mm-hmm. Like, we split up. I mean, pretty much he had another girlfriend and they had broken up. And then for Memorial Day, we got together. And that was when I ended up with the problem that I just got rid of. And there was like 2 years where we weren't really together. Right. But he was still helping me. Like, he was still giving me money. Right. He was still making sure I had rides to go do stuff. Right. And that's why, like, I don't feel bad that my other friend was like, can you send me money? Because he took care of me for years. Like, when I lived out west, like, he was totally paying for everything. Like, like, I don't feel bad about him saying, hey, I moved to Winnipeg. I don't have any money. Can you help? Like, that doesn't. Okay. I mean, it sounds bad, and I can understand why anybody who cares about me would be like, don't get with that person. But, like, there is a history of, he did take care of me for a really long time, and he assumed because I was in the same place as my parents that they would be behaving the way they did with him, which was really strange, because when we came back in 2012, my parents fell right in love with him. Like, they both were like so tickled about having him around. Like, I mean, he's really, like, he's this giant Indian guy, and he just has a lot of talent. Like, he can do a lot of stuff. Like, he used to build skate parks. He used to build with Grindline, which is a giant skate park builder.
So when you say Indian, you mean Native American or Asian Indian?
I mean Athabascan from the Yukon.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
so that is the guy that came back in 2012 with me, and to just find out, like, what are you guys doing? Like, you can't just keep getting robbed. Like, but then, it turned into this whole shit show where my mom was like asking us to leave on Christmas Eve, and it, like, just nonsense. My brother was just being really inappropriate, like making comments about his nipples. Like, yeah.
You mean your boyfriend's nipples?
Yeah.
Is your brother like gay or something?
Family. What's that?
Is your brother gay or something, or was there those kind of scars?
Listen, my brother is probably gay. He would never let us know that.
Okay.
He's one of those.
Okay, got it. Yes. So, yes. So he's basically, what do you call it?
Closet.
Yeah, closet, self-phobic. He's self-phobic, and oh my God, what a!
It's really horrible, like, to just have a partner witness how destructive they are towards me. Like, I really, like, I can't put somebody between me and them. Like, I need to protect myself, but also, like, let them know that they're just really inappropriate and they just are never going to change. Like, I'm 47 years old, like, had multiple people try to marry me, can't do it because of them.
Yeah. Oh my God. So you've got to separate yourself completely from that family, other than, of course, to pursue what's rightfully yours, which we've discussed before. But that has led you to a lot of your research, right? Kind of like finding a legacy, which brings us back.
Like, nobody would speak about any of it. Like, there was, there was just real secrecy around, like, where we came from, or, whose grandfather, or who, like, there just wasn't a whole lot of sharing about the past. And so my grandmother's so much older, and she really was with it. Like, in 2012, my friend was reminding me how she took us out to eat, and we went to see this christening of a boat on the lake. Like, she was really active even at 92, 93. Like, my grandmother's 99 now, but like, she just went downhill, like, at 95. So, and I mean, how much further downhill could it be, right? But I was using her to help piece together, like, what information we had. And she had moved from her dad's house, which was next door to where she lives now. But she had an attic full of stuff from her grandfather. So it was really, like, just going through stuff, like, do we get rid of this? What is this? How did we get this? Like, who did it come from? Whose photo album is this? Like, that kind of stuff. And because I was laid up, I had a broken leg, I had a lot of time. And so I put together a bunch of history.
But by broken leg, you're talking about the foot that was essentially off that had to be placed back on, right?
Yeah. Like, with all the hardware, with the metal. I had a metal foot for a long time.
You don't have anything metal in you now, in terms of the foot?
No, I had to have it taken out. Some people keep their metal.
Yeah.
But mine was causing me, like, because of where it was, like, if I wore boots or if I wore socks, even, like, socks around my ankle would cause me to bruise. So I had them take it out.
Yeah.
And I had to decide, like, within the year if I was going to have it removed or if I was going to keep it. It wasn't really a choice. I was like, this is ridiculous. It hurts. Like, the cold, like, the metal in my body would hurt. So, yeah.
No, that'd be a nightmare. Vermont is Iceland, or rather, it's snowland and shit. It's that metal would freeze up, get cold. I mean, no, fuck.
It's maybe 40. It says 43 degrees right now.
Yeah. Holy shit. Fuck that. Oh my fucking God. Your heat's working? That's working at least. Oh my God. Right? I mean, no, there's no
heat. No, that's why I'm not sure how I'm gonna do something about this winter, because, like, as much as I appreciate what she does, like, there's no heat up here. It's all electric, which means I'm gonna have to pay exorbitant electric fees. I don't know how I'm gonna do that.
How does she live? I thought she said she had the big fireplace.
Downstairs. Yeah, there's a wood stove downstairs, but it's not cold enough to run the wood stove yet.
Okay.
Like, it needs to be a certain temperature for it to draw properly.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it's just all electric little space heaters, and that's not a safe situation. So so that's how that's going. I'm still pretty much homeless.
Where do you think you might relocate to? What's the fantasy, the dream?
Yeah, I don't even know. I thought, like, maybe Louisiana, because I definitely love living in New Orleans. Like, that was fun, but that was so dangerous also.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I would do it without having a support system. Like, I need an income.
Yeah.
Like, it's great that I can do all this stuff, but honestly, when you go in and you're like, I need a job, and they're like, well, just get a job. And you're like, well, tell me what I need to do. Like, what? Oh, you're going to clean toilets now? I would love to clean toilets. I make more money cleaning toilets than I do doing research. That's for sure.
But by the way, El Nemo says, "Best of luck to you, dear Amy," with the thumbs up. He's rooting for you in Australia. You can marry El Nemo and move to Australia. Elizabeth Beam says,
"Oh my gosh, it's so fun when you talk about Noreen Helpand and how you put her in a wheelchair and started pushing her, and then you were invisible."
Yes.
Like that story just reminded me of how, like, we were in the hospital dealing with one of the miscarriages, and Anthony was pushing me in the wheelchair, and the woman at the desk who checked me in, who was a really cute young woman, looked at me and goes, "Now, who is this?" And I was like, oh my God, like, it's impossible. Like, I was invisible and he was like, the little receptionist was like all about him. And I was like, yeah, he's the one keeping me alive. But that was so interesting how, like, you thought that, like, having Noreen in the wheelchair made you invisible, but it was the exact opposite for me with Anthony leaving the hospital.
Oh my God.
Having the woman hitting on him while he's pushing me in the wheelchair.
Oh my God. She just assumed he was like some worker who was like burdened with you transitionally, is what she must have assumed. He was some kind of staff member.
It's so hard. Like, he was so good looking that he didn't even have to try. Like, he didn't, like, women just flocked to him, stopping cars on the street so that they could chat him up.
Wow. It's like,
I just, you get so sick of it, though.
And then they institutionalized him.
Yeah, my mom drove him nuts, is the way I feel that went. It's my mom with all her games.
Oh my
just
God.
Really just drove him to. There was a lot of other things happening. Like, I can't really just assume that it had anything to do with me. Like, he had chosen not to be with me, so we were still friends, but we weren't together.
And was this because, by the way, Elizabeth Beam says, "Girl, go to Florida, get disability." You know?
What the fuck is she talking about? Like, Florida is full of old Jewish men.
Yes.
Why would I do it to myself?
So that you can leech off one of them. They'll hit up on you and offer you to take you home, and you can wind up, robbing them blind, feed them like roofies and shit, and then steal everything they got.
And then clean up after them? No.
No, I said fill them full of roofies and steal everything they got and find your next mark. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of them down there. You could do that on a daily basis and work your way through Miami.
You're hysterical. I love that you want me to be a femme Nikita. Yeah. I love it. Like, just give me a job as a female mercenary.
It's like you said, the jobs aren't worth shit. They're just going to say, what was your last job? Well, haven't worked in 8 years. They're going to say, it's, yeah, Elizabeth Beam says, old, rich, Jewish men. Honey, it's like, it's a hunting ground. It's a hunting ground. Just make yourself a predator, I mean, get that chip fixed in the tooth, and,
my maple syrup in Florida. Listen, I got some work in here. I'm planning on tapping some birch trees this year. Like, my friend was telling me that he had done it in Alaska, that they had tapped maples, but then right after the maple run, where the sap runs for the maple, they would go and tap the birch trees. Okay. And he said, now the birch it's not sweet like the maple, so you'd have to add some kind of honey or something sweet into the birch beer to make it taste good. But I really want to try making birch beer because I haven't done that before. I read all this stuff about it, like, you can take the twigs and boil the twigs and that'll make the sap. And I, like, just knowing how we make maple syrup, I was like, that doesn't sound right. And my friend confirmed it. He was like, no, in Alaska, what happens is the maples stop running and then the birch will run like crazy for a while, and you can't keep the buckets empty because it's just running from the birch. But that was what he said, is you tap them the same way as they tap the maple. And so don't believe the internet. The internet will lie to you, tell you to boil the twigs and shit. That's not how you do it. But that's sort of what I've been thinking of for the spring, is like getting some tapping stuff together and then trying to make some birch beer.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That's what I've been thinking of. Yeah, I don't really see me leaving at this point. I've been here.
Uh-huh.
There's never enough money. Like, I can't put any money together to do anything. I don't understand, like, this get up and go. Like, I used to be able to do that. Like, I used to be able to work somewhere for the summer and then just save up and like head back down to New Orleans and go to school. And then when I was in school, they give you that loan money.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would just travel. Like, I would just drive, and no, not even drive. Most of the time I would fly. I flew everywhere. I flew as a courier.
Wow. Wow.
Like, I used to travel all the time, but I don't even feel like I want to anymore. And part of it is because I don't believe that it's better anywhere. I believe that everywhere else is suffering. You don't have heat. You don't have water.
Yeah, no argument.
The government just petitioned the UN saying that not supplying water to people is a war crime.
Yes.
So guess what? We're living in war times right here and now, you and I, even though you now have maple syrup to keep you happy.
Honey, I brought Nemo on, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break and then try to gather myself to dive back into monologue for a little bit. Probably pissing and shitting all over Elon Musk because he's a favorite punching bag. But if the two of you can hold the stage for a little bit of time, honestly, Nemo wrote something wonderful in chat about you. He said, Elizabeth. He says Amy is a lovely woman. She deserves a good provider. So that's Nemo, and he can follow up. He says, definitely, yeah. And I'll leave you two to chat for a few minutes. Take the stage. I'll be right back, and I'll let you know when I'm back, which will be soon enough. Okay.
Hi,
cool.
Amy.
Hey, what's going on in Australia?
Not a whole lot, just regular bullshit. They had that big vote on yes or no whether Aboriginal should have a voice in parliament and politics, like having someone speak on their behalf of their community, and majority of the population voted against it as no. That's how crazy it is. Yeah, the Aboriginals don't have a fair game over here.
No. I mean, I think a lot of times they don't want anything to do with this culture, and that is their right. Yeah. That is their right to say, we have our own language, we have our own customs.
They should just be given back all of their land that they once had, and just they should go back to how they were living as peaceful tribal people, and I believe that they should have never, not saying they're not welcome in society, just they shouldn't have been integrated in the society because it doesn't work well for them. So they should have been left alone peacefully with their own tribes and people. And the colonizers should have just kept to themselves and just built some of their civilizations near the coast, not interfering with the Aboriginal tribe. Just peacefully coexist if it's possible.
Huh.
But unfortunately, it can work out that way.
Yeah. How do you fall into that? I mean, you're an Australian. Are you connected to the Aboriginal people in any way?
Well, not really. Like, I appreciate some of the tribalistic culture because they're just one with nature, and like the tribal people, they just live off the fat of the land. They don't really bother anybody, and they just live like innocent people, not corrupted. Like the Aboriginals that integrate in society, a lot of them become just drug addicts and alcoholics and violent criminals. Not all of them, but a large group of them do. But the tribal people, they're a lot more peaceful and kind and don't bother anyone, and they just want to be treated with respect like anyone else.
Yeah. Huh.
But they had some privileges and such that they had to fight for. So the Aboriginals over here, they'll get like access to cheaper rent than normal people, and they'll get certain benefits only for them, which is why you'll see like white dudes marry Aboriginal chicks so they can gain some of those exclusive benefits that Aboriginals get. Primarily access to cheaper rent.
Huh. Well, yeah,
Stuff like that.
That was definitely a colonizing feature of the French culture as well. You know, the Bois Brûlés, who were Frenchmen that came over from France, and then with being here, they just took up native wives and disappeared into the bush, and they drank and had families that lived with the natives, and you know, it
wasn't their relationship peaceful? Like, it was they both benefited from that relation, the French and the Native Americans.
Well, yeah, because the natives have this idea that all beings are precious, and so, you know, they would respect even anybody born with what would be seen as a disability by, you know, modern calculations. They would see it as something precious to preserve and to honor. Like,
right.
You know, maybe they're not quite mentally capable of doing what other people can do. They're not competitive, but it's still a being that needs to be cared for. And so they just had a very accepting culture, which was their downfall. You know, it was that they were always trying to remedy and provide treaties to the white people rather than go on with the wars, with the scalpings, with the killings. Like natives were warriors. Like, they had really, the whole Frontenac story all it is just talking about how this governor of the Quebec, of the area known as New France, Quebec, he won over the natives he participated in the cannibalism that was part of their culture. So they would kill and eat their enemies. And to win them over, Frontenac participated in the cannibalism. And that's how the natives began to trust the white man. I mean,
participating in their rituals and customs,
which were not at all modern or, you know, I mean, we don't believe in cannibalism today. Douglas has talked about the destruction of the lineage from the prions that come from eating your ancestors, right?
Yeah, in Papua New Guinea, yeah.
Yeah, so that, you know, not everything about native culture needs to be maintained. Like, some things we can let go of.
Yeah.
But the fact that they were always warring, you know, and there were always like lesser tribes, like out west, the Shoshone were like some of the lesser, like, they just weren't treated with any dignity because, you know, maybe another tribe had more resources, like better access to fishing, like these, you know, these idealizations are really, like, we shouldn't waste our time with them. Like, you know, we shouldn't just assume that every native is a good person. Like, no, they're a person also, and they deserve merit based on their actions, just like everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember hearing Douglas speak about how the French relationships was basically destroyed because of the British, because when they colonized and took over, they wanted everything, and that fucked up their relationship, because the French were intermarrying, and some of the female natives would marry with the rich French, and they'd provide resources for the Native Americans as well. Like they just had a good coexistence together, and the British fucked that up for them.
Like the whole bringing over the filles de roi, the king's daughters. Like that was, you know, out of necessity, because a lot of those French people wouldn't interbreed also. You know, like when I looked back in my line, I am full of filles de roi. Like I have all kinds of lineages that go back to that group of women who were transported from France because they couldn't build a colony without women.
Right.
You know, like it's very nuanced, and it takes time to get through it all. And I would never trade, you know, any of my experience, because it would change who I am and the choices that I've made. Like I wouldn't go, you know, say like go back to 8 years ago and decide not to come back to Vermont, because I never would have, you know, been able to reconnect with people that I hadn't really seen in a really long time. And that is, you know, that is how I've survived, is by establishing friendships with people that I didn't really know, but I knew of. And now that we're adults, like there's none of that high school stuff. So like in this small town, like I could just be friends with them.
Yeah.
So that's been really impressive to me, like as an adult, to like have friends that I knew kind of tangentially, like when I was a kid, but now as an adult, like, you know, we could really like band together and be like, no, we're from here. Like we are native to this place. Like who are these people coming in and trying to build a wastewater facility on our swimming hole? Like who do they think they are? Like that, no, we're going to vote that down. No, every single time.
Right.
So, you know, like this kind of thing, like you do end up having like this sense of pride about your place. And I've learned so much. Like I've spent a lot of time, you know, looking into history and finding out like a lot about the Underground Railroad and how most of that had to do with the military Masonic connections. Like that was, you know, nothing I would have explored if I'd just lived out west and kept working in the schools or teaching and, you know, doing whatever I was going to do. But, you know, to arrive where I am right now is okay. Like everything is going to be okay. Like I'm not worried about anything. I have places I could go if I need to. I just right now really want to have access to a facility where I can rehab, like where I can go swimming, to get on a machine, get paid a little money to be there. You know, that's pretty important.
Are you eligible to apply for disability payment?
There's none of that. I've been trying. They just don't, like reproductive health is not a disability. Like you can't say, oh, Mom, I've had 4 miscarriages in 6 years.
But what about the injuries you've sustained over the years, like your foot, for example?
That must. No, none of that. None of that is actually. They won't help. I mean, I yesterday was on the phone with 2 different organizations trying to explain to them how difficult it is to get along when, you know, you just had a surgery, you don't have anywhere to live, like you haven't worked in a long time because you've been dealing with some family stuff. And they're like, well, you're not the only one. There's a lot of people looking for housing right now, which is just so dismissive. You know, it's really it's like paperwork terrorism. It's all just apply and then get rejected and then apply again. Just keep doing that thing that never worked in the first place.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. Yeah. It's like you got to be nearly dying just to fucking get them to help you out in that regard.
Yeah, there was that other woman who was coming on here, Ariana. She had said the same thing. Like she had been homeless for a time and like
she said she was living in a car for a while, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, like she had dealt with some health issues that had made her homeless also. And she said, like, they just don't like she was so excited to get her check after like 8 years or something. Like she had waited that long for them to determine that she was actually injured and needed support. Like it's not. And then she didn't have enough in the check to even afford living in the States. She had moved to Mexico to have a better quality of life. Which, yeah, that sounds great. No, I'm not moving to Mexico. I'm not even close to moving.
Yeah, fuck that. Like, I know it's beautiful land over there, but the government's extremely corrupt and a lot of drug cartel gangs and shit over there, and they don't have the best quality food and water.
It's just the women. Like, if you're a woman and you're in a place where you don't know anybody, you become extremely vulnerable.
Oh,
and then you have these choices that are not really choices. It's like you do this or you're going to be hurt, you know? And that's not what I don't want to be put in that position, you know? Like I've learned like it's a lot easier to move somewhere when you know somebody. Like if you're going somewhere, like it's much better if you have like at least one other person in the area that you can count on just to like tell you who to call. Like if something goes on and you need some help, call this person, you know? Like that is a lot easier than just showing up somewhere not knowing anybody. Like that
only works if you have a lot of money.
I don't even think that the money helps, because what
you can just
is people with money, they just throw money at stuff and they don't ever learn anything.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you can get by obviously. Like if you have a lot of money and go to Mexico, you're in opposed to not having money and not knowing anyone.
But again, like if you're a woman and you have a lot of money, you're just in a position where you're going to be abused. Like something's going to take that money from you. Like if you're smart about it, you keep your money with other people.
And you don't tell anybody you have money. You just pretend you're normal or just poor. If I was rich, especially a woman, I would just pretend I'm poor. I wouldn't tell anybody or let anyone think I have money.
Well, and it's really fantastic when like you have people who will support you, you know, like my buddy who was over here the other night helping me get off those pain meds. He was talking about how like he has hours accumulated in these different jobs that he hasn't drawn down on. And that's how he has been managing, is like he's got like banks with different buddies of his where if he needs the money, he can go to them and pull it out. But you know, he's not taking a check for the work because he doesn't want, you know, other people to be in his pockets. Which, I mean, that to me sounds pretty smart if you can find people you trust, you know.
Okay, I'm back.
These days,
go on.
You can't really rely on much.
Yeah.
Or at least from my perspective, a lot of people just aren't trustworthy.
How did you find this out? What were your experiences?
Oh, just from life, observing, and personal reasons with people I thought I could trust, and they're just backstabbing, bite the hand that feeds, two-faced scum.
There must
be
some...
just recent.
Yeah, go on.
And strangers, too. Like, we had this fucking bug inspector to check our place, and he searches all the rooms, you know, to check if there's any termites or whatever. And he went in my dad's room. My dad keeps, like, a big jar of money in the fucking room, and the guy nicked $400 from his jar when he wasn't looking, because when he came back to check the jar, he like found money missing, $400, and he couldn't put like call the cops on him or anything because he had no video proof of him taking the money.
It's like he's lucky. He's lucky the fucker took only 400. He's lucky the fucker didn't denude the goddamn jar.
Yeah, if he did, I'd probably try and hunt that fucker down. But yeah.
Oh my god.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah, well, I feel a little better now after having been essentially, shall we say, compromised by that individual who rang my doorbell. Everybody heard that horror story the other day. So that being out there, Good Lord. So what about so you guys kept the numbers up. I'm impressed. I mean, you really did a number
Yeah.
talking about these various subjects that are challenging. The difficulties people everywhere are facing. Such being said, yeah, of course, one of the things suggested in the chat room by Elizabeth Beam was applying for welfare. And you've explained before you don't want to get on welfare. Is this something that you've decided, Amy, or they simply don't have such programs in Vermont, or what?
I managed to not qualify for all of them.
That's impossible. That's impossible. You've had your foot fucking sewed back on after being torn.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes, this is impossible.
It's crazy. I know, and I don't know how to get past the gatekeepers. Like, I spent all day yesterday on the phone with somebody arguing about getting some kind of support where I live, so that, like, maybe I could just pay Kala as a caregiver since I've had this surgery.
Right. In-home supportive services. She would be recognized as your care provider via the in-home supportive services, which should be federal but recognized through the state. So have you tried contacting a social worker?
Yeah. So I spent yesterday doing the interview.
Okay.
And that, and then the pipes burst here. So I don't know how it's going to work out, but I also know that that's the challenge, is to not get torn down by the facts that nothing has happened. Like, if you buy into all of the negativity, you're done. You're done. Like, you can't live in that. Like, you can't spend your day bitching at people about the fact that you can't get any help. Like, there's only so much that I can do. I apply for this stuff. When I get rejected by somebody who's like completely getting a check so they can go and not have a life themselves, like that, I'm not really sure that I should be trying to trust the government with my money either. Like, there's other ways that I can make money, not necessarily as a Femme Nikita in Florida.
Well, at least that would be interesting and entertaining.
I know, it'd be good for your show.
Yeah. You could phone in from your various targets. The guy'd be unconscious, totally like drowning in his own drool and shit. All roofied out. And you could call us and tell us how the heist was going. You can only carry so much. All the rest of that. I mean.
Oh no, I got a big truck. I got a lot of room. I can carry a lot of stuff.
Yes, there we are. So you're already prepared. I mean, and you only live once. You might as well go for it and just start raking in the targets. It's one of those things where you can say you were driven to this, that you sought help forever, and that there were always gatekeepers that this would be your defense if you ever got brought up in court. Then you could say, then at least then they'd be forced to try and put you on social programs. At least by the time you got out of jail, you'd have an education that would be extended in nature, and they'd have to give you job referral programs. And at that point, you have no idea how easy it is for somebody out of prison to find a job. It's like, literally, people get hired straight out of prison all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The car dealerships in my town, like a lot of them are ex-cons. The people that work at the car dealerships, covered in tattoos and look like ex-gang members.
Yeah, shit. That's probably prerequisite to be a car dealer in Australia would be to be a con. Yeah, I would think over there that they wouldn't take you otherwise without that on your resume. Yeah. There you go. Come on, Amy, you gotta be creative about this. Honestly, I just don't get it. I mean, you deserve better. I mean, it's not like what you've got is bad. See, the problem is she's got it kind of good right now. I mean, you do love Kala, you do love the dogs, you do love, people do come over and help. I mean, obviously, it's like you got some kind of thing going there that's bizarre, but somewhat networked, somewhat network oriented, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, I don't really want to like take off and go somewhere new where I don't know anybody. Like, even if I was offered money to leave, I kind of really want to stick around like the area, just because I have I've created a group of people that I can count on, and that's really hard to recreate.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. The airborne ranger guy, again, why was he so particularly close to his father? Simply because they used to deliver milk together when they were young or something like that? Or was
he had a really good dad?
Okay.
His dad took care of me when I was a baby. His dad and mom took in kids, and they were my first babysitter. And yeah, he had a really good dad. I mean, his dad drove him crazy towards the end. Like, he was really upset with his sisters because they didn't live anywhere near here and they weren't doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, it was just like this thing where like, he's like, I have to be here because nobody else is here for my dad. And then when his dad was gone, it was like, I can't be here anymore. Like,
but then he's still there.
No, he moved to Texas,
okay.
And he's only here right now because he also is afraid of the whole situation going to shit. Like, he doesn't trust that everything's going to be okay with the conditions of the news.
Uh-huh. So he came back up there basically as a survivalist strategy.
Well, he has a daughter.
Okay.
His plan was to move back down there in a year and take her with him.
Okay. And
so she's 11, so she's got a number of years where she still needs somebody hanging out with her.
Right. No doubt. So, and so he's probably going to be there for a while in the neighborhood. And so what was it that so disgusted you and revolted you, aside from the physical repugnance of the act, when you caught him with the fat chick? There was something about it that took down your respect for him by multiple pegs.
It's hard to have an orgasm with somebody who's just such an asshole.
Right.
Like, you can't, like, you still care for them, like they fucked up, but yeah, they just ruined it. Like, you can't have an orgasm anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, that happens multiple times with me, like, where they just do some dumb shit.
Yeah.
And I want to forgive them because of all the other good stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I can't. And then after a while, it's like, somebody else is going to do it for me. I can't do it with you anymore. And somebody else will.
Uh-huh.
So it was just that. It was just like, and he had been on a drunk. Like, he was not himself. Like, he hasn't had a drink now in 10 years.
Okay.
So he's still the same kid who brought me milk when I was a little girl, but he's changed. He doesn't do the same things that he was doing before. So, I mean, he's a jumping junkie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They got a reputation to keep.
Yeah, it's true. Oh my God. Yes.
Do you have any New Order Mennonite Amish people in your area?
No, they're south of here.
Okay.
They're in Pennsylvania. Yeah,
maybe find a good New Order Amish man, because they use technology still and they treat their wives well.
Yeah, like more like a even playing field. Yeah.
Yeah, and they believe in just living a good, self-reliant life, growing your own food and crops, and just living practically, looking after yourself and your people, looking out for each other, having lots of kids.
The thing that I remember about the Amish in particular is they believe that both parents need to be in the home to raise the children.
Yeah.
which is a lovely idea. Like, as somebody who had no parent in the home growing up, I would honestly think that would be something we should all be supportive of, that both parents stay home with their children. Like that, to me, is why are we even questioning that? Like, why are we being pushed into this idea that like moms and dads work 3 jobs and still have to move all the time because they can't afford rent?
Yeah, disgusting. I mean, just it's beyond offensive. It's something that has to stop. But yes, by all means, go on. It's so. But how would she integrate into such a community, Nemo?
I mean, you got to conform to their religion, ideology, but they're not extremely strict. They just all share that they believe in Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, pretty much, and they don't go condemning others for not believing what they believe. They just keep to themselves. And they just believe in hard works, being self-reliant. And the Mennonite New Order is more ideal because they use modern technology, automobiles and computers and phones, but they're strict to what they have access to. Like the men will have a blocker, like a app to block all pornography sites and that, and the wife will have access to that password only. So the men aren't tempted to look up any pornography or bad websites. They'll corrupt their mind.
Keep me the hell away from that community. I
couldn't
survive. But
besides that, it looks really good. Like, I was watching this group, family groups that live near it. They own their own big block of land, and they all live near each other within driving distance, have their own crops and cattle. And their kids are just so happy and healthy, and he just lets their kids roam free on their own on their property and just learn and play and just have fun. And the parents are just working hard, providing for their family, but they still live a happy, peaceful life. I was just watching them all gathering together, just communicating, and just they live in nice homes and all that as well. And I'm like, God, these are like rich Amish in a way, like. Probably upper middle class. They have nice trucks and homes. Yeah, it's a pretty good life from what I saw.
Good Lord.
You just got to conform to that religious aspect, I guess, but that's a small price to pay for a good life, I guess.
I suppose, yes. I don't know. Without the porn, that's a pretty big price. It's a fact price I just couldn't pay.
But if you're getting pussy on the reg, I could deal with that. If you have a good wife, you have sex with casually.
That's nice, but there's
you need variety.
It's just the way it is. I mean, there's a reason why these people have kind of an uptight lifestyle in a certain way. I realize it looks relaxed to an urban individual, but let's see now.
Only the new order I could deal with, not the old order. That's just too fucking hard.
Yeah,
because they're against all technology.
Yeah. So Elizabeth Beam enters into our chat. Woman, 37, stabs husband multiple times after finding explicit photos of another woman that turned out to be her when she was young and thin.
Is she trolling or what?
No. She's relaying an actual item. It's actual news item. But she thought of that when we were talking about what we were talking about. You know, you were bringing up how the woman has control of the key, the password to the internet, so that the husband doesn't cut loose, as any man would. So she brought that up. It's in keeping. She herself is Native American, Cherokee, so as a Cherokee Indian, of course, she has. If she's recognized by the government, then there's certain advantages she has that the rest of us don't when it comes to, say, for instance, accessing welfare programs. It's kind of like you're born into them if you're a Native American, and it's I have my own envy of Native Americans, and was certainly
I remember seeing a video. I can't remember where it was, but there was a community where it's mostly the people with Native American lineage. And they have access to all this land, and they get paid money to go to college and all this. Like, they have a real good life over there. And the non-natives are allowed to live there, but they can buy a house on land, but they have to pay money for the land, like rent on that land to the native people of the native blood. So they can live in the area, but they still got to pay money to them. And they have their own massive marijuana crops that they've just sort of recently been allowed to have to grow their own marijuana farms. I think it was because of Obama that enabled for them to have that. I can't remember the name of the place, but yeah, I was watching a video of it, and I'm like, God damn, these people have it pretty good over there. They're not scraping for rent money.
Yeah. And by the way, we've got Joe Ty. He's like our man Brendan said. It's weird. Joe Ty's like hitting and pushing. He's entering like messages into past conversations.
Yeah, I had to leave those channels. It was annoying.
It's like so bizarre. It's like it's like, does he think someone's looking at that, or just that they get the notifications? Is he talking to ghosts? Is he like it's
trying to get attention?
Yeah, it is. It's strange. This is what Brendan Zoget asked. Is he back? And that's when I told Brendan, there really is such a thing as a stupid question. Oh, yes, that's right. He probably hears Amy. That's it, because he helped Amy. He's like, Amy's one of the few people on Earth who actually has positive experiences with him. So, that might be what...
But I mean, clearly I am people like me and do things for me.
Yes.
I don't know why. But I have that effect. Like I have been hewn from coal into a diamond, and I don't have the same effect on people that like people generally like me. Like I don't have an issue with making friends. Like my issue is sometimes I allow them to do things that shouldn't, they're deal breakers. They're inexcusable, and I allow it, and I continue to be in relationship with people who don't deserve my time and attention.
Yes.
Yeah, like he definitely helped me, and I don't know what it was that provided him with the insight to help me, like, because he doesn't help anybody else. He's not like that. Like, he's not like a helper kind of person. He's a very challenged individual, and I am really impressed with his ability to maintain himself. Like, he had a job. He's always had a job. He's done a lot of things. He's got a kid with a woman. Like, he's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with him, but he just doesn't have that kind of like, he's not charismatic. Is that
he let's just put it this way, he's more intelligent than he presents, and he takes advantage of people. Brooke Gibson, who had blocked him, wound up unblocking him because she felt sorry for him. There's something there. It's a form of charisma. That is a form of charisma where somebody is...
He knows how to gain sympathy from people.
Yes, and so he takes advantage of that, and it's something...
I've known people like that personally, and I can't stand them because they're just pieces of shit deep inside, and they just try to make people feel sorry for them so they can keep leeching off them or just gain anything from another person.
Thank you. I mean...
The parasitic.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate what Amy is saying because, obviously something clicked just right there that worked out. And so I'm happy for that. But yeah, like she herself understands for some reason, he's not interacting that way with anybody else. It's not even that he doesn't necessarily want to, perhaps, but... see, that's his conniving right there. That's his cunning, is that he's actually very say for instance in my case, he just took advantage of me to try and get me knocked off air. You know, the moment he's on, then he started screaming Judeo-phobic comments that were just obviously just, shall we say, unacceptable. They're just unacceptable on any platform other than, say, some, you know, completely unmonitored kind of platform like that's meant for that sort of thing. But when it comes, yeah, that sort of thing. So there's something actually sinister about him in that regard, and obviously he you know, but without overdwelling on it, that just gives
maybe he's jealous to see an Asian who's way better person than him.
Well, yeah, let's just put it this way, he's got a lot of challenges and disadvantages, like Amy said, and so that of course leads to, I think, resentment in many areas. But there was also something, I don't know if you ever noticed, Amy, how calculated it was that this isn't something that a normal, say for instance, developmentally challenged, or what would they call it, developmentally disabled person, or some kind of mentally challenged person. They don't do this. This is like something on the level of a very of a comedy, where you might have noticed how he drew me in to make me increasingly incensed, angered by his the non-sensibility of his actions. It's like when he would describe, you know, like, oh yeah, then there's this guy, he's really a general, high-class commissioned officer, but he lives in the tent on his own property. And, you know, at first it's just, you know, bemusement, you know, mild entertainment, morbid entertainment, as I call it. You know, like, oh, and how did you find this out, Joe? Did you take the time to speak to him at length? And then, yeah, and went in there, and that was before his daughter tried to have me arrested. And okay, how did that come about? Did you do something untoward towards her? Like, what was she doing visiting the tent, and why does she do nothing to improve her father's lot? Well, because he's living on his property, the factory building is really his. And it just, okay, at this point, this is not, you know, it was, as I get increasingly incensed, asking him questions, and the story just gets more and more absurd and surrealistic. This is not something that obviously is possible. None of this could ever have happened. This is something that is literally, he's strategizing. It's like, because a developmentally disabled person could not come up with this scenario and just keep feeding on it like a labyrinthine, ever-expanding maze that just it draws you deeper and deeper into something that's ever more ridiculous. It is something that is literally, there's a high degree of intellect involved there that is quite sinister in nature. So his presentation is a facade. It is a comportment that he chooses. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying, yes?
Yeah.
Emo gets it.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, of course. And I think it's just important to keep yourself safe.
Yes.
Like, to witness these things and to not have the emotional reactivity, you know, you have to be able to care and connection with somebody and not, you know, as you say, like, not get really sucked into thinking this is real just because he's talking about it.
Yes.
Like, that's, you know, that's a skill, like, to be able to have a witness perspective and say, that's interesting. Let me get back to you.
Yes.
You know, that's sort of my new line with people is, that's interesting. Let me get back to you. And it, you know, it helps. It really does help, because I have that empathy in me from, you know, having a nurse mother whose first thing was to always care for others.
The nurse mother who manipulated your dad into attacking you.
Yeah. Well, this is the sick woman. This is the woman who woke up from, having her chest ripped open and her aortic valve replaced in a bad way with the wrong size.
Okay. Wow.
You know, this is not. This is why I try to have some perspective on it. Like, these are not my parents. Like, my parents were people who were just burdened with their own idiocy and thinking that one day they'll be able to retire and do what they want. No, they retired and were too sick to take care of themselves anymore.
Right. Oh shit.
So, like they're not my parents. They're just these versions of sick people.
That's the way to see it. That is exactly the way to see it. No, you're right on. You are right on. Anyone who thinks that somehow you're heartless about this, they just don't get it. No, there is, so, by all means, continue.
And I know you understand this from caring for your parents who weren't necessarily your parents at some point. They just were people who needed care. And that's what it breaks down to, is you can't.
Well, the best way for me to express it is that there are always these breaking points when it comes to care provision. Care provision is just no one can handle care provision. Care provision is impossible. It's one of these things that humanity was not meant for. It was different with my parents because they were such different people, but at the same time, of course I'm relieved that they're dead, simply because of the energy it took to invest into the horror that their lives had become with the care provision that they required. So it's but I think in your case, what you have is a true tragedy. Your case was so was mine in a different case, but in a different way. But yours was it's more like there's so much going on there. This is what drove you to do the genealogical research, and so
just wondering why they turned out the way they did, and still like not really getting any answers, like just having the same problems, but understanding the context a little bit more, like just the vagrancy of my great grandfather moving to Chicago in the latter half of the 19th century and then coming back to Vermont.
Right.
Broken home. Like the kids are now split up. One is with him and one is the wife was now married to a motor car man in Montreal and not my great grandfather. So like just understanding that there was history there that was unresolved and it's still playing out. And I think that a lot of, just to tie this back into the Native American and even the Aboriginals, like they're getting all these benefits because of the intergenerational trauma that happened with colonization. The benefits don't make up for that. They don't make up for the pain of watching your whole family poison themselves to death on alcohol.
Right. Yes.
It doesn't change any of that. Like they still struggle with all of those same societal issues. Like the drugs are the economy on most reservations. And if you want to, look into some writing, the Spokane artist, he wrote Tonto and the Lone Ranger Fist Fight. Mm-hmm. What was that guy's name? Sherman?
Oh, fuck, I don't remember.
I'm gonna find it.
I didn't even know of that.
And then Sherman Alexie, that was his name. Uh-huh. Sherman Alexie is a Native American from the Spokane tribe. Uh-huh. And he writes a lot about, I just remember the opening line was, it was the best party the reservation had ever seen. Which, just pretty much speaks to their life, like being trapped out on these lands that they don't own. And, the disruption in the family unit, like to think that the Amish are idyllic and peaceful. I'm not Amish. I don't know if they're idyllic and peaceful. And I can imagine that there's a lot of people that, oh my gosh, this is hysterical. There's a lot of people who live in that culture and struggle with their own identity as an Amish person. Mm-hmm. Maybe they want to work in a hospital as a nurse and, they're not really allowed to do that, that my thing is like, we always make these ideas about other things, like things outside of ourselves. And every time I pursue that, I'm sadly mistaken, and I didn't understand, and it's not better over there. It's not great to, have this successful career and, be married to somebody for so long. You still have those feelings of doubt. Like, you still encounter the questioning of, well, did I do the right thing? Like, that doesn't go away. Oh my gosh. So I looked up Sherman Alexie, and there's this PBS story about him apologizing for sexual misconduct.
Oh God.
How did write some great books? You could look up his books.
How did he misconduct himself?
I don't know. All I know is he's a great writer. I know that nobody in Spokane likes him because he lives in Seattle. So it's like one of those warring tribe deals. Like, if you're from Spokane, you should be in Spokane, And no, he lived in Seattle, but he was from Spokane, and he wrote some really easy to read books about life as a modern day Indian. And I wonder again about like how Peter Moon was always trying to say that I was Native American, and I was just having to disappoint him, but at the same time realizing, like, yes, I have a lot of contact with Native Americans, and I always have.
So you carry that ambience, is what he was sensing.
I mean, just an acceptance of fact, like we're very attached to the land in Vermont. Like, we are the people all have gardens.
Wow, you got a garden?
Syrup. What's that? Yeah, of course.
I thought you said you had the weeds that were up to like forest level and shit in your front yard.
Yeah, but dude came and mowed them down. That's why I'm saying we got to keep him. He came and mowed all that crap down, so now we can get to the garden. We couldn't even walk over there because it was too much.
Well, now that you can get there, what's in the garden?
Well, we took out
aside from all of Kala's dead lovers.
All of Kala's dead lovers.
Yeah, buried where they dropped.
Oh, I love that. That is awesome. Kala has one other lover. She doesn't
tell her what I said, too.
No, we had some cucumbers this year. We had some tomatoes. We had the basil like turned brown and died right away, which is too bad because that's the one we really wanted. The parsley seemed to take off. We really didn't put in that much. Like, we're not like our mom's garden. So we just go over to mom's house and grab stuff from her garden because she's not going to eat it.
Right.
But yeah, we didn't really do much with the garden this year because it rained all summer. We didn't, and everybody said the same thing. I visited with a cousin of mine. Cousin back in the 1600s. We have the same equipment. But she had a garden. She said she planted 8 rows of potatoes and got 2 buckets, which is not okay. Like, nothing.
Oh my
for
God.
Potatoes.
Oh my fucking.
She should have been stacked and ready to get rid of some, and she couldn't. There wasn't any.
God. Oh my fucking God.
It's just the rain. Nothing bloomed. Like, nothing came out of it. We got 2 peppers, which we had 5 plants. Usually a plant, you get 6 or 7 peppers on a plant.
Yes. Yeah.
But no sun. We didn't have enough sun.
Yes.
The issue.
Here we are in global burning. Global burning is ongoing, but you're not getting any sun in Vermont. How fucked is that?
Yeah.
Who would want to live in that shit?
Like, I don't think I can move somewhere at this point. Like, everybody I know is like, just stick tight to where you are. Like the people I know in other places that I've talked to, like, okay, when I sell this place, I'm going to take off. And they're like, okay, let me know. And now I'm calling them and they're like, whatever, don't bother.
And so
it's not worth it.
When you were speaking to that social worker about the potential for, what were you talking to her about?
So yesterday I talked to somebody from, what the hell was it? one person with the state, because my food stamps is running up, which is the only help I've gotten, is I get $300 a month in food stamps, which bought your maple syrup, by the way.
Oh my God, thank you. No, God bless you. And besides, I want you to know that you're getting a lot, comparatively speaking, for food stamps. I get something like close to $30 a month, if that. So you're getting 10 times.
You get a $1,700 a month check.
Yeah.
I don't get nothing like that.
Well, you points well taken.
$1,700 a month. I'd have a whole Amish community growing in the backyard.
Well,
put them all. Make it work. We'd have batteries with limes.
Touche. But do remember, my rent is $900 a month. So yeah.
I have looked at housing in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And you need $340,000 a year
yes.
to buy a house in San Francisco.
Yes.
$340,000, Douglas. We need to find you a job to make that. And I'll be half Asian, and I'll take Lee. L-I. That's it. That's all I need for that.
Yeah, Douglas. Yeah. If you could afford to do so, where else would you choose to live besides like San Francisco? Where would you think would be good to live for yourself?
The first thing I could imagine is the first thing I have to say is it's very hard for me to imagine living the way Victoria Lauren Hobbs lives. She lives out in Bumfuck, Pennsylvania, where she's like maybe about 40 minutes or half an hour drive away from work and back, but she lives in like a cabin in the woods, literally. She's basically in what's apparently like a ski lodge. And this was she rents, and I could not imagine myself living like that because I'm just used to living in a highly congested area. And again, I can never overemphasize this because people just don't get it. People need to understand that San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States of America, next to New York City. So we're talking about, real built up. And so when I go to other places, I don't get that feeling of security that I get from a lot of urban, shall we say, shelter. In other words, it's like there is a security in having this level of buildup. It's a kind of security that I feel comfortable with in terms of, say, for instance, there's not like wide avenues for sniper fire and all this other shit that you get in many other areas. So it's obviously sniping is possible, but it's not. This is not the best environment for this. So it's more like definitely urban warfare, house to house kind of situation if it ever came to that. So it's more like an environment that I can handle because I grew up in it at its worst, which was the Tenderloin. There's no place on earth worse than the Tenderloin in San Francisco, as I've insisted many, many times. And I've always given out the challenge. No one has ever questioned me or challenged me on what I said. When I tell them, if you don't believe what I'm saying, go there yourself. There's never been anyone who has ever contacted me saying, I was there, Doug, and I loved it, and I'm going back. No one ever.
Isn't there a lot of gang conflict, too, between the...
That was in the old days.
MS-13 and the triads and stuff?
Oh, that was in the old days when I was growing up. These days, a lot of that has died down. It's more a different kind of crime. This is not really a gang city anymore, per se. Right. It's better for that in some ways, but it's definitely not what it once was in terms of that kind of color. It's more of a it's just too gentrified. It's because, like I've described before, the Silicon Valley moguls. The Silicon Valley moguls have effectively taken over the economy. We're getting a lot of COVID has wiped out a lot of that. So a lot of them have left San Francisco, a lot of what was moving in. And it's more like a wasteland now. But it's kind of like, it's in some areas. It's just very strange. Altogether, just a very strange environment. But like I said, the economy that was developing until COVID was a caste system, very similar to Asian India. where you had the extraordinarily wealthy on top, and then the techies working for the tech moguls. The techies would be like the privileged upper middle class that was like working for these industries and technically very educated. And then you had all the service people providing them services, but none of those people could afford to live here. They had to commute in to provide services for all the techies, coffee and laundry and food delivery and all that shit. And then you had the homeless, who are the untouchable caste. And so very defined caste strata. And as for the homeless, like in India, they are everywhere, and they're just open. They're just intensities everywhere. Just literally intense in front of shops. I mean, like, there is, for instance, when I took the cab home just from the dentist yesterday, we passed by a bed store. It's been there forever. It's a mattress store. I mean, they're selling mattresses. And right outside their door are just several filthy tents full of people in the open, shitting and pissing. Who's going to go in that store to buy a mattress?
Yeah.
That's, it's, you know, this is what San Francisco is. It's surrealistic. It's just surrealism. It's like a Fellini film. So, you know, that being said, not complaining, rather be here than many other places simply because of the politics, but at the same time, it is what it is. I mean, you know, I'll go more into that in the near future, but definitely with what both of you are describing and addressing, Max Prana says, well, miscarriages and dead plants, lots of rain, radiation fallout from Fukushima. He spells it fuck you Shima, of course. Could be a factor. He says 20,000 Basarel per M3 sometimes in Canada now. I think that's absurd, but personally. And El Nemo says, blame it on the US and Russia because they started the earthquake and responsible for the meltdown in Japan. Actually, it was Israel. In the United States.
I thought you said years ago that the Americans triggered the earthquake and Russia gave the Fukushima, the Russian hackers gave the Fukushima computers a virus so they couldn't shut it down, which caused the meltdown.
No. You're converging. You're conflating several things I brought up. What was going on that I was explaining was the earthquake that you're thinking of was the one that was triggered by the Om Shinrikyo cult, which had gotten Scalar weapons from the Russians when the Soviet Union was disintegrating, and actually also they had all kinds of followers in Russia, literally tens of thousands. And so some Russians even attempted to hijack planes in Japan to rescue Shoko Asahara when he was on death row in Japan. But when it came to the Israelis, they had developed the Stuxnet virus with the Americans, but it was mostly Israeli development. And this was how they had taken down the nuclear power plants in Iran. And the same industrial safety systems that governed the nuclear power plants in Iran were designed by Germany. These were Siemens industrial control systems that the Stuxnet virus was designed to take out. And so that was how they destroyed what they did in Iran. Then they followed up with Japan. And so what had happened was, in terms of the earthquake that was triggered, the Americans did trigger that with tsunami bombs. They had actually developed and tested in World War II. This was actually what
Were they nuclear warheads built in the ground or something else they used?
It's if I can try and remember, give me a second here, and I will try and look something up. The fact is, of course, I'm not too technically familiar with it, but it's something I could do some further research on. But a lot of what I saw, documents that I worked with in the Department of Defense, I wasn't able to steal everything or take notes on everything. So this is one of the things that I'm a little bit less, shall I say, savvy on, but I know enough about it so that I can give some details if I can find, shall we say, the right place where I can access them again. So
just to clarify, it was Israel that responsible for that virus that was given to the computers in the Fukushima.
Yes.
nuclear factory. All right.
That's
understood.
right. The Americans triggered the tsunami. The Israelis provided the Stuxnet, which prevented the safety mechanisms from kicking in, and therefore you had the meltdown. So it was a combined American-Israeli effort, just like it was for taking out. The reason why was because Japan was getting a lot more oil from Iran, and in return they were allowing Iranians to migrate to Japan for cheap labor. And these are temporary work visas. What would happen was the Ayatollahs would use they take advantage of this by filling up entire stadiums with people who wanted to go to Japan. And entire stadiums would fill up with thousands and thousands of Iranians who were dying to go to Japan. And the Iranian mullahs would hold a lottery. And then when it came to whoever won the lottery and got to work in Japan, they were like, it was like winning a lottery ticket. And so what happened, however, was in Japan, as I described before, there's basically the crime in Japan is not crime like anywhere else in the world. The Yakuza are effectively like unionized. They're like a unionized crime organization where if the cops start, cracking down too hard on them, they'll actually organize protests. And if the cops don't desist, then they will literally go to the United Nations and hold protests in front of the United Nations and embarrass Japan internationally. So they also were the only people buying American cars back when American cars were still worth a shit. Only the Yakuza in Japan would buy them, so they would threaten not to buy American cars and throw the trade deficit way off scale, right, even worse than it was. And the reason they bought American cars was because Japanese cars are too small to hide bodies in. They're too small to really protect you from bullet fire. The American cars were literally had frames made of steel and would protect you from bullet fire, that you could hide bodies in them. But the Yakuza commit most of their crime most of the Yakuza killing and violence is against other Yakuza in Japan. So, like, literally, if the Yakuza kill or injure an innocent bystander in Japan, you're allowed to sue them. So you can imagine, can you imagine being allowed to sue gangs in the United States or anywhere else in the world? You can't do that. Yeah. But in Japan,
the citizens would be just reaping a lot of money off them.
Yeah. But in Japan, you're allowed to sue the organized crime, and
that's why they have a strict rule in the Yakuza not to bother the citizens, only with your rivals.
Yes, but the real hardcore crime that the Yakuza commit outside of Japan, porn, for instance, Japanese porn is what the Japanese mafia will do is they'll fly the actresses to the Philippines and film there. None of that's filmed in Japan. Yeah,
they try not to shit where they eat. Didn't they make an agreement with their government where the government would allow them to conduct their criminal organization as long as it's outside of Japan for the most part?
Yes. So the reality is, when it comes to crime in Japan, effectively, 100% of crime in Japan is committed by foreigners. So this is where you get the really violent, ugly mafias that are ethnic mafias that are not Japanese. There are only two of those in Japan: the Iranians and the Israelis. And so the Iranians and the Israelis just are constantly killing each other. They don't care about innocent bystanders, and they're just human shit, like they are everywhere else in the world. And so when it comes to the Iranians and the Israelis, basically what happened was that the Israelis were all pissed off because Japan had this deal going on with Iran where they were allowing the Iranians to migrate to Japan and work for long periods of time, at least transitionally. They couldn't retire there or live there permanently, but they'd spend years and years there and then send money home to their families. And then what would happen is the Iranians sold Japan cheap oil, breaking through the sanctions. So the Americans and the Jews got together and they used the Stuxnet virus they used to take down the Iranian uranium enrichment facilities to take out Fukushima. And that's what happened was the Americans triggered the tsunami bomb at that time. So this is what I can tell you in terms of the what had happened in Indonesia. Is basically what happened. Say, for instance, as an example, was that over at this point it was in the 26th day of the December in 2004, the year 2004, that a 9.1 magnitude earthquake, which was the largest in 40 years, triggered a catastrophic tsunami that claimed 300,000 lives. This was called the Sumatra Andaman earthquake. The 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake was called an undersea megathrust earthquake. And so that was off the west coast of Sumatra and Indonesia, the largest Islamic nation on the globe in terms of both its population and landmass. And it was basically home to a lot of up-and-coming terrorist groups. It's a homeland to more Muslims than all the Arabic nations combined on Earth. But basically, it was primed at precisely the half-century and half-a-decade mark, the 55th annual Independence Day Eve Day celebrations, from their freeing themselves from Dutch colonialism. Basically, Dan van der Meulen's people, the Dutch, had owned Indonesia. And so on their 4th of July Eve Day, basically, the eve of their Independence Day, their 55th Independence Day, 55 years only of independence from over 300 years of Dutch slavery. Then what happened was that this top secret 33-foot wave generating tsunami bomb, which had been developed by the United States and New Zealand in World War II, was deployed to just fuck up their Independence Day Eve Day. Now, there was all kinds of reasons for this. Basically, they had this warning system in 1997 that was deploying electromagnetic pulses, EMP technology, eco-weapons, employ electromagnetic waves. And they could, of course, alter the climate with these. This is something that the then United States Secretary of Defense, William Sebastian Cohen, was talking about. And then when on December 26th of 2004, this earthquake struck along a known fault line deep beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean, it generated all these 30-foot swells of water that engulfed, all these coast villages from Thailand, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and India. These were indeed thermonuclear detonations. They were triggered in place to destroy all of these major emergent East Asian economies and wash away all the terrorist organizations that they sponsored. And this way, the great state in America could rebrand itself as a model of humanitarian aid in a region that was gripped by anti-American sentiment, beginning with, of course, the heavily populated Muslim regions of Southeast Asia, where the bulk of the casualties occurred, and where the Australian and Thai governments both deliberately failed to respond to the warning of the impending earthquake. All of this was under direct executive order of George Herbert Walker Bush Sr., so what was going on was that the United States government certainly knew about the disaster ahead of time, and of course warned none of the Asian people in the impacted nations. We know about this because of the American Navy base situated in the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia. That's right in the middle of the Indian Ocean, which became a military base in the 1970s because they were alerted. They were alerted to what was happening, and they escaped completely unscathed from the effects of these tsunamis. They didn't have a single casualty. And they're right in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And they didn't have a single casualty. Whereas everyone else suffered enormous losses in human life. The U.S. Navy's official website claims that the earthquake generated a tidal surge on the island estimated at 6 feet. But that the island wasn't hit because it's surrounded by deep waters and the grade of its shores doesn't allow for tsunamis to build up before hitting land. It's all bullshit. basically, they just were well aware of how the waves would play out because it was a calculated explosion, a calculated disaster that was engineered by the Americans so that they would make everybody redependent on them in that area. So this is the technology they used against Japan. The Americans triggered a tsunami bomb, and as the tsunami was heading for Fukushima, the Israelis unleashed the Stuxnet virus, which they had used to take out the Iranian enrichment facilities. And that's what caused, since the nuclear plants were unable to shut down, they all went into meltdown. So this was the equivalent of a nuclear attack. That's what Japan calls its 9/11. It happened on 3/11, March 11th. So it's like their 9/11. And so it's one of these things you just have to take into account and have your vengeance later. But when it came to all of this and why it happened, this was because the Americans and the Israelis didn't want the Japanese dealing with the Iranians, and after that the Japanese broke off. They severed their oil contract with Iran, and you didn't have Iranians coming into Japan anymore in such great numbers. So I don't know if the labor program continued or not after that, but definitely certainly this was advantageous to the Israelis who wanted to dominate crime in Japan in terms of so this is like the horror that we're dealing with here. And
why can't the Japanese government and the Yakuza just exile the Israeli gangs, like get rid of them for good?
Well, it happened. Basically what happens is when the emperor became the new emperor was ushered in after the old emperor abdicated the throne, and then the new emperor was coronated. One of the things that he does is he releases all of the prisoners, and he unleashed all the Yakuza to do just that. So that happened. That was after, of course, Fukushima and whatnot. I don't think the Israelis have a real hand in Japan any more than the Iranians do. They do import a lot of people because, of course, they're not going to do their own work. They have other people do the SUKKÓT work.
Right.
Yeah, but it's... I think that the days of the Iranians and the Israelis running the streets in a lot of areas of Japan are over. I never followed up, really, to tell you the truth, but I do know that the emperor released all of these Yakuza prisoners, just basically everyone who was in prison on the day that he was coronated, to do as you suggested, just basically kind of clean up the streets of these scum and drive them out. The Americans responded with unconventional attacks. I was telling these ladies once, they just didn't get it. There were a bunch of feral monkeys that were unleashed in Japan, and the Japanese hunted them all down and killed them. And a woman was saying,
them.
What was that?
But they burnt them in piles too, didn't they?
Yeah, and the women were saying, why didn't they just adopt them out as pets? And I had to explain to them, you don't understand, monkeys are the most dangerous animals in the world, not just because
they carry disease and parasites and all that.
Beyond that, I mean, that's obviously a factor.
Oh, and they can rip your face off.
Yes, without even an effort. Yes,
I've seen videos of them doing that.
Yes, just so people understand, these are not, these are some of the most dangerous animals in the fucking world. But beyond that, as our man Nemo said, that they're full of diseases, but worse yet, see, the Japanese monkeys are purebred, and they behave differently from any other monkeys on Earth. They literally drink tea, they bathe, they clean themselves, they dress like humans. They, who just don't take my word for it. You can look this shit up.
They're quite docile as monkeys.
Yes.
They hang out in the hot springs and relax.
Yes, yeah.
Like a human would.
Yeah, and you don't want them interbreeding with a bunch of fuckers that are going to breed them down and turn them into a bunch of wild disease-carrying feral, primates. It's that was an attack.
I know you're talking about Ian West.
Yes, honey. Yes, yeah, and so
what were the name of these monkeys? These invasive monkeys? What were their species names?
I can't remember, but they were unleashed by a submarine Because there's no other fucking way they could get on the islands of Japan. How are a bunch of strange monkeys going to get on
Yeah,
the
exactly.
islands?
It's not like they're swimming all the way.
Yeah. So they were unleashed by a submarine. I mean, this is a form of warfare. It's
Yeah.
yeah. And so what happened?
Try to destroy the ecosystem.
Yes, thank you. So Brooke, loving you dearly. Good morning. And Amy, Nemo, say hello to Brooke. And
Hi, bro.
yes, honey.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good morning.
Yes.
How are you guys?
Yes, much the better for
Okay.
speaking with you. And so
Sure. Well, good morning. I just wanted to call on because I didn't get to come on last night because I had a lot going on
understand.
and went to bed. But went to bed pretty early. But I wanted to call in on your happy birthday before your birthday.
Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you, honey. That's so heartwarming.
What did you? Oh, you were gonna open Amy's gift online. What was it?
Oh, it's maple syrup and maple cotton candy. It's adorable. Just so cute. She bought it with her food stamps.
Hey, Amy, can you send me some steaks or something?
Yeah.
Steaks. Do you know I got some buffalo steaks from the food shelf this week. Those were delicious.
Oh, wow.
I know. Isn't that it's because nobody around here wants buffalo.
Why?
Why
They
is
don't
that?
know. They don't know how good it is.
What a bunch of idiots.
I don't know
What a
I
bunch
know. So I got buffalo steaks from the food shelf last time I went in, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so
it's not.
Yeah, go on.
It's not like I have nothing going on here. Like, people are aware of the whole situation. Like, they see my dad passed out on the road, and like, they know that, like, I'm the only one who's going to take care of them. And so it's just this, this dance of, okay, well, I can't do this anymore, so somebody else is going to do it, right? Because it's not all one person's responsibility.
So
I think that's what Douglas's son has been saying lately about taking him to the States.
So Brooke, darling, I'm going to take another short break because I've been going through the Coca-Cola tonight like you wouldn't believe, and I just got to rinse the taste out of my mouth. I'll be right back in a second. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back, but it'll only be a few moments. You three have got this. You can hold the stage here. You keep the numbers up. I know you can do it. Oh my God, Amy was telling us about the horror story that was her life and this community of very challenged people dealing with challenging situations, and perhaps you could share something like that about your neighborhood.
That sounds interesting. What are you, Amy? What was he talking about? Like the main.
Oh God, I came on earlier. I got up nice and early because last night the water broke and we don't have water here now.
Oh, no.
So yeah, that's I believe that is the challenge he was talking about. There could be other challenges also, but no, that's hard.
He was talking about where you grew up or something.
I am where I grew up. Like you, I'm still right in the. I'm a town over.
Yeah, we never left. Exactly.
Oh no, I did leave. I was away for a number of years. Like, I lived in Washington State for 6 years.
Are you glad you came back?
No. No, but what I was trying to elucidate on was, like, not being upset about the decisions that I made. Like, it made sense at the time for me to come back here. Mm-hmm. And there's lots of things that have happened in the past 8 years that have made me realize, like, it's probably going to be fine if you stay here because everywhere else is just as bad. Like, there's right now, there's no real escaping.
Yeah.
Like, even like Nemo had said something about, like, the Amish and how it just seems really
New Order Amish.
Yeah, like, it seems really idyllic, but I still feel like there's, at this point in history, there's no real safety zone. Like, even those isolated communities, they know that there's a world out there full of the internet, and they know that there's other cultures out there, and they're still interacting with these other cultures.
Right.
Like, there's no, you don't have like exclusivity, you know, like the way they might have 400 years ago.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I was watching actually something on YouTube. It's a documentary on a guy that's he's actually not a Mennonite, but he kind of lives like he had bought his land, but he lives with no running water. He lives by a stream and like he kind of lives like a Mennonite. He's a preacher and he's young and but basically like that's Appalachia, right? Most of that like are near Appalachia. So you've got drugs and all kinds of things. It's just right outside the boundaries of all.
Drugs, my favorite subject, and Appalachia as well. Can't get any better. Tell me.
I know, right? Yeah. Oh, I was going to tell you, Amy, it was so funny you said that because about the, you know, you can't beat yourself up for bad decisions or things you wish you had done different. Because I just went in the gas station to get actually boiled peanuts of all things. And
I thought you were going to tell me you knocked it off. I just went to the gas station, decided I was going to knock it off. Yes, I'm not going to. Yes,
yeah. If you find out like the world's going to end in like a week or something, just let me know because I'm going to go knock off a few banks and go live it up. Yeah. But no, I would. But what I was going to say was I told the girl, she was talking about something and I said, she asked because I bought cigarettes. She said, "Are you 21?" And I was like, "Yeah." She said, "Are you over 21?" I was like, "Yeah, of course." I was like, I would kill to go back and be under 21. I would love to go back and be under 21. And I said, and I stopped and I said, but wait, only if I could go back and know what I know now. I said because if I couldn't know what I know now, then the chances are I could make some better decisions, but I might very well make worse decisions. You know, you only can go with what you know at the time. You know, so I think none of us can really. You know, I think that was just a wise point.
Thank you.
What Amy said.
Yes, and her as well. Yes. And as well, we were all talking about surviving into anyhow, I'm spent. It's been quite the night. I invested a lot of energy.
Surviving what? What are we surviving?
Fuck, Amy's been surviving for the past 20 fucking... I think every day of her goddamn life since she was delivered out of the womb. I think she's been fucking surviving.
Clawing.
Yes, clawing.
On my way around.
Yes. Oh my god. So we were talking about that. Nemo was talking about his version of that. You know, we had people in the chat that were giving their suggestions for, how to, telling her to move down to Florida, and basically roofie the old...
Oh my God, Florida, do not move to Florida. Like, that's the thing, like, it's starting to get cold here now, and it's not even, like, technically, it's 46 degrees right now. And I'm just like, it's not even winter, really. So,
that's horrible. 46 is horrible. How I can't even go on. Yes. Oh my
I bet Amy will tell you 46 is nothing what she gets up there in the winter.
Yes, of course.
But yeah, like
it was 43 this morning. Yeah. It's 42 now somehow.
Fuck that. Yeah. Go.
Yeah. So I thought I got a little cold really we kind of got like a cold snap really fast as far as going from like 70s to 60s to like 40, but it'll warm up a little bit. But I was like, I would love to move somewhere warmer. And the first place you think of is Florida naturally. I think people think of that. But then you have to realize what Florida actually is now. And I think I'd rather live in a hut or igloo or something.
Yeah, Douglas wanted me to become a Fem Nikita in Florida and just start luring in all the old Jewish men with roofies and then call into the show and give updates on how much I've stolen from them while they're drunk.
Well, if you start that, let me know. I'll come down there and like help you sell. I could pretend to be Jewish if I need to. Oh no, I don't think I really want to right now with everything going on. I don't want to be a Zionist.
Delightful! The two of you would make an excellent team. I think that's a fabulous idea. And it'd be like Thelma.
Oh, you're the first person I'm inviting down, Douglas. Oh, don't worry. I'll lure you down with a 16-year-old Bojangles employee or Taco Bell employee.
I'll never live that down. Yes. So, aside from that, so darling, what are you willing to share about recent events? Anything casually that you're open to sharing with us?
I don't know. People are crazy. Life is crazy, and I would say,
I take it you've just been enwrapped with everything going on in the Middle East. I'm sure that's taken up the majority of your attention.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm actually handling something with that right now. So,
okay.
You know, but I like. So yeah, I would go into detail later on it, but not.
Yeah, you and I'll talk privately about that. Yeah, of course.
And I may talk on there. It's just like I've got to handle something. As a matter of fact, somebody pulling up now. I just handle something with my car, and so.
Yeah. You said somebody's pulling up right now? Hope it's nothing sinister.
No.
Okay.
Are
you in the car?
Yeah. I'm waiting here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
sounds like she's going to ambush somebody.
No, I'm handling business. Let's put it that way. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything's good. Like it's you know, it's been a really weird kind of last week or so, you know. But also it's had its highs and lows. Although I will say yesterday I got the fence fixed where the dog was getting out. I had somebody come fix that entire gate.
Oh, thank
Watch
God.
this dog. This dog has escaped. Like it's been driving me crazy. It could not like he was going out. You know, like yesterday he was gone for 2 hours, and got him found finally, and was able to find out where he was getting out. Have the gate fixed completely. Took hours to get it fixed. Good. And then this morning when I am leaving, I literally am backing out of the driveway, and thank God I look, and he is coming now from back. He's run into the backyard because they can get in the back from the house. And he is now running into my driveway from the other side of the house, which means he is getting out from now the other side of the fence, which means I now have some other hole that I need to fix.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think this is going to... No. That's Greer Police. Yeah. Okay. Let me have to go. Yeah, that's going to be my... I've got to deal with this right now.
Okay. We love you.
So I love y'all. Take care. It was good to talk to you. If I don't...
Have a good one.
Yeah.
A happy birthday.
All right.
Yes.
I'll talk to you later.
Yes.
Right, bye.
Call you soon.
Bye, Amy.
Okay.
Bye now.
Bye. So that's delightful. And so back to Amy. We don't have that much longer. Theoretically, half an hour, but you know, let's make
solve all our problems in this next half hour.
Well, tell us about the criminality of NGOs. Tell us about non-governmental organizations.
Okay, so I remembered who it was that I spoke to yesterday. It was the Human Rights Commission in Vermont, who couldn't.
They were under the impression you were keeping prisoners and torturing them in your basement.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the ones that took out our water, huh? All those torture victims.
You were waterboarding people. You were waterboarding people, honey. That's
You know how to waterboard somebody? I mean, maybe I should learn. But so I filled out this questionnaire for them. It was the Vermont Human Rights Commission questionnaire for housing complaints. So I filled this thing out, and they'd wanted to do a phone interview to talk about how the form was incomplete because I don't have a house. I haven't had a house. And my concern that I had noted was harassment, denied reasonable accommodation for disability, denied reasonable modification for disability, retaliation, and other persistence of poverty and lack of remedy to family domestic violence reports. That was sent September 27th, 2023.
What does all that mean?
I don't fucking know. But it was on the form. I clicked the box. I gave them explanations. I gave them people that have been not helping me from the places that you get referred to for housing. And so they wanted to call me and find out what could be done about this.
Is this towards a potential, like, finding you low-income housing? Kind of like potentially finding you low-income housing?
I don't qualify for that. That you have to have some kind of income to get into low-income housing. And those wait lists, I'm going to wait another 10 years.
Right.
Like, once I get some kind of income and the voucher, it doesn't happen right away. And so it's just not a solution. Like, it doesn't. That's I'm not going to keep listening to, well, now you have to do this, fill out this application. So yeah, there was like all these questions that didn't relate to me. Like, when did you first contact the landlord, owner, realtor? Well, they're my parents, so no conversation.
Right.
Did you submit a rental application or contract for sale? If yes, then when? And no, I didn't do any of that. That was all done out of my control. Do you live with children under the age of 18? No. Like, who discriminated against you? What is their position? Were there any witnesses? The police. The police have been witness to all of this. Yeah, basically this woman got on the phone with me. I ran through a bunch of emails from the places who she was trying to refer me to that I'd already contacted and gotten some garbage. She thought that even the contact in the emails was aggressive. Like, she was like, well, that sounds kind of aggressive. And I was like, yeah, this is what I'm getting. Like, I'm getting people who are not trauma informed, who don't know how to handle people who are in crisis, and then I'm having to educate them.
Wow.
And
they ought to be thanking you. They ought to be thanking you for helping them.
I should be getting paid, for fuck's sake.
Yes.
Just give me a freaking $60 an hour and I'll get on the phone and talk to whoever you need me to talk to. Yeah. But at the end of the conversation, I mean, I was planning on a half-hour conversation with her, and it went on for 40 minutes. And I knew at the end of it she wasn't going to help, and that's exactly what she did. She played gatekeeper and was like, I don't think we have a case that we can help you with. I'm like, it must really suck to be young and impressionable and think you're helping people, and then to get on the phone with someone like me.
That's awful.
You know, like,
this is just
it's just, I don't want to do this to people. Like, I'm not trying to vicariously traumatize them by talking about facts. That's not, I have no intention to do that. And I'd like to shut the hell up. I'd like to just stop being like this. I would like to come on and talk about going out to the estates, getting blasted, so much fun playing with makeup and photography, setting up photos. I love that, right? Like, that should be the whole of your 12-hour broadcast, honestly. And look at what you put up today, Douglas. I saw that last night and I was like, I'm going to sleep good. Look at the freaking tattoos.
Body paint. It's body paint. But yes, it's the Blood Boys practice their art, and of course there's some of the tattoo artists that double as escorts, etc. There's a lot of people involved, but it's not tattoos, of course. It's body paint, but it is
it's gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's meant to.
It's gorgeous.
Oh, bless you, honey, and you're gorgeous as well. Honestly, darling, I love that little chip in your front tooth myself.
You're so funny. I don't have a chip anymore. I told you I got it fixed.
You did? I didn't remember that. I didn't remember that. Oh my God. I'm kind of sad that you did.
Wasted.
Well, I was too wasted. Right? I was too blasted.
Must be. I totally got that fixed, and I don't like it. I don't like what they did. I wish it was a fang still.
Oh my God! Why don't you? Anyway. What did they do that was wrong? They didn't get the color right?
No, the colors, that's not the problem. It's like the shape of the filling is bothering me, and I think it's just going to pop right off again.
Oh my God.
It sucks, but fucking free medical care.
Yeah. How did you manage to get them to do that?
Because that's all I'm getting. I'm in this electric cage where I am provided no resources. Uh-huh. And then it's like this game of like, okay, where's she going to end up next? How are we going to attack the people that she's happening to be with now? Uh-huh. Like, it's just this stupid game.
But in the meantime, they dole out something like free medical care. I mean, the free dental care. Yeah. Just so you know, just so people understand this, in the state of California, there is no such thing as what they did for Amy. If you're like a medically indigent adult, an MIA, which is the term they actually use, a person who cannot pay medical bills. The only thing they will do for you in terms of dental is pull your fucking teeth. All they do is extractions for street people. And so people will hold off till the last minute till they can no longer stand the pain. Then they come in and just beg on their hands and knees, pull it! Pull it! I've seen this. I've literally seen this because I've been, when I was, like, my parents died, Western Dental was where I had to go to take care of these cavities that were developing. That at that time I said, no, I want to save my teeth, and so they took me for everything I fucking had. But the homeless people who were coming in who had street insurance, and San Francisco is infamous as the only city that provides insurance for homeless people, and yet somehow you, Amy, you're in Vermont, and somehow they did something that would be considered completely unacceptable in California. They did something for you that was cosmetic. That's considered cosmetic. So somehow they do.
It wasn't cosmetic though, because it was an old fracture. Like I got it when I was 8 years old.
Okay.
So the fact that it had held up for 40 years shows how good that dentist was.
Right.
And when, like they put it in and it wasn't right. And then I went back in for a cleaning. Mm-hmm. And I honestly think that I get really much better treatment there because the women who work there went to high school with me. One of them lived with my boyfriend, who everybody falls in love with all the time.
Anthony.
Yeah. So she was, in charge of making sure that it was right, like that it was done, mm-hmm. that it wasn't, because she was fully aware of what I was going through. Like, whoa. She understood, like, she's known me my whole life. She had just gone with her husband on a 2-week vacation and driven from Seattle down to Los Angeles and did the Cascades. And she said I was stopping in San Francisco, and I was like, I have a friend in San Francisco. If I was there, I'd take him out to lunch for sure.
Well, she's welcome to do that with me.
I don't think she's going back. She's going to Montana next. They're going to go see Glacier because she just fell in love with the West, which you do if you've never been there and you go out and you see it. It's really intriguing. It's really just so fascinating the way the mountains are huge and there's nothing in them. Like, it's just wild. Yeah. She really fell in love with it, but no, she works there. And then this other girl that went to high school with us works in the accounting department. So I don't have those kind of connections in other places like that. I mean, when I was out in Spokane, I didn't have connections like that. So I wasn't getting help in Spokane. When I went and said I have trouble with my menses, they made an appointment to have a hysterectomy. That's what happened. Yeah.
In other words, they wanted to sterilize you. They want to sterilize you so that you wouldn't.
That was my option.
Yes, so that you wouldn't produce any children into this world. They said, this is a welfare bum. We gotta sew her up tight and make sure she doesn't squeeze out more of them. Oh my!
It's all automated phone system. Like, here's the Spokane Hysterectomy Center. Press 1 for this. Press 2 for this. I was like, I'm not even speaking to a person about this. I can't do this. I'm gonna freaking live in a tent. Forget it. Yes. Done.
No, this is just awful. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Nemo, do you have any response to this, Nemo? I mean, what are your impressions of life in America when you hear this shit?
Fuck that. Yeah, the poor just get treated like shit over in America and here.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if the government starts covertly trying to kill off the poor by just making the cost of living way too expensive. You just starve to death or die from disease. Yeah. And only the middle class and upper class will just be kept alive. Because over here, the poor are just treated like shit.
You heard me say before, when I was in Australia, I had never seen so many homeless people in my life outside of America. It is I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
What's that?
When you came to Australia, which city did you go to?
Well, it was both coasts. We went to the Adelaide area. That you had the one coast with Sydney, and then you had the other coast with the
Right.
fuck. I'm trying to remember. So it was the two major coasts. I mean, of course, as Nemo knows, there's basically no place to go in Australia except one coast and the other coast, and a little bit up north, but mostly it's by that I mean like literally on the peninsula up towards the fucking Torres Islands and shit. You got some people, but most the rest of Australia is practically empty. I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but
There's a lot of desert land here.
yeah. And but
Yeah, Sydney's full of bums, definitely. It's full of just drug addicts and bums and gang members and shit.
Yes, and it was beyond that. I would say that also we were in the weird area of Australia. It's kind of in between. I mean, fuck, I was there for 17 days, at least. It was like 17 to 18 days, which is a long period to be in another country. And so there were several places I was flown to, including what passes for mountains in Australia, which is, it was kind of like, it's that area that is, I'd have to look on the map, but it's, kind of an inland area, but it's fairly, shall we say, nice little tourist villages for people to go there, and kind of like cooler than other areas of Australia. So it was kind of like I hit probably the major populated areas in Australia, at least 3 of the major populated areas. Not by my choosing. It was just what the Nexus magazine had chosen for me to speak in. But like I said before, so many mitigating circumstances.
Were you doing like live presentations in front of big groups of people?
Yes, and it was miserable because everything I had been stolen. I brought everything with me because I was going to be there for a very long period of time, and everything was stolen. So
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you got fucked over big time.
Yeah.
But the people you interacted with, what were their response to the stuff you were saying?
Well, they loved it. They loved it. The person who hated it was the person who organized the tour, which was the guy named Duncan Rhodes, and he just cut me off even though I was the last lecturer, and everybody wanted me to continue, and they said they would have stayed with me all night, but, he cut it off. He hated me. Like I said, the whole thing was an ambush anyway, and he was...
And none of it was filmed at all? Like, recorded?
Whatever
These
it was,
presentations?
whatever it was, he's like monopolized it. I got none of it. So he was something. It was just another ambush. It might be something that you could theoretic. I think he probably destroyed the footage or something. I'm sure he was just an Aquino cultist. That's all he is. Just another affiliate. And for those of you who just don't get it, the American presence in Australia, Julian Assange was nothing but a cult product, and wound up working for the Americans, hacking into communist Chinese computers. That's how he cut his teeth into becoming a hacker. And he was a product of a mind control cult, and then of course went on to become the monster that the Americans had created. Of course, because like everybody else in that Shankti Nikatwan, I'd have to look up the exact name for it. Hindu name, actually. But the cult he was a part of, they were all like Nordic alien cult, flying saucer UFO cult worshippers and shit, and they all bleached.
Like Pleiadian worshippers.
Yeah, stuff like that, taken to a pathological extreme where they all bleached their hair and skin just like Michael Jackson. And that's why when my cosmetologist V saw him on television, she thought he was Swedish. And he doesn't speak like an Australian either. I'm sure you agree,
Yeah, I've noticed that. He doesn't sound Australian much.
Yeah, he's very strange. That's because he was part of that cult. And he was raised differently. But, you would never guess he was Australian unless you knew his background. So there you go. I will, of course, always remind myself that aside from Duncan Rhodes, everyone that, and aside from, of course, all the people affiliated with him who stole everything, and of course, aside from the people of Virgin Australia, The staff, who of course I can't help but hate universally because of the theft was through them. Other than that, I have to always remind myself that everyone I met in Australia, aside from of course violent homeless people, was essentially, yes, some of the nicest. They were all the nicest people you'd ever meet. I never met any Australian. Well, one crazy guy. There was one crazy guy, and he was irritating in a different sense. Certainly one of those people who would drive me to want to kill him if I spent any more time with him than I had to. But he was, yeah, there was one crazy guy in the audience, but it was, aside from the one, everyone else there was just really, no, they were all very positive people. I always remind myself of that. But then again, as Nemo reminded us, you got this vote for, recognizing Aboriginal people, and yet the majority of, obviously, European descended Australians are too fucking racist to even give them representation in government. I mean, this is outrageous. But like I said, this is why I foresee Australia as being kind of like this real bastion of white supremacy in the Pacific.
Yeah.
Just this kind of white supremacist empire of their own. And as I said, the perfect expansion zone for them will be in the Philippines, really, because, they're a former colonial vacuum that just they worship white people and really are just waiting for a colonial power to replace the Americans. And at that point, the Australians will have the manpower they need to just kind of keep an economy going. Because right now, the Australians, they're in this bizarre situation where most of their economy is dependent on an influx of migrants that they don't want to live there.
Yeah.
And so you get, especially Chinese who want to resettle and escape from China. You get, other people from India, other places, and Australia is just, trying to keep the lid screwed as tight as possible. They need these people, but, very similar to Japan. They don't want them retiring there. They don't want them moving there. So the best option for Australia is essentially what Japan was attempting in World War II, which is just basically expand outward, and then you keep the people where they are and exploit their labor there. That's what makes sense. And the Australians now have the capacity they're developing right now with the AUKUS through the nuclear submarine fleet they're developing. They're going to have one of the most powerful submarine fleets in the world. Nuclear submarine. It's and this is strangely, how do I say it? It's just bizarrely reflective of, like I said, that science fiction television series DSV-9 or something, the Deep Sea Vessel 9. It was Sequest. They called it Sequest, and then they had all these initials after it. And that was a science fiction series where people were colonizing under the ocean, and the big evil empire in that science fiction series was a future Australia, which makes sense. The people who thought it was ridiculous just didn't get the rationale. Certainly it makes sense in light of what I've already articulated, but I can go deeper into that in the future. So, aside from all of that, dear Amy, so it looks like, as you said, you're kind of got a plateau, a sense of stability. You've got is that your dogs?
They're up. Yeah, Cal is home. She was away for a while, and and when she gets back, they just turn into these little jerks. They throw these little temper tantrums and drive her crazy when but she was here for 6 weeks and they were angels. Like all of a sudden, like everything was cool, but she goes away and comes back and they're like freaked out about it. Like,
wow.
They're fine. They're fine. Okay. They're downstairs. They're doing their yipping.
And the cat lives with you, right?
The cat is in my lap here.
Okay.
We might get disconnected, but let's see if I can. Can I turn it the other way?
Yes, we see you in the camera. Oh, that's adorable. Yes. And there's the kitten. Oh my gosh.
Is that a tabby breed?
She's a Bengal. She's a Russian, hypoallergenic, spoiled rotten.
One of the most expensive cats in the world. I mean, hypoallergenic is
$1,400.
Yeah,
is what they paid for her, and then they cut off her tail and didn't want her anymore. So, through a strange series of events, she lives on my lap now.
Yes. Oh my God, incredible. I mean, well, I guess.
Why did they cut off the tail?
I don't know. There was some rumor about she had some kind of a mutation. But then there was also this, like, oh, maybe the refrigerator fell on her tail. Like, I don't know. Nobody let me know why they decided to do that. But it's a little bobtail now, and it hurts her. She doesn't like it.
Yeah, cats need their tail to help them balance. Yeah.
It's true. And she's just very nervous. Like, she gets startled really easily, and she doesn't...
Cats are just so fucking cute.
She doesn't have control over her bowels, so she can't. She's sitting on my lap now, but I'm gonna move her before she pees on me.
Oh my God! By the way, cats without tails have that problem. They have much less control over their bowels and bladder. So it's kind of a price you pay for that. Some people find it aesthetic. It could have been simply because people found it aesthetic to see the cat's ass in the air. And there's our lovely face of the lovely Amy. Show us your teeth! Show us your teeth! Oh my God! That's beautiful! Oh my God!
That looks better than mine.
Adorable.
I don't like it. It catches. Why? It catches right here. It doesn't work. I don't like it.
So
I'd like
not comfortable.
Can you have them fix it again?
They did. They went in and they shaved it, but it's like it's not really. They're gonna have to redo the whole thing. Like it's not worth complaining about. I'll just end up in the dentist's office for too long.
But honey, it's worth complaining about if it's troubling you.
But it's not painful. It's just it bothers me that it gets caught, and that I think that it's going to fall off. Like at some point, it will have to be redone because it's
so
not.
When it does fall off, then you'll take care of it. You'll tell them what the problem
Yeah.
was, and then hopefully they'll address it. Well, you're looking great, beautiful, wonderful hair color.
Do you love my new glasses?
Yes. Oh, they're delightful, honey. Yes, fabulous. Yes, they suit you. They give you good vision, I presume. Yes. And
yeah, I can see. I mean, they're so big that like I can look all around.
How did you get them? Was that through another? They just give this to you? How did you manage?
No, I bought them. Well, I got the eye exam, but then I got. So every year, my grandmother gives me a check.
Okay.
So I get like $3,000 every year from my grandmother, and so I bought 4 pairs of glasses last year.
Oh wow!
Because I keep losing them and breaking them. So I got them from I Buy Direct. So it was like these were like $20, I think.
Yeah, incredible.
Do you get a big discount at all?
No, I mean they're cheap. There's not really a discount because they're so cheap anyway. Like there's some for $7. Like you can have as many pairs as you want.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sick of looking at myself. Sorry.
Well, we have no problems with staring at your face for hours at a time, honey.
I know. That's nice. That's nice. But we do have some important things to discuss before we wrap up so that somebody realizes they have to pay us to shut us up. We need to talk about the church, the Catholic Church creating Israel.
Okay. Well, we only have 5 minutes left.
Boy, this is your job. You are the expert on this. Come on.
I am?
The Catholics created Israel.
And
that's why we have all these problems.
They did?
I wrote this down. It was something that Victoria had said.
Victoria Lauren Hobbs. Oh, well, that's because Victoria is a American Protestant and has a kind of perspective that comes from that cultural spectrum. I'll have to ask her what she understands, and then I'll figure out a way to respond to that. It's yeah. So, but I thank you for bringing that up. That makes sense. It sounds like something that she would say. I know that she's no fan of the Catholic Church. As a matter of fact, most of the people I have on my program are no fan of the Catholic Church, but a lot of them are, like I said, as a historian, I appreciate the fact that they've been around forever. So they are one of those, shall we say, bulwarks of history that I value for that reason. So it's
You were raised Catholic. My parents were Catholic.
There we are. Yeah. And what was your experience with?
I wonder, so sometimes I find that I really click more with people who are Catholic, and I know that must have something to do with the ideologies, that it has to do with the ritual, the emphasis on ritual, that that you have to live your life in such a way that you're cleaving yourself to the divine, but you don't have access to it. You need the church to tell you. You need an authority to tell you how to do the ritual.
Right. Yeah. It's something that, and your own experience with Catholicism was never particularly negative, right?
Oh, I hated church from the get. Like there was this because I could just see, like, my family would go to church and learn how to be nice to people, and then come home, and like church and all of that was never never in the house. Like, no, like there was a lot of idols in the house. There was a lot of worshiping of religious idols, which didn't make sense to me at all. And there was a time where, like, Anthony had agreed to marry me on the playground, and I, being the cosmopolitan young girl that I was, thought that because he was the altar boy, that I couldn't let him become an altar boy, therefore a priest. So I would sit in the pews on the opposite side from my family, so that where he was sitting behind the altar, he could see me, just to like remind him that he wasn't going to be a priest. Yeah. I mean, that's how ridiculous I really felt church was. Like, I figured at 8 years old, I was already married. Like, wow. I didn't know, like, I had no guidance at all. And I would do stuff like that nobody understood. And well, Anthony understood. To this day, when somebody tries to tell me, "Hey, did you know Anthony was an altar boy?" I'm like, "Did you know that Anthony married me before he became an altar